Chapter 71. Bang! Heisey kicked the man away and stabbed him in the heart with a sword. The last scene was frozen on the man's face, full of unwillingness. At the same time, Wang Bi and other teammates also killed their opponents one after another. How many waves have you been here? Why are you so depressed? Wang Bi wiped the blood off the sword and turned to ask Heisey. The 6th wave. Heisey answered expressionlessly. Not long after they came out of the rift, they encountered the first wave of teams ambushing. At that time, for teams of 15 people jointly ambushed them for the spiritual vanilla in their hands. Unfortunately, they only knew who picked the spiritual vanilla, but they didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful. They relied on their large numbers and the fact that there were S-level psychics in the team, so they wanted to rob them. There is an unwritten rule in the forest. No matter who finds the good things first, as long as they are within the forest, anyone can fight for them, even if the things have been taken by others first, as long as you have the strength. These people obviously didn't know their identities, and thought they were just lucky to get the Angelica first. They didn't know where the news came from, but they ambushed them on the road they had to pass. They thought they were hiding well, but they didn't know they had been discovered long ago, but they just pretended not to know. Chris and Arthur kept their expressions unchanged and walked forward. Heisey and Wang Bi, who followed behind them, looked at each other quietly and mourned for those people in their hearts. Why rob anyone else? Why rob their boss, Captain? Isn't that courting death? Sure enough, when they walked into the encirclement of those people, holding particle guns or lightsabers, walked out and surrounded them. Hand over the Angelica, or don't blame us for being rude. There were 4 people standing in front of them, and 2 people behind each of them. They seemed to be the leaders. The one who spoke was wearing a black combat uniform with a badge on his chest, with a pattern of 2 swords intersecting. The other 3 were dressed in the same way, but the patterns on the badges were different. They were Wolf Head, Cheetah, and Black Bear. These people were all mercenary groups in the Mercenary Association, the Sword Team, the Sirius Team, the Black Panther Team, and the Black Bear Team. They were considered to be a strong team in the Mercenary Association. The captains were all S-level psychics, and 20% of the team members were A-level psychics. As soon as the news of the Angelica appearing on Kaiyong Star came out, almost everyone with channels came as soon as possible. There were also people who got the news, but the distance was too far, and it was too late to come. And they belonged to the latter. When they entered the forest, there was news that many teams had entered, and maybe the Angelica had been picked by someone. They hurried over here, but they didn't want such a result. Several teams met in the forest. They usually didn't interfere with each other, and didn't like each other, but they formed an alliance for the same purpose. No matter who picked the Angelica first, they would grab it. As for how to divide the spoils, they would grab it first. The price of Angelica in the Interstellar has been hiked up to a sky-high price. If they can get one and sell it, their team can avoid missions for 3 months. Anyone would be tempted. They decided to rob anyone who was not a member of the Legion or the top team in their association. They came all the way here, and they would jointly siege the teams they met and force them to tell all kinds of information. There happened to be a group of people in the besieged team that Chris and his team had met before. They were besieged by 4 teams and were injured to some extent. They were angry and deliberately said that Chris and his team had obtained the Angelica and described Chris's appearance in detail. Captain Li Jian didn't know that the man was lying and believed it. After letting them go, he kept looking for news about Chris and his team. He had no idea that the man deliberately led them to Chris in order to retaliate against him. And he obviously didn't expect that the person he was angry about casually said really had Angelica in his hand. It has to be said that this is really a perfect coincidence. Besides, after Captain Li Jian and the other 3 captains learned the news, they began to discuss the next matters. If the number of people is small and the strength is average, they will go directly and ask people to hand it over. If the number of people is small and the strength is strong, they will lure the mutant beast out and take the opportunity to rob. Of course, if the other party has a large number of people and strong strength, they also have to weigh whether they can do it. Although the Angelica is important, it is more important than their own lives. After that, they kept looking for Chris and his team. When they found their traces, they happened to be Chris and his team coming out of the rift. Captain Li Jian and the other 3 captains saw that Chris and his team were only a dozen people and didn't look very powerful, so they came out to stop them. Heisey and Wang Bi laughed secretly. When they found that there were people in front of them, and there were quite a few of them, their boss, Captain, asked them to restrain their breath and deliberately act like an ordinary mercenary team. Why? Just you? Chris looked at them with disdain, sneering without fear of trouble. I advise you to be more obedient. Swords and guns have no eyes. If you hurt your life, it will be more than you gain. Captain Tianlang advised kindly, pretending to be very kind. Why bother talking so much nonsense with them? If you don't hand it over, let them see how powerful we are. Captain Cheetah yelled impatiently, not taking them seriously at all. That's right, come and fight if you don't accept it. Captain Black Bear echoed. Hee hee, we are not afraid of you. Arthur snorted coldly. They are just a bunch of losers who bully others by relying on their numbers. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Captain Legion was angry, raised his hand, and made a gesture of wiping his neck, looking at them like dead people. The next second, Chris kicked him directly and kicked him away. Everyone. What's going on? Are they dazzled? Why did Captain Legion suddenly fly out, and they clearly only saw a passing shadow? Chris kicked and then stood still. It was just a matter of a second. The speed was so fast that those people couldn't see clearly. They all wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. In fact, Captain Legion really flew out like that, and the two people behind him were also knocked out and fell to the ground groaning. Captain Legion had fainted, which showed how strong the kick was. Come on! Captain Cheetah shouted and attacked Arthur himself. In his opinion, the kick just now was just an unexpected one. Captain Legion was useless. He was actually knocked down by someone with one move. He used to think of himself as the boss. Bah! As soon as Captain Cheetah made a move, Captains Tianlang and Black Bear also made a move at the same time, facing Heisey and Wangbi one after another. As for Chris, they consciously avoided him. They were not Captain Cheetah. They saw clearly the kick Chris made just now. The force was tricky. Captain Legion must have had his internal organs ruptured. After they had exchanged a few moves with their opponents, they had already realized that something was wrong. These people were obviously hiding their strength. They made fierce moves and hit the weak points. When their team members saw that the captain had already made a move, the lightsaber holders also joined the battle. Lightsabers are energy weapons, suitable for use by A-level psychics, which can effectively enhance the attack power. The weapons used by S-level and above are basically cold weapons. The higher the level, the simpler the weapons, and energy weapons will affect their performance. They all use mechas to fight against star beasts on the battlefield. At close range, energy weapons did not cause much damage to star beasts, while cold weapons injected with spiritual power could pierce the hard skin of star beasts. Compared with the danger and cruelty on the battlefield, fighting these people is like cutting melons. As long as they avoid the lethality brought by the lightsaber, they can easily take down the opponent. The three captains, Cheetah, Sirius, and Black Bear, have realized that they have offended the wrong people, but it is too late to regret. One by one, they were beaten by Arthur, Heisey, and Wangbi. One by one, they were beaten black and blue, wailing constantly, and regretted their actions. Chapter 72. Seeing their captain being beaten so badly, the remaining members of the four teams were already scared. They had originally dared to rob because they had more people, but they met someone stronger than them. Even the captain couldn't beat them, let alone them. Those who had the foresight had already begun to beg for mercy, put down their weapons, and retreated to one place. Chris and his team didn't kill them in the end. They gave them a good lesson, crippled one of their hands, and left. As for whether they lived or died in the forest, it depended on luck. Their mission had been completed, and there was no need to stay any longer. They all rushed to the exit of the forest at full speed. But somehow the news that they had picked the Angelica got out, and they encountered several waves of ambushes and robbers along the way. The people who robbed them were like Captain Legion, who didn't know their strength, and didn't know that someone had done this before, and the result was very tragic. In 2 days, they encountered 5 ambushes, and this was the 6th wave of people. At this time, they were close to the edge of the forest, and could get out tomorrow. But the people this time were obviously different from the previous ones. They came up with killing moves, and attacked the fatal parts with every move. Except for the first time, Chris and Arthur did not fight again. It was Heisey and Wangbi who led their teammates to teach those people a lesson. They tried to avoid the vital parts as much as possible, but those people were taught a profound lesson. As for being killed by others or dying under the mutant beasts after being injured, it was not their business. And this time, the people attacked with particle cannons. They were almost bombarded as soon as they approached. If their bodies had not sensed the danger instinctively and avoided it in advance, they would have been bombarded. Those people didn't expect the other party to avoid it. Seeing that the bombardment failed, they approached and fought. Chris and Arthur stood at the outermost edge, looking at the man fighting against Heisey and Wangbi. The man wore a half-metal mask on his face, blocking half of his face, so he couldn't see what he looked like. But his moves were very tricky, specifically attacking the weakest part of the human body, and each move was a fatal attack. For a while, he was tied with Heisey and Wang Bi. Heisey barely avoided the fist that hit his heart. Wang Bi kicked from the side, and the man avoided it and kicked back with his leg, with a fierce force that faintly suppressed Wang Bi's moves. At the same time, his hand turned up and held Heisey's hand that was attacking him. The moment his hand was held, Heisey felt that his hand was like being pressed by a huge rock, unable to move, and severe pain came in the next second. Enduring the piercing pain, Heisey gritted his teeth and bent his right knee to push up. The man noticed his intention and let go of his hand to block his attack, and Heisey took the opportunity to escape. He already felt that he was no match for the other party. He was very strong. If Chris hadn't often trained with them in close combat, he might have lost long ago. Chris and Arthur had noticed it long ago, and their eyes had never left the fight between the three people from the beginning, but they didn't step forward to help. They also wanted to see who this person was, and how strong he was. Seeing that Heisey and Wang Bi could only tie together, and they were at a disadvantage, they had an understanding of this person's strength. At the same time, they all had the same idea in their minds, that they had to train them hard when they went back, because the two of them couldn't even take down a person who was not as strong as themselves. If Heisey and Wang Bi knew what their boss, Captain, was thinking, they would definitely cry out for injustice. They didn't even look at how strong they were. In the usual close combat training, they were beaten by him so badly that even their parents could not recognize them. Although this person is not as strong as him, it is not something that the two of them can defeat together. If it was that easy, they would not be beaten so badly every time they trained. After Wang Bi was kicked away by that person, Arthur took action. When Arthur approached him, he kicked Heisey away again. Arthur's eyes showed excitement. This person is interesting. He clenched his fist and attacked the man directly in the face. The man bent down to avoid it, turned backwards, and kicked Arthur in the face at the same time. Arthur pressed his hand down, grabbed his foot, and swung it down fiercely. At this time, the man suddenly bent down and turned around, and punched Arthur's jaw directly at the same time. Arthur felt the pain, but still didn't let go of the man. He bent his knees and hit him hard on the head. The man's mind was blank for a moment, and Arthur took the opportunity to throw him out, and then kicked him several times. The man was kicked out and fell to the ground. When he stood up, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was completely enraged, and his attack again was fierce and murderous. Arthur was not a vegetarian either. He fought back without mercy and began to attack the fatal points. He could see that the opponent wanted to kill him, so how could he let the opponent succeed? Suddenly, Chris jumped into the air and joined the battle. He kicked the opponent sideways with one leg, and Arthur kicked him in the abdomen. The man was kicked out and hit the tree trunk. After rebounding, he fell to the ground and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew he couldn't beat the two of them, so he ignored the others and ran away with his hands on his abdomen. Arthur. Chris. I never expected that he would abandon his teammates and run away. They thought highly of him. The others were stunned when they saw the leader abandon them and run away. Heisey and his men took the opportunity to kill them one by one. These people are different from the previous ones. Chris came over, squatted down, and looked at the person who was killed by Heisey. Ordinary robberies would not continue when they knew that the strength of the two sides was very different. These people were not members of the Mercenary Association. Sure enough, Chris saw a skull tattoo on the man's chest. Star Pirate? Arthur was surprised. How could a star pirate come here? That man shouldn't have let him go just now. Arthur regretted. That man must be a star pirate, and his status is not low. He could have interrogated something if he was caught. In the end, he let him run away. He was careless. Let's go! Chris stood up and asked Heisey and the others to deal with the body and prepare to leave. Since the star pirates were able to get in, they must have used a fake optical computer. It is not so easy to investigate this matter. The most important thing for them now is to bring the Angelica back. This matter is not something they can control. The Legion cannot interfere in the political affairs of the living planet. It will be of no benefit to them if they intervene rashly. Heisey and the others quickly buried the body, took a short rest, and started to hurry on their way without delay. They continued to hurry on their way overnight, and left the forest at dawn. They ignored the people whispering to them outside the exit, and took the hovercraft directly back to the hotel. They had no idea that after they left, many people in the crowd recognized them, and bowed their heads to send messages. Chapter 73. Green Star Spaceport. The small starship slowly docked at the port. The door opened, and Chinhaojia and Wuan walked out in high spirits. The brothers and sisters of the Wei family were smiling behind them. They were both very happy. This time, they had a great harvest. Green Star will have many more varieties of plants, and can expand the planting area. The lights in the hall inside the spaceport were bright, and countless lights were hung on the ceiling, which was dazzling. Wei Ning raised her hand to cover her eyes, squinting uncomfortably, looking at the place that had changed a lot. That day was just a short stop. What she saw was a building with rusty exterior and full of traces of time. The inside was covered with a thick layer of dust. There were many scratches on the wall, and countless lights on the top were broken. Now, stepping on the bright floor, it still feels a little unreal. In the distance, a neat team of 6 people came over. They were very happy to see them back, and their steps were a little faster. "You're back." The one who spoke was the young soldier from before, named Lu Yu. "Are you here to pick us up?" Chinhaojia looked at the people behind him, a little narcissistic. "I didn't expect that he was so popular now, and someone would come to pick him up after going out." "You think too much," Lu Yu answered ruthlessly. They were on daily patrol, and just happened to meet. "TSK is sad?" Chinhaojia exaggeratedly covered his heart with his hands, pretending to be sad. "Lu Yu, we're leaving first. You should go back quickly. Colonel Lon knows you're back and is waiting." "Okay, let's report to the colonel first." Separated from Lu Yu and the others, Chinhaojia sent the Wei brothers and sisters back first, and they went to report to Landy. Although they went to the forest at the invitation of Wei Ning, they also had to report to Randy about their gains from this trip. Yi Ling and Wei Guoyang were the happiest to know that they were back today. They had been out for nearly half a month, and it would be a lie to say that they were not worried. Only when they saw them back could they put their worries at ease. Chinhaojia and Wuan said hello to them and left. "Dad, Mom, we are back." Seeing her parents standing at the door waiting for them, Wei Ning felt sweet in her heart. In her previous life, what she looked forward to most was to see her parents at home when she returned home, and to see her and say you are back. That would make her feel at ease, and home would always be her warmest safe haven. Now, she has experienced it in another time and space. "It's good to be back. Are you okay outside?" Yi Ling took her hand and asked carefully. "It's good. They all take good care of me." Wei Ning avoided the dangerous things that happened and specifically talked about their gains in the forest. How could Yi Ling not know? She pretended not to know and listened with great interest. Wei Dong took a few steps behind and talked to Wei Guoyang about their gains from this trip, especially the cooking method of fish monster and sweet potatoes. On the other side, Chinhaojia and Wuan were also reporting to Randy. Chinhaojia was talking more, and Wuan would occasionally add a few words. Regarding their statement that they wanted to announce that the fish monster was edible, Randy thought for a long time before speaking. "It's not that simple. We have to investigate it before we can announce it." Randy saw further than them. It was not wrong for them to want to announce it because they had eaten fish monsters. But for those who had never eaten fish monsters, or even those who had a deep-rooted idea that fish monsters were poisonous, announcing it like this would have a great impact. If it goes wrong, it will be seen that their army is playing with the lives of citizens. "Then don't care?" Chinhaojia asked. "No, at least we need enough data to prove that the fish monster is edible and delicious. Only in this way will humans believe it. Instead of relying on an announcement to make everyone believe, they are more willing to see the facts. I will let Jace take over this matter. Remember to give him the sample of the fish monster. And remember to compile a copy of what you harvested this time. I will send it to the commander and see his decision." However, Randy thinks that the commander will pay attention to it. There is too much missing information in the Interstellar. If it can be completed, it will cause a big sensation. "Colonel, is there any news from the boss?" After talking about business, Chinhaojia asked about Chris. "Not yet. You don't have to worry about him." Randy thought they were worried about Chris. Chinhaojia. He was not worried about Chris. Someone who could beat them so hard that they had to lie in the treatment cabin would need someone to worry about him. The difficulty of the forest was just a piece of cake for him. He just wanted to know if there was any news about the herb. Randy asked them to go back and prepare first. After they left, he sat for a while and got up to find Jace. These days, Jace and Yi Ling have been studying nutrients suitable for plants. Although the nutrient solution is not bad, it is produced for the elemental needs of the human body after all. There is a difference between humans and plants after all. If a nutrient solution that meets the growth needs of plants can be developed, it will provide greater convenience for planting. It's just that he rarely involves this aspect of planting, and there is no relevant information on planting, so he can only explore slowly. You want me to study the fish monster? Jace thought he had heard it wrong and asked again. He was busy analyzing various data in the studio, and his mind was in a mess. As a result, when Randy came over, he asked him to stop studying the nutrient solution and turn to studying the fish monster. He thought he was hallucinating, otherwise why would he study fish monsters? What's so good about studying fish monsters? How to stop them from spreading like a disaster? If there was a way, the federal government wouldn't have to worry about how to eliminate fish monsters every year. The reproduction capacity of fish monsters is too amazing. They can give birth to hundreds or thousands of them in one nest. They are omnivorous species and have a short growth period, so they can't be eliminated. Randy told him about Chinhaojia and his friends eating fish monsters on Kaiyong Star. Jess's jaw dropped. Can fish monsters really eat? I've asked them to do it. I'm here to tell you this. Knowing that no matter how much he said, it would be hard for him to believe it, Randy had already asked Chinhaojia and Wuan to prepare. He came here to let Jess see it together. What are you waiting for? Let's go! Jess didn't care about the data anymore and pulled Randy away. He really wanted to know how fish monsters eat. Chapter 74. Jace dragged Randy to the canteen in a hurry. The station was a 5-story building, with a canteen and warehouse on the first floor. The second floor was the meeting room and Jess's studio, as well as the indoor entertainment room. The third to fifth floors were used as dormitories for more than 200 people. At this time, there were already quite a few people standing at the entrance of the canteen, and they heard that Chinhaojia and Wuan were cooking fish monsters on the spot. All those who had not gone out came to watch, and they all prepared light computer recordings, waiting for them to do it. The history of the existence of fish monsters is longer than that of star beasts. For so many years, humans have not been able to find a solution. Now it is suddenly said that fish monsters are actually edible. Such a hot news, who can sit still, all came. They want to witness this historic scene. The canteen has complete tools. Chinhaojia looked around and found that except for the seasoning, everything else is basically complete. They are all brand new, and some have not even been unpacked, just left there. Although they prepared a canteen, they had not found a chef yet, so all kinds of tools could only be put aside. Not to mention, they had not eaten a proper meal since coming to Green Star for so long, either nutrient solution or roasted mutant beast meat. They also wanted the big pot of meat stewed by the resident chef, in order to let everyone see clearly how to deal with the fish monster. Chinhaojia and Wuan specially moved the cooking table to the open space outside, and everyone gathered around them at the door to watch. Seeing Randy and Jess coming, everyone tacitly made way for the front position. Chinhaojia took out a fresh-keeping box from the space button, which contained the fish they caught in the waterfall pool. 1/2 meter long and weighing more than 10 pounds, this was the largest one, which he specially left. So big? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. They usually see fish weighing 4 or 5 kilograms. Look carefully. If you don't handle it well, it will not only taste weird, but you may also get poisoned if you are not careful. Chinhaojia put the fish monster on the chopping board and shouted to the onlookers. When everyone looked over, he continued. First, the scales of the fish monster must be scraped off. If not, it will have a strong fishy smell. Chinhaojia scraped all the scales off quickly, washed them with water, and held them up for everyone to see clearly. Fuck. This guy's technique is so neat. Has he done it many times? Some people's focus was not on handling the fish scales, but on watching his movements to handle the fish monster. Can't you focus on the key points? The person next to him reminded. The man? I saw it. As long as the scales are scraped off, don't you want to know how many fish monsters he ate to practice this move? If you know, don't say it. The people around the man shouted at him. I know, so I don't think about it, otherwise I can't help but envy it. Stop talking, let's go to the next step. Chinhaojia ignored the commotion in the crowd and continued to explain. Cut it open from the abdomen, the internal organs inside can't be eaten, and the black membrane on the inner wall must also be cleaned. Only the white fish bubble can be kept. As he said, he took out the fish bubble to show everyone, and then cleaned the belly of the fish and showed it again. Finally, the gills on both sides of the fish monster's head must also be dug out. This is the key to the existence of toxins. As Chinhaojia said, he dug out the gills neatly and washed them with water. The fish monster was basically dealt with. The next thing is what to do. Howsy, is this all right? Are you sure there is no toxin? Some people in the crowd were obviously skeptical. It seems that a simple action can deal with the fish monster, and there is no toxin. It is unlikely that there is no toxin. Yes. We can use the instrument to test it again. Chinhaojia was not annoyed. He didn't believe it before. Wu-en handed the testing instrument over, and Chen Haojia put a whole fish monster on it, almost burying the instrument. Go and change to a big instrument. Just called the person next to him. The man hurried away, and soon pushed a big instrument over. Everyone made way, and Chen Haojia changed the fish monster to the big instrument and connected the testing data line. This instrument is different from the small instrument they carry with them, and can see all the data more comprehensively. A few minutes later, the instrument showed the results, which showed a series of data of the test object. Everyone looked for the item they were most concerned about. The results showed that the tested object had no toxins, and was rich in protein, etc. There really is no toxin. This is too amazing. In the discussion, Chen Haojia has already started cooking. After watching Wei Ning cook it once on Kaiyang Star, they have all cooked it many times. I don't know if it's because Wei Ning gave them more seasonings, they can actually make the fish monster delicious. He feels that cooking fish monsters is much easier than cooking mutant beast meat. The big pot has been heated. Chen Haojia poured a lot of oil into it, and put the chopped fish monster meat into it to fry. When both sides are fried until golden, the air is already filled with tempting fragrance. The onlookers could not help swallowing their saliva, and staring at the pot without blinking. What a nice smell. This smell is even better than mutant beast meat. I still like mutant beast meat. Eating this fish monster doesn't replenish my energy. No matter if it's there or not, as long as it tastes good, I like it. It was almost done. Chen Haojia began to add seasonings, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and chili peppers, and finally poured boiling water and covered the pot. There were many of them, and one fish was definitely not enough to eat, so Wu-en was responsible for grilling the fish. Everyone saw that his movements in handling the fish monsters were as neat and tidy as Chen Haojia's, and they couldn't help but want to try it. Even if they couldn't make fish monsters of various flavors, they had to learn how to handle them, at least how to grill them. If they wanted to learn, Wu-en would certainly not stop them, and give them a place to play. Don't look at how neatly they handle the fish monsters. It's not so easy to do until you change to yourself. The fish monster was slippery, and if you were not careful, your hand would slip, and you would almost scratch yourself. Or if you moved too much, you would not only scrape off the scales, but also a layer of meat. Everyone. Fuck. Why is it so difficult? Wu-en instructed them to pay attention to the force, the direction of the knife, and how to handle it quickly. After listening to his instructions, and then following his method, I found that it was indeed much easier, although it looked a bit ugly. But it was indeed handled well, and after testing it on the instrument, the results showed that it was also non-toxic. After most people tried how to handle the fish monster, Chen Haojia's pot was ready. The lid was opened, and the overbearing and strong smell spread, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At most, each person would take a bite of the fish, and some did not even taste a bite, but just drooled at the smell. When the grilled fish began to cook, those who had not grabbed it before learned to be smart this time, and rushed to the front, grabbing one and running. Some people even took one and followed Wu-en to learn how to roast it. In the end, it was not roasted well, so they had to eat it by themselves. Chapter 75. They were eating fish in a lively atmosphere, and the Wei family also prepared a fish feast. Grilled fish, fried fish, braised fish, stewed fish, and finally Wei Ning made a simple boiled fish. With enough seasonings, the food tasted even better. When the hot oil was poured on the boiled fish, the aroma of the seasoning inside was stimulated, fragrant and overbearing. Even Haifeng, who had been secluded in drawing, was attracted. He had not come out since that day, and had been relying on drinking nutrient solution to fill his stomach, drawing all day long. The aroma drifted to him, and he was so greedy that he couldn't help it. It happened that the drawing was almost finished, so he tidied himself up, and came out with a wet head. Wei Ning and Wei Dong were not at home, and Wei Guoyang and Yi Ling did not cook, but drank nutrient solution. It was not that they didn't want to do it, but they really didn't have the talent. They almost burned the kitchen once, and they didn't dare to cook again. At this time, Wei Ning had prepared a table of dishes. He was just about to ask Wei Dong to call Haifeng out when he saw him. "Boss, what delicious food did Wei Ning make today? I can't sit still just by smelling the aroma," Haifeng asked, sniffing the aroma in the air. "Yu Yan, this is our first time eating it too." Wei Guoyang couldn't help it, the smell was too delicious. At first, when Wei Ning said she was going to make new dishes for them, they were looking forward to it. When they heard her say she was going to make a fish feast, he and Yi Ling were both shocked. As everyone knows, fish monsters are poisonous and cannot be eaten, and they didn't have time to stop them. Wei Ning had already explained it to them clearly, and said that they had eaten it on Kaiyang Star, and there was no problem. Wei Dong also testified on the side, and they still found it hard to accept it for a while. Then, they watched Wei Dong deal with the fish monster almost the whole time, and only after seeing the test results did they let go of their worries. Then, they were constantly tempted by the various aromas. At this moment, looking at the fish monsters of various flavors on the table, he dared to believe that the fish monsters were really edible. Except for Wei Ning and Wei Dong, the other three people were eating fish monsters for the first time. They were still immersed in shock that the fish monsters could be eaten in the last second. The next second, they were so delicious that they wanted to bite their tongues. It turns out that fish monsters can be so delicious. God! How many delicacies have they missed in these years? Why can't interstellar chefs make such delicious food? In fact, the key to whether the food is delicious is the heat and seasoning. If you master the heat and seasoning, the taste of the food will basically not be bad. What interstellar chefs lack is seasoning. They pay more attention to the presentation and appearance, and the taste is relatively light. When Wei Ning first came here, she also ate a lot of interstellar food. The taste was good, but she always felt that it lacked a touch of the human touch. Maybe she was just an ordinary person who preferred down-to-earth popular tastes. Just like in her previous life, she liked street snacks, food stalls, and roadside barbecues more than Western food. The food made by interstellar chefs tends to be Western food. It tastes good when you eat it occasionally, but it will feel bland if you eat it often. Boss, when the city is built, there must be a food street. Will Wei Ning open a store by herself then? Hai Feng asked after the meal. He didn't want to talk at all during the meal, he just wanted to eat. Wei Ning was stunned. She didn't want to open a shop, she just wanted to be a salted fish. In her plan, she would try to make Green Star full of flowers, vegetables, fruits, and plants, and then improve her ability level, and finally be a happy salted fish. She didn't want to make herself so tired, but she could choose some talented people to teach. She herself was only half-baked, so she should let more talented people promote Chinese cuisine. I don't want to open a shop, but I can teach others what I know. Wei Ning refused decisively. How about I write down what I know, and you publish it under your own name? Wei Ning's eyes swept over the other three people in the Wei family. No, how can you use our name? Wei Guoyang was the first to refuse. Yi Ling and Wei Dong were unwilling. But I don't want to be famous. How about you give yourself a nickname? Hai Feng suggested that if there really was such a book about food preparation methods, it would benefit the entire galaxy. His words were agreed by everyone except Wei Ning. It's too early to say this now. It will only work when everyone in the galaxy can afford the ingredients. Although this method is also possible, the ingredients are still a problem now. There will be such a day. They have gradually achieved good results from nothing to now, and it is not something that can be done in a day or two. Time will prove everything. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. Wei Ning decided to record it every time he cooks, so that he doesn't have to rewrite it. Hai Feng, how is your drawing? Since he mentioned the food street, Wei Guoyang wanted to know how the drawing was. It's almost done, boss. You can prepare to buy materials. Speaking of drawings, Hai Feng really has to thank Wei Ning. If it weren't for her, he would not have been able to finish the drawings so quickly. He felt that as long as the same physical building was built according to the drawings, it would definitely be a hit. Even he himself felt that this drawing was very special, so special that he had the urge to not hand it in. However, it was just a thought. He wanted to see the drawings built into a real thing, which was really exciting. Can we take a look? Wei Guoyang knew that some planners didn't like to show the drawings to others before they were finished, and he just wanted to ask one question. Of course. Hai Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He was able to draw such a drawing partly because of Wei Ning. He also wanted to know if Wei Ning could give him new inspiration after seeing it. He naturally unlocked the privacy of the light brain, entered the drawing software, and projected his own drawing in 3 dimensions. This is a reduced version, and it will be enlarged according to the actual area at that time. Hai Feng explained in case they didn't understand. Everyone was attracted by the 3-dimensional building in front of them. The red walls and yellow roofs formed a courtyard in the shape of a big, which was connected by countless courtyards. In the middle of the picture is a large square, with the square as the center and 4 main roads extending in all directions. The courtyards seem independent, but are connected together to form a huge quadrangle. Here are the 4 entrances to the city, here is the central square, and here are 4 urban areas. Hai Feng pointed to each building in the 3-dimensional picture and introduced it carefully. When he finished speaking, he saw 4 stunned faces. He didn't know if he said it wrong or what, and Kant looked at them. You are really amazing. Finally, Wei Ning came back to her senses and gave him a thumbs up. Really, she just mentioned the structure of the quadrangle. But Haifeng drew an ancient version of this city. Although the details were much worse, what he drew was indeed an ancient city. She dared to say that if it was really built, this city would be a unique landscape in the interstellar space. Really? Hearing Wei Ning's praise, Haifeng smiled happily. This shows that his drawing was very successful. The city gate can be built higher, and the wall thickness can be deepened. It would be best if people could walk on it. Wei Ning pointed to the 4 city gates, and said that the map showed that this place was similar to other places, and failed to show the importance of the city gates. The main building can be larger in size, and these residential courtyards should be smaller, and their primary and secondary should be clearly distinguished. Wei Ning pointed out the inconsistencies he saw one by one. Haifeng listened and took notes. But Wei Guoyang and others were confused. Chapter 76. Do you have any requirements for materials? Or do you want to use common building materials now? Wei Ning asked Haifeng. Most of the building materials in the Interstellar now are special synthetic materials, which have multiple functions such as fire prevention, anti-theft, and earthquake resistance. They are full of technology, and give people a cold feeling. Wei Ning prefers to use bricks and tiles that are more down to earth. I just don't know if there are such materials in the Interstellar. Is it not good to use our common building materials? Haifeng never thought that there are also requirements for materials. It's not impossible, but I think such a building exudes a sense of grandeur and simplicity, which cannot be reflected with common materials. Haifeng, do we have to use bricks and tiles from the ancient Earth era? He also heard about this material from his teacher when he was studying material science, but this material is not common in the Federation. This material is made of clay, with complex craftsmanship, and is almost lost. Is it a three-dimensional square material that has no special functions, and is easily destroyed by external objects? When Wei Guoyang heard them say this, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen this material somewhere. Dad, have you seen it? Wei Ning was quite surprised. The company they had previously worked on was in the materials business, but it was just materials for aircraft. But the real money was made by Wei Guoyang's later investment projects. The several projects he invested in successively made him truly wealthy. The project he invested in before Wei Ning came here was a mistake, and the money he invested in was wasted, which led to the company's liquidity being unable to turn around. So she was surprised that Wei Guoyang had seen materials like bricks and tiles. Not really, I've seen it before. I've seen it in photos. Wei Guoyang remembered now. He had seen the material they were talking about in Huda's light brain circle. He turned on the light brain, found Huda, and entered his light brain circle to look for photos he had seen before. Fortunately, Huda was not a person who liked to post on social media, and he found the photo after a while. He unlocked the privacy and enlarged the photo so that everyone could see it clearly. In the photo, a short, thin, dirty child sat in front of a half-collapsed house, looking forward with fierce eyes. The wall of the collapsed house behind the child was built with a gray cubic stone material, and the roof material looked almost the same. This is a kind of stone polished. Haifeng was quite familiar with the material, and this material was quite common, but it was used on more remote and backward planets. Especially in places like garbage planets and mining planets. The most common ones were houses built with this material. This material is too weak, and can be easily destroyed by external forces. The reason why many planets in the Federation use special synthetic materials for building materials is that they have good functions in all aspects. When building a city, he hopes that its service life can reach more than 100 years, and this material may not be able to do so. Why don't we build a courtyard house ourselves first? Use this material to build it, and see how it works? It is not easy to get them to abandon traditional building materials. In this case, it is better to build a courtyard house directly. With the renderings, the choice will not be difficult. Are you sure? Haifeng was puzzled. Well, the location of the cottage was reserved for building a house. I like Sahiyuan very much. If there is a house like this, it would be nice. Dad, do you like it? Wei Ning turned to ask them. Wei Guoyang didn't have any requirements for the house. The key was that the family was together. Since his daughter liked it, it was okay to build one. I like it too. Yi Ling liked it when she saw the three-dimensional picture. It was really hard for people not to like this style. Most of the family agreed. Even if Wei Dong didn't like it, it didn't matter. Besides, he liked it very much. The main reason was that such a house was too unique, making people feel that it was a very lucky thing to own such a house. The whole family agreed to build such a Sahiyuan, so there was no dispute. Haifeng also wanted to know what a house built with this material would look like. However, This picture couldn't be used directly. After Haifeng asked about their needs, he drew a new picture. With the previous foundation, it was drawn quickly. It was a Sahiwan with 5 rooms in a row in the main house, and 2 rooms on each side. The middle room of the main house is used as a living room, and the other 3 rooms are occupied by each family member, and the remaining room is reserved for Yi Ling as a laboratory. There are 4 rooms on the left and right wings, 1 kitchen and 1 warehouse, and the other 2 are temporarily reserved as guest rooms. The drawings are out, and they think they are good. The next step is to measure the specific dimensions and calculate the materials needed based on the area of the open space. Wei Ning wants a big garden, so she can plant some flowers, plants and trees. The open space left at the beginning was large enough. After they measured the actual area, Haifeng suggested that it would be better to build a 2-entry courtyard. He displayed the stereoscopic image of the 2-entry courtyard on the optical computer and enlarged it according to the actual area for them to see. It was indeed better looking than the one with 1 courtyard, so there were more rooms and more privacy. Guests could be entertained in the front yard, and the backyard was reserved for the family, and the kitchen was also placed in the front yard. As long as the door to the backyard was closed, others could not see what the backyard looked like, which gave them a lot of privacy. In the end, everyone agreed to build a quadrangle with 2 courtyards. Haifeng quickly calculated the materials needed to build such a quadrangle, listed them, and handed them over to Wei Guoyang. The last question was the construction robots needed to build the quadrangle. Most of the construction work now is done by construction robots. Of course, this is under the premise of sufficient funds. Many remote stars still use a combination of manual and robot work. How many robots are needed to build it as quickly as possible? Wei Guoyang asked. If the number is large, he can only consider doing it slowly. The money from selling vegetables before was almost gone after buying the protective cover and repairing the spaceport. He also needs to buy materials. He doesn't know if he can afford so many robots. At least 20 construction robots are needed. If the materials are sufficient, it can be built in 1 month. Haifeng calculated and answered. Wei Guoyang. 1 construction robot requires at least 200,000 star coins, and 20 robots require 4 million star coins, not including the money for buying materials. Even if the price of this material is cheap, it will take a lot of star coins to buy all of them. He calculated the available balance again, and found that he could only buy 20 construction robots at most. For the time being, I can only buy 10. Wei Guoyang answered after calculating. He couldn't use all the funds to buy robots. Chapter 77. The next day, Qin Haojia and Wu Wen came to bring the things they brought back from Kaiyang. Landy also came. He mainly wanted to see what they brought back. Yesterday, he was busy talking about things and eating fish monsters later, so he didn't have time to ask. There are some things he wants to talk to the Wei family about. When they came, they saw that the original location of the hut was empty. The hut had been moved to the right side. And Wei Guoyang and the others were busy marking the empty space before. Are you going to build a house? Qin Haojia walked over and asked. Yes. Wei Dong asked Wei Guoyang to go back, and he and Haifeng could do the rest. This is our harvest from Kaiyang Star. I have sorted it out. As soon as he entered the living room, Qin Haojia took out a space button and handed it to Wei Ning. He and Wu Wen sorted it out again last night, put everything together, and put it in this new space button. We have taken out the crazy pigs and fish monsters. There are only 2 crazy pigs and a box of fish monsters here. After Wei Ning took the space button, he continued. This was also agreed at the time. There were many people in the Legion, so they all wanted them, leaving only a little for the Wei family. Wei Ning put the things out, and they were all packed in storage boxes, 1 box for each type, more than 10 boxes, and nameplates were hung outside with the names of the things. Except for Wei Ning, Qin Haojia and Wu Wen, the other 3 looked at the names on the storage boxes curiously. There were more than 10 kinds of star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, pepper, licorice, water celery, fish grass, etc. Most of them had never heard of them. These are all seasonings. Wei Ning pointed to several seasoning storage boxes and explained. Open them one by one so that they can see what's inside. They smell really good. Yi Ling smelled all kinds of aromas in the air. They are also a kind of spice, so meat dishes will smell better if you put these spices in them. With these, the mutant meat will taste better. Wei Ning thought of the braised meat in his previous life. Well, it can be arranged. Are these easy to find? Randy asked Qin Haojia as he looked at the things filling the storage box. We didn't look for them, we just came across them. They didn't look for them on purpose, They just saw them and brought them back when Wei Ning said they could be used. However, the tree we picked is very big, and there are still a lot of them. The tree is very big, and they didn't pick them all. Boss Wei, I came here today to discuss with you. Can you publish a plant illustration? Randy turned and looked at Yiling. These are what the Federation lacks now. If there is such an illustration, countless people will benefit. It will also be of great help to promote the consumption of fish monsters in the future. Yesterday he ate the fish monster made with these seasonings, and it tasted really delicious. If all citizens of the Federation can start eating fish monsters, the problem of fish monster infestation can be largely solved. The government no longer has to worry about the problem of fish monsters, and citizens can also taste the deliciousness of fish monsters, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Yiling wanted to refuse. She didn't understand these things. If my mother makes the illustrations, who will own the copyright? Wei Ning asked Randy first. The significance of making such illustrations is not a little bit. Of course it's yours. Randy answered without hesitation. He never thought of fighting for the copyright. He just wanted everyone to live a better life. The Federation has developed to this day, but it still hasn't gotten rid of the gap between the rich and the poor. On remote neighboring stars, mining stars, and some barren small stars, people can't even solve the basic problem of food and clothing. He will never forget the scene he saw on the garbage planet for the first time. A group of young children fought for half a bottle of discarded nutrient solution. They didn't use any formal moves, but they were heavy enough. One punch left their faces red and swollen. This kind of robbery happens several times a day on the garbage planet. If you win, you will get wounded and the spoils. If you lose, you will be lucky and will be fine after lying down for a few days. If you are unlucky, you may never wake up again. At that time, he had just graduated from the military academy and joined the Legion. When he saw such a thing for the first time, it shocked him a lot. It turns out that there is such a thing under the bright and beautiful appearance of the Federation, which broke his beautiful fantasy of the Federation. On the day when he worked hard to become the commander's assistant, he asked him, "Why do we protect such a Federation? The children of the noble families can squander money, while the citizens living at the bottom have to fight desperately for basic insulation. Is our protection really worth it?" He remembered that the commander looked at him steadily and replied to him seriously, "It is precisely because they are so difficult that they still try hard to survive and don't give up. How can we give up on them? If even they give up, then the star beasts break through the defense line, and they will be the first to be hurt. There is no worth or not, only whether you are willing to do it. Only when the soldiers protect the defense line can the citizens behind them have a good life." When Shin Haojia brought back the processing and cooking methods of mutant meat, Randy thought about promoting it to the whole Federation. But the timing was not right at that time, and the impact of rash promotion was not small. But after more than a month, their army has a high degree of acceptance of eating mutant meat, and some soldiers even propose to replace the nutrient solution with mutant meat for 3 meals a day. Because they often post dynamics in the aperture, many armies have inquired about it openly and secretly. Even the soldiers' families are asking about it, and they are all curious about various dynamic pictures. It's just that they don't have the conditions and ability, otherwise the family area will also set off a wave of mutant meat. Now, they have brought back so many kinds of seasonings, as well as the processing and cooking methods of fish monsters, and even found potatoes and sweet potatoes that can fill the stomach. He thinks it's time to promote it. He knows what kind of wave it will cause once the plant atlas is released, but the honor it brings is also immeasurable. Don't worry, we will handle the potential dangers and let you have no worries. Landy promised seriously. Before he was ready to do this, he had already reported to the commander and got his support, so their army would handle the troubles in the open, and as for the hidden troubles, as long as they dared to come, they would be prepared to not go back. Having said this, Wei Ning felt that it would be a bit too much to refuse. If it is true as Landy said, the 4th Army will escort them, then this matter will only bring them honor and benefits. But the species we have now are not enough for an illustrated book. Wei Ning reminded him. Now they have found only a dozen species in total, which is too few. I know, this can be supplemented slowly. The most important thing is to sort out the information of potatoes, sweet potatoes, red fruits, and these seasonings, and the others will be discussed later. Landy pointed to the storage box. The main thing is that these seasonings are indispensable for cooking mutant beast meat and fish monsters. And these can be found in the forest. Once the atlas is published, these will surely be taken seriously, and the lower-class citizens will have another source of food. He does not ask to change their lives all at once, but at least they have one more hope to survive. As the commander once said, he cannot change the current situation of the Federation, but he will do his best to make the lower-class citizens live better. Chapter 78. Lendy came here to talk to the Wei family about this matter. Now they just need to wait for the illustrations to come out. He had seen what he should see, and was ready to go back. He had to arrange some things in advance to prevent someone from ruining the matter. Knowing that he was busy, Wei Guoyang did not keep him. After sending Landy away, Qin Haojia and Wei Ning talked about sweet potatoes. Wei Ning took away all the sweet potato vines and other seasonings. She did not ask for more in other aspects. She kept some sweet potatoes and gave them to the two of them. Qin Haojia and Wu came here to deliver things and to make sweet potato noodles. After knowing that sweet potatoes can be made into noodles like potatoes, they have been thinking about it. Compared with roasted sweet potatoes, Qin Haojia prefers vermicelli. After giving some to other teammates, he plans to keep some and make the rest into vermicelli. With those seasonings, although the mutant beast meat he makes now is not as delicious as Wei Ning's, his cooking skills are ranked first in the team. When he learns how to make sweet potato noodles, he won't have to worry about not having anything to eat. With the experience of making potato noodles before, it will be easy to make sweet potato noodles. Moreover, Wei Ning also bought various machines and tools for making vermicelli and kaiaxing. With the machine, there is no need to rub the noodles manually. Wash the sweet potatoes and put them into the machine. Press the button and there will be a rumbling sound. The sweet potatoes will be minced into dregs. The next step is to wash the noodles. With Qin Haojia and Wuan, Wei Ning doesn't need to do it by hand. He can do it with just his mouth. After the noodles are washed, they need to be settled before they can proceed to the next step. Wei Ning decided to plant sweet potato vines first. She was afraid that too much time would affect their growth. In the planting field, Wei Ning is teaching them how to plant sweet potato vines. The vines have been placed on the tilled ground in advance. Put it horizontally, insert one end into the soil, leave a bud outside in the middle, then insert it into the soil, leave another bud, insert it into the soil again, and finally leave the top here without inserting. Wei Ning said, while demonstrating how to complete the cutting of a sweet potato vine. That's it. It's best to have 2 or 3 buds per plant, and then insert the next one at a distance, leaving enough space for the sweet potato vine to grow. Too dense will affect the sweet potato harvest. Wei Ning felt that the sweet potatoes they dug before were very likely too dense. It looks simple, let me try. Qin Haojia volunteered first. He took a vine and imitated Wei Ning's previous method. As soon as he shoveled it, he was about to put one end of the vine in, but was stopped by Wei Ning. It can't be too deep, about this deep. Wei Ning measured the depth. Qin Haojia lifted the shovel up, stopped when it reached the depth Wei Ning measured, put the potato vine down, and used this depth as the standard to leave a bud point, and successfully completed the cutting. Okay, that's it. Wei Ning saw that he was learning very seriously, and praised him generously. Hey, I am really smart. Qin Haojia smiled proudly, and continued to cut. Others saw that he did it well, and they were unwilling to lag behind, and they all started to do it. Wei Ning taught them one-on-one, making sure that everyone learned it, and then they cut together. There were quite a few sweet potato vines, and some planting robots loosened the soil in front, and some cut in the back. With the addition of Wei Ning and the others, the planting area became lively for a while. On this day, they did not finish all the cuttings, and there were still a lot left. When it was getting dark, they stopped and went back. Wei Dong walked in front and said that he would roast sweet potatoes for them, and let them taste his cooking skills. The two who had eaten the half-cooked sweet potatoes he roasted quickly found an excuse to slip away. Why don't they stay to eat? Wei Guoyang asked curiously. Haojia was always very active when talking about eating. Don't worry about them. Wei Dong knew it in his heart, but didn't say it. It's just that they didn't roast it well once, so why did they care? He didn't think that the first time they roasted it, it was inedible, it was all black, and he didn't dislike them, but they disliked him instead. Sure enough, they are all a group of bad friends. Wei Ning walked at the back, mobilizing the wood power, slowly transferring the power to the sweet potato vine, moisturizing the whole vine. This was not the first time Wei Ning had done this. She had done it once before when the potatoes sprouted. That time, she did not control her superpowers well, and the superpowers obtained by each potato were not uniform. She practiced several times later before slowly controlling the output of superpowers. However, the area of the sweet potato vines planted today was more than twice the area of the potatoes. After walking around, her superpowers were all exhausted, and she sat on the ground with a pale face and weakness. After sitting on the ground for a while, and resting for a while, Wei Ning got up, and went back after her physical strength recovered a little. Without external support, Her superpowers upgraded very slowly, and she could only break through the limit every time she exhausted her superpowers to get the opportunity to upgrade. But now it is much better than at the beginning. She can feel that her superpowers have improved and recovered much faster. At first, it took a whole night to recover from exhausting my superpowers. Now, as long as I rest for a while, I can feel my superpowers slowly recovering. If the superpower storage capacity before was only a bucket of water, now there is a tank of water. It took some time for Wei Ning to go back. In the hut, Wei Dong had already baked the sweet potatoes, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of sweet potatoes. Of course, he didn't bake them with firewood, but in an oven. He set the time and temperature, and didn't worry about not baking them well. Although the taste was a little different from that baked with firewood, it was delicious for the 3 people who had never eaten it. Where's Wei Ning? Haifeng looked around and didn't see Wei Ning, so he wanted to call her over. Haifeng was in a daze all day today. Even though he had seen vegetables in large fields, it was the first time he saw how they were grown. He thought vegetables were difficult to grow, otherwise there wouldn't be so few in number and high in price. However, the method Wei Ning taught today was so simple that even he learned it. He thought that after choosing Green Star, he was lucky to eat vegetables that most people couldn't eat, but he didn't expect that he could even learn how to grow them. He still hadn't reacted until now. Everything that happened today was real. Until something hot was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He lowered his head and saw that it was Wei Guoliang who stuffed a sweet and hot sweet potato into his hand. Seeing the sweet potato, he subconsciously looked for Wei Ning, but found that she didn't follow him in, so he asked hurriedly, "I just went to pick red fruits." Wei Ning brought in a few tomatoes. "You are really amazing, you know everything," Haifeng said sincerely. He still had a lot of questions in his heart, but seeing that everyone took it for granted, he knew better than to ask more questions. "This is my innate skill." Regarding her ability, they finally discussed a consistent statement to the outside world. It was her innate skill brought by the awakening of her mental power, and she had a natural understanding of some things. Perhaps most people don't believe it. After all, they have never heard of the saying that awakening mental power is accompanied by innate skills. But Wei Ning's situation is different from others. She awakened again after clearly failing to awaken. This is a unique case, and it is reasonable. In these days of getting along, they have learned a lot about Haifeng. He is smart and rational, has good character, and is not a gossipy person. And he is still a planner they hired after all. The future development plan of the planet should not be hidden from anyone. Some things can't be hidden after all, unless you stop doing it, but it's impossible. In this case, it's better to say it openly. As for whether you believe it or not, that's another matter. However, since he is a smart person, he should know what to do to benefit himself. Chapter 79. Sure enough, Haifeng did not continue to ask, but looked at her enviously. "If I also have a talent, I don't have to worry about running out of inspiration when drawing. You are also very good now. After all, it is really amazing to be able to draw an ancient city with just a few words, especially in an era without reference objects. You will definitely become a great planner in the future, just like Master Hellos." Wei Guoliang also praised. "Hey, you both have the surname Hai, what a coincidence." Wei Dong suddenly spoke. "Dongzi!" Yi Ling suddenly shouted. She knew that Haifeng was an orphan, and was afraid that Wei Dong's rash mention would remind Haifeng of sad things. "That?" Haifeng hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to confess. Boss lady, brother Wei Dong, Wei Ning, I actually lied to you. I'm not a poor student. Hellos is actually my grandfather. However, I am indeed an orphan. My parents died in an accident when I was very young, and I was raised by my grandfather." Haifeng chose to confess because he felt that the Wei family was really good to him during these days. Maybe they were suspicious and cautious about him at the beginning, but this is normal. No one would trust outsiders without hesitation when they are hiding a huge secret. But they still gave him a chance. Of course, he also believed that if he really betrayed them, there would be no later. It was because of their trust in him, and Wei Ning generously taught him how to plant, and even told him her own secrets. He didn't want to continue to deceive them. Although he hid his identity to gain sympathy at the beginning, he would feel guilty when they treated him well. When Haifeng said it, he felt that the huge rock pressing on his heart was lifted, and he felt much more relaxed. He quietly waited for his punishment. No matter what the result would be, he would not complain. This was what he deserved. However, if he left Green Star, he would feel very uncomfortable, and he would never be able to eat so many delicious foods again. "What? Are you really a family?" Wei Dong was surprised. He just said it casually. "What is your purpose in choosing to come to Green Star?" Wei Guoyang was just surprised, and then calmed down. When he met Haifeng, he felt that he did not look like someone from a poor family. But he was very sure at that time that the news of Green Star had not spread, so he hired him. At that time, I refused the job arranged by my family, and did not use my family's connections. I just wanted to find a job on my own, but... Haifeng smiled bitterly. I submitted countless resumes, but they were all rejected because of my background. I was unwilling to accept this, so when you interviewed me, I pretended to be pitiful to gain sympathy. I also wanted to prove that I had the ability. I am really happy that you gave me a chance, boss, and did not look down on me because of my background. Even if you no longer hire me, it is what I deserve. But don't worry, I won't tell others everything here. Haifeng looked at Wei Guoyang and promised. Then he said shyly, if you are worried, you can keep me here. I don't need a salary, as long as I can continue to build a good city. What he was most reluctant to leave was the city that had not yet started to be built, and the food that he could not eat. I didn't say you can't stay. Wei Guoyang had not spoken a word until Haifeng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In addition to deceiving his origin, Haifeng had not done anything else that was detrimental to their family, or even Green Star. Since he had chosen to give him a chance, he would not give up on him now because of this. Moreover, if someone else changed, he might not be like Haifeng, not greedy for everything on Green Star, and only think about how to complete the construction and development of the planet. Think about it from another angle, he also made a profit, indirectly establishing a relationship with the Hai family, which is equivalent to having an additional powerful helper. Although no one in the Hai family served in the military, there were many people who were on good terms with the government's top leaders, and Hellos had a high prestige among the people. When Randy asked Ling to produce the atlas before, he thought about what would happen in the future. If the Hai family could help, it would be much smoother. Moreover, Haifeng's ability was obvious to all, and there was no need for him to deny the fact that he was outstanding because he concealed his origin. Really? Haifeng thought he would hear words asking him to leave, and almost thought he had heard it wrong, and asked again excitedly. Can I really stay? Is he right? Yes, you can stay, but... Wei Guoyang paused deliberately before continuing. You can only leave after the city construction is completed. Ah, thank you, boss, thank you everyone. Haifeng shouted, bowed deeply to Wei Guoyang, and then bowed to Ling, Wei Dong, and Wei Ming. He was willing to stay, even if he was allowed to settle down. However, our confidentiality agreement still exists, and you still have to abide by it. Wei Guoyang reminded. Boss, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Haifeng made a gesture to seal his mouth. He could still do this. Eat sweet potatoes. Otherwise it will be cold. Wei Guoyang changed the subject, asking him to believe was not a matter of a few words, but to see what he would do in the future. This can only be proved by time, but he hoped that he was not wrong about him. This sweet potato is really delicious. Can the vine we planted today really grow sweet potatoes? Haifeng was still quite curious. Some plants can actually grow into complete plants through cuttings. As long as there is enough light and rain, and proper post-care, it is completely possible. Wei Ning finished the last bite, and answered him. However, she saw that the potatoes planted later were not affected by the weather on Green Star. It seems that everything has its own survival rules. Chapter 80. Before going to bed, Wei Ning passed by the desk, and saw the lavender she had casually placed on the desk. The leaves were wilted, and the purple flowers had lost their original luster and were all dim. I clearly remember that it is easy to grow. Why are you so delicate? Wei Ning murmured to herself as she poked the purple flower with her index finger. When she dug this lavender, she was very careful not to damage the root system, and she also injected a lot of supernatural power into it, just because she was afraid that it would be difficult to grow. Last night, when she was tidying up the space button, she found that the vitality of the lavender was slowly lost, and the leaves were drooping and looked like they were about to die. She quickly found a bowl, filled it with soil, replanted it, and carefully nurtured it with supernatural power. Until the lost vitality was replenished, she injected a lot into the soil again, and then she went to bed with peace of mind. When she got up in the morning, it looked pretty good. How come it started to wilt again after just one day? You said you eat so much, but you don't grow. What's the use of you? Wei Ning complained a few words, and then resigned herself to inputting all the superpowers that had just recovered. The lavender leaves that absorbed the superpowers regained vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were immediately full of energy. You'd better be so energetic tomorrow night. Wei Ning flicked the leaves lightly and threatened in a low voice. When did lavender become so hypocritical? Perhaps because she was thinking about it. Wei Ning dreamed of lavender in her dreams. She dreamed that she planted a valley of lavender, and the purple lavender bloomed all over the valley. She was like a happy butterfly, constantly shuttling in the sea of flowers. However, before she had enough fun, the lavender in the whole valley suddenly began to wither. First, the leaves slowly turned yellow, and the flowers began to dry up. But in just a few minutes, the valley was left with only withered flowers and fallen leaves. She was so anxious in her dream that she tried her best to transfer superpowers to the lavender. Even if she used superpowers excessively, she didn't care, she just wanted to save the lavender. After an unknown period of time, the dead lavender regained vitality, the leaves turned green little by little, and the flowers bloomed again. At this time, Wei Ning let herself faint with peace of mind. But Wei Ning didn't know that when she thought she had overconsumed superpowers in her dream to save the lavender and fainted. In reality, she subconsciously released superpowers, and the invisible superpowers were absorbed by the lavender on the table little by little at the moment she released them. It was not until Wei Ning fainted in her dream that the superpowers were taken back, and at this time, the lavender leaves on the table shook slightly. When she woke up in the morning, Wei Ning no longer remembered the dream she had had, but felt weak and sleepy today. Strange, why do I feel so sleepy? Yawning, Wei Ning glanced at the lavender on the table, and seeing that it was still energetic, he stopped paying attention to it. Early in the morning, Qin Haojia and Wuan came over. They were worried about the sweet potato noodles that had not been completed yesterday, and they also had to plant the remaining potato vines. Perhaps because they were worried about them, everyone got up early. Since they had made potato noodles before, Wei Guoyang took them to the planting field to continue planting the potato vines that had not been planted yesterday. Anyway, the steps were similar, and there was nothing to be curious about. Only Qin Haojia and Wuan were left to help Wei Ning. There were several basins of yellow water at the door of the kitchen. They had settled for a day and a night. After pouring out the water in the basins, the layer of sediment at the bottom was wet potato noodles. Why is it this color? Qin Haojia asked in surprise when he saw that it was a yellow layer. How come it is different from the potato flour he saw before? It is a normal color. Look, it is white underneath. Wei Ning didn't care and asked him to look at the flour underneath. The sweet potatoes they dug back had a little yellow core, and they didn't peel them yesterday. They washed them and put them directly into the machine to grind them. It is normal for the washed flour water to have color. After settling, the surface layer is also yellow. If you don't want that layer, you can change the water several times to soak off the color on the top, but that is too troublesome. It just makes the flour not so white. Wei Ning saved that step. Hearing this, Qin Haojia and Wuan both scraped down and found that it was true. Only the top layer had color, and the bottom was all white. Okay, scrape out all the flour and add water to mix it. Wei Ning took a spatula and shoveled all the wet flour in the basin into another basin. Qin Haojia and Wuan followed her movements and started to make it. First, mix the wet powder in a 1-to-1 ratio. Because the powder is wet, Wei Ning did not add more water. If it is dry powder, you need to add more water so that it will not be too sticky. After all the powder pastes are mixed, it is time to cook the powder. Put half a pot of water, filter the mixed powder paste into the pot according to a certain ratio, and then cook it over high heat. Use a spoon to stir in one direction continuously. When the powder paste begins to cook, switch to low heat, and do not stop stirring during the period. Until the powder paste water begins to thicken and become a transparent paste, and it will not break all of a sudden when lifted up, the powder is considered cooked. Put the cooked powder into a container brushed with a layer of oil, and let it cool. Wei Ning cooked one pot, and handed the spoon to Qin Haojia, asking him to cook the next pot while she watched from the side. Qin Haojia took the spoon and felt a little nervous. It looked easy, but he was still afraid that he would not do it well. Don't be nervous, I be watching you all the time. Wei Ning saw it and comforted him. Qin Haojia took a deep breath and encouraged himself in his heart. He held the spoon and concentrated all his attention, as if it was his first mission. Then he began to follow Wei Ning's previous steps, pouring the prepared batter into the pot and stirring constantly. Control the strength, be moderate, the batter is coming out. Wei Ning reminded from the side. Qin Haojia saw the white batter that he had stirred vigorously, and loosened his grip on the spoon, and the batter stopped splashing out. As time passed, the batter began to slowly thicken. When it became transparent, and would not break when lifted, Qin Haojia finally heard Wei Ning say it was okay. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would mess up, so he didn't dare to breathe the whole time. Very successful. Wei Ning praised generously. It was amazing that he could do it so successfully for the first time. After making 3 pots in a row, Qin Haojie reluctantly gave him the spoon under Wu En's murderous gaze. Next, Wei Ning taught Wu En how to do it again. Perhaps they both had talent, and they didn't fail. A total of 10 pots were made. It was already noon when everything was done, so Wei Ning planned to make a jelly lunch. The pot she made was already finalized. Wei Ning divided it into 2, half of it was mixed with cold sauce, and the other half was fried with oil. Both methods were very simple. They had already done it once when making potatoes before mixing it with cold sauce. It was nothing more than sautéing minced garlic and chili peppers, adding some diced bacon and stir-frying, and then mixing the fried jelly with the sauce. Pan-frying is also simple. Cut the potato starch into small pieces, and fry slowly in a pan until both sides are golden brown and slightly burnt. Then pour a layer of wild honey collected before. The texture is chewy and slightly sticky, and it has the sweetness of honey, which makes it taste unique. However, several people who have eaten soup noodles and fried noodles think that noodles that are dried and then soaked are delicious. Only one, who ate it for the first time, really thinks that cold noodles are delicious and pan-fried noodles are also delicious. Chapter 81. In the afternoon, Wei Guoyang and his team continued to plant potato vines. Wei Ning took Qin Haojie and Wu En to press the large pieces of potato starch into vermicelli or rice paper with a machine and took them out to dry. This time they bought a lot of things from Kaiyang Star, including a mesh like a screen window, which was specially used for drying. Machines are more convenient than manual labor. Last time, the 5 of them worked for a whole day, and their hands were sore before they made potato starch. Now, in just an hour, all the jelly is cut. Only one person needs to watch the machine, and the others take the cut ones to dry, and they are almost done at the same time. Wait until it's dry and come over to collect it. Wei Ning washed her hands and said to them, when drying such jelly, special attention should be paid to insect prevention. Fortunately, there are no small insects on Green Star now, so there is no need to worry about this problem. Okay. After doing all this, Qin Haojie and Wu En said they wanted to go to the planting site to help, but were stopped by Wei Ning. She wanted them to help deal with the 2 crazy pigs she had divided before. She flipped through the things she found yesterday, and thought she could try to make braised meat. Before, I had no seasoning, so I could only think about it. Now that I have all the seasoning, of course, I want to make it once. After hearing Wei Ning say that they were going to make new food, Qin Haojie and Wu En quickly prepared the food. Wei Ning put the crazy pig by the well, and went to prepare the spices that would be needed later. Sichuan pepper, chili pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaf, licorice, salt, soy sauce. Wei Ning took some of what he could find. The soy sauce tasted a little worse, but it had to be used to adjust the color, otherwise it would not look good. Qin Haojie and Wu En were already very skilled in handling crazy pigs. It didn't take long for them to handle 2 big crazy pigs. She also considerately separated the head, limbs, meat, and bones, put them in pots, and soaked them in water. After Wei Ning picked out the spices, she moved the mobile stove outside the kitchen and washed the big pot. After Qin Haojie and the others had processed the crazy pig, she could blanch it in water. The crazy pork had a strong fishy smell, and it had to be soaked in water for an hour or 2, changing the water constantly in the middle to remove the smell. It was originally done on the spur of the moment, and she couldn't wait that long, so she simply blanched it in water to remove the fishy smell. Divide the crazy pork into 3 large pots, pour in cold water, and add some salt. There is no pure wine in the interstellar world. Even the grain production is low and not enough to eat, so how can there be extra to make wine? Not to mention that the winemaking technology has been lost. The wine in the interstellar world only tastes like wine, and it tastes like wine. It is a taste extracted from the juice of a plant, and it actually has no alcohol content at all. Wei Ning drank it once, and it was like drinking low-quality wine mixed with a lot of water. The taste is not worth mentioning. Put the energy gas under the pot, turn on the fire, and wait for the water to boil. Qin Haojie and Wu En did not leave, but watched from the side. The colonel said that they had to learn several methods to promote the consumption of mutant beast meat. Thinking of this, Qin Haojie talked about this with Wei Ning. You want to promote mutant beast meat? And fish monsters? Wei Ning frowned and thought of something. It is a good thing for interstellar citizens to promote mutant beast meat. Artificially raised mutant beast meat will not be sold to ordinary people at all. If you want to eat it, you either have money, power, or both. Ordinary citizens can only eat wild mutant beasts. They have no way to deal with them, and the meat they make is fishy and even woody, not delicious at all. But even so, some residents of backward planets still eat it. They can't afford nutrient solution, and they can't survive without eating mutant meat. In order to survive, what does it matter if it tastes bad? If they know how to deal with mutants, they don't have to eat meat that tastes bad. This is considered a good thing. Wei Ning does not object, but supports it. However, fish are different. At least many mutants are common species, and they know whether they can be eaten. But there are many kinds of fish. Not all of them can be eaten. She knows about pufferfish and scavenger fish. Although some people eat pufferfish, if they are not handled properly, they will be poisoned. As for scavenger fish, because of its mixed diet, it has a fishy smell, hard shell and little meat, and a lot of bacteria and parasites in the abdominal cavity, so it cannot be made into a delicacy. There are also fish that live in places with serious environmental pollution and high radiation that cannot be eaten. Her knowledge of fish species is limited to common ones that are sold in the market all year round, and she is not very clear about other fish. Therefore, she was not very supportive of promoting the practice of eating fish. If it was just the common ones, there would be no problem. But from what Chen Haojia said, Randy wanted to promote all kinds of fish. She could understand Randy's original intention of doing this, thinking of a different way to solve the problem of fish flooding. But his appetite was too big and his idea was too simple, thinking that all fish could be eaten. Did he know what the consequences of doing this would be? If he was lucky, the impact would not be great, and most his reputation would be damaged and he would lose money. If he was unlucky, he would be used by someone with ulterior motives, and it was not impossible for him to be ruined. She finally realized why Randy had asked their family to publish an illustrated book and emphasized the various seasonings. It turned out that he had planned to promote the methods of mutant beast meat and fish after the illustrated book came out. It would be a lie to say that she was not angry. Wei Ning felt that she was being used. She didn't mind Randy promoting these methods, nor did she care how much profit there was in it. What made her angry was that the consequences of Randy's doing this were very serious. Wei Ning didn't want to speculate what Randy would do. She asked Chen Haojia to call Randy over and ask him face to face. Regardless of whether he would continue to promote it in the end, she had to remind him of some issues. She didn't want anyone to die in the future because of eating fish species that should not be eaten. Randy came very quickly, mainly because Chen Haojia's tone was very serious, as if something big was going to happen. He just finished his work and came over immediately. As soon as he came over, he saw Chen Haojia and Wu helping Wei Ning take out a large piece of meat from the pot. He thought they were calling him to eat, and was about to remind them that next time they called him to eat, don't talk to him in such a serious tone, just be normal. Colonel Lon, I heard from them that you want to promote eating fish monsters. Wei Ning saw Randy coming over and asked Chen Haojia and Wu to wash the meat first, and she turned to ask. Yes. Randy did not deny it. Since she knew it, there was nothing to hide. He was going to tell her about it, but now it was just in advance. You should know how much energy and financial resources the Federation spends on dealing with fish monsters every year. Since fish monsters can be eaten, wouldn't it be better to change another way? It can achieve the effect of dealing with fish monsters and eat delicious food at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Then have you ever thought about it? There are so many kinds of fish monsters. Which ones can be eaten and which ones can't be eaten? Wei Ning didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I have asked Jace to study this, and I have also obtained the research data from various research institutes, which are currently being sorted out. Randy knew what Wei Ning wanted to say as soon as he heard it, although he had thought that all fish monsters could be eaten on the table. But obviously this is impossible, so he asked Jace to study it in order to find out the most suitable species for human consumption. Those species that cannot be eaten can only be eliminated according to the current methods. But according to the current research data, at least thousands of fish monsters are edible. Even if there are only thousands of species, the number is still huge. Chapter 82. After hearing this, Wei Ning knew that she had thought too much. Randy was not a stupid person. On the contrary, he was very smart and considered the problem from all aspects. Sure enough, it was not so simple to be the assistant to the Legion commander. Since he had considered it, Wei Ning's words were useless. But she couldn't help but say something. I think it's best for you to promote mutant beasts first, and fish monsters slowly. When your data collection is more sufficient, and everyone accepts eating mutant beast meat, then promote it. I consider it. After thinking for a while, Randy answered. Perhaps, you can see how the promotion of eating mutant beast meat goes first, and then decide whether to promote fish monsters. After all, everyone can accept the former more, and the latter cannot be eaten. It is already an idea engraved in their bones. It is not so easy to make people accept it all at once. But Wei Ning forgot that she only needed a grilled fish meal to make them change their minds. Why not today? Looking at the two people who were busy and happy over there, Randy took the opportunity to ask. If Wei Ning hadn't said this, he wouldn't have thought of it so suddenly. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. Such a good opportunity is right in front of you. It would be a waste if you don't use it. What? Wei Ning hasn't reacted to what he said. What are you doing? Randy didn't answer her, but asked back. Braised meat. A new way to eat it? I haven't heard of it. Randy continued to ask calmly. This method is quite fresh. Did you just think of it? Yes. I just happened to have the ingredients, so I tried it once. Wei Ning didn't dwell on the previous problem, and didn't know what Randy was planning. Is it the spices from before? Wouldn't it smell very good? Of course. Wei Ning answered without hesitation. The process of braising meat is like a chronic poison, which eats away your taste buds bit by bit, and makes you unable to walk because of the tempting aroma. Especially for some unique marinade recipes, the aroma can be carried by the wind 10 miles away and still be tempting. However, Wei Ning didn't dare to boast. If he failed, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Of course, if you fail, it won't smell good. You should have confidence in your cooking skills. After eating a few times, Randy felt that with Wei Ning's cooking skills, she would be the kind that would be scrambled for in the capital star. It's just SOSO. Wei Ning was embarrassed. She only learned the basics. Chinese cuisine is profound and extensive, and this is just the most common way to cook. If you start a food live broadcast, there will definitely be a lot of people watching. Forget it, I don't want to show my face. Wei Ning refused. She knew there were many live broadcast platforms on Starnet, with all kinds of live broadcast content, and many people watched it. But she was not suitable, she didn't have such a great eloquence, and she wasn't humorous, and the key was that she didn't want to be so famous. You don't have to show your face. Landy kindly reminded. What do you want to say? Wei Ning was not stupid, he said so much, it was impossible for him to just chat with her. Ahem. Being seen through, Landy didn't feel embarrassed, he spoke calmly, without a single fluctuation in his tone. Why don't you start a live broadcast today to let everyone know the deliciousness of braised meat and arouse their appetite, and then when you promote it again, it will definitely go smoothly. You really know how to take advantage of it. Not to mention, he even thinks this idea is good. How about it? All the live broadcast rewards are yours. Landy continued to tempt. For people who are short of money, this temptation is very tempting. After buying the protective cover, repairing the spaceport, and the signal base station with the money from the last vegetable sale, there is not much left. Money, no matter where it is too easy to spend. I can contact the platform and give you the best benefits to ensure that you will not suffer any loss. Landy saw that Wei Ning was interested and continued to increase the stakes. Can I not speak, show my face, or disclose personal information? If she can do it, she can do it too. After all, who wants to go against money? This is earned by one's own efforts. Okay. Landy readily agreed. Since Wei Ning agreed, Landy immediately contacted the person. When he was planning to promote it, he had already started to consider the later live broadcast, and the platform had been selected, and he just needed to contact the other party. Greenlight is one of the largest live broadcast platforms in the Federation. When the head of Greenlight received a call from Randy, he was still muttering in his heart. Why did he look for him? Woman, long time no see. Seeing an acquaintance, Randy smiled and greeted. Randy, how can you find me when you are so busy? Wu Ming, the head of Greenlight, teased. They grew up together. Randy chose a military school and ended up on the battlefield. Wu Ming chose an ordinary school. After graduation, he started his own business. After more than 10 years of hard work, he finally made the company bigger. I have something to look for you. Randy briefly explained the situation and finally asked him, how is it? It's easy. You can just download the platform and register an account. Why do you need me to show up? Wu Ming disagreed. I only told you because I need you. Landy smiled and deliberately kept him in suspense without telling him the content of the live broadcast. Oh, then I'd like to see how you need it. The two chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the call. Landy also reminded him to remember to watch it later. Landy used his optical computer to download Greenlight's live broadcast software, registered an account, found the live broadcast interface, and chose to start the live broadcast. He aimed the lens at the 3 large pots in a photographic way, fixed the lens within the pots to ensure that people were not in the picture, but their faces could not be seen, only the chest and below. Wei Ning was a little nervous, took a deep breath to cheer himself up, and kept hypnotizing himself, not seeing, not seeing, not seeing, The crazy pork had been washed and dried. Wei Ning put all the meat in, filled half a pot with water, poured in the prepared seasonings, covered the lid, ignited the energy gas, and left. After Wu Meng hung up on Landy, he kept paying attention. After waiting for a few minutes, he received a link from Landy and clicked on it. TSK, what is that? Meat? A bunch of unknown things stewed with meat? What the hell is this? Wu Meng seriously suspected that Landy was playing a trick on him. At the same time, many people also saw Landy's live broadcast room. He gave the live broadcast room a simple and crude name. Stewed Mutant Beast Meat Crazy Pork. What the hell? It's so funny, there is actually a live broadcast of stewing mutant beast meat, ha ha ha. Don't you know that mutant beast meat is very unpalatable? Wow. The anchor is rich. Come on, the one above. Didn't you see the background? He still has money like that. You can't say that, maybe the anchor did it on purpose. I want to see what tricks the anchor stews. Landy watched the people in the live broadcast room constantly posting comments, and someone asked why they didn't see the anchor. He ignored her and kept waiting. Until a scent drifted into his nose. He finally moved and turned on the smell sharing mode on the live page. Fuck. What's that smell? It smells so good. After half an hour, people came and went in the live room. They were all attracted by the name, and when they saw the motionless camera, they felt bored and left. Until Randy turned on the smell sharing, everyone who came in was attracted by the strong fragrance. They left comments one after another. Host, please be a human being and let me see what's in the pot. Silly, I said it's meat. Am I the only one who wants to know how the host made it? It smells so good. I want to eat it. Mom. Help. There is a host here who is tempting me to commit a crime. For a while, everyone who came into the live room was so greedy that they didn't want to leave. Especially the people in the front. As time went on, the smell became stronger and stronger, and they couldn't help drooling just by smelling it. After watching the static camera for half an hour, Wu Meng was about to get angry. When he was about to call Randy, he smelled a fragrance. He thought he was hallucinating, so he moved his nose slightly and sniffed hard. The fragrance was stronger. He looked at the big pot with white steam on the screen, and finally realized that the fragrance came from the pot. Wu Meng. So Randy was really stewing meat? Chapter 83. As time went on, the fragrance became stronger and stronger, and the whole live broadcast room was filled with fragrance. The number of people watching the live broadcast also increased from dozens of people at the beginning to hundreds. 2 hours later, the number of viewers had exceeded 100,000 and was even growing. The live broadcast screen was still the 3 pots, and no one was seen in the middle. If it weren't for the occasional shaking camera and the increasingly strong fragrance, everyone watching the live broadcast would doubt that what they saw was fake. Most of the people who came in focused on how the meat in the pot was cooked, and it smelled so good. Some people also asked if there were any special seasonings. Randy has been paying attention to the content of the barrage, and saw that most people asked about the cooking method, what ingredients to put, and wanted to eat. Judging from the current number of people, the effect is still good, at least everyone can accept eating mutant beast meat. In particular, someone left a message saying that if you give 10 million, all 3 pots of meat will be included. Of course, later on, some bad messages appeared. They said this was a trick to trick people in. It had been so long, there was no sound, and no one showed up. They were fooling people. Some people also said that if the impurities in the mutant meat were not removed, even if it smelled good, it would still taste bad. Looking at the time, 2 hours had passed. Randy turned around and asked Wei Ning next to him if it was okay. Qin Haojia and Wu had been waiting since the fragrance came out. They had eaten a big pot of meat stewed like this in the cafeteria, but the taste was completely incomparable to this one. The taste of the stew in the cafeteria was a little lighter, but this one was completely heavy. The taste of various spices and meat gradually blended together in a slow fire, forming a taste that was hard to resist. It's done. Usually, it takes an hour and a half to stew the food, but in order to achieve the effect of being soft and mushy with a slight poke, Wei Ning stewed it for another half an hour. When Wei Ning said it was done, Qin Haojia and Wu cheered silently, and took the initiative to turn off the energy and gas, and fetch spoons and bowls. The people watching the live broadcast waited for more than an hour, and finally saw someone appear in the camera, and it seemed that they were ready to eat. They were so excited that they left their truest thoughts. Little brother, don't move. Let go of the pot lid. Let me do it. Ah! Finally, the pot is about to be opened. I can't wait. Wait! I want to get a few nutrient solutions to drink with this taste. I want to be the pot with meat, and take all the meat. Anchor, be a man, and quickly turn on the holographic sharing experience mode. Add 1. Add 1. The holographic sharing experience mode is a new mode specially developed by the live broadcast room, which can make the viewer feel a sense of reality, but it is just a feeling. Unlike holographic projection, it is a more advanced mode than the holographic shared experience mode, which is limited to use by psychics of level A and above. It will consume the psychic's mental power, and the projection time cannot exceed 12 hours, otherwise it will face symptoms of mental exhaustion or even brain death. But the holographic shared experience mode is not limited by time, and both ordinary people and psychics can use it unlimitedly. Seeing so many messages, Randy finally turned on the holographic shared experience mode. Once the holographic shared experience mode was turned on, the viewers in the live broadcast room found that they could get closer to the cauldron. Some people even began to reach out to touch it. Ah! Hot! 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 There were quite a few people who were burned by the high temperature. They all reached out to touch the edge of the pot as soon as the holographic sharing mode was turned on. Without exception, all of them were burned. The people who were burned left messages one after another. Ah! I was burned. I feel like my hands are going to blister. Ha ha! The person above, you are burned silly, right? It's not real. As the lid of the pot was opened, a wave of heat came over, accompanied by a stronger meaty aroma. Whether it was the people at the scene or the audience in the live broadcast room, everyone was shocked by the aroma. For a long time, countless messages filled the entire screen. Oh my god! How can there be such a fragrant smell? Suddenly I found that the nutrient solution in my hand was not fragrant. Smelling this fragrance, I began to doubt my life. Why doesn't the nutrient solution smell this good? Just for this smell, I will also go hunt a crazy pig back. The person above stopped dreaming. It's naive to think that the same crazy pork can produce the same aroma. 10,000 people signed a petition asking the anchor to share the method. Add 1. Add 1. Seeing this, Randy finally smiled with satisfaction and spoke slowly. Please look forward to sharing the unique stewing method in the same live broadcast room in half a month. As soon as he finished speaking, the live broadcast room exploded again. Oh my god! Did I hear it wrong? The anchor really wants to share the method? Ah! Why wait for half a month? I want to know now. I have prepared the crazy pork, but this sentence came out during the live broadcast. The rich man above, take me to fly. After Randy finished speaking, he no longer cared about the messages in the live broadcast room. He had achieved the effect he wanted, and the next step was to wait. At this time, Chinhaojia had already fished out a large piece of meat, and poked it gently with a knife and fork, and it sank into the meat. He chopped the meat with a knife and fork, and didn't care that it was still hot, so he picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. The meat soaked in the marinade had a chewy texture, and the mouth was full of the aroma of meat and marinade. Chinhaojia couldn't help squinting his eyes, and enjoying this unique taste. Wu carefully fished out a piece of meat with a clean bowl, chopped it up, and put it on the table beside him for the audience in the live broadcast room to taste. The audience in the live broadcast room was warmed by his move, and gave gifts one after another. Ah! The little brother is so warm-hearted, I want to marry him. Oh my god! Is this what mutant beast meat tastes like? Fuck. Who said that mutant beast meat smells good but tastes bad? Come out and slap your face. At this moment, I deeply suspect that the nutrient solution I drank before was garbage. I feel the same way. If I knew there was such delicious meat, I would never drink nutrient solution. I am the only one who wants to know, is the mutant meat of the anchor artificially cultivated or wild? After the emergence of nutrient solution, most citizens live by drinking nutrient solution. In their cognition, only the upper aristocracy and the rich can afford to eat food. Only the residents of barren planets, such as garbage stars, who cannot afford nutrient solution eat mutant meat. They are used to drinking the bland and tasteless nutrient solution. Even if they are willing to spend money to buy a portion of mutant meat, each family member gets a little bit, and the taste is mainly light. They have never even seen such heavy-tasting food as braised meat. Now they have not only seen it, but also tasted it. Even if it is just a feeling, it still impacts their cognition. It was like opening a door to delicious food, and inside was a whole new world, full of delicious food temptations. Countless people were recommended by their friends, who were watching the live broadcast, and they all rushed into the live broadcast room, wanting to taste the taste of mutant beast meat. The live broadcast ended, as the screen suddenly went black. Because there were too many people coming in, the live broadcast room was finally crowded. Fuck. Wu Ming stared at the black screen of the light brain and cursed in a low voice. He finally knew what Randy meant by needing him. So he was waiting for him here? At the same time, the content of the live broadcast room was also passed to the person in power of the Bright family, the largest breeding family in the Federation. If we talk about the impact of the live broadcast, in addition to ordinary citizens, who are full of expectations and joy, it is the breeding families in the Federation. The Bright family, which almost monopolized 2/3 of the artificially bred mutant beasts in the Federation, paid great attention to this matter. Joe Bright looked at the screenshots of messages in various live broadcast rooms handed over by his subordinates, and a sense of crisis suddenly arose. He was able to lead his family to almost monopolize the market for mutant beast meat, not only relying on iron-blooded governance methods and unique breeding technology, but also on a keen sense of crisis. If this anchor is allowed to broadcast the method of stewing meat again in half a month, he dares to say that the market of mutant meat will be in chaos. Especially since this mutant meat is wild. Artificially cultivated mutant meat can be sold at a high price, mostly because of the unique fishy smell of wild mutant meat. If someone can remove the fishy smell of mutant meat, he has no doubt that countless people will hunt mutants, who will be willing to pay a high price to buy artificially cultivated mutant meat. Even the nobles will not be willing to be the scapegoat. Check for me. I want to see who is so bold as to challenge the authority of the Bright family. Joe Bright slammed the table fiercely. His voice was fierce and his expression was sinister. Chapter 84. After the live broadcast room was overcrowded, Randy stopped paying attention. He was communicating with Wu Ming at this time. Wu Ming called Randy as soon as the screen went black. Randy, you are too disloyal. You cheated on me. Wu Ming's tone was full of resentment, like a woman who was neglected. Woman, pay attention to your image. Randy said seriously. What do you mean by cheating on him? Why does this sound so weird? He obviously did nothing. Image is bullshit. Image can let me eat meat. Image can let me restore the network that collapsed due to your live broadcast without emergency repairs? Wu Ming roared angrily. The live broadcast room was overcrowded. While he was working diligently, Randy could eat delicious food. This was what made him most angry. When there is something, he will look for him. Why don't you remember him when there is something delicious? Aren't they good friends? In half a month, you can eat the same delicious food. Randy ignored him. Anyway, he was far away, so he just listened. Half a month? Why are you so dark? Can't you send it to me by express? No, tell me how to make it first, and I will do it myself. Wu Ming was determined not to stand it. The food was right in front of him, but he could only watch it. Who could bear it? You know that from the end of your live broadcast to now, only half an hour, several waves of people have come to inquire about your news. If I hadn't stopped them, your information would have been exposed long ago. Wu Ming tried to start from this aspect to make Randy change his mind. Unfortunately, Randy didn't care. You don't have to stop them. They will know sooner or later. From the moment he decided to broadcast live, he thought that someone would be unable to hold back. After all, he was already competing with them for business. But he didn't care. So many people in the Federation were still struggling with hunger. How could he give up what he was going to do just because he would offend the nobles? Are you crazy? Wu Ming said unhurriedly. I know what I'm doing. Randy said seriously. If you don't dare to do it because of fear, what else can you do? He dared to promote mutant beast meat through live broadcast, which was sure that people yearn for food. Food, by nature, has a fatal temptation to humans. The live broadcast room was crowded, which just proved it. He believed that after tasting the delicious food, no one would be willing to keep drinking bland nutrient solution. As Randy thought, the people who watched the live broadcast were already discussing it like crazy. Whether on StarNet or discussing with friends around them, the topic is always the unforgettable fragrance in the live broadcast room and the taste of salty, fragrant, and spicy in the mouth. It is a taste that has never been experienced before. If they have to choose between such food and nutrient solution, they will choose the former without hesitation. Even if the cooking process of the former is complicated and tedious, as long as they can eat such food in the end, they don't mind the trouble. Nutrient solution is simple, convenient, and cheap, but after drinking it for so many years, it is still as unpalatable as before, and they are tired of it. Now, the live broadcast half a month later is everywhere on StarNet, and many people can't wait to know what process the mutant beast meat goes through to become such a delicacy. Ordinary citizens are always most concerned about their own affairs. They live at the bottom of society, and see tireless work for a living. Who can resist thinking about it when they suddenly see a live broadcast that can improve their living and diet? Can ordinary people like them also eat food that only nobles can afford? They are all citizens of the Federation. Why should they be divided into high and low? Why can't they enjoy the same treatment? Is it just because they were born into a good family that they can squander everything that they may be out of reach for their entire lives? They have been suppressed by life for too long. When they see hope, they want to hold it tightly, and will not consider anything else. It is precisely because Randy knows the living conditions of ordinary people that he dares to broadcast it so boldly. Of course, his greatest confidence is that he is a Federation soldier, with the entire Legion behind him, and even most of the Federation. Sure enough, you are still you. Wu Meng couldn't help but sigh at the end. At first, they walked from a remote star to the capital star, and were looked down upon by the noble children of the capital star. Even ordinary people from the capital star thought they were poor and inferior. But now, they have all reached a height that ordinary people, who looked down on them at the beginning, could not reach. People who once laughed at them now have to greet them with a smile. Before, it was because there was no such condition. Now, it is time to change. The two chatted for a long time. Wu Meng did not get the method of stewing meat in the end, but Landy told him the method of processing mutant beast meat. Although Wu Meng was not satisfied, he could not argue with Landy after all. He hung up the communication reluctantly with the method of processing mutant beast meat. Boss, people on StarNet are already scolding our green light for being inefficient and inactive. As soon as Wu Meng hung up the call, his secretary quickly told him about it. The live broadcast room was overcrowded, and they should have repaired it in time, but their biggest programmer and boss didn't care at all and just made calls. It took an hour to make calls. Isn't it frustrating? Don't worry, it's paralyzed. Go do something for me first. Wu Meng didn't care about that. He just wanted to eat meat as quickly as possible. Boss, did I hear you right? The secretary looked like he had seen a ghost. The boss was usually a workaholic, but now he asked him not to worry about it, and instead asked him to buy a wild boar. He suspected that the boss had a mental problem. Go do as I say. If you make a mistake, don't expect a year-end bonus this year. Wu Meng threatened the secretary with things that the secretary cared about. Boss, don't worry, I will supervise the whole process personally. When the secretary heard that it was about the year-end bonus, he didn't care about the live broadcast room and went out quickly. Although I don't know how the boss made a call, he was like a different person, insisting on eating crazy pork and putting forward a lot of conditions. But as a conscientious secretary, it is his duty to complete everything the boss told him. I hope the boss will not regret the decision he made today in a fit of rage. The secretary thought before leaving. Until a few days later, the secretary finally got a wild crazy pig and stewed a pot of crazy pork strictly according to the steps Wu Meng told him. He only wanted to say one sentence. It smells so good. At this time, the secretary would not have thought that from that day on, Green Light began to have a cafeteria, and life became more colorful. Chapter 85. Green Star. After hanging up Wu Meng's communication, Randy saw several people who had just returned from the planting site. He thought of his impulsive decision, and felt a little guilty towards Yi Ling. It was agreed before that Yi Ling would promote the plant illustrations after they were made. Now, because of his temporary decision, the time was shortened to half a month, which added a lot of pressure to Yi Ling. He said he was sorry, but he did not regret it. It smells so good. We can smell the fragrance from a long distance. Haifeng ran over excitedly, very excited. He was so lucky, and so happy to meet a fairy boss. He had eaten several kinds of food on Green Star, and each one brought him a new experience. It was a kind of joy and happiness that made him feel happy and happy. I really hope that the whole Federation can eat so many delicious foods in the future. It was the first time for everyone to eat braised meat, and everyone's taste buds were conquered again. They did not have the rule of not talking while eating or sleeping at the dinner table. Several people gathered together to talk about things. Randy and Yi Ling talked about the live broadcast today and his plan to broadcast in half a month. Mainly, I want to know if half a month is enough for Yi Ling to make part of the illustrations. If it is just to sort out the information of the main spices, it is still possible. Yi Ling thought for a while and replied. If it is just used as reference data, the illustration does not need to be complicated. The most important part can be detailed. Yi Ling told Randy her ideas in detail. This can shorten a lot of time, and will not make people feel complicated. As long as a literate child can see it at a glance. Then do it according to your idea. Our goal is to let more people know the use and value of these plants. Landy thought Yi Ling's idea was very good. It can let people know the information about these plants without being too long-winded. Simple and popular is more beneficial to the grassroots citizens. Then, I will start collecting information tomorrow. If you need any help, just tell me. I will try my best to meet your requirements. On the other side, Wei Guoyang also talked to Haifeng about the materials. I have communicated with Huda. He said that the photo was taken on the 213 garbage planet. Almost all the houses there are built with that material. Wei Guoyang briefly popularized the information about the 213 garbage planet. Boss, I will go with you. It's just right to see the architectural style there, and the texture of the material must be clear. Haifeng asked to go together without thinking. He must test the hardness of the material. If the hardness is not enough, it cannot be used. The garbage planet is not as chaotic as the green planet. You'd better stay here. Wei Guoyang didn't want him to have any accidents. He wouldn't be able to explain to the Hai family at that time. Boss, although my mental power level is low, I still have the ability to protect myself. If he didn't have the means to protect himself, his family wouldn't trust him to come to such a remote planet alone. Father, I go with you. Wei Dong spoke. He thought Haifeng was right. He could better analyze the quality of the materials, and whether they were suitable. This was his strong point. If it were them, it would not be so easy to distinguish. Taking him with him would save time. If you go, who will take care of the work in the fields? Will you leave it all to Ningning? Wei Guoyang disagreed. Aren't there robots? Wei Dong answered immediately. You? Wei Guoyang was almost mad at his stupid son. How could he not know there were robots? The problem was that there were other people besides robots. Hasn't he ever thought that when his wife and daughter need help when they are not at home, who will help? Let the army help. Yes, that's fine, but he never thought about what if they get along for a long time and fall in love. He doesn't want to be a father-in-law yet. It's better for you to go with more people. Landy and Yi Ling had basically reached an agreement. After hearing the conversation here, he proposed. Wei Guoyang, Wei Dong and Haifeng looked over at the same time, obviously not understanding what Landy meant. 213 garbage planet is in chaos recently. If it's not necessary, it's better not to go. Landy informed the news he had received recently. The existence of garbage planets began to appear in the past few hundred years. As the name suggests, it is a planet where garbage is piled up. The progress of the times is always accompanied by countless garbage, and the speed at which humans create garbage is always faster than the speed at which they destroy it. In order to save the cost of garbage disposal, the federal government dumped garbage from large inhabited planets on remote and barren small planets. Anyway, there are countless planets in the galaxy where the Federation is located, so it doesn't matter if some are selected as garbage dumps. It's just that the people in power at that time underestimated the speed at which humans create garbage, and the ability of humans to reproduce. In just a few hundred years, more than 300 garbage planets have been created. Those garbage planets have been dumped with various domestic garbage and radioactive objects all year round, resulting in a harsh environment and serious radiation pollution. Even if they later found that the planetary environment was damaged and tried their best to make up for it, it would not have much effect. The planetary environment is still bad, and most of the residents living on it are so poor that they have to choose to stay. Or they have to stay for various reasons. They rely on the garbage dump to survive, and their daily life is to pick up all kinds of garbage, and make a living by selling all kinds of waste. There are no garrisons there, no government mechanism, only various forces. Whoever has a strong fist has the greatest right to speak. Knowing that they are looking for building materials, Randy still doesn't agree with them going. Have you ever thought about what the consequences of bringing back the material you are looking for is if it is radioactive? Radiation will move with objects. Bringing back a large amount of irradiated materials does not mean bringing back radiation, which is a disaster for green. Then where should we find this material? They really haven't thought about this problem. Send me the picture, and I ask someone to find out if there is any on other planets. Randy asked Wei Guoyang for a photo. In fact, it doesn't have to be this kind. If there is something similar, it can be substituted. But in the end, it still depends on the material. Haifeng added. Don't you plan to build a city without this material? Landy didn't quite understand their behavior. The main thing is that this material is more suitable. If it is replaced, the effect may not be very good. In the past few days, Haifeng has also made many hypothetical possibilities, and found that if he wants to achieve the effect he wants, this kind of down-to-earth material is better. The older it is, the more it feels like a time. If there is a choice, of course, use the material that can best reflect the effect. It's not his style to make do. Chapter 86. Bang! Falling on the hard ground again, Wei Ning felt sore all over, and his body didn't feel like his own. 3 days ago, Landy sent a message saying that they had found the materials they needed on a remote planet, but the pictures were very different, and they were not sure if it was what they wanted. On the day after receiving the news, Wei Guoyang went to the remote planet with Haifeng, Weidong, and Shenhaojia. They were going to confirm whether the materials were available. If they were, they would buy them back and build their own courtyard house first. For safety reasons, Landy asked Weidong and Shenhaojia to be their bodyguards and went with them. As soon as they left, Yiling was busy with the illustrations every day and basically didn't care about it. Wei Ning didn't have much to do every day, except to deliver superpowers to the plants in the planting field once in the morning and evening, and observe the growth of the crops. If they needed to water and loosen the soil, they would arrange robots to do it. Before going to bed, take care of the lavender again. After a few days of careful care, the lavender finally got rid of its lifeless appearance and restored its original vitality. Once the flowering period is over, Wei Ning plans to use its seeds to cultivate a batch of seedlings and further expand the scale of planting. Repeating the same thing every day is inevitably boring. So Wei Ning found Wuan and asked him to make a training plan for her. She wants to improve her own strength. She didn't have such an idea before, because she was too lazy. After the trip to Kaiyang Star, she deeply realized the importance of her own strength. Maybe she will go to other planets to find the plant species she needs in the future. She can't always rely on others. Even if you can't become a warrior like them, you have to be someone who can protect yourself, instead of relying on them for protection. Wuan refused at first. The intensity of their training in the army was too high, which was not suitable for a weakling like Wei Ning. But Wei Ning insisted on training herself, and he couldn't bear to object. It was something worth encouraging and supporting to be able to realize her own shortcomings and start to improve. He thought for a long time before he drew up a training plan suitable for her according to Wei Ning's physical condition. In the army, apart from going on missions, they spent most of their time on various trainings, and the intensity was very high. Driving a mecha to fight also requires a strong physique. If the mecha is damaged, close combat is not impossible. But the price paid for that is too high. On the battlefield, if you are not strong enough, you can only end up ruining your life. In addition to normal training, they often have to fight with teammates or superiors. A weakling like Wei Ning is really not suitable for the high-intensity training of the army. Wuan had to make a plan for Wei Ning based on the physical training when she was in military school. The simplest one is to start with carrying a weight. When Wei Ning took the weight belt from him, she was still skeptical about the pair of bracelet-like rings. When watching military movies, people carrying weights always carried guns, sandbags or large backpacks full of things. When she saw Wuan lightly holding two weight belts, she thought he was joking. However, when she reached out to take it, her hand suddenly sank, and her upper body didn't react and lean forward directly. If Wuan hadn't reached out to help her, she would have had a close contact with the earth. This is the lightest weight belt I can find. When you can complete a 10-kilometer weighted run with it, come back to me. Wuan is not like Shenhaojia. He speaks in a serious tone, and will not be soft-hearted just because Wei Ning is a girl. Wei Ning put the weight belt on her legs, and tried to lift her legs and hips. Paw. This time she really had an intimate contact with the earth. The weight on her feet was something she couldn't bear now. Her feet felt like they were filled with lead. Her upper body had moved, but her lower body was still stuck in place. Her center of gravity fell forward, and she fell with it. You have to learn to use your mental power to balance your body's center of gravity. Otherwise, it will be too difficult for you to achieve your goal. Wuan did not help, but just reminded her from the side. Wei Ning climbed up and stood up again, trying to feel where the center of gravity of her body was. But after all, she had no mental power, so she couldn't feel the feeling that Wuan said. How about you give me another belt for my hands and waist? After trying several times without success, Wei Ning decided to give up. Since she was wearing a weight belt on her feet, she could wear one on her hands and waist, so she could find her center of gravity. Wuan. No one has ever had such a strange idea. But he still agreed. Only by experiencing it can you learn how to balance. Once you learn it, it will be much easier later. After wearing a weight belt on both hands and waist, Wei Ning finally understood what Wuan meant by the strange expression on his face after listening to her. How stupid was she to come up with such a method? Now, let alone finding the center of gravity, she even had trouble standing. The weight on her hands kept falling down, her waist seemed to be held tightly and pulled down, and her feet had already borne a weight that they shouldn't have borne. Sweat came out of her forehead and slid down between her eyebrows. But in just 1 minute, Wei Ning felt like a century had passed. She held on for a while, but finally couldn't hold on. Her body relaxed and she fell to the ground. She was already sweating, and her clothes on her back were wet. If you can adapt to this level of training as soon as possible, you will make rapid progress later. If you follow the normal training level of ordinary people and take it step by step, it will take a lot of time. And starting with her limit as the basis can quickly stimulate her potential. After adapting, continue to increase the intensity and achieve the desired effect in the shortest time. I know. Wei Ning replied, panting. She didn't want to spend more time training, which could save a lot of time. The level of treatment in Xingji is very high. She is not worried about overtraining causing damage to her body. But she had to get used to the weight imposed on her first. She gritted her teeth and stood up again, with her feet side by side, her hands parallel, slowly raised, and slowly squatted down. It was just a simple horse stance, but Wei Ning took a long time to do it. Her hands kept shaking, and the weight on her wrists kept falling down, trying to drag her to the ground. Although the weight on her waist could serve as a center of gravity, it was also sinking. The only good thing was that her feet could not move. Paw. Falling to the ground again, Wei Ning felt that she had been doing the horse stance for a long time, but in fact it was less than a minute. In Wu En's opinion, Wei Ning's action was strange, but it was indeed effective, but she only lasted for too short a time, only 10 seconds. Wei Ning was like being fished out of the water, covered in sweat, sore all over, and too tired to move. You can't do it in just 10 seconds? Wu En saw that she didn't continue, and urged her. Right away. She asked for the training, and she had to finish it even if she was exhausted. 1 minute. Wu En gave a time limit. Wei Ning. If he were a coach, Wu En would definitely be the most ruthless one. Next, Wei Ning fell down, and stood up again, and the sweat had blurred her eyes. She couldn't remember how many times she fell down, and how long she persisted. But Wu En didn't speak, which meant that she hadn't met the requirements yet. After falling down countless times, Wei Ning tried, and when she was about to give up, she activated her supernatural power and circulated it all over her body, and the feeling of weakness disappeared a little bit. Seeing that it worked, Wei Ning was delighted. The next second, the familiar pain in her buttocks came again. Wu En glanced at the optical computer. This time, she had made great progress, and almost reached 1 minute. He did not remind her. After she rested for a while, he urged Wei Ning to get up and continue. Wei Ning spent some time to get back into the horse stance and began to use her supernatural power, moving around her body again and again, especially the parts of her body that were wearing the weight belt. She slowly began to feel that the force of her hands falling down was a little lighter, and the feeling around her waist was loose. She was even able to think about things. The potatoes have bloomed, the sweet potato vines are alive, the tomatoes can be harvested, and the vegetables planted in the back have all sprouted. Even the lavender looked much better. Everything was moving in a good direction. Her divergent thoughts made her unable to feel the passage of time, and she persisted only by instinct. Time is up. Wu En's voice was like a bell, pulling Wei Ning back from her chaotic thoughts. Before she could feel happy, she fainted as soon as she relaxed. Wu En. Why can't she faint later? Is he going to carry her back now? Or carry her back? Chapter 87. Wu En didn't move Wei Ning in the end, he just fed her a nutritional supplement. At the beginning, they recovered their strength after training and then supported each other with their teammates. He didn't give her any special treatment, so he didn't carry Wei Ning back. Wei Ning woke up and felt sore all over, her hands, feet, waist, and especially her buttocks, which were numb. Wake up! Wei Ning turned her head and looked over. Wu En was still standing in the same place as before, even standing in the same standard military posture. It hurt so much. Wei Ning moved her body, and a movement affected her whole body, and a sore and painful feeling swept through her body. You won't feel it once you get used to it. You are now training at an ultra-intensive level. After a few days, you can start wearing a weight belt and running 10 kilometers. Okay. Wei Ning closed her eyes and activated her superpowers, letting her superpowers wander around the particularly sore parts over and over again until she felt her strength had recovered. After taking off the weight belt, she could still feel the illusion of wearing it. She slowly moved her limbs, gradually adapted to the pain, and got up from the ground very slowly. Her clothes were as dirty as if she had rolled in the mud. Sweat mixed with mud all over the place, wrinkled. Seeing that she could stand up by herself, although it took a long time, Wu En still looked at her with new eyes. With her low-level physical fitness, she was able to stand up by herself after wearing 5 weight belts and training for most of the day. It was really surprising. When he was in the military academy, he laid down for 4 or 5 hours before he had the strength to get up during his first overload training. When he finally returned to the dormitory, he lay on the bed and slept all night. After waking up the next day, he almost failed to complete the training task of the day. And Wei Ning really exceeded his imagination. At first, he thought she was just impulsive and couldn't hold on, but she fell down again and got up to continue, which made him see her determination and hard work. For a person who is willing to work hard and has an unshakable determination, it is only a matter of time to become stronger. At this moment, Wu-en was looking forward to the arrival of that day. It took Wei Ning several times as long as it took to get home from their base. She was so tired that she just wanted to lie on the bed. However, looking at the dirt all over her body, she still endured the pain and cleaned herself up. Lying on the soft bed, Wei Ning began to feel drowsy comfortably. When she was half asleep and half awake, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't given Lavender superpowers today, so she struggled to get up again, squinted her eyes, groped for the potted plant on the table, and slowly released the superpowers. This lavender is really delicate. One night, she forgot to transfer her superpowers to it. When she woke up the next morning, she found that it was wilting again. It was really difficult to deal with. I hope your cub is not as delicate as you, otherwise I can't afford to raise it. In the next few days, Wei Ning got up every morning, washed up, went to the planting field, and then ran to the base to start training every day. For several days in a row, Wei Ning was tortured by pain, and it only took her 7 days to go from 1 minute to 30 minutes. Randy, who was busy preparing for the live broadcast, took time to come and see how she trained and how she improved so quickly. After watching her training, Randy didn't see anything special, but her progress was real. After she finished the horse stance for half an hour, Randy squatted beside her and asked her how she did it. It is not natural for them to reach SS level of physical fitness. Most of them upgrade through training. Unlike mental strength, physical fitness is not destined from the time of awakening. Physical fitness can be upgraded. At the beginning, he was only a level. It took him a year to upgrade from A to S. It took several years to upgrade from S to SS. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. A person's physical fitness needs to be constantly trained to maintain a level, while upgrading requires breaking through the limit, and even exploding potential when facing life and death. It is rare for someone like Wei Ning, who was only F level at the beginning, to receive such intensive training in a short period of time and be able to persist. That's it. When you can't persist, use mental strength to nourish your limbs. When you don't feel pain, you can continue. Wei Ning did not hide her shortcomings. She just replaced her supernatural power with mental strength. She didn't know what the difference was between this and their usual training. She couldn't do what Wu-en said, using her mental power to control her balance, so she could only do this. She was surprised that she could hold on for half an hour. In her previous life, she couldn't even hold on for half a minute, let alone half an hour with a weight belt. Is this okay? This was the first time that Randy heard such a statement. Moreover, Wei Ning's half-squatting posture was something he had never seen before. Instinctively, he subconsciously asked what training posture this was. This, the horse stance, I couldn't find my center of gravity before, so I did this. Although the horse stance is more difficult than the normal standing posture, the effect is also quick. In the various costume dramas I watched in my previous life, the horse stance is the basic skill of becoming a master. If the horse stance is not done well, the lower body will be unstable, and it is easy to be hit. She suddenly remembered it and did it. The experience summarized by the ancients can't be a lie. I don't know if it works for you, but it seems to work for me. You will train with her tomorrow and report to me after summarizing. Landy turned around and instructed Wu-en. Yes. Remember to wear a weight belt. Landy didn't forget to remind him before leaving. Brother Wu, you haven't done the horse stance before? Wei Ning waited until Landy walked away before asking him. I remember that there should be military training, right? No, most of us train in the gravity room. The gravity room here is not built yet, and they are all one-on-one close combat. Okay. Wei Ning still knows the gravity room. Training in it is much more difficult than what she is doing. The two chatted casually for a while. Wei Ning felt that her strength had almost recovered, so she got up from the ground and prepared to go back. After taking off the weight belt and moving around for a while, Wei Ning said goodbye to Wu-en and went back. A few days ago, Wu-en would follow her back, but he stopped following her yesterday. Wei Ning has gradually adapted to this intensity of training. Although she is still too tired to move after each horse stance, the recovery time has been shortened a lot. After taking off the weight belt, she can feel that her body is much lighter and her walking speed is much faster. In order to verify her thoughts, Wei Ning deliberately recorded the time. It took only 45 minutes to go back from the base. You know, it took her nearly 2 hours to get there on the first day. Now it has been shortened by more than half. After washing, Wei Ning gave Lavender superpowers as usual. In the past 2 days, she had a faint feeling that she could communicate with it. It was very shallow, but she still noticed it. Like now, when she transfers her supernatural power, she can feel a sense of joy coming from the lavender. Have you become a spirit? Wei Ning pointed at the leaves that she raised to be emerald green, and whispered. She had never planted lavender before, and only knew some general information about it, as if lavender would naturally wither after its flowering period. It seems that we have to wait until your flowering period is over to know. After closing her eyes, Wei Ning did not see that the leaves of the lavender shook slightly after she finished speaking. Chapter 88. When Wei Ning got up in the morning, she went to the planting field and saw that the sweet potato vines had begun to grow new buds. Other vegetables were also growing well, and tomatoes were ready to be picked. She picked a bright red one, took it off, wiped it casually on her clothes, and took a bite. It was juicy, sweet, and sour. The skin was a little crispy, but the flesh had a crunchy texture and was delicious. She picked a dozen and put them in the space button. She looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so she hurried to the base. When she arrived, Wu-En was already there, doing simple warm-up exercises. Wei Ning consciously put on the weight belt and started to do horse stance. After Wu-En finished warming up, he also started to put on the weight belt. Wei Ning saw that the one he wore was different from hers. The circle was bigger, and the color was darker than hers, so she couldn't help but take a few curious glances. This one weighs 300 kilograms. Wu-En put them on himself one by one, and saw Wei Ning's gaze from the corner of his eye, and explained. Wow! Wei Ning smacked her lips. It was so heavy. It was really hard on her. She was already exhausted with only a few dozen kilograms. How about a few hundred kilograms? It would be a deadly rhythm. Of course, this was Wu-En's current limit. He could stay in a gravity room with a gravity of 200 times for half an hour, which was not bad. After watching Wei Ning squat for a few days, Wu-En had already mastered it without a teacher. Wei Ning distracted herself to see how he did the horse stance, wondering if he would be the same as she was at the beginning. As a result, she did not see Wu-En lose his composure. Instead, she was not careful and fell to the ground. Puff. After eating a mouthful of dust, Wei Ning no longer wanted to see how Wu-En did the horse stance. She had to extend the time today, and could not be distracted anymore. She had to finish the horse stance as soon as possible, and go back to rest as soon as possible. Wu-En half squatted, first felt where the center of gravity of the whole body was, and then adjusted the posture little by little. Unlike the gravity room, as long as he balanced the weight of the weight belt, and his lower body was stable enough, the situation that Wei Ning wanted to see would not happen. However, after squatting for half an hour, he found that this training method had no effect on him, and could not make him break his limit. He was used to the feeling of balance at all times in the gravity room, and the horse stance seemed like child's play to him. However, this method is suitable for people with low physical fitness levels like Wei Ning. After her physical fitness was upgraded to level A, this training had no effect. Wei Ning was relatively smooth today. After falling several times, she finally reached a new time, and was exhausted. After a good rest, she told Wu-En that she might come later tomorrow to pick red fruits. Wu-En had not eaten red fruits yet, and he was a little tempted, so he suggested that they could continue training in the hut, and he could help. The main reason for coming here is that Wei Ning doesn't need to warm up after running here, and Wei Ning doesn't want Yi Ling to see her in such a mess. Although she is still exhausted every day, she is much better than at the beginning. The most direct manifestation is that after training, her clothes are less stained with mud, and her face looks much better when she goes back. Wei Ning agreed. Anyway, they will go to collect it by themselves in the end, and she is just giving instructions to the robot. She can still understand Wu-En's thoughts. Just like every time she goes to pick strawberries, it is not to eat as much as possible while picking, but to enjoy the fun of picking strawberries. She made an appointment with Wu-En and went back, and asked him to notify Landy by the way. After all, the financial power is in his hands. After the training started, Wei Ning adjusted her schedule to get up at 6:30 every day and walk around the planting area. If she wanted to make breakfast, she could make it. If she didn't want to make it, she could drink some nutrient solution or pick a few tomatoes for breakfast. As soon as she arrived at the tomato field in the morning, Wu-En and Landy came over. This tomato field is about 10 acres, with more than 1,000 plants, growing as tall as orange trees that bear fruit in their first year. There are 3 to 5 branches on the branches, and each branch has small branches. The round, bright red tomatoes hang on the branches, which is very festive. Wei Ning set the parameters for the robot, and didn't need to worry about it. She first taught Landy, and Wu and which kind of tomatoes to pick is the best. Pick the ones with bright red color and no flaws, light green or green, and those that are half red and half green. Don't pick them, and don't pick them with soft skin. This kind of fruit is already ripe, and it will be too sour and not delicious if you pick it as fruit. If you want to preserve tomatoes for a longer time, it is best to leave the stems. Wuan and Landy came here to experience life. There were basically no robots picking the tomatoes. They were just curious. It was the first time to see a red fruit tree that would not attack. It was quite rare. The picked tomatoes were also selected. The overripe ones were kept, and the ripe ones were packed and weighed. It took a lot of time to pick more than 1,000 tomatoes. It took a lot of time to select, pack and weigh them. It was past noon when they were done. Not to mention, these tomatoes were as big as apples, and they were weighed. They actually weighed tens of thousands of pounds, and that was the weight after selection. Not to mention that this was the first time to pick them. They could be picked again in 3 or 5 days. The first few plants she planted could still be picked a few, and there was no sign of withering. It was a bit like the kind of tomato tree that can be harvested for many years after only planting once. Wei Ning couldn't tell how different the tomatoes in the interstellar space were from the ones she grew in her previous life. Judging from the whole tree, they were much taller and had more branches than those in her previous life. Needless to say, they produced more fruit. Each tree weighed more than 10 kilograms. This was something that had never happened before. Later, she saw a tomato tree that could grow 6,000 kilograms on the internet, but the ones she grew at home were ordinary varieties. After weighing them, Randy pointed to a bunch of overripe ones that were picked out and asked what to do with them. They tasted too sour, so they didn't like them. If they were thrown away, he felt it was a pity. Although he didn't spend any money. I tried to make some jam. Wei Ning had been thinking about how to deal with these when she picked them out, and finally thought of ketchup. Tomato sauce is very simple to make, and it requires few ingredients. Just tomatoes and sugar. Tomatoes were readily available, and as for sugar, she bought a lot of saccharin because it tasted too sweet. She used to put it in grains when cooking, and now she still has a lot of stock. Can you make jam? Randy has only heard of soy sauce and dipping sauce, but not jam. Does it have to be made in the same way as soy sauce or dipping sauce? Can it be eaten that way? Yes, I did it once before, but I didn't have enough sugar at that time, so it didn't turn out very well. Wei Ning lied a little. Do you want help? Randy is very interested in food now. Maybe he wants to promote mutant beasts, so he is curious about some cooking methods. And Wei Ning has no intention of hiding anything, he always shows them generously, so he asked this question. Yes, wash these later, boil them for a while, peel them, and chop them. Wei Ning also saw the recipe of tomato sauce on the internet. At that time, she was curious and bought a lot of tomatoes to make it. As a result, she failed. The taste was really unforgettable for her. It was a bit bitter and astringent, and there was a burnt smell. Not enough sugar was added, and it was so sour that she couldn't eat it. In order to prevent herself from making a mistake again, Wei Ning planned to make a small pot first to test the water. Cut the tomatoes into a cross, put them in the pot and boil them for a while, take them out and soak them in cold water, and tear off the outer skin. In this way, when you boil the sauce later, the skin will not be hard to boil. Throw the peeled tomatoes into the juicer and crush them, pour the juice into the pot, add an appropriate amount of saccharin, and boil slowly over low heat. Stir constantly during the boiling process, and don't let it stick to the pot or burn, otherwise the sauce will have a strange smell. When the juice is boiled into a thick sauce, squeeze in a few drops of lemon juice, mix evenly, and then it can be served. The whole frying process takes about 15 minutes. Lemon juice has the function of antioxidation and extending the shelf life. It will be better if you add some before serving. The first pot was served quickly. It was bright red, thick and sour. It looked good. Can you eat it? Randy and Wuan washed the tomatoes, and came in just in time to see Wei Ning serving the sauce. Both of them looked over. You can try it. Wei Ning handed them each a spoon. She also scooped a little, and put it in her mouth to taste. Her face changed again, and finally she couldn't swallow it anymore, and spit it out directly. It was so sour that it felt like her teeth were about to fall out. Chapter 89. Why is it so sour? Wuan's face was wrinkled by the sour taste, and he drank several sips of water before stopping, but he still felt the sour taste in his mouth. Landy was better than him. Maybe he was concerned about his image. His eyes were narrowed into a line because of the sour taste, but he still resisted spitting it out. Shouldn't we make sauce for this? Wuan couldn't accept the taste, so it was better to just eat it directly. The sugar was not added properly, and the lemon juice was too much. Just try it a few more times. Wei Ning thought it was okay, but the taste was not adjusted well. Just try it a few more times. There is no reason to give up after failing once. Wei Ning made it several times in a row, but it was either too sour, too sweet, or tasteless. After trying it, she could hardly taste it in her mouth. She looked at the proportions of various ingredients in the previous few times, and deleted and reduced some, and made it again. Try it? After it came out of the pot, Wei Ning asked Randy and Wuan to help taste it. After trying it twice, they stopped eating it because it was too sour. Randy and Wuan hesitated. The first 2 times were too sour. Their teeth were still sour. It should be okay this time. Wei Ning also knew that she didn't control it well before, and made them feel sour. But this time she felt very close. If her mouth hadn't been really numb, she would have come by herself. Randy and Wuan looked at each other and saw resistance in each other's eyes, but after hesitating, they still dug a little and tasted it. The sour taste exploded in the taste buds all of a sudden. They frowned slightly. When they were about to say it was still sour, they tasted sweetness again, sour and sweet. It felt sour at first, but after holding it on the tip of the tongue for a while, the sweet taste spread, sour and sweet intertwined, forming a sour and sweet taste. The sauce was bright red, delicate and soft, with a very unique taste. Delicious. Their eyes sparkled, and they reached out to scoop a spoonful of sauce and put it in their mouths. Okay, I make something to dip it in later, so you get sick of it if you eat too much. After they ate 3 spoonfuls in a row, they wanted to continue, but Wei Ning stopped them. It looked weird to just eat the sauce. Then make the rest into sauce. They liked the texture and taste of this sauce. They could eat a few spoonfuls just by eating it alone. When they heard that they could dip it with other foods, they were already looking forward to it. You guys take care of the previous steps first, and I change the proportions a little bit. Wei Ning also tasted it herself, but she couldn't taste any difference. The previous sauce had caused a lot of damage to her taste buds, and she couldn't taste it for the time being. She could only slightly increase or decrease some sugar and lemon juice based on their descriptions. Boil another pot again. After tasting it, Randy and Wuan both felt that this pot tasted better than the previous one. The sour taste was much lighter, and the sweetness and sourness were just right. After determining the various proportions, they started to cook in a large pot. A lot of tomatoes were picked out, and after Wei Ning used several pots, there was still a large pot, which was estimated to be more than 100 kilograms. She went around the planting area every day, focusing on the sweet potato vines, and only took a look at the tomato field and left. Some of these overripe tomatoes were blocked by leaves and could not be seen, and some of them, she did not expect that, after being improved by supernatural powers, overripe tomatoes would still be much more sour than freshly ripe ones. It seems that I have to pay attention to the next batch. Fortunately, it did not affect the taste after being made into tomato sauce, otherwise it would be a waste. Wei Ning prepared the ratio of saccharin and lemon juice while thinking. For a bite of food, Randy and Wuan had already consciously started. The 2 people who were used to fighting star beasts on the battlefield, for the first time, held not weapons in their hands, but a small red fruit. They carefully peeled off the skin layer, and dared not use too much force, otherwise it would be easily crushed by them. Wei Ning looked up and saw such a scene. Their tall image in her mind suddenly became ordinary, more approachable. Boiling sauce requires patience and physical strength, otherwise it will be useless if it gets mushy. Wei Ning has been training every day recently, and her strength has increased a lot. She was also afraid that it would be useless, so she didn't dare to boil a large pot, and divided it into small pots. Each of the 3 people had a pot in front of them, and they didn't need to take care of the fire below. They only needed to take care of the sauce in the pot, and make sure it didn't get mushy. Wei Ning stood between them, paying attention to the situation on both sides at any time. After it was done, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was a little thrilling, it was still successfully cooked and not mushy. Wei Ning was very satisfied that the big pot could be made like this for the first time, and she found that the people in the army had strong hands-on and learning abilities, and learned things quickly. After it cools down, you can put it in the jar. It should be able to be stored for a month without going bad. This homemade sauce has a relatively short shelf life. If it is produced on a professional assembly line, it will be much longer. But at present, they do not have the conditions to build a production line. They will consider it again when the planting area is expanded again in the future and there are sufficient conditions. The jars were collected by Wei Ning after the seasoning was used up. After washing and disinfecting, They are just right for tomato sauce. With ketchup, Wei Ning thought of the fries she had eaten before. With the sole sauce, it was time to make another arrangement. The flowering period of potatoes has passed, and they can be harvested in more than half a month. The batch she planted was a little early, and she used her supernatural power to nourish it before planting it, and now it has entered the harvest period. It's just right to dig some out to see how they grow. Wei Ning took a shovel and started digging. The leaves of this potato field are very lush. Compared with the batch planted later, the plants are twice as large. Fortunately, Wei Ning is far away from them, which does not affect their growth. After these days of training and using supernatural powers every day, Wei Ning's proficiency in supernatural powers has been improved. When the supernatural power probes underground, it can clearly distinguish the location of potatoes, which is as easy to use as a detector. A potato plant grew 7 or 8 1-2 gene potatoes, which look slightly bigger than wild ones. Wei Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not several times bigger, otherwise she would not know what reason to use to explain it. She dug 2 more plants, and the situation was similar. Wei Ning was relieved. At this rate, this half-acre potato could yield about 2,000 gene. The yield was okay. After all, there were only more than 150 plants. After digging potatoes, Wei Ning went to the watermelon field to take a look. That day, she saw flowers blooming, but she didn't know if the melons had grown. The watermelon field was about 10 acres, and all the melons were germinated by her after she used her supernatural power. The planting was relatively sparse, and it looked like a large green melon field. There were many flowers hidden under the leaves, and you couldn't find them if you didn't look carefully. Wei Ning looked carefully and found that there were already melons, the size of quail eggs, which should be fresh melons. She looked around and found that there were quite a few melons, so she went back satisfied. It seemed that watermelons would also have a big harvest. When she went back, Randy and Wuan had already started to pack the sauce. She looked at the time and found that more than an hour had passed. French fries had been made twice, so it was much easier to make them again. Peel, cut into strips, blanch, drain, heat the pan and pour oil, all in one go. As the aroma of oil and potatoes wafted out, it meant that the French fries were almost ready. Randy and Wuan smelled the fragrance, and their hands moved faster. The sooner they packed, the sooner they could enjoy the delicious food. When they filled the jars, there were still a lot left. Wei Ning had just fried a pot of French fries and brought it out, so they didn't need to find a jar to pack them, and could eat them with French fries. The French fries dipped in ketchup were sour and sweet, fragrant and crispy, and they were just fried, and the fragrance had not yet spread, so the taste was the best. The taste was better than before without the sauce. Without exception, they both liked the taste of French fries. Wei Ning was very satisfied. The charm of French fries was so popular no matter what era. Chapter 90. After finishing the fries, Wuan began to urge Wei Ning to train today. Wei Ning, you are really dedicated. There is no way, even if you are busy, you can't fall behind in training. Wei Ning consciously put on the weight belt and stood in the open space at the door of the kitchen. In the next few days, he started running between home and the base every day until the day when Landy scheduled a live broadcast. When the half-month period arrived, the audience who watched the live broadcast that day left all kinds of messages on the Greenlight platform homepage early in the morning. They were all asking when the live broadcast would start today, and they couldn't wait to watch it. But until noon, there was no response. The number of messages kept increasing, and was about to break through 1 million. Greenlight platform headquarters. Boss, what should we do now? Our platform homepage is about to be dominated by messages. Secretary Wu Meng was very anxious when he saw the number of messages that was still increasing. He had eaten mutant beast meat before, and the taste was really unforgettable for him. If his boss hadn't forbidden him to make it public, he would have shared this to his friends. Why hurry? It's just right. Wu Meng looked calm and not in a hurry at all. In fact, Randy had already told him in advance that the meeting would start at 1 p.m. It was only 12:30, and there was still half an hour. On Green Star, several mutant beasts were already placed in the open space in front of the canteen, including mad pigs, mutant cuckoo chickens, mutant red-eyed rabbits, and wild bulls. Right in front of these mutant beasts was the newest model of live broadcast device, which Randy bought online after setting the date. It just arrived yesterday. The quality was excellent, and the picture clarity was first class. It also has 2 lenses, one fixed lens and one mobile lens, to ensure 360-degree all-round shooting without blind spots. The station soldiers are busy, and the soldiers who are proficient in equipment and instruments are adjusting the lenses. Other soldiers are also preparing other work. The processing table should be set up, all kinds of tools needed should be prepared, and the faucet should be pulled over. The most important seasonings should also be prepared, and pots, pans, and other things should be prepared in advance. This live broadcast is very important. If it succeeds, it will not only promote the consumption of mutant beasts, but also open a new door to the food industry. It also brings endless honor and prestige to the people who live broadcast this time. But in the same way, if it fails, you have to pay the price for this live broadcast. Everyone works hard to do well and try to prepare everything they need, so that unnecessary troubles can be reduced during the live broadcast. When netizens have been waiting for a long time, Greenlight finally issued a statement that the live broadcast will start on time in 5 minutes. After half a month of fermentation, those who have watched the live broadcast before, or those who have not watched the live broadcast, have all rushed into the Greenlight platform. In less than 2 minutes, the live broadcast room was overcrowded. Women also spent a lot of money for this live broadcast. A total of 5 backup servers were prepared. After the live broadcast room was overcrowded, they were immediately started, and the picture was finally clear. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, the audience in the live broadcast room were startled by the mutant beasts that appeared in front of them. Everyone has seen mutant beasts, but they expect the live broadcast to start with the host appearing first to greet everyone, introduce themselves, and then explain the content of the live broadcast. Instead of showing them these mutant beasts at the beginning, they were all shocked for a while. Suddenly, messages began to dominate the screen. Fuck. I saw the mutant beasts right after entering, and I was shocked. My heart was still beating. Ha ha ha. The person above can't bear it. I'm different. I just want to see how these mutant beasts become delicacies. It's just a few mutant beasts. I just killed a few crazy pigs. Wow. The person above is awesome. He can kill a few crazy pigs by himself. Are you guys mistaken? What's the purpose of watching the live broadcast today? Yes, I'm still waiting to eat meat. I have prepared the mutant beasts. I'm just waiting for the host to start, and then I follow suit. Oh my god. The person above is so smart. Why didn't I think of it? Ha ha ha. I'm prepared too. Me too. Same. Wei Ning didn't go to the scene. She was watching the live broadcast on her own computer. She was quite surprised to see the full screen of messages. After all, she was ready to be scolded. During the training yesterday, Wu had also told her that today's live broadcast might not go smoothly, and someone wanted to disrupt it, so she should ignore it when watching. When she entered the live broadcast room, she thought she would see good comments, but now most of them are watching with the attitude of eating meat. It seems that the audience is still looking forward to eating mutant meat. At this time, Randy appeared on the screen and greeted everyone with a smile. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Randy. I believe everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time, right? Then I won't say much. Next, I will teach you how to deal with mutants. Randy said it simply and roughly, and pointed his finger at the mutant. The mobile camera flew over in the direction of his hand, and hovered above, allowing everyone in the live broadcast room to see the mutant on the ground clearly. The screen was blank for a moment. If Randy hadn't been moving, Wei Ning would have thought the screen was frozen. The next second, the entire screen was filled with messages again. Oh my god! It's my idol's assistant. Is my idol here? It's the Legion's people who are broadcasting live. Because Randy was wearing a military uniform, everyone knew that it was the Legion who initiated the live broadcast. No, why is the military still doing a live broadcast? They have killed all the star beasts? What are they trying to do? Is the military running out of funds and needing to eat mutant beast meat? What a handsome guy. I don't want to eat mutant beasts. I want to see the handsome military brother. When Randy appeared, Joe Bright, who had been paying attention to the live broadcast room, suddenly widened his pupils and looked at the familiar face on the screen in shock. It was him. He clenched his hands tightly on the armrest of the chair and almost gnashed his teeth and said, "What does the 4th Legion want to do?" His son Bright, was also in the room. He guessed, is it because the amount of mutant meat we provided last time was reduced? Or is it because we proposed a price increase? Before, because of some problems with the feed, the amount of mutant meat they provided to the 4th Legion last time was reduced by 10%, and they also proposed a price increase. But at that time, the logistics minister of the Legion did not raise any objections to this, and they thought the other party accepted it. After all, the mutant meat of the 4th Legion has been supplied by their family in the past few years. Who knew that they did not express their opinions? Were they waiting here? He wanted to see what treatment method they found to directly remove the fishy smell in the mutant meat. In the live broadcast, Wen and 3 other soldiers were dealing with several mutant beasts. At this time, the audience realized that the mutant beasts were still alive, but they had just been lying there motionless and no one noticed. Ah! It's alive. The mutant beast I bought is dead. What should I do? Oh my god! I was scared when the mutant beast suddenly moved just now. Are they going to kill the mutant beasts on the spot? Too bloody and violent, right? Is the person above a troll? You also call this bloody and violent? That's right. If we don't kill the mutant beasts will kill us in return. That's right. The planet we lived on before died because of the beast tide. If the mutant beast meat can really be made into delicious food, we will suffer in the future. Ha ha ha. It's better for them to suffer than for us. That's right. Oh my god, they are so neat. I haven't seen it clearly yet. That's right, they can't come one by one. I don't know which one to watch. When Randy saw this, he also felt that it was too fast. They were used to it and didn't feel it, but most of the audience were ordinary people and had no experience. He asked Wen and the other 2 to leave, leaving only the warrior, who was dealing with the mutant cuckoo chicken. He asked someone to prepare another mutant cuckoo chicken. Wow! So considerate. Just when I was about to ask him to slow down, he came. This time, the warrior not only had to deal with it, but also had to explain it. This was the message Wei Ning said to Wen, asking him to pass it on. This would make it easier for the audience to understand the role of these steps. Chapter 91. The soldier received instructions when he took over the mutant cuckoo chicken. He started to process and explain at the same time. First, bleed the chicken. For convenience, the soldier directly cut off the head of the mutant cuckoo chicken and took a bucket to collect the blood. Identification completed. This guy must have done it countless times. Is there any particularity in bleeding? Does it have to be done alive? Before the live broadcast, they had done their homework, so when they saw someone asking, the soldier explained. Bleeding is to ensure that the mutant beast will not have blood running around in the body due to struggle when it dies. Generally, if an animal struggles strongly when it dies, its blood vessels will expand, and the blood will clot in the body after death, and the meat will not be fresh. I have learned a lesson. Bleeding is also particular. No wonder the meat of wild mutant beasts is not delicious. It turns out that they did it wrong in the first step. Did the above person secretly try it after watching the last live broadcast? I tried it, and the taste was even worse than the nutrient solution. I even wondered if I was dreaming when I watched the live broadcast that day. Ha ha ha. It turns out that I am not the only one who feels this way. A large number of comments on the screen are from people who tried it after watching the live broadcast, and without exception, they all said it tasted bad. After the blood was drained, the skin was peeled. To avoid scaring the audience, the warrior peeled the skin quickly and explained it at the same time. Skinning is just for convenience. You can also pluck the hair directly or burn it with fire, but this method is simpler. The audience in front of the screen, ? That's it. When they thought the processing method was very complicated, what they saw was not that special? Countless question marks flashed through the audience's mind. Do all mutants need to be skinned? What if we don't know how to do it? That's right, we are not as good as the little brother. To be honest, with my level, it takes a whole day to skin it, so what can I eat? Ha ha ha. Save it for the next day. If not, I help you eat it. Has anyone invented a hair removal machine? The above person asked a good question. I also want to know if there is one. Don't mention it. If there is such a machine, it must be very popular. Because the fur of mutants is very difficult to clean, most people just skin them directly, or just chop them open and then skin them. From today, there will definitely be one. Don't mention it. There are quite a few businessmen watching the live broadcast, from all walks of life. Some click in out of curiosity. Some want to see how delicious food is made. Some saw business opportunities. If wild mutant meat can really be made delicious, then people who can't afford artificially cultivated mutant meat will buy wild mutant meat. You know, the population of ordinary citizens in the Federation is far greater than that of noble families. Artificially cultivated mutant meat is small in quantity, and most of it is supplied to noble families and legions, and the rest is left for nouveau riche to compete at high prices. Only a small part will flow outside, but the price is also too high for ordinary people to afford. Now there is such an opportunity, and delicious mutant meat can be eaten without high prices. Who would be willing to miss it? Thoughtful and visionary businessmen have begun to let their employees hunt mutants, striving to make a fortune as soon as the cooking method comes out. After the skin is done, the next step is to open the abdomen and remove the internal organs. No one eats internal organs in StarCraft, so this step is easy for everyone to understand. After processing, it is the most anticipated step. At this step, the next step is how to cook. In order to see it more clearly, the audience in the live broadcast room did not leave any messages. The screen was clean for a while, and there was no one to send gifts. Everyone was waiting for the warrior brother to chop the meat and prepare to cook, but he put all the meat in a basin beside him, filled it with water, and sprinkled a handful of salt in it. What is this for? Shouldn't it be cooked? That's right, I have prepared the energy gas and the pot, but there are still steps. Don't worry, listen to what the brother says. That's right, if it's all the same, why do people broadcast live? At this time, the warrior just put the salt back and explained to the camera. It is to extract as much blood as possible from the mutant meat, because the blood will turn into blood foam when heated during cooking. The blood foam has a fishy smell and affects the appearance of the dish. Although the blood has been drained in advance, there is still a lot of it left in the meat. This is the significance of this step. As for adding salt, it is to speed up the process and improve the taste of the meat. Is that so? No wonder the meat we cook has a very fishy smell and is very unpalatable. Is this the first time I heard that this method is really effective? We will know whether it works or not after watching it. I have followed the steps of the anchor brother to make it. I am just waiting to eat delicious food today, haha. I don't care whether it works or not, I will record the screen first, and I will make notes to buy mutant beasts after watching the live broadcast. It should be in time to complete the task of purchasing mutant beast meat now? Hurry up, the anchor brother will start cooking soon. The order has been placed, and I will start cooking immediately after watching the live broadcast. I just placed an order, and found that the price of mutant beasts has increased. No way, it has only been a short while, and the price has increased. I saw many people placing orders for mutant beasts in the task hall. Then I will place an order quickly, and buy it before the anchor finishes. Seeing so many viewers leave messages saying that they will buy mutant beasts to make, Randy appears in the camera at the right time. Why did he change to my idol's assistant? I feel like he's going to say something big. Randy did appear on camera to say something. Yi Ling's plant illustrations have been sorted out for a part, which happens to be used today. He cleared his throat and said, I believe the audience in front of the screen are already looking forward to the next step, but before that, I want to tell you about some seasonings that will be used in the next cooking process. As soon as he finished speaking, a large area of the screen was already asking what the seasonings were. What's going on? I just washed my hands and it changed. Hurry up and tell me, I prepared the meat, and you just said I need to prepare the seasoning. Aren't you going to make me anxious to death? That's right, you're waiting to eat, and then you say it. Why don't you tell us in advance, so that we can prepare it? It's so funny. Even if you tell us in advance, few people will prepare it. That's right, there are still many people watching with a skeptical attitude. I'm different. I prepared it directly after watching the live broadcast. I'm just waiting to follow the anchor today. The host didn't say anything, which means he had his reasons. We should listen to what he said. Randy didn't read the comments, but explained to the camera. Because time was too tight, the live broadcast was also a whim at that time. The reason why it took so long to broadcast was because I was sorting out the data of these seasonings during this period. The person who sorted out these data, I believe everyone has heard of her name. She is the senior alchemist master Yi Ling. It took her half a month to sort it out, and made this data into a plant atlas, and it has been certified. The link will be placed in the live broadcast room after the live broadcast, and everyone can download or watch it. Randy's sales-like behavior shocked the people watching the live broadcast. Chapter 92. Anything related to a high-level alchemist master is known by many people. After all, there are not many high-level alchemists in the Federation. And Yi Ling is the only master who has exhausted his mental power due to an accident in alchemy. At that time, her news was announced by the Pharmacist Association and shocked many people. All her benefits in the Pharmacist Association were cancelled because of this, and there has been no information about her for a long time. Now Randy suddenly mentioned her, and said that the data were compiled by her, and even let everyone see the plant illustration she wrote, which made many people wonder what Randy's purpose was. I say you think too much, right? It's just an illustration. What purpose can it have? Besides, even if Master Yi Ling is just an ordinary person now, and can't make medicine, her contribution to the Federation is indelible. That's right, there are not so many conspiracy theories. Have you watched too many police and gangster movies? I don't care what it is, as long as the illustrations are useful to me, it's good. She just can't make medicine, she's not stupid, the knowledge in her head still exists. The authenticity of the illustration is still guaranteed. Yeah, if you want to watch it, just watch it. No one is forcing you to watch it. Why do you think so complicated about it? Landy saw that many people were questioning it, and he understood it in his heart, and then he brought up another thing. Now everyone can see in the live broadcast room that the method our soldiers used to deal with mutant beasts was actually discovered by Master Yilingya. Landy did not hide this matter, and he would not take the credit. He said it truthfully, just changed someone. Yiling also agreed. They all subconsciously wanted to conceal Wei Ning's existence. If the promotion effect is not good, they will also bear it. Although they think the probability of this is very small, they still do it. Sometimes, public opinion is a terrible thing. I thought it was the Legion that discovered it first, but it turned out not to be. I don't think it matters who discovered it. What matters is that it can be shared. That's right, I like the master's method, which is more like the style of a master. Don't share it without the style of a master? Don't knock down all masters with one stick. The higher-ups are bringing shame to Master Yi. Hee. Even the Pharmacist Association has stated that Yi Ling is no longer a member of the Pharmacist Association, and you still call her a master, and you don't feel ashamed. Now Brother Jun said that the processing and cooking methods of mutant beasts were discovered by Master Yi. If you have the ability, don't read it. That's right. It's more embarrassing to scold others while learning how they do it. Kick this person out. Woman pointed at the message and said to the secretary, "This kind of person is not allowed to come in. Kick out anyone who leaves abusive messages." Yes. The secretary responded quickly. He glanced at the message on the screen and thought, I will know how painful it will be when the time comes. After Randy finished speaking, he asked someone to bring up the prepared spices. He picked them up one by one and showed them to everyone. The mobile camera was controlled to fly not far from his hand. The shooting angle allowed everyone in front of the screen to see the appearance clearly, but he just didn't tell everyone what it was. I'm so anxious. Why don't you tell me what it is? I can place an order right away. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Wait until the live broadcast is over. Ha ha ha. The person above is really sullen, but I feel happy for some reason. You are jealous that we prepared mutants, and you are deliberately irritating us. Yes, 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 you are doing it on purpose. Come and hit me. For such an audience, Wei Ning can only say that the netizens of this session are too unreasonable. After Randy showed several spices, he left the camera and asked people to continue to deal with the other mutants. The methods are similar, and the audience wants to see the cooking method later. As soon as the processing is finished, they start to urge them to cook quickly. They can't wait. The meat of the mutant cuckoo chicken has been soaked, and the soldiers washed it twice with water. The water that came out of the washing is no longer bloody, so they took it out and drained the water. Wei Ning's barbecue plate was requisitioned and was placed in front of the camera at this time. The audience in front of the screen was confused, not understanding what the sheet was for. No way. You want to cook with this sheet? Shouldn't you use a big pot? I prepared the big pot, but now you tell me I can't use it. The material of this sheet seems to be a very balanced heat-resistant material. That doesn't change the fact that it's a sheet. I just want to know what the sheet is for. Soon, the audience knew what the sheet was for. When the sheet reached a temperature that could be used to fry meat, the warrior finally started to move, putting the fat of the mutant cuckoo chicken on it to fry. At this time, the holographic sharing experience mode of the live broadcast room was turned on. The audience suddenly found themselves next to the sheet, and could feel the temperature from the sheet and the constant sizzling sound. The sudden feeling of happiness made the audience keep leaving messages and dominating the screen. The anchor finally behaved like a human this time. He didn't need us to urge him, and directly turned on the holographic sharing experience mode. Ha ha! I have touched the mutant beast meat. It was washed very clean, and there was no fishy smell. I just touched the little brother's hand. Shy! Shy! I have learned cooking from the little brother. The above is really smart. I want to try it too. Is this what cooking feels like? It seems not bad. Under high temperature, the oil was fried out little by little, and the fragrance also permeated the entire live broadcast room little by little. It smells so good. Is the fat of the mutant cuckoo chicken so fragrant? Even the fat is so fragrant. I really look forward to what the meat tastes like. The soldier has started to put the meat on the plate to fry. He picked the meat that had been deboned and cut it into small pieces. The temperature of the plate was high, and the fragrance of the meat floated out immediately. Smelling this fragrance makes me feel that what I ate before was fake meat. I announced that my favorite thing from now on is to eat meat. My mother asked me why I cried while drinking the nutrient solution, and I said I was crying because the days when I drank the nutrient solution were too bitter. Why didn't the master find the processing method and cooking method earlier? Then, I wouldn't have to drink more boxes of nutrient solution. It feels like the nutrient solution company is going to be in crisis. The senior executives of the Walker Group, which specializes in producing nutrient solution, are also watching the live broadcast. At first, they didn't take the live broadcast seriously, and they just wanted to see what was going on. Their group almost monopolized the nutrient solution market. With such a large population base in the Federation, no matter how delicious the food they made was, they still had to drink nutrient solution for a long time. They didn't watch the previous live broadcast, and didn't think that a live broadcast could shake the status of their group. It was just that when they saw the faces of the senior executives changed again and again. Not to mention ordinary people, even they couldn't help but want to taste it when they smelled this fragrance. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of the mood they were in when they laughed at the Bright family when the live broadcast news came out half a month ago. At this moment, their mood was not much better. Chapter 93. If the whole Federation starts to set off a wave of eating mutant beast meat, not only will the Bright family's business be affected, but their group will also be affected. Yes, the Federation has a large population base, but if most people choose to eat mutant beast meat, the demand for nutrient solution will decrease. Some senior executives even thought that if this continues, nutrient solution may gradually be eliminated by 3 meals a day. We can't let them succeed. Some senior executives slammed the table. This is no longer something we can stop. Behind Randy is not only the 4th Army, but also the entire military, and even some senior federal government officials support it. If they had taken it to heart at the beginning and used public opinion to guide it, there might still be a chance. Now, the number of people watching the live broadcast has exceeded 100 million. Those who know it, and those who don't know it will know it sooner or later. At least before this wave has not fallen, the nutrient solution business will be affected, unless there is an accident. Accident? Thinking of this, the senior executives had a new idea in their minds. He raised his hand to signal everyone to stop arguing. I have an idea for this matter, just wait. Others saw that he was confident, and asked what the idea was. The senior executive just smiled complacently, and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, everyone stopped asking. It was just right for them to see what would happen if they went against the military. At this time, the live broadcast room had reached its climax. When the soldiers brushed the seasoning prepared by Wei Ning onto the surface of the meat little by little, after being stimulated by the temperature, all kinds of flavors floated out, intertwined together to make it even more tempting. Some people couldn't help but taste it secretly. Oh my god! So delicious, so fragrant, so hot! There is really no fishy smell at all. And it is not old at all, it is still very tender and delicious. Woo woo woo! The mutant meat is really delicious. Thank you Master Yi for sharing it for free. We all get to eat such delicious meat. Life is really perfect. Ha ha ha! I actually ate the mutant meat that I made myself, and it tasted almost the same as the one made by the anchor. I am so happy! I also ate it. Really, the meat you make yourself is different. The taste is so fragrant. I am really a smart person. While you are still eating a whole belly of data, I have already eaten real delicious meat. This feeling is really wonderful. Many viewers shared their feelings about the delicious food they ate, which made other unprepared viewers very angry and left messages asking the anchor to kick him out. Little brother, kick these people upstairs out, they are too much. That's right, either eat data together or eat alone, don't say it out loud. I'm going to say it out loud, come and hit me. I'm going to make you all envious. It's really delicious, so fragrant. I have a whole head of mutant cuckoo chicken. If I can't finish it, I can save it for the next meal. The prepared audience deliberately wants to cause everyone's dissatisfaction, and they are not allowed to say it out loud, and they are happy to see them helpless. When they think that the mutant cuckoo chicken is already delicious, the next step is roasted rabbit meat and fried steak, which refreshes their understanding of food again. The last pot is crazy pork with various spices. The audience watched with their own eyes, as Randy put all the spices he had introduced to everyone before into the big pot. When the aroma of various spices and meat filled the live broadcast room, it pushed the live broadcast to a new climax again. The last time, they saw it was a pot of stewed meat, and they were still skeptical at that time. But this time, they really watched that pot of meat from the beginning to the seasoning and the final fragrance, never leaving their sight. Not to mention, they have tasted different flavors and varieties of food. The audience began to give gifts to express their excitement and gratitude at the moment. Excited that in the future, there will no longer be only nutrient solution as a choice to fill their stomachs, and there is no need to worry about not having money to buy mutant beast meat. Thank you for Yi Ling's free public sharing and the delicious food made by the Legion soldiers after half a day of hard work. Although they only ate a belly full of data, they were also very satisfied. With the methods of handling mutant beasts and cooking methods, how far is it from eating real meat? The soldiers of various federal legions also watched the live broadcast. This live broadcast made them understand that the rumor that the 4th Legion was so poor that it could only eat mutant beast meat was actually true. If it were them, they would also be willing to eat such delicious mutant beast meat instead of drinking nutrient solution. They have already started discussing that they should also hunt a few mutant beasts during the rest time to improve the food. No matter how real it feels in the live broadcast room, it is not as real as eating in their own stomachs. The soldiers of various legions will also communicate with each other. If they say that they don't envy the benefits of the 4th Legion's extra meals, it would be a lie. The senior officers of the various corps and above are also discussing this issue. Among the 28 corps of the Federation, only a few corps have the benefit of extra meals, but the 4th Corps is the only one that has extra meals every 2 times. In order to save military expenses, other corps drink nutrient solution. The military expenses of the corps come from the federal government, but the funds are limited. The various mechas, weapons and ammunition, and medicine research in the corps require countless funds to support. They can only obtain materials by killing star beasts, and then make various mechas, weapons and ammunition, or sell the materials to other corps. The 4th Corps is famous for being rich, not only because they have the most star beasts on the defense line they are stationed on, and get the most materials. Their corps also has a powerful mecha maker, and a senior alchemy master. Many corps want to trade with the 4th Corps, and Hui Yunchuan is an excellent commander who has led the 4th Corps all the way up. In recent years, it has been slightly superior to other corps. Now that the 4th Corps has come up with this, if they don't react, they will be even more inferior. It was fine that they couldn't let the soldiers eat the meat of artificially cultivated mutant beasts, but now, if they couldn't even eat wild mutant beast meat, it would be even worse. How would the soldiers feel about this? They had to keep up with this wave of eating wild mutant beast meat. Chapter 94. After the live broadcast ended, the audience who watched the live broadcast all clicked on the link, wanting to know first what the ingredients in the pot of meat were. Go to the link, open the first page, and you will see the first type introduced by Randy, star anise. Although star anise is called star anise, it does not really have 8 corners. During its growth period, due to uneven nutrition supply, its fruit will grow 5 to 9 corners. In addition, during the artificial processing process, it is possible to accidentally knock off 1 or 2 corners, so star anise normally has 3 to 9 corners. Each corner is straight and oval, and there are seeds inside the fruit. Yi Ling not only posted pictures of dried star anise, but also pictures of undried star anise, and even a whole star anise tree. It is a dynamic picture, and you can zoom in or out the picture by clicking on it, so that readers can clearly see the texture of each leaf of the star anise tree. Just by comparing the pictures, you can find the star anise tree. Yi Ling has made a detailed introduction to the appearance, color, fragrance, and uses of star anise, so that readers can quickly understand star anise. Not only star anise, but other spices are the same, ensuring that everyone who has read it can understand and remember it in the shortest time without making people feel verbose. The original purpose of publishing the illustrations is to allow everyone to understand better and faster, and the text and pictures are simple and easy to understand. After careful understanding, you can recognize it whenever you encounter it. Although there are only a dozen plant illustrations, it is enough for now. And at the end of the book, Yi Ling also specifically reminded that it will be updated from time to time in the future to let everyone know more plants that are beneficial to life as much as possible. Wei Guoyang and his party, who were far away on a remote star, had just finished watching the live broadcast. They had not yet seen the illustrated guide. So after the live broadcast, they all clicked in to watch it. When they clicked in, they saw that there were already several thousand downloads, and it was still increasing, which showed that there were many viewers. When they all finished watching, they looked again, and the number of downloads had exceeded 100,000. It seems that everyone is very receptive to the illustrated guide. Wei Dong said after reading it. After all, the Interstellar has not eaten natural food normally for thousands of years, and human beings' pursuit of food is engraved in their bones. Hai Feng and Chen Haojia did not find it strange. As beneficiaries, they could still hold the idea of dispensability before they had eaten it. But after eating it, it was really too difficult for them to return to their previous state. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. They have to eat a meal every 3 or 2 days now, otherwise they will be greedy. The way the people of the Federation do now is the same as when they first ate mutant beast meat. The more people are willing to eat mutant meat, the more food culture will slowly revive. People will have more choices, and their lives will get better. Can these things really change the taste of mutant meat? Someone asked a question. Hearing this, Wei Guoyang and others turned their heads to look over. It was a middle-aged man asking another friend beside him. At this time, they were watching a live broadcast in a stone field. 3 days ago, they came from Green Star to this remote star called Stone Star. There is really no intersection with the name Stone Star. 2/3 of the entire star is stone, and the rest is forest and lake. The houses where the residents of Stone Star live are all made of stones. The furniture inside is also polished from stones. It can be said that half of the things in their lives are made of stones. This kind of stone is a unique product of the local area. It is not only extremely hard, but also has special defensive functions. When they first came, they were shocked to see the stone houses built by local residents. After seeing high-rise buildings, they were really surprised to see such simple and unpretentious stone houses. Although they had heard that the lives of residents in remote stars would be very difficult, they did not expect that there would be such simple and ordinary houses without defense capabilities. At that time, Wei Guoyang had already decided that as long as the hardness met the standard, he would buy this kind of stone. When they found the local government department and explained their purpose, the person in charge excitedly grabbed him and kept saying thank you when he heard that they were here to buy stones. Remote stars are different from garbage stars. The officials here are still appointed by federal government departments. People who can come to such remote places basically have no background, and their abilities are average. Every year, his political achievements are at the bottom, and it is not easy to get promoted and leave. Every year, Cook's hair is turned white because of his worries about the lives of the residents. But the environment of Stone Star is special. Apart from stones, there are forests and lakes, and there are limited places for him to develop. Cook once thought about using these stones. However, the building materials of the Interstellar are very special. Even if the stones of Stone Star have unique defensive functions, they are still a pile of useless stones for other large planets. There are many multifunctional materials in the interstellar space, and no one would be interested in the stones from their planet. Even if some merchants wanted to transport the stones to other small planets to sell, they finally gave up because the price was too low and the transportation cost was high. The residents of Stone Star live a hard life, and they need to rely on government relief funds every year to live a little better. Those who have the ability and conditions have basically left, and the rest are all so poor that they can't even afford a starship ticket. How can Cook not be excited and happy when Wei Guoyang wants to buy stones from their planet? After Wei Guoyang determined the number and size of the stones, Cook almost immediately started to arrange it. They came to the stone quarry today to see the progress. When they came, they happened to meet the miners' rest time, so they sat with them to watch the live broadcast. The conditions on Stone Star are poor. In addition to a quarrying machine and a transporter, the rest of the work is manually polished, so the progress is naturally not as good as that of machines. They are all local residents and are very skilled in polishing stones. After all the stones in their own home are polished by them. In 3 days, the quantity Wei Guoyang needed was almost complete. They only had to wait one more day before they could go back. When they heard someone ask this question, they couldn't help but prick up their ears, wanting to hear how others answered. Miner B also watched the live broadcast, and he believed it mostly. Some netizens said that the person broadcasting the live broadcast was a soldier of the Legion. Since he is a soldier, he will not deceive everyone. Besides, we have eaten a lot of mutant beast meat. At worst, we can form a team to find materials in the forest and try it out. If we can really make such a delicious taste by following the example, won't we have more choices in our lives in the future? If it weren't for the pressure of life, who would be willing to eat the smelling mutant beast meat? Chapter 95. That being said, what if we don't have these ingredients on our planet? If we don't have them, just cook them as we did at the beginning. The taste will be better than what we had before. Miner B said indifferently. Before watching the live broadcast, they also cooked and ate them directly. They could eat the fishy mutant meat, so they didn't care whether there were any ingredients. As long as the mutant meat doesn't have an unpleasant fishy smell, it's acceptable. In fact, you don't have to think so much. If you are worried, you can just cook a meal. Whether it is good or bad, it will be clear at a glance. Someone next to him suddenly suggested. The two miners turned their heads and looked over. They saw a few unfamiliar faces. Thinking of what the manager said in the morning, that the boss who took orders would come to check the progress in the afternoon, they guessed them. Boss, it's a good idea. Instead of guessing, it's better to cook a meal directly. After tasting it, you can see the truth. That's the truth. Wei Guoyang certainly hopes that everyone can believe it. Not only does he hope that others can also eat delicious mutant meat, but also for Yiling. The more people read the illustrations and use the materials in them, the more they affirm Yiling. Everyone has worked hard. Why don't we treat everyone to a meal tomorrow? Let's do it by live broadcast, Chen Haojie suggested. Sure, no matter how much you say, it's better to cook a meal yourself. Wei Dong agreed. Okay, we will treat everyone to a meal tomorrow, and everyone must come to support us. Wei Guoyang said loudly to the miners present. I must come, thank you bosses. Wei Guoyang's words made the miners present very happy, and they admired the boss's generosity in their hearts. They didn't know that this was a scene that Wei Guoyang decided to put on with Wei Dong. It was to add fuel to the fire at this critical moment, so that everyone would believe that the processing and cooking methods in the live broadcast room were trustworthy. The miners were simple-minded and only thought that this boss was really good and generously invited them to eat meat. They were all very motivated when they were working in the afternoon. They had done it many times, and for Wei Dong and Chen Haojie, it was a very simple thing to make another meal. Although the Stone Star Forest is small, there are all kinds of mutant beasts. Wei Dong and Chen Haojie did not hesitate to start. They entered the forest that night, and brought out a bunch of prey early the next morning. When the miners of the stone mine came to work early in the morning, they saw several large mutant beasts piled in the rest area at a glance. Thinking of what the bosses said yesterday, they couldn't help but get excited. There was not much work to do today, only some finishing work was left, and they finished it in less than 2 hours. When all the stones were loaded and transported to the hovercraft, the manager waved his hand and asked all the miners to go to the rest area. As soon as the manager finished speaking, the miners ran to the rest area impatiently, found a great viewing position, and waited for Wei Dong and his team to come and cook a meal for them on the spot. Wei Dong and Chen Haojie waited for them to finish before coming. They deliberately chose local stones to make a stone pot and a flat and relatively thin stone slab as cooking tools. The seasonings needed were also the simplest salt, oil, and chili powder. It's not that they don't want to do a better job, but the materials found on the Stone Star are limited, and using these is more convincing. After simply showing everyone the materials in their hands, Wei Dong and Chen Haojie began to process the mutant beasts. The mutant beasts they chose were the same as those in the live broadcast room, all of which were mutant cuckoo chickens, mutant red-eyed rabbits, crazy pigs, and wild bulls. The processing methods and steps were also the same as those in the live broadcast room, except that the spices such as star anise were not added at the end. It can be said that the live broadcast content was directly moved to the scene. But it was precisely because of this that when the first scent came out, the miners present believed the live broadcast method of processing mutant beasts and cooking mutant beast meat. If there were still doubts after watching the live broadcast, then after watching the live effect and eating the meat as delicious as in the live broadcast room, they no longer had any doubts. Even without those materials, they followed the methods described in the live broadcast room, and the mutant beast meat they made was just as delicious, without that unpleasant fishy smell. Wei Dong and Chen Haojie even asked those who were interested to come and experience it for themselves. After those people ate the mutant beast meat they made by themselves, they were even more excited. Some people even had tears in their eyes. They ate a lot of mutant meat, which was hard to swallow every time, but they had to swallow it for survival. Now, they could also eat a meal of mutant meat without fishy smell, and it was made by themselves. How can they not be excited? It can be said that because of Wei Dong and his operation, almost all the residents of Stone Star were motivated to eat mutant meat. Originally, their planet was poor, and eating mutant meat was a common thing. Now with the correct processing and cooking methods, they are more willing to eat it. In this way, they don't have to spend star coins to buy nutrient solution. But the mutant beasts of Stone Star are going to suffer. A large number of residents formed teams to hunt in the forest, and killed the mutant beasts, almost making them endangered. In the end, it was the government that stepped in and prohibited the large-scale hunting of mutant beasts to avoid this situation. But this is a matter for the future. Now, all the miners have started their first craze for food. After taking a big bite, the mouth was full of the aroma of meat. The more you chew, the more delicious it is. The more you eat, the less you want to stop. Wei Guoyang saw how delicious they were eating, and the smile on his face never stopped. They can be said to have gained a lot from this trip. Not only did they find better ingredients than expected, but they also promoted food and let more people eat delicious food. Even when they left, Cook kept thanking them. Chapter 96. After the live broadcast, Randy only paid attention to the fluctuations in the wind direction on the internet for one day, and then stopped paying attention to it. He started to get busy again. A batch of tomatoes and potatoes are about to be harvested. The sauces made before were eaten by them in less than a week. Chris missed the opportunity to eat ketchup with French fries, because he had to send the spiritual grass back to the border star. When he learned that Randy and his team didn't keep a can, he called him and asked him to make a batch next time, and send it together with the next batch of goods. There are robots to pick tomatoes, but Randy and his team insisted on digging potatoes by themselves. He and Wen came over early in the morning. Wei Ning and Yi Ling had already prepared the tools, so they could start working as soon as they arrived. Wen had experience in digging sweet potatoes, so Wei Ning didn't come to tell them the key points to pay attention to. There were only more than 100 potato plants, and she didn't come to watch them dig. She and Yi Ling were busy picking out overripe tomatoes and making ketchup. Originally, she planned to pick the freshly ripened fruits every day and pack them in a fresh-keeping box, but the ketchup was so popular that it was eaten up in a few days. Randy also specifically told her to make more next time, so she didn't pick them these days, and there were quite a few ripe ones. Ning, I see that everyone likes red fruit jam very much. Why not plant another piece of red fruit trees, so that we can make more when the time comes? Yi Ling has been busy with the illustration work for some time, and only now did she know that red fruit can be made into jam. Sure, I ripen a few plants and use them for seedling cultivation when the time comes. Wei Ning also felt that it was time to expand the planting area. So far, their planting area is less than 200 acres, which is still too small. It was fine that there were not enough people before, but now the soldiers of the Legion would be pulled over by Chen Haojia and Wu from time to time to help with the work, and the speed was faster than that of the robots. For example, it would take 2 robots an hour to dig potatoes, but Wu and Landy only took half an hour to dig them all out. They also turned the land over. I don't know if it was her illusion, but Wei Ning felt that Landy and his team had been much more diligent recently, and often asked if they needed help. As long as she nodded, she would see them the next day. Sometimes, Landy would bring a small team to help dig weeds. When the land was well hydrated, more and more weeds grew. At present, there were no drugs such as herbicides, and Yi Ling was reluctant to pull out all the weeds. They went back to manual weeding as before. As the area of the planting land expanded, the robots were not enough. After Landy took a look once, he took the initiative to find her and asked for help. Wei Ning couldn't refuse. Firstly, it was his good intention, and secondly, there were too many weeds. If they were not dug up, it would affect the growth of crops. After Randy brought people to help several times, Wei Ning felt that she was hiring space warriors as labor. Let me do the seedling cultivation when the time comes. I also need to record some information. Recently, Yi Ling began to sort out the planting methods of all varieties in the current planting area. When she was making the plant atlas, she had already thought about it. She would classify and record each crop one by one. After she experimented several times, she came to a conclusion. As long as the seeds of vegetables or other varieties that Wei Ning had cultivated with supernatural powers, she could cultivate seedlings. As for the mutants like red fruit, she could also cultivate them in the same way, and they will not mutate. On the contrary, she directly uses the seeds of red fruit picked from the wild to cultivate seedlings, and the cultivated seedlings are very likely to mutate. The results of several experiments have shown that as long as Wei Ning uses supernatural powers to nourish them, plant them out, and keep the seeds, she can successfully cultivate seedlings, and the difference is not much from Wei Ning's supernatural powers. This is good news. As long as Wei Ning grows any variety of crops, she or anyone else can grow them. So she plans to make detailed records for each one, starting from seed selection, to seedling cultivation, to transplantation, and finally recording the care measures and picking methods one by one. If possible, she hopes that one day everyone can plant. And what she records now will be very precious. Okay. Yi Ling is willing to take over, and Wei Ning is very happy. In the past 2 days, Wu has increased the intensity of her training. She now spends most of her time on training every day. She doesn't have so much energy to pay attention to the planting area. Her lavender is finally over the flowering period, and the seeds can be harvested. She will spend more energy on cultivating lavender. Your father and others will be back soon, and the house will start to be built by then, and there will be a lot of things to do. Let your father and elder brother worry about the house, and we will take care of the planting area. Although robots can do a lot of things, they are machines after all, without their own thoughts, and they all rely on instructions to complete. But they have a lot to do too. They need to raise seedlings, plan new planting areas, and know where to plant what and how much to plant. It is not good to plant the same crop on the land frequently. It needs to be planted in rotation, or the land needs to be cultivated. At present, there is no fertilizer such as chemical fertilizer. To cultivate the land, either a layer of nutrient solution is spread or old fallen vegetable leaves are used to make fertilizer. Yiling also needs to study the nutrient solution that suits the needs of plants, and the plant illustrations need to be further improved, so there are more things to do. Before, when I didn't plant so many, I had free time every day, but now I feel that time is increasingly insufficient. Wu and Landy came over after digging potatoes, and Wei Ning and Yiling also picked out a few pots of tomatoes. After weighing the number of potatoes and tomatoes, another half day passed. Next, I have to make the remaining tomatoes into sauce. Fortunately, I have had experience once, so it is much easier to do it again. I don't know if it's because the charm of tomato sauce is too great or something else, but the speed of making sauce this time is much faster than last time. Wei Ning only made one pot, and Landy and Wuan have already started making the second pot. Wei Ning tasted the taste separately, and whether it was the taste, color, or taste, it was better than last time. It's time to become a master. Chapter 97. The finished tomato sauce, along with the harvested tomatoes and potatoes, was sent to the starship and will be transported to the border star. At the same time, various numerical analysis reports of this batch of crops were also placed in front of Randy. Jace showed a happy expression, and the light in his eyes became brighter under the dark circles. He has been busy for a long time. He needs to analyze and study the fish monster. He has not rested well these days, and dark circles have appeared. The main purpose of his coming to Green Star is to study the factors that can cure mental riots with vegetables. This matter has never been found. And today's report gave Jace a bold guess. The factors that can cure mental riots with vegetables are not the soil, air, water here, nor the water diluted with nutrient solution. He has been here for more than a month, and has been collecting samples from various places on Green Star. He has collected samples from soil, air, water, vegetable leaves, roots, plants in the forest, and even mutant beasts. All the data are normal, except for the data collected from the planting site. Whether it is soil, air, water, vegetable leaves or roots, they all contain gentle energy, and the values are different. The highest values are in the leaves and roots of vegetables, followed by soil and water, and finally air. And the values of these items in different planting sites are different. At first, Jess didn't understand why the values were so different when they were in the same planting site. But today, he finally knew the reason. This test report on potatoes and red fruits finally allowed him to find the differences. When he was chatting with Yiling, he heard her say that this potato field and part of the red fruit forest were planted by Wei Ning herself. At the beginning, when she planted, they didn't think it would be successful. It was because they saw Wei Ning grow potatoes that they decided to expand the scale of planting. And now, the mild energy value contained in potatoes is the highest, and even the energy value contained in the soil, water, and air is higher than other planting areas. As for the red fruit forest, some places have high energy values, while others are relatively low. The difference is so big that except for the different planters, everything else is the same. Therefore, Jace dared to boldly guess that this might be related to Wei Ning. Even if it is related to her, what can it prove? Do you think she is the key to treating mental riots? If the crops she grows have this energy, then it is. Jace insisted. This energy does not need to be refined by a pharmacist, it can be directly absorbed. As long as the energy value reaches the value required by the human body, it can be used as a medicine. But she is only one person, and the Federation has so many warriors. How many can she save? Landy felt that Jace was thinking too simply. If the problem of mental riot can be solved so easily, then what is the research of countless ancestors for thousands of years? A joke. I want a piece of her blood. Jace. Landy stood up suddenly, and called his name sharply. Do you know what your request means? There are too many things that can be detected through a piece of blood. In the Interstellar, unless it is necessary, no citizen will easily let others test their blood. I know, but you still ask. Randy felt that he was not sober now, otherwise, he would not have made such an excessive request. However, Jace's eyes were clear and firm, and he couldn't be more sober. I just want to know how she did it. As a researcher, he instinctively wanted to study. We don't need to know how she did it. We just need to know that she is our partner now, and we are on the same front. As early as the beginning, he knew that Wei Ning was different. After these days, he was more certain that Wei Ning was not simple. Just what she knew was enough to shock people. If he said that he was not curious, he would be lying, but the moment she shared it for free, he put away his curiosity. For a person who is willing to share what she knows generously, and is beneficial to everyone, he can't do it, and still guess what secrets she hides. I know you want to find a solution to the mental riot as soon as possible, but you can't ask others to give you blood just because of your guess. This is a very unreasonable request. Not to mention that others don't agree. I won't agree with you doing this. Landy firmly stated his position. If Jace really did this, they wouldn't have to stay on Green Star. Okay, I don't want it anymore. Seeing that he was really angry, Jace didn't insist anymore, but it didn't mean that he really gave up. Jace, I'm serious. After working together for many years, how could Jace's little thoughts be hidden from Landy? If you still insist, I can only ask the commander to transfer you back. I believe he doesn't agree with you doing this either. Landy said very seriously. Don't worry, I won't look for her privately. Jace seriously promised that even Hui Yunchuan threatened him. If he really did that, Landy would definitely send him back to the border. Although it was a pity that he could not study Wei Ning's blood, he would rather regret it than leave Green Star. It's best if you think so. Randy could see that Jess was serious this time, otherwise he would really ask the commander to transfer Jess back. Tisk, it's a pity that there is a possible treasure, but we can't dig it up. Jess looked regretful. What she taught us now is more precious than the treasure. Randy disagreed. Whether it was the treatment and cooking methods of mutant beasts and fish monsters, or the discovery of potatoes, sweet potatoes, or red fruits, these were more precious than her. If studying her and losing these or even more, that would be a pity. In the face of interests, Randy's choice is always to maximize interests. Chapter 98. Wei Ning didn't know that she almost became a research subject of Jace. At this time, she was ripening tomatoes. Yi Ling said that she wanted to plant another batch, so she ripened them while she had time. During this period, she trained in both physical fitness and supernatural power every day. Not only did her physical fitness improve, but her supernatural power also improved a lot. Today was a good time to experiment to see what level her supernatural power had reached. She put her hand on the tomato tree, mobilized her supernatural power, and urged the tomato tree to grow continuously. As supernatural power was continuously injected, the green tomatoes on the tree slowly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, until they grew to the size of apples, and the green skin began to gradually turn red. After a while, the whole tomato tree was full of bright red fruits, hanging on the branches. Wei Ning felt that she still had some strength left, so she continued to ripen the next one. After ripening 5 plants in a row, she finally felt tired and stopped. The 5 tomato trees were all bright red, looking very festive. When they were picked, the peel broke with a little force, revealing the white seeds inside. After Wei Ning picked all the tomatoes, he gave some supernatural power to the ripe tomatoes and took them back. When he returned to the hut, Yi Ling just came out and saw Wei Ning carrying a large bucket of red fruits, so she hurried over to help. Why didn't you ask me to go with you? It's so heavy. Yi Ling took the bucket and felt the weight inside and said distressfully, It's not heavy. I'm much stronger now. This weight is not even as heavy as a weight belt. Why did you have to go to training when you were fine? Yi Ling later found out that Wei Ning carried her on his back to train her physical fitness. She didn't object to Wei Ning's desire to become stronger, but after seeing Wei Ning training once, she couldn't help but feel distressed. When I become stronger, I can not only protect myself, but also you and Dad. You? Your dad and I are staying on Green Star, where we don't need your protection. Yi Ling touched Wei Ning's head lovingly, feeling very relieved. Dad has left now. And your elder brother. If elder brother returns to the battlefield in the future, he will have to rely on me. Your elder brother. Yi Ling didn't think Wei Dong could return to the battlefield. After the mental power level is lowered, no one can recover again. Mom, don't worry, there will always be a way. It's not that easy. I'm very happy that your elder brother can come back safely. Demotion is better than losing life. Now, they can live together as a family. She is very satisfied, and she dare not dream of anything else. Is there no cure? Since there are medicines that can relieve mental turmoil, there must be medicines that can treat it, right? Unless we can find herbs that can strengthen the body and nourish the spirit from the root, it is difficult to cure mental turmoil. But for thousands of years, humans still haven't found any medicinal plants that can treat mental turmoil, and they can't even grow angelica. Ginseng? Snow lotus? Ganoderma lucidum? These are the only precious medicinal herbs Wei Ning knows. These medicinal plants are extinct. We have only heard of them in legends, and no one has ever seen them. If they exist, why are we still searching for them now? If we haven't seen them, it means they still exist. We just don't know what they look like, and we won't know if we miss them. Wei Ning didn't think there really was none. After all, the Federation had discovered countless planets, including primitive planets, so it was impossible that there was no ginseng. All things are always mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Since humans can awaken their spiritual power, there will be medicinal plants that can treat mental power riots. Just like zombies appeared in the end of the world, there will be supernatural beings who can restrain zombies. I don't even know what it looks like. How can I find it? Yiling sighed. I just regret that there are too few books handed down. Since ginseng is called ginseng, it should look similar to humans, right? To be honest, Wei Ning had never seen what real ginseng looked like in his life. He had only seen pictures and text explanations. It looks like a human, with a wide and plump top, a relatively short and thick main root, and two main branch roots at the bottom. The surface is gray-yellow, and the cross-section is yellow. It has deep and fine horizontal ring patterns that connect into a spiral shape. The leaves are palmately compound with petioles. The leaflets are obovate or elliptical, with a gradually pointed tip, a wedge-shaped base, fine serrations on the edges, a few bristles scattered on the upper veins, and no hair on the lower side. The fruit of ginseng is a bunch of small, bright red fruits. Without a specific comparison, Wei Ning cannot guarantee that she will recognize ginseng when she sees it. At worst, if she sees something similar, she can dig it up. If it looks like a human, that's it. At worst, there are high-tech tests. The key is that she can find ginseng. There are so many plants that look like humans. There are hundreds of species discovered so far, but none of them have the effect of strengthening the body and nourishing the essence. It can be seen that ginseng does not necessarily look like a human. Yiling found a large basin, poured the red fruits in the bucket into the basin, and used her hands to break the outer skins one by one, squeezing out the white particles inside. It's definitely not a plant that grows on the ground in the shape of a human. Wei Ning muttered helplessly. What are you mumbling about? Come and help. Yiling didn't hear what she was saying clearly, and called her to help. Oh, I come. Wei Ning went over, squatted beside the basin, and used her hands to break the tomatoes one by one, squeezing out the seeds, and throwing the skins and fruit non into the bucket, and then took them to the field to make fertilizer. When this batch of seeds is grown, the vegetables should be harvested, and the potatoes should be ready to be dug. Yiling chatted with Wei Ning while working. Well, by then, we can also harvest a batch of watermelons, pumpkins, loofahs, and beans. Alas, there is no staple food. Wei Ning sighed. Counting it up, Green Star now has many varieties, more than a dozen vegetables, several melons, and she even grows a lot of aniseed. The only thing missing is rice and wheat. Onions and ginger were not found either. Just be content. Your father and I didn't expect to have such a scale now. If it weren't for your special ability, we might still be studying how to make seeds germinate. Yiling was very content. They could grow so many varieties, which was beyond the reach of others. As for staple foods, she could only say that they would take their time. Chris and Randy said they would help find seeds before, but now it's been so long and there's no movement. Their mobility is too poor. Wei Ning still hasn't forgotten what Randy and the others said. I thought she could eat the rice she grew as soon as possible, but it's been so long and she didn't even see a grain of rice. Seeds are not that easy to find. It's good enough for us to grow more existing varieties. No matter how many we plant, it's not as fragrant as rice. Wei Ning squeezed a tomato hard, and the red juice splashed on her face. Coupled with her vicious expression, it was indescribably weird. No, she had to remind Randy not to forget what he had promised. Chapter 99. In order to achieve rice freedom as soon as possible, Wei Ning also risked everything, and she had to talk to Randy about this. It was time to fulfill her promise. The next morning, she deliberately left home half an hour earlier and went to find Randy before training. After training, she was sweating all over, her clothes were in disarray, and her mind was blank. It was really not suitable to talk about things. Wei Ning found Randy and first told him the next harvest time, and then asked him about the seeds. I was just about to tell you about this. Randy was originally going to talk to her about this, but Wei Ning asked him first. Did you buy the seeds? If the military couldn't buy the seeds, it would be difficult. I bought them, but the quantity is limited. Randy reminded her first, so that she would not be disappointed when she saw the quantity. Even if the military had privileges, the number of seeds purchased was limited, and the aristocratic families were very strict in this regard. You should be prepared that the seeds may not germinate. The Legion also has experts who specialize in planting. However, every year, most of the seeds bought back will eventually germinate. Those that germinate are also difficult to survive, and often wither in the seedling stage. This batch of seeds is the amount purchased by the Legion this year. Because Wei Ning can grow vegetables, all the seeds were given to her, hoping that Wei Ning could create a miracle. Didn't you test the activity of the seeds when you bought them? This is not the first time Wei Ning has heard that the seeds cannot germinate. Yi Ling also mentioned it to her once before. If the seeds purchased are the same as the ones she bought, then it is indeed difficult to germinate. She used supernatural powers to nourish and activate the vitality of the seeds, and then she continued to deliver supernatural powers to nourish them, and finally planted them. I've tested it, it's normal, but it just can't germinate. This is why the planting family can monopolize the planting industry, because they can't even make the seeds germinate, let alone plant them. Don't you have special medicine? Yi Ling took out a tube before. After the seeds were soaked in medicine, they could be planted, but the appearance was smaller. Special medicine is not so easy to get. A batch of seeds will only be equipped with one medicine. What we want to study is to achieve artificial planting without using special medicine. If you always rely on medicine for planting, you will still have to cooperate with the planting family in the end. So how did you make the plants grow normally? Jace suddenly appeared and asked curiously. Jace. Landy didn't expect Jace to come to him suddenly, and shouted at him. Jace suddenly appeared and asked such a question suddenly, which scared Wei Ning. She had always thought that it would be Randy who asked her, but she didn't expect it to be this man named Jace. This is my innate skill. It suddenly appeared after my spiritual awakening failed. I can't explain why, but I used the seeds of heaven to produce it. Wei Ning told him again what she had said to Haifeng. Even if they thought it was ridiculous, she still insisted that it was like this. Impossible, after the spiritual awakening failed, you can only be an ordinary person. Jace was the first to disbelieve it. He had never heard that human beings would have innate skills after the awakening failed. But I did find out that I have this talent after I failed to awaken. Wei Ning answered firmly. After all, no one knew that the real Wei Ning had died in the process of awakening. She who awakened was the one who awakened her superpowers. However, until now, she has not been able to distinguish the difference between mental power and superpowers. According to the records of star history, humans first awakened various series of superpowers. With the change of time and environment, superpowers were gradually replaced by mental power, thus giving rise to mentalists. So your talent is planting? Landy asked affirmatively. This is the main reason why she can grow so many vegetables. Yes. There is nothing to say about this. Maybe they have already guessed it, right? Wei Ning chose to say it at this time, because of what Landy said. Since the seeds cannot be germinated in the hands of experts, if it sprouts in her hands, they will also suspect her. It is better to say it out loud to avoid unnecessary trouble. Aren't you afraid of what we will do to you if you tell me? You should know how valuable your situation is for research. Jace suddenly asked maliciously. Haven't you thought about it before? Wei Ning asked back. Since Jace came in, she has keenly felt his gaze on her, which is a probing look. After her ability was improved, her 5 senses have obviously become sharper. Jace's probing eyes around her can't be ignored. Jace didn't answer with a guilty conscience. After all, he did want to study. Jace, this is a common problem among researchers, but don't worry, as long as I am here, I will never let him have such thoughts about you. Randy didn't know why Wei Ning suddenly mentioned this issue. But his attitude must be clear, otherwise there will be a big misunderstanding. Randy signaled Jace to express his attitude with his eyes. Don't worry, I don't want to leave here more than studying you. Although there are still a lot of questions in his heart, Jace still promised seriously. He would not admit that the reason he did not want to leave Green Star was that he could not bear to have new kinds of food to eat from time to time. I am not interested in studying you. Rather than studying you, I hope that you can use your talents and skills to let us achieve freedom of 3 meals a day as soon as possible. Randy said from the bottom of her heart. If the things grown by her talents and skills can have the effect of curing mental riots, then if they eat more of these things, it will also play a certain role. Isn't it more valuable than studying her? What Wei Ning wants is their attitude. She dared to say it, and she was sure that Randy attached great importance to planting technology. A person who can bring them a steady supply of food is more important than research data. Don't underestimate the innate desire of human beings for food. Chapter 100. Jace, didn't you promise me not to mention this again? Why are you still asking? As soon as Wei Ning left, Randy questioned Jace angrily. When I heard you say that, I couldn't help but ask, who told you not to close the door? Jace looked like he blamed you. This made Randy want to beat him up. Is this a question of whether to close the door or not? You? Randy pointed at him, and the words on his lips were so angry that he couldn't say them. She didn't say anything now. You should be glad that she is still willing to believe us. If he didn't know what kind of person Jace was, and that he was not one of those research madmen who dared to do anything for research, he would really pack him back to the border. If she doesn't believe us, who else can she believe? I'm not bragging. Among all the legions in the Federation, which legion is as humane as our legion? Jace looked proud. The most important thing for their legion to be able to surpass other legions over the years is fairness, justice, and not bending the law for personal gain. If it were any other army, the Wei family would have been schemed against and lost their freedom. You can't just ask them what they think of us. You think too much, and you're beating around the bush. It's better to ask directly. I don't really want to study her. I'm just curious. Jace felt that he was wronged. Although asking for someone's blood was also a kind of research, he was not so crazy as to slice her for research. Why couldn't he ask? His teacher said that if you don't understand, you should ask. Otherwise, how can you know what's going on? Randy touched his forehead helplessly. He couldn't do anything about Jace's self-righteous look. It is not easy for him to teach a person who is only interested in various researches how to deal with people. Tell me, if I ask her for blood now, will she give it to me? Jace was a little eager to do it. Anyway, it has been said, it should be possible, right? He just wanted to see. It was too incredible. How could other talents and skills appear after the awakening failed? Don't even think about it. I don't know whether she will drive you away, but if you don't stop thinking about it, I will send someone to send you back tomorrow. Sometimes, Randy really wanted to pry open his brain to see what was inside. Day by day, I don't know what he was thinking. Wei Ning was not much better at this time, and her back was full of sweat. She was actually still very scared just now. If Randy stood on Jace's side, she could only fight to the death. Fortunately, she was not wrong about Randy. Sure enough, only when you are strong, you are not afraid of being bullied by others. Wuan found that Wei Ning was particularly fierce in training today. Before, she would take a break in the middle of the training, but now she doesn't take a break at all, and the training intensity has been increased. She seems to not stop until she has exhausted every bit of her strength. Recently, she changed from running with weights to strength training. Wearing a weight belt, she has to lift a barbell weighing more than 200 kilograms. It takes half a day to lift it. In the end, she was just relying on her willpower to hold on. After throwing away the barbell, she just wanted to lie down and sleep. When can I learn close combat? Wei Ning lay on the ground, wiped the sweat off her face with her hands, and asked weakly. No matter how much training you do, you have to know how to fight, otherwise you will just be a show-off. You will only be abused if you learn close combat now. Wuan glanced at her and answered expressionlessly. Am I that bad? Wei Ning didn't believe that she was so bad in Wuan's eyes. Ha ha. Wuan sneered back at her. Even if I'm abused, I learn. I teach you the basic moves tomorrow. When you can use them freely, we talk. Since she wanted to learn so much, Wuan naturally had no reason not to teach. Originally, he wanted to wait for a while before teaching her, so there would be a buffer time. Now, since he said he wanted to learn, there was no room for regret. The next day, Wei Ning finally realized the meaning behind Wuan's haha. She really overestimated herself. The more confident she was yesterday, the more painful her face was today. She watched Wuan demonstrate the basic moves with confidence, and it looked very simple. Left punch, right hook, retract, kick, roundhouse kick, a set of moves. None of them was difficult. This set of basic movements is broken down into pieces. Practice each movement 1,000 times. When you can practice it 1,000 times in a row, continue. After Wuan demonstrated, he repeated his requirements. That's it? Wei Ning thought it was quite simple, and she should be able to learn it quickly. Wuan didn't answer her, but asked her to come over and teach her again. Wei Ning walked over, stood at attention, and half squatted to punch. This was the first move Wuan had just made. Hands should be straight, at the same height as shoulders, without shaking. Wuan took one look and pointed out the places where she didn't do it well. The same was true for the next few movements. Wuan demonstrated it first, and Wei Ning followed it, and he corrected the places that were not done well. Just this set of movements, it took Wei Ning 2 hours to learn until she could practice it completely, and did not need Wuan's guidance. When Wei Ning thought that she would continue to practice like this, Wuan took out the weight belt she was familiar with. No, do you have to be so hard? Wei Ning felt a headache when she saw it. That's too simple, it can't achieve strength training. Wuan put it on her without saying anything. After putting on the weight belt and punching again, the resistance was significantly increased. Time passed little by little. Wei Ning went from feeling relaxed at the beginning to feeling a little tired, and finally almost all her strength was concentrated on her hands to complete it once. This was just the first movement. After doing it 1,000 times, Wei Ning felt that her hands were no longer her own and had no feeling at all. From the soreness and slight pain at the beginning to the gradual numbness later, her hands were like machines, repeating the same movement over and over again. The same was true for the next few movements, and she relied on willpower to support herself throughout the whole process. After finishing a set of movements, Wei Ning felt sore all over, her clothes were soaked with sweat, her hands and feet were numb, and she collapsed on the ground, motionless. This was even more uncomfortable than her first day of training. She was so tired that she even needed strength to breathe. For the first time, she felt that breathing could be so hard. "Are you okay?" Wu's face appeared above her, and in the blur, Wei Ning saw a trace of worry in his eyes. Would he be worried? How could it be possible? Wei Ning thought she had seen it wrong, and when she looked over again, there was nothing. It was indeed too tired. Even her eyes became blurred. "Do you think I can still do it like this?" She now felt it was difficult to even move her fingers. "You are already very good." Wu looked at her for a long time, and finally gave her a compliment. He began to think that she had reached her limit to finish the first few movements, but she didn't expect that she could persist in finishing them, which was beyond his expectations. Wei Ning. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 101. Training to exhaustion again, it takes a long time to recover strength. This feeling of exhaustion makes Wei Ning feel like she is back on the first day of training. However, no matter how tired she is, Wei Ning has no intention of retreating. For several days in a row, she felt like she had crawled out of a mud pile after training every day. Her whole body was soaked in sweat and mud, and there was no clean spot. She also finished all the movements from the beginning to the dark until it was slightly dark, and she no longer had to go back in the dark, and she no longer felt like she was exhausted and lay on the ground pretending to be a corpse after training. As Wei Ning gradually adapted to this training intensity, the time spent gradually decreased, and the movements became more and more coherent. When Wei Guoyang and his group returned from Stone Star, Wei Ning had been able to practice a set of basic movements for 500 times. There was still half 1,000 times. On the day they came back, Wu gave Wei Ning a day off. Even on a day off, Wei Ning didn't really do nothing, and still consciously trained for 2 hours. If it were in her previous life, even she herself couldn't believe that one day she could be so conscious. She might never sit if she could lie down, but now she forced herself to train like a dog, and even she admired herself. Wei Ning and Yi Ling didn't go to the spaceport to pick up Wei Guoyang and the others, but waited in front of the cabin. After nearly a month away, except for the first few days when she was not used to it, the days after that were almost spent in training, and Wei Ning had no time to think about them. Occasionally when they communicated, they just said a few words and hung up. She only knew that the planet that Wei Guoyang and his team were going to this time was called Stone Star, and the stones there were very unique. Although it was not the same as the ones on the garbage planet, it was very hard and had good bearing capacity. Most importantly, it could defend against attacks from mutant beasts. As for what kind of defense it was, Wei Ning was not sure. Since the spaceport was put into use again, landing on Green Star would have to go through the normal channel. It was no longer possible to land anywhere as before. Now, if you forcefully land without applying, you will be attacked by the defense system. Even though Wei Guoyang communicated that he was ready when he was close to Green Star, he still had to wait for more than an hour before he saw the spaceship approaching the cabin. The spaceship stopped in a nearby open space, the hatch slowly opened, and Wei Guoyang walked out slightly tired. When he saw Wei Ning and Yi Ling, he immediately put on a smile. Yi Ling went up to him, held his outstretched hand, and smiled back. Wei Ning wanted to greet them, but when she saw her parents showing off their affection without paying attention to anyone, she wisely didn't follow them. She looked at the people who were walking down behind her. Brother Chen, Haifeng, welcome back. You've worked hard all the way. Sister, since we've worked so hard, can we have a good meal today? Before Wei Dong could talk to Wei Ning, Chen Haojie jumped out from behind him, begging for food. Wei Dong. Why did he feel more and more that he was an outsider? Ignore him, he's been fed a lot all the way here. Wei Dong pushed Chen Haojie away and declared his sovereignty. All he does is eat all day long. Dongzi, don't you feel guilty when you say this? I didn't eat anything. I drank nutrient solution on the starship. Girl, look, I've lost weight. Chen Haojie shouted that he was wronged, and even turned around in front of Wei Ning to let her see how thin he was. You are like this. How can you lose weight? Get out of the way, don't block me. Wei Dong admired his thick skin. Haifeng stood behind them with envy. Along the way, he could see the relationship between Weidong and Chen Haojia, which was not brotherly but better than that of real brothers. He lost his parents when he was young and grew up with his grandfather. He didn't experience the love of brothers. But between Weidong and Chen Haojia, he saw what brotherly love was. Even though they often quarreled and often disliked each other, once there was danger, they would stand in front of each other at the first time. It's really hard not to envy such love. I just lost weight, and my stomach was protesting, it wanted to eat meat. When it comes to verbal battles, Weidong has never won a single time. You're awesome. Weidong was defeated by his repetitive words. He definitely didn't have the nerve to say such things. You don't want to eat? Who said before that you would have a good meal when you come back? Chen Haojia didn't feel embarrassed. He put one hand on Weidong's shoulder and hooked his neck to expose his past. Sister, you don't know, when we watched the live broadcast, we were drooling because of greed. Many people were watching the live broadcast at that time. They were all so greedy that they couldn't walk. The taste was unbearable even if they had eaten it once, let alone those who had never eaten it. Chen Haojia vividly described the scene at that time, and also told them about how they invited everyone to eat mutant beast meat later. Especially the miners were so moved that they almost cried after eating the mutant beast meat. You don't know, after they finished eating, they all said it was delicious, and they would eat mutant beast meat in the future, saving the nutrient solution. It's not that exaggerated, people just haven't eaten it before, and they won't think it's delicious if they eat too much. Wei Ning doesn't think that mutant beast meat can really replace nutrient solution. No matter how delicious the meat is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. Moreover, mutant beast meat cannot completely supplement the various nutrients needed by the human body. It can only be said to improve the diet. The nutrients needed by the human body must eventually be supplemented by drinking nutrient solution. Unless it is a normal 3 meals a day to take in the various elements needed by the human body. Otherwise, you still have to drink nutrient solution. How could it be, even if I eat more, I won't feel tired of it? Chen Haojia couldn't believe that there would be people who would feel tired of eating mutant beast meat. Anyway, he wouldn't get tired of it. At most, he would learn a few more methods, and switch to another one when he got tired of one. He could eat it any way he wanted. How could Wei Ning understand that they have only had a single food mood since they were born? With mutant beast meat, everyone's life is still very helpful. At least they don't have to worry about starving to death when they can't afford nutrient solution. Haifeng sighed. It was also the first time he saw that there were people who couldn't afford nutrient solution. I always thought that people in the Federation could live a good life. Even if they were not rich, they could at least have enough food and clothing. But the fact is that under the bright and beautiful Federation, there is an unknown dark side. If he hadn't seen it, he might have always thought that the so-called poverty was just not being able to go to school, and not being able to buy high-end luxury goods. Not being so poor that you can't even afford nutrient solution. Chapter 102. What's he doing? Wei Ning felt that Haifeng was a little out of shape today, and nudged Wei Dong. This is the first time I've seen the disparity between the rich and the poor. I feel a psychological gap, but it will be fine after a while. Wei Dong glanced at Haifeng, who was a little absent-minded, and didn't think it was strange. The children of aristocratic families have a very vague concept of money. From birth to now, they have been living under the protection of their families, and all they have seen is the prosperity of the capital planet. In their eyes, the Federation is roughly like this, and at most it is the difference between ordinary families and noble families. It's just a little money, and a lot of money. It was hard to believe that there were still people who couldn't afford the nutrient solution because they had no money. The shock in my heart was quite serious, and I thought a lot at the time. I find him something to do, and keep him busy, so that he has no time to think about other things. He went through this at the beginning. When you see more things like this situation will not happen again. Wei Ning glanced at Haifeng again, and expressed his understanding. This is what rich kids see when they see the dark side of the world. Their worldview is affected, and they fall into self-doubt. Thinking back to when she opened her eyes, and saw everything around her that was unfamiliar, she found that she had suddenly traveled through time and space, and was reborn. It took her a long time to adapt. Is the environment of the planet you went to this time really that bad? Compared to the garbage planet, it's still good. Weidong felt that Haifeng had too little experience. When he was really whipped by society, he would not be in the mood to think so much. At least the environment of Stone Planet is normal, just a little poor. The garbage planet is hell on Earth. The environment is irradiated. People walking outside without wearing protective clothing will get radiation sickness, skin ulcers, and even death in severe cases. They live under the jurisdiction of various forces, and there are many bloody deaths every day for the sake of fighting for territory and food. They don't even know if they can live to see the sun the next day, and they live one day at a time. Compared with that kind of life, the residents of Stone Star are just a few families that are relatively poor. There are too many planets on the federal record, with a huge population base. The government is not omnipotent, and naturally there will not be much attention paid to remote planets. Like the situation before Green Star, after the Beast Tide, the people were directly evacuated and treated as a waste planet. If the residents of Green Star had not been evacuated at the beginning, the current living situation would be no different from that of Stone Star. Sister, I take him out for a walk. You can prepare some delicious food for us. Chin Haojia took Haifeng away very neatly. Before leaving, he threw a box of things out of the space button, still thinking about food. Take it easy. Wei Ning only had time to shout, and he could no longer see the figure. Haozi knows his limits, don't worry. Wei Dong saw her worried look and patted her shoulder, telling her not to worry. What if Haifeng is scared? How could Wei Ning not worry? If he was scared, who would direct the construction of the house? She wouldn't. Don't worry about it, I promise it won't break down. Come and help, otherwise that guy will come back and nag again, it's annoying. Wei Dong said disdainful words, but his hands did not stop moving. He picked up the box that Chin Haojia had left and walked to the kitchen, not forgetting to call Wei Ning. What is this? Everyone had gone far away, so Wei Ning could only stop thinking about it. In her heart, she silently cheered for Haifeng, hoping that he could come back intact. This is the mutant meat we processed. Wei Dong opened the box, and a cold chill hit him. Inside was the mutant meat that they had processed and frozen. What? It's frozen like a stone. Wei Ning looked over, and found that his box was actually a small mobile refrigerator. Defrost it first, and you go prepare the rest. Wei Dong took out the meat piece by piece, put it in a basin, and asked Wei Ning to do the rest first. Brother, wait, don't defrost it, just cut it into thin slices like this. Let's try a fresh way to eat it today. Wei Ning suddenly stopped him, her eyes shining. She wanted to eat hot pot, and there was ready-made frozen meat. If she cut it into thin slices, wouldn't it be perfect for hot pot? Okay, is this right? Wei Ning asked to slice it, and Wei Dong didn't ask. He took out the knife neatly, cut a thin slice, picked it up and asked her if it was okay. Yes, that's it. Wei Ning took out the sweet potato flour and soaked it, then turned around and took a look. It was very good, thin enough. Cut it all, and wash some potatoes. Wei Ning did not forget to remind him before leaving. She was going to pick some vegetables. On the other side, Haifeng was taken to the base by Chin Haojia, and they stopped at the open space where they usually trained. Where is this? Haifeng was still in a daze, and couldn't tell east, west, south, and north. A place to make you sober. Chin Haojia suddenly raised a malicious smile. Haifeng felt bad, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. I am sober. Haifeng had a hunch that something bad was going on, and said hurriedly. It's okay, I will be more sober later. Chin Haojia clasped his hands, and slowly approached. Don't come over, I am really sober. Seeing this, Haifeng turned around and ran away in fear. He had just run a few steps, when he suddenly felt a pain in his knees, and his upper body leaned forward by inertia. Plop, he came into close contact with the ground and got a mouthful of ash. The pain spread from all parts of his body to his whole body, and he gasped in pain. You are too delicate, you need to practice more. It's just a small thing, what's there to think about? In Chin Haojia's opinion, Haifeng was just idle and worried about nothing, so he had time to feel sad. Like them, every day they were either training or on missions. They were busy with how to improve their strength and live longer. Where was there time to think about other things? Ordinary people live in hardship, so what? At least they live in a relatively stable environment. And they are on a battlefield full of dangers. If they are not careful, they may never go back, and they may not even leave their bodies. Therefore, Chin Haojia couldn't bear to see Haifeng's wild thoughts because of seeing the lives of the lower-class residents. If you think they are having difficulties in life, then do your best to help them, whether it is donating money or materials. What's the use of just thinking about this and that in your mind? No matter how much you think, it can't change their lives. Before Haifeng could recover, Chin Haojia picked him up again and punched him in the lower abdomen. This punch only used 20% of Chin Haojia's strength, but it still made Haifeng's facial features begin to twist in pain. It was too painful. He had never suffered such pain before. He couldn't even speak because of the pain. Come on, fight with me. Chin Haojia hooked his finger at him, and said in a very provocative tone. I give you both hands and one leg. If you can hit me, I stand and let you hit me back. I won't fight back. How could Haifeng bear it, after being provoked like this? He originally felt that he hadn't offended anyone. What he thought was none of other people's business. Why did he beat him just because he didn't like him? Even though he had never been trained, Haifeng still rushed up despite the pain. He didn't believe that he couldn't even beat one of his legs. In the end, it was proved that even with only one leg, Haifeng still couldn't get close to Chen Haojie at all. He was kicked by him without any resistance. He fell back and forth countless times, and he felt bad all over. The last time he was kicked, Haifeng didn't even have the strength to get up. He opened his eyes were scattered, and his mind was blank. Life is so unfair. Put away your compassion, and don't forget your current responsibilities. Doing your job well is what you should do most. When you complete your task, I don't care what you want to do, but here, you can only think about what you should do with all your heart and soul. It's best to forget everything else. Seeing that Haifeng no longer had the strength to get up, Chen Haojie approached him, squatted down, and whispered a warning in Haifeng's ear. Haifeng. When did he not work seriously? Why did he feel that he was beaten so unfairly? Chapter 103. Wei Ning picked a lot of vegetables and came back. She also went to the watermelon field to ripen 2 big watermelons, and finally picked a lot of tomatoes. She decided to make a tomato hot pot base. She loved to drink the sweet and sour tomato soup. After drinking the soup, she would blanch some meat and vegetables, and finally cook a pot of sweet potato noodles. It was so delicious to eat with the soup. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva just thinking about it. Hot pot is a delicacy that you have to eat every now and then in all seasons of the year, especially after winter. It will become more and more popular. She likes both the clear soup base and the beef oil spicy base, but she prefers the tomato soup base. Under the bright red appearance, it is sour and delicious. It is used to blanch meat, which is fat but not greasy. In order to eat delicious tomato hot pot at home, she watched countless videos to learn. For homemade tomato soup base hot pot, you need to put more tomatoes. The tomatoes you grow yourself are big and many, so you can have as many as you want. First, put oil in the pot and sauté the minced garlic. Then add homemade tomato sauce, and stir-fry over low heat until red oil comes out. Wash and chop the tomatoes, add them all to the pot. Continue to stir-fry over medium and low heat, and it is best to stir-fry all the tomatoes until they are melted. Add enough water, and a little salt until the soup boils. You can cook it for a while longer. The longer it cooks, the richer the taste of the tomato soup base will be. Looking at this big pot of bright red soup, you will have an appetite. How do you eat this? Wei Dong cut the potato slices, came over and saw the pot of soup, and asked curiously. And the meat was cut so thinly that he was worried that it would be gone once it was put into the pot. You know later. Wei Ning smiled, kept it a secret, and didn't say anything. There was meat and side dishes, but unfortunately there were no meatballs. Wei Ning checked the various dishes she had prepared and found that there were no meatballs, which made her feel regretful. Hot pot without meatballs is soulless. I have to make some next time. Wei Ning silently made a note of it in her heart. Even when the soup was boiling, she didn't see Chen Haojie and Haifeng coming back, so Wei Ning looked out frequently. Brother, why haven't Brother Chen and the others come back yet? She was a little worried. Before we eat, they will definitely come back. Wei Dong secretly sent a message to Chen Haojie, asking him to be careful when he comes back and not to reveal the truth. Why do you care about him so much? He won't run away. He has legs and will come back naturally. Wei Dong suddenly felt that she was too concerned. I'm just afraid that he will scare Haifeng. Who will build a house for us then? Will you? Wei Ning rolled her eyes at him unhappily, not understanding why he was so startled. How can you be scared so easily? You are too timid. Wei Dong was secretly shocked. Bi Haozi didn't know how to control himself and really scared people. When Wei Ning waited for them again and again, but didn't see them, she was about to call Chen Haojie to ask, and then she saw them appear in front of her. Look, you are back. Wei Dong's tone was sour. He had never seen her wait for him to come back like this before. Looks fine. Wei Ning ignored him, and looked at the two people who were slowly approaching. They looked up and down. They were very normal. They didn't see any bruises on their faces, and they didn't look injured. Their expressions were also normal. They were talking and laughing all the way. It didn't seem like what she thought. Could it be that she was overthinking? Wei Ning was confused. Don't talk nonsense later. When approaching, Chen Haojie whispered. Haifeng. Where did you go? Why did you take so long to come back? When Wei Ning asked, she also observed their expressions. We just went out for a walk and chat. Chin Haojia lied with his eyes open, not feeling guilty at all. At the same time, when Wei Ning was not paying attention, he did not forget to use his eyes to warn Haifeng what to say. Yes, Brother Chen talked a lot with me. We were so engrossed in the conversation that we forgot the time. If it weren't for the dull pain in his body, Haifeng would have believed that what he said was true. What are you talking about so engrossed? Wei Ning's eyes turned back and forth between the two of them. No matter how you looked at them, they didn't look alike. What could they talk about? Architecture? Or star beasts? Topics between men? Why do you ask so many questions? Wei Dong saw that she was still going on, and hurried forward to interrupt. Sister, don't ask me. I can't tell you this. You know? Chin Haojia winked at her, and looked at Haifeng meaningfully. Haifeng. What's the matter with the sudden chill? Just don't fight. Wei Ning didn't have to know, as long as they could get along well. How could that be? I'm a civilized man. Fighting is impossible. Chin Haojia said righteously. Haifeng. Ha ha. If he wasn't still in pain, he would have believed him. The person who kicked him so hard that he couldn't get up before, who else could it be if not him? Now he pretended to be innocent, and Wei Ning believed him. Where is justice? No matter what he thought in his heart, Haifeng still agreed with him. He didn't want Wei Ning to know that he was beaten like that. It was too embarrassing. Oh! What's that smell? It smells good. Chin Haojia sniffed exaggeratedly and followed the smell. You really didn't fight? Wei Ning fell behind a few steps, walked side by side with Haifeng, and asked again worriedly. No. Haifeng paused before replying. Wei Ning didn't notice his tone, and saw Wei Dong was about to pour meat into the pot, so he ran to stop him. Haifeng looked at the person who was talking to Wei Dong, and a warm current surged in his heart, and he walked over slowly. You have to drink some soup first. I have been cooking this soup for a long time. If you put meat in it, it will lose its taste. Is the soup of Hongwu like this? Chin Haojia looked at the bright red soup, and was a little skeptical. Remember the one I drank before wasn't so red? I added sauce and more red fruits. Wei Ning explained. She scooped a small bowl for each person, and a large bowl for herself. If you like it, scoop more. Wei Ning deliberately scooped less for them, because she was afraid they wouldn't like it. Let me try it. After saying that, Chin Haojia had already picked up the bowl, blew it, and took a big sip. It was sour and sweet, fresh and rich, and the taste was very mellow. After drinking it, I wanted to drink another bowl. It tastes good. Chin Haojia drank all the remaining soup in the bowl directly. This is much better than before. Haifeng also said. What is this? Wei Guoyang and Yiling came in and saw the pot of soup, and they were curious. Red fruit soup base hot pot. What is hot pot? This is it. Wei Ning pointed to the big pot, and then to the dishes on the table next to it. Put it together and cook it, and you can eat it. Because there were no chopsticks, Wei Ning prepared a colander for everyone. She put the sliced meat into the colander, put it into the hot pot for a few seconds, took it out, and poured it into the dipping sauce bowl she prepared. Try it. Wei Ning handed the bowl to Wei Guoyang and Yiling, indicating that they could eat it. This was the first time they had seen such a fresh way of eating, and they couldn't help but fork a piece of meat and put it in their mouths to taste it. The dipping sauce that Wei Ning served was chili powder. The meat slices were soaked in tomato juice, sour and sweet, and dipped in chili powder. The spicy taste was sour and sweet. Don't say it, it tastes pretty good. It's okay not to use the dipping sauce. It depends on what you like. Wei Ning prefers the original flavor. There are too few sauces here, and it's not as good as the original flavor. This is a good idea. I don't want to eat stewed meat. I can eat it like this. There are meat and vegetables. I like it. I like this soup. As long as it tastes good, I like it. At the beginning, everyone was still interested in expressing their own ideas, but later on, they were all busy eating meat and vegetables. There was no time to chat. Chapter 104. Everyone enjoyed the hot pot very much and was very satisfied. It was really interesting to cook whatever you wanted and dip whatever you wanted. After eating, they said they could do it more often and try different soup bases next time. If there are enough ingredients, I can try to make other soup bases. Wei Ning said that as long as there are enough ingredients, you can create any soup base you want. I want to eat super spicy ones, and I feel very refreshed after eating them. Chin Haojia likes spicy food, and the tomato soup base is sour and sweet, which is a little lacking in flavor for him. He dipped all the food he ate today in chili powder. After eating, the pores on his body were so sour and refreshing that they were about to burst. A portion of iced watermelon was also very enjoyable. The hot pot is delicious, and the watermelon is also delicious. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to eat watermelon. Haifeng was excited and satisfied. He really couldn't believe that the green melon that was hotly discussed on the Star Network a while ago would actually appear on Green Star, and he ate more than one piece. Looking at the several pieces of melon rind that he had thrown aside, Haifeng felt that he had eaten countless star coins. He quietly touched his belly that was full of food. This was not a melon, but a belly full of star coins. When Wei Ning woke up the next morning, he saw the construction robot that Haifeng brought Wei Guoyang to buy working on the marked foundation. Building houses in the interstellar space is not like in ancient times, where you need to choose a good day to start construction. They build whenever they want when all the materials are ready, without so many requirements. However, the process of building a house is still the same. First of all, it is necessary to lay the foundation. No matter when the house is built, if the foundation is not laid well, no matter how well it is built, it will be useless. After a long time, the house will have various problems, and in just a few years, the house will be dilapidated. The place where the Wei family chose to build the courtyard house is very wide, the terrain is flat, and the soil is also very uniform, which can maintain a better force balance. There is a planting area in front, and a small hillside is backed. Trees will be planted on the hillside in the future, and the environment is very quiet. It is also close to the planting area, which is convenient for planting. Even the well has been dug, and there is no need to worry about domestic water. Even if the courtyard house is only built on one floor, Haifeng still laid the foundation. Pile foundation is a foundation form with high bearing capacity and wide application range. The purpose of piling is to transfer the load to the deeper soil layer to ensure the safety of the foundation. It is generally used for high-rise buildings. It is also a commonly used foundation method in federal construction projects. The foundation material used for high-rise buildings is alloy carbon steel material. It is a synthetic material with high hardness. But the courtyard house is not a high-rise building, so it does not need alloy carbon steel, but a lower-grade alloy steel than alloy carbon steel. Although the hardness is not as good as alloy carbon steel, it is enough to be used as the pile foundation material of the courtyard house. The price is more than half lower than that of alloy carbon steel. He has to consider more comprehensive aspects, and the price is also within the consideration range. Although Green Star sells a lot of crops every time, Haifeng has learned about the price, which is half lower than the market price. And Green Star is in a state of being in ruins, and there are many places where money is needed, so he has to reduce costs in some places. With the construction robot, Haifeng only needs to transfer the drawings of the pile foundation he wants to drive to the robot's chip, set the parameters and instructions, and the rest is the robot's work. If it is a large-scale construction project, there will be an artificial intelligence super robot. The planner only needs to connect it to his own optical brain, and all instructions are issued through the optical brain. The artificial intelligence super robot will automatically assign work, and all ordinary robots connected to it will obey its command. It is a very practical and expensive robot. Under the current situation, it does not meet the requirements for use. The artificial intelligence super robot must be connected to at least 50 ordinary robots to play its best role. If possible, Haifeng also hopes to have a complete construction team, so that he will be relatively relaxed. However, he turned around and looked at the rolling green behind him. It is impossible to have it, so he can only do it himself. At least there are few places where he needs to do it. There are robots for digging pile diameters, robots for welding materials, and engineering transport vehicles for transporting soil. Wei Guoyang bought almost all the construction vehicles that can be used, although there is only one of each type. When the city is built later, it will also need to be transported. Just buying the various engineering vehicles and materials needed, he spent a lot of the money he just received. For the first time, he had the idea of spending money without thinking. If it weren't for Wei Ning, he didn't dare to think whether he could stick to his impulse at the beginning. "Boss, the roof tiles need anti-corrosion coating liquid. Have you bought it?" Haifeng asked hurriedly when he saw Wei Guoyang coming over. He just checked all the materials and found that he didn't see the coating liquid. This coating liquid is applied to the surface of the roof material, which can effectively prevent corrosion caused by acid rain. Although it is not known whether Green Star will have acid rain, Haifeng still considered it. Many waste planets in the Federation will have acid rain after the atmosphere is destroyed. He has been here for so long, but he has not seen the second kind of weather on Green Star. It has always been cloudy and foggy in the morning. The material of the roof was specially customized by Wei Guoyang and Haifeng, similar to the tiles mentioned by Wei Ning. But it is a large piece of metal material, which can be spliced together piece by piece at that time, which can save a lot of time. Coating liquid? Wei Guoyang pondered for a while, before he remembered what kind of coating liquid he was talking about. I bought it, but it hasn't arrived yet. Wei Guoyang turned on the light brain and took a look at the logistics information. It will take a few days to arrive. Green Star opened a route to Kaiyang Star, which made it much more convenient for them to shop on the Star network. They just needed to go to Kaiyang Star to pick it up. However, compared with the previous time of waiting half a month to buy something, the time has been shortened a lot, and the slowest is only a week. If Green Star can open express delivery business, it will be even better. However, there is no such condition now. At least there must be a logistics transfer center, a fully automatic assembly line, and a fixed number of pieces per month must meet the standard, otherwise forget it. It's good to buy it. It hasn't been used yet. I just counted all the materials. Only the coating liquid has not arrived. The other materials are complete. You can do it. Just tell me what materials you need. Wei Guoyang waved his hand. He was not very clear about the materials in this aspect of construction. He was only responsible for spending money. Finally, I can have a decent house. Watching the robots busy on the construction site, Wei Guoyang was very excited. It's been almost a year, and they finally have their own house in Green Star. Chapter 105. The construction progress of the courtyard is accelerating day by day. The third batch of vegetables from Green Star has also ushered in a bumper harvest. This time, not only various vegetables will be harvested, but also tomatoes, pumpkins, watermelons, loofahs, and beans. The batch of tomato seeds that Yiling raised has also reached the time to transplant. The sweet potato vines have even covered the entire field ridges, and they also need to be pruned. All the things need to be dealt with together, and the Wei family is too busy. All the robots have been put to use, but they are still too busy. Wei Guoyang had to ask for help from Landy, hoping that he could send someone to help. Landy was just asking for it. As soon as he heard that he needed help, he immediately arranged 3 teams to go over. Some of the soldiers he brought with him have already gone back. Green Star's defense facilities have been reinforced, so too many people are not needed. The border defense line is tight, and there is nothing for them to do if they stay, so they might as well go back to do the mission. He only kept more than 80 people. Apart from regular patrols, they occasionally helped the Wei family. These people were enough. If you want to say what these soldiers like most, it is to help the Wei family every time. Before, they took turns to draw lots to go. If you want to say who they envy the most, it is Wu, and besides Chen Haojia. One of these 2 people is the boss of that place, and the other often goes there because he is an instructor for Wei Ning. What makes them most angry is that every time they come back from there, they have to show off in front of them what they ate today. It's really infuriating. They are not without food, but everyone will envy them for having fresh food every time. Every time, Chen Haojia and Wuan were the ones who were beaten up. Who made them so proud and always showed off? Everyone couldn't stand their proud smiles, so they beat them up together. They said they were exercising with them to help digestion. With so many people coming to help at once, Wei Ning didn't plan to cook. With so many people, it would take time to cook. She planned to give each person a small watermelon at that time. This was the first time the watermelons were harvested. Except for a few people who had eaten them, no one else had tasted them. But the soldiers didn't want to do it. They even prepared the ingredients themselves, just to try the hot pot that Chen Haojia mentioned. That day, he came back with the smell of hot pot, which made them greedy. But this guy just didn't tell them how to cook, which made them anxious. This time, when they received the order to help, they went to hunt a lot of mutant beasts overnight, processed them, and froze them all, waiting to mention their small requests when they went there. As a result, when they heard Wei Ning said he would give them watermelons, they all had bitter faces and said they didn't want watermelons, but wanted to eat hot pot. They even said they would buy whatever they ate just to taste the hot pot that Chen Haojia had boasted about for a long time. They didn't know how delicious the watermelons were, but they had their share of watermelons even without Wei Ning giving them away. Hot pot was different. They could also make it themselves. But firstly, the taste was not as good as Wei Ning's, and secondly, everyone who came to Green Star was proud to have eaten Wei Ning's dishes, which made those who had never eaten them itchy and wanted to try what it tasted like. They finally got this opportunity. How could they miss it? Let's eat hot pot. They all looked at him with eager eyes, and Wei Ning couldn't bear to say no. Besides, hot pot is much simpler than cooking. They even prepared the ingredients, and he shouldn't refuse anything. You know, in the countryside, when you ask people to help build a house, most of them have to provide meals. Their request is not excessive, and Wei Ning will naturally not charge them. The vegetables are all grown by themselves, and the meat is prepared by themselves. They just need to stir-fry the pot bottom, prepare the side dishes and dipping sauce. How can I charge them money? They come to help, but I haven't paid them yet. Oh yeah. Great, I can taste what hot pot tastes like. Ha ha ha, we are lucky today. Cologne must regret exchanging with me. When they heard that there was hot pot, they were all very excited, rubbing their hands and asking what they were going to do, wishing they could finish it as soon as possible. Promising. Randy glanced at the crowd, and suddenly everyone was as quiet as a chicken, no longer cheering, waiting for the assignment. You mainly pick pumpkins, watermelons, loofahs and beans, and you may also pick red fruits. Wei Ning went to prepare hot pot, and dragged Wei Dong away by the way. So many people want to eat meat, and people need to cut the meat. Wei Guoyang stayed to arrange what these people had to do. All the robots were harvesting vegetables, and they needed to harvest the rest. After the planting area expanded several times, even the robots were not enough, and Wei Guoyang was planning to buy another batch. More than 30 people were divided into 6 teams, each with 5 to 6 people, harvesting an area respectively. Remember to move gently. Landy reminded them after Wei Guoyang assigned tasks to each team. These are all very precious crops. Landy was afraid that if he didn't tell them, they would be so excited that they couldn't control their strength and damage them. Yes, I promised to complete the task. Everyone stood at attention and answered loudly, with a loud voice and full of momentum. I will inspect it, Landy said, waving his hand and letting them go to work. Colonel Lon, thank you for your trouble. After everyone left, Wei Guoyang thanked Landy. Boss Wei, you are polite. We are also very happy to have a good harvest this time. As the variety of crops on Green Star increases, the number of times their army can eat natural food increases. Not to mention that the mild energy contained in vegetables can treat mental riots. Just after cooperating with the Wei family, the soldiers who have eaten their vegetables have increased their enthusiasm when doing tasks. He just received data from the border. The report showed that after the first batch of vegetables from Green Star, some soldiers had not taken mental relief drugs for 3 consecutive months. This means that the mild energy contained in the vegetables has already played a role. If possible, let alone help. Even if these soldiers join the planting industry, Randy is willing. As long as more vegetable crops are transported to the border, the soldiers can eat more times and have less mental riots, which is more important than anything else. They don't have much to do at ordinary times. If you need manpower, they are also happy to come to help. Randy couldn't help it after all, and smiled tentatively. He still hoped that the Wei family could continue to expand the planting area. It was just that they had agreed before that they would not interfere with their decisions. Now that they made a request, it would inevitably make him feel that their legion had lost its credibility. If there is a need, it is our honor. Wei Guoyang did not agree directly. If he was busy, he would not ask the soldiers to help. After all, in his mind, the soldiers exist to defend the Federation and protect the citizens, and asking them to be his plantation workers is a bit of a waste of their talents. Chapter 106. Teams 1 and 2, go this way. Chen Haojia led the 2 teams to the watermelon field like a tour guide, and he was just short of holding a small flag in his hand. Hey, this is a vine plant. Where are the watermelons? From a distance, before getting close to the watermelon field, everyone saw a large green vine. The emerald green leaves were intertwined, and at a glance, it was all leaves, and there was no watermelon at all. Did you all read the report on Star Network last time? I did, my god, just such a broken watermelon, but it was sold for 5 million star coins. Oh, didn't we just miss 5 million? Go away, 5 million is just a watermelon. How can it be compared with hot pot? That's right, even if it's not, we can still taste what a 5 million watermelon tastes like. A group of people walked and discussed. Following Chen Haojia, queuing up, don't say it, it really looks like tourists following a tour guide. Fuck. What is this? When they walked to the edge of the watermelon field and saw the round, green watermelons hidden in the leaves, they were dumbfounded. Is this really a watermelon? Nonsense, isn't this a watermelon field? Fuck, how come they are so big? They had only seen pictures of watermelons on StarNet, a small one. What they saw now was that one watermelon was bigger than the 3 they had seen on StarNet. Oh my god, there are so many. Seeing such a scene for the first time, a group of decisive space marines seemed like bumpkins, who had never seen the world. Staring at the watermelons in the field, their eyes were fixed, and they were reluctant to blink. Afraid that everything they saw was an illusion. Almost, harvest quickly, where are these? Chen Haojia waited until they had seen enough before reminding them. They were all in the watermelon field for the first time, and they had never passed by here before when they helped. It was normal that they had never seen it before. After all, when he first saw it, he was not much better than them. How do we do this? Someone scratched his hair in embarrassment. Usually, they did missions simply and roughly, just went up and started fighting, and then it was over. The colonel just said to be gentle. How gentle? Everyone looked at Chenhaojia in unison. Among them, he was the only one who often ran here, and his relationship with the Wei family was not ordinary. He had even eaten the melons, so he must have picked them before. Just pinch it off here, and be gentle when you put it down. Just be as gentle as you usually treat the mecha. Chenhaojia jumped into the field, and picked a nearby one to demonstrate. I understand. The mecha is like the other half of the warriors, and only they know how much they cherish it. Chenhaojia made this analogy, and they understood it instantly. If it's too small, don't move it. Be careful not to step on the vines. Seeing that they had already started, Chenhaojia reminded them at last. Got it. No, what do you mean by too small? Some people didn't quite understand. Is it like this? His teammate next to him picked one that was a little bigger than his head and asked. There are not many like this. The others looked around and saw that the chances were all bigger than this. Howsy, can you do it? Who said I can't? That's it. Chenhaojia was about to say that if it was like that, don't pick it, but the light brain started beeping. He glanced at it and saw that it was Wei Ning's call, so he quickly answered it. Girls, what's wrong? I just forgot to tell you that we need to pick all the watermelons and pull out all the vines. Wei Ning also remembered that she forgot to tell them when she was picking tomatoes. When the watermelons were ripe, she thinned them out once, so that there were only 3 to 5 watermelons on a vine, and the rest were pinched off by her. Although the vines and leaves were still so lush, the watermelons were basically ripe, but the sizes were different. She was afraid that they would think that the smaller ones could not be picked, so she called to inform them. Okay, I got it, don't worry. Chenhaojia had a hint of embarrassment after hearing this, but it soon disappeared and he looked up. Oh, everyone was staring at him. What are you looking at? Did you hear it? Chenhaojia didn't believe that they didn't hear Wei Ning's voice. Oh, I heard it. Everyone nodded in unison, and the voice was deliberately drawn out, with a little smile in the tail tone. Ha ha ha. Howsy, I thought you knew everything. Someone couldn't help but laugh. One person laughed, and the others followed suit. Chenhaojia raised his eyebrows, not affected at all, and continued to pick melons. Everyone was just joking, and after laughing, they started to pick melons. It's normal that they don't know. It's the first time they see it, and subconsciously, the small ones are not ripe. For loofahs and beans, they pick those with similar sizes, and the smaller ones are left to grow and picked next time. The planting field was bustling all day, and boxes of vegetables, beans, watermelons, pumpkins, and loofahs were sent to the edge of the field. Then the transport truck transported them to the land where Wei Ning first planted them. As the area of the courtyard was expanded, the open space in front was moved forward, and the land where the crops were first planted was turned into flat land. The largest number of crops was still vegetables, followed by watermelons and beans. There were fewer loofahs and pumpkins. Wei Guoyang and Landy waited in the open space for the transport truck to come and weigh them. As the number was large, they weighed the transport truck together and then subtracted the weight of the truck. The weighed crops were directly loaded into the cargo hold, and then transported to the starship and sent to the border. The quantity was so large that it could no longer be loaded into the space button. In one day, all the crops in the planting field were harvested, and only a part of them needed to be harvested next time. There was also a part left as seeds that was not moved. When all the boxes were loaded into the transport cabin, Landy calculated the total data this time. It actually reached 2.2 million kilograms. The weight of vegetables reached 2 million caddies, including 80,000 watermelons, and 120,000 pumpkins and other kinds. The area for vegetable cultivation also expanded from the original 20 mu to 200 mu. This harvest made Wei Guoyang's wallet swell up from a state of extreme poverty. With money in his wallet, he no longer had to spend money on materials and machines. Although Wei Ning didn't know the exact number, he could see the smile on Wei Guoyang's face that he couldn't hide. He knew that the income, this time, was definitely not less than 9 figures. Chapter 107. After a busy day, we finally packed all the crops in the planting field into the cabin. The hot pot prepared by Wei Ning is also ready, waiting for everyone to come back and eat. After a busy day, except for drinking nutrient solution at noon, we didn't eat anything else. Only the team picking watermelons broke because they didn't pay attention during the harvesting process, and finally went into everyone's stomach. The other teams worked diligently for a day. Adults have a lot of activities, so they naturally consume more quickly, but in order to eat hot pot, they endured even if they were hungry. Finally, when even the transport cabin was transported away, everyone couldn't help but speak. I can smell the smell, it smells so good. Is the hot pot ready? Everyone can eat after washing. Wei Ning saw that they kept looking towards the kitchen, and without delay, he said that they could start eating. Oh! Let's eat hot pot. I don't know who suddenly took the lead and shouted. The people behind cheered, just like the new year. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Randy was unable to stop them, and he looked at Wei Guoyang with a slightly stiff expression. It really damaged their image, and he would make them pay when he got back. It's normal for young people to be full of energy. Wei Guoyang disagreed. Most of these soldiers were not very old, and they were about the same age as Wei Dong. It was normal for them to jump out of the game occasionally. Randy. All right. The host didn't mind, and he had nothing to say. There were many people, so Wei Ning cooked 4 soup bases, 3 tomato soup bases, and 1 spicy soup base. Because there were not enough ingredients, Wei Ning could only say that the spicy soup base had nothing but spicy and spicy flavors, so it was barely good enough. This is just enough to fool people who haven't tried the spicy hot pot. But it's already been made, and it feels wasteful to throw it away, so just leave it like this. But she still felt guilty, so she told them that the spicy hot pot didn't taste very good, and if they didn't like it, they didn't have to eat it. It tastes like this, sour and sweet. When she got closer, the aroma of the pot filled the air, and it was very appetizing. Although Wei Ning said that the spicy hot pot might not be very good, people who love spicy food still stood in front of the spicy hot pot. Wei Ning used a large mobile pot, which couldn't be placed on the table, so he had to stand and eat. There were not enough colanders, and there were only 3 in a pot. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, Wei Ning didn't expect that there would be so many people eating hot pot together one day, and the key was that they didn't know how to use chopsticks. What a dilemma! In order to prevent everyone from fighting for the colander during a hot pot meal, Wei Ning took out the rough chopsticks she had made. The 2 long chopsticks flexibly picked up a piece of boiled meat in Wei Ning's hands, blew on it, and put it into his mouth to chew. Everyone was still thinking about how to pick up the meat or whether to grab the colander. What kind of magical operation is this? Are those 2 sticks branches? How did she do it? When they were about to ask, Wei Dong also took out a pair of chopsticks. Everyone looked at him in unison. Wei Dong picked up the meat not very skillfully, and his hand shook uncomfortably. The meat was picked up by him in the bowl without any danger. Wei Dong. After learning for a long time, it was not in vain. Finally, I picked up the meat. It was not easy. When I think of it, I feel sad. The thing is, after Wei Ning had finished frying the base, she realized belatedly that there were not enough colanders. If it was in the previous life, this would not be a problem at all. Without a colander, the hot pot would still be delicious. However, there is not even a pair of chopsticks in the interstellar world. What to do? You can't use a sword to pick up the vegetables, right? Thinking of the scene of a group of people surrounding a big pot, holding a sword in their hands, and poking into the pot, Wei Ning shook her head vigorously. No, that's too. What if someone uses too much force and breaks the pot? Even for those pots, she can't let this happen. Brother. Wei Ning called Wei Dong and asked him to cut some branches. They don't need to be too big, just the size of a thumb, or shrubs. She wants to make her own chopsticks, and teach the interstellar people how to use chopsticks. How can we forget the food culture symbols passed down by our ancestors? We must learn it. What for? Wei Dong was confused. What does cutting branches have to do with eating hot pot? Cut them back first, hurry up. Wei Ning urged. She looked at the bottom of the pot, otherwise she would go by herself. Wei Dong came back with a lot of questions in his mind after cutting a lot of branches and shrubs. Wei Ning selected the straighter ones, cut them off, and compared the lengths, and made many pairs one after another. What are you doing? Wei Dong looked at the 2 sticks of the same length she handed him, with a puzzled look on his face. I use these for hot pot later. There are too few colanders. Wei Ning counted them and found that there were 40 pairs, which was enough. What? How do you use these? Wei Dong thought he had heard wrong. These 2 sticks looked like they were made casually by Wei Ning, so how could they be used for hot pot? Like this. Wei Ning cleaned the chopsticks, skillfully picked up the meat slices, and put them into the boiling hot pot base. After waiting for a few seconds, he picked up the chopsticks, and the meat was still firmly on top. Wei Dong rubbed his eyes, and the meat was indeed still there. He looked at Wei Ning in confusion. Hold it like this. Wei Ning taught him how to hold the chopsticks step by step. Chopsticks are difficult to use when you first learn them, but once you learn how to use them, it will be very convenient. The correct gestures and methods of holding chopsticks are not unique, but they are all similar. They are all controlled by the thumb, index finger and middle finger, and fixed by the ring finger. When picking up food, usually only the upper chopsticks are moved, and the lower chopsticks are basically not moved, and then the food is picked up. Isn't this too difficult? Wei Dong even got the chopsticks wrong at first. Seeing this, Wei Ning explained carefully again, and taught him how to hold the chopsticks again. Wei Dong practiced several times before he learned how to hold the chopsticks correctly. Learning how to hold chopsticks does not necessarily mean you can safely pick up food from the pot into your bowl. It took Wei Dong a long time to practice how to pick up food into the bowl, and finally he could barely pick it up. Seeing the meat lying safely in his bowl, Wei Dong just wanted to sigh. It was really too difficult. What kind of weapon is this? The person closest to Wei Dong asked curiously. Others also pricked up their ears to listen. Chopsticks. 2 chopsticks of the same length represent 1 yin and 1 yang, and together they are Tai Chi. One of the 2 chopsticks is still, and the other is moving. When the 2 chopsticks work together, they can pick up the food. This is 1 yin and 1 yang. Wei Dong repeated what Wei Ning told him. Everyone. I don't quite understand, but it sounds reasonable. Look, isn't it very convenient to pick up food? Wei Dong demonstrated again. Maybe he got the feeling of using it. He picked it up smoothly this time, and his hands didn't shake. Let me try. Qin Haojia was the first to volunteer, and took a pair from Wei Ning. Wei Dong saw that he was so active, so he patiently taught him the correct way to enforce the law. Qin Haojia listened carefully, moved his fingers to find the feeling, and finally put the chopsticks into the sliced meat on the side. Carefully picked up a piece, without blinking, kept looking at the meat on the chopsticks, put it in the pot for a few seconds, and then picked it up. It was empty. There was nothing. Where is my meat? Qin Haojia cried out. He clearly felt that the meat was still there. How could it disappear? You will learn it after practicing a few more times. Then you will find the benefits of using chopsticks. Wei Ning watched with a smile, and kept picking up meat with chopsticks in his hand, and putting it into the pot. Everyone was very excited to see it. It was really convenient. What are you waiting for? Let's learn it. So, a group of space marines, who could not shake their hands with knives, swords and various weapons, like babies who had just learned to walk, tremblingly learned how to use chopsticks to pick up food. Those who learned quickly realized the benefits of using chopsticks, and were very happy. Those who learned slowly just thought it was so difficult, and at the same time, they didn't want to admit that they were worse than others, and they had to learn it as if they were competing. Seeing the partners who learned to use chopsticks eating delicious food, those who didn't know how to use chopsticks were stimulated, and suddenly found that they could do it too. Ha ha! I can do it too! After tasting the food they picked up with chopsticks, they felt that it tasted better. After realizing the magic of chopsticks, everyone ate much faster. Chapter 108. They were eating enthusiastically here, laughing and talking happily. Chris, who was far away at the border, did not receive such good treatment. Since he came back from Kaiyang Star, the border defense line has been loosened, and star beasts have frequently rioted. And the star beasts with mental attacks that were captured before began to appear frequently. Many teams would encounter them when they were on missions. It was difficult for A-level and S-level psychics to resist the mental attacks of such star beasts. They suffered heavy losses, and those who came back had mental riots, and some even lost their breath before they could be treated. Hui Yunchuan gave an order to withdraw all A-level warriors, and the S-level part should also be withdrawn, and the SS-level ones should go out to clear up. Chris led his guards to lead the clearing mission in the south. Everyone moved towards the destination at full speed, and they approached the destination on the second night. They drew a rough range of the star beasts based on the shooting devices in the returning warriors' mechas. What they needed to do was to completely strangle the star beast. The conclusion drawn from the data in the laboratory is that once this type of beast grows up, its aggressiveness will be twice that of a young beast. At present, each team has only encountered 2 adult star beasts, and the rest are still young beasts. It is much easier to kill a young beast than an adult beast. Humans have fought with star beasts for hundreds of years, but still have not been able to drive the star beasts out of the border star, and the star beasts can no longer move forward. If this new type of star beast is allowed to grow up, the price that humans will have to pay is too high. When they received the mission, they understood the importance of this mission. They could not let this type of star beast grow up, and they had to destroy it. The environment on the border star is harsh. It is almost polarized, with a huge temperature difference between day and night. The days are long and the nights are short all year round. The air is filled with unpleasant smells, blood, stench, and the smell of rotting corpses. They need to wear filter masks when they go out. When night falls, Chris asks everyone to stop and set up camp to rest. Star beasts will not appear at night, so they need to rest well and stay in the best condition. And the daytime is when star beasts are most active. Except for a big beast tide every 3 years, only small groups of star beasts appear at ordinary times. Their usual task is to strangle the star beasts that appear in the rocky area. The beast tide that occurs every 3 years has only been over for a year and a half, but new star beasts have appeared, which is also a tricky thing. If it were just an ordinary star beast, they would not have to withdraw the team outside, but it was related to mental attacks, so they had to do something. Chris arranged the night watch and rotation personnel, so he had time to sit down and rest. Boss here? Heisey next to him handed him a piece of roasted mutant meat. Everyone will be on alert from tomorrow. Go to bed early after eating. After taking the mutant meat, Chris took a big bite. It had a little fishy smell. He frowned slightly, but still swallowed it. He thought to himself that he would ask the chef in the kitchen to handle it more carefully when he got back. The smell was not completely removed, which affected the taste. He ate a piece and didn't eat any more. He took out a red fruit from the space button and chewed it slowly. He looked at the dark night sky in front of him, and didn't know what he was thinking. Boss, do you have any more? Give me one? Heisey asked shamelessly when he saw that he still had red fruit. Didn't you pick some from Kyong's star? Chris glanced over and remembered that they had picked quite a few. No more. At this point, Heisey began to play the victim. As soon as I came back, I was robbed by them. Not a single one was left. Heisey pointed angrily at his teammates, who were lying or sitting around. He just said when he came back that he picked some red fruits and asked them if they wanted them. At that time, red fruits were still sour in everyone's eyes. They looked at him like a fool and refused silently. Originally, he was just being polite. Seeing that they didn't want them, he felt at ease and didn't give them. That night, when he was chewing the red fruits, his teammates saw how hard he was chewing and were tempted to ask him for some. He gave one to each person. It was this one that made all his stock not last even a night. They robbed them all. As for the one shipped from Green Star later, they had eaten them long ago. The crops from Green Star were transported to Border Star. Vegetables and potatoes were sent to the canteen for cooking, but red fruits were distributed as fruits. Heisey's share had already been eaten by him. It was just one, and it was gone in a few bites. Chris felt a little sympathy when he saw how miserable he was. After thinking about it, he still gave him one. Boss, you are so nice. Heisey smiled sincerely and flatteringly. Chris couldn't stand him like this, and turned away without wanting to see. Dozens of eyes stared at him in unison, and the straightforward desire in their eyes almost materialized. Chris couldn't pretend not to understand. Well, I can't leave you guys out. Although he said so, Chris felt his heart bleeding, and he was very reluctant to take out some, one for each person. Boss, you are so nice. The guards thanked him in unison. Go to sleep after eating, and cheer up tomorrow. You will be in trouble when you go back. The guards were very happy to get some money from the boss, and spread out to rest. At most, they would be drilled when they go back, and they were used to it. At dawn, everyone had packed up and were ready to go, waiting for the order to set off at any time. Go, everyone, be alert and move forward. Chris took the lead and walked in front, releasing his mental power to observe the situation around him. There were rocks all around, no plants, and everything could be seen at a glance. What they had to be careful of was that the star beasts hidden behind the rocks suddenly appeared and attacked them. They were now in the frontline area. After passing this rocky area, it was the real star beast battlefield. Before, this was still within the scope of their patrol line. Because of the appearance of that kind of star beast, the patrol team withdrew, and now they were the only ones here. And the star beasts that were hiding somewhere unknown. Everyone walked very carefully, always alert to the surrounding movements. Be careful. Chris suddenly spoke, and then entered the mecha. When he finished speaking, everyone entered the mecha, ready to fight at any time. As soon as they entered the mecha, a star beast as tall as the mecha appeared in front of everyone. Boss, this doesn't seem to be the kind of star beast we caught before. Heisey saw at a glance that it was not a star beast that could attack mentally. No matter what kind it is, just do it. Chris also saw it clearly, but what does it matter? As long as it is a star beast, they will strangle it. This star beast is different from the ones they have seen before. Chris was shocked. A new type of star beast appeared. What on earth is going on? Two new types of star beasts appeared at once. Chapter 109. This star beast looks a bit like a barbarian bull, but it is not a bull. It has 3 horns on its head, one on each side, and one in the middle. Its body is several times larger than that of a barbarian bull, and it has a long tail. At this time, its tail slapped the ground, and Chris saw with his sharp eyes that a groove appeared where the tail hit it. Watch out for its tail. Chris reminded him, and controlled the mecha to fly towards the star beast. When it got close, a huge sword chopped at the star beast. The star beast did not dodge, and excitedly attacked Chris, roaring non-stop. The huge sword chopped the star beast's neck, and blood splattered. However, when Chris pulled away the huge sword, the star beast's wound healed automatically, and in an instant, it was as good as new. If it weren't for the blood on its body, Chris would have suspected that his huge sword did not hit the star beast. Damn! What the hell is this star beast? Chris cursed in the mecha cabin, looking at the star beast without any wounds. Heisey and several other guards stepped forward together, and each of their weapons chopped the star beast in different places. The same thing happened. After they pulled out their weapons, the star beast's wounds healed. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. There was such a star beast with such a strong healing ability. If they had this ability, they would definitely be very happy, but they would not be happy about it when it came to the star beast. There was already a huge gap in power between humans and star beasts, and now there was such a bug, which made it even more difficult for them to deal with it. Several people attacked the star beast together, and each time they attacked a different place, trying to find the star beast's weakness. After the second round of attacks, the Triceratops' tail swung faster, but they still hadn't found its weakness. The wounds after the attack will heal automatically after the weapon leaves the body. Chris squinted his eyes, and stared at the Triceratops' tail through the window. He found that the faster the tail swung, the stronger the attack power. In order to verify his guess, Chris controlled the mecha to fly to the Triceratops' abdomen and stabbed it with a giant sword. At the same time, he asked Heisey and others to find an opportunity to chop off its tail. The Triceratops' abdomen hurt, roared, and raised its hind legs to kick Chris below. Heisey and others took the opportunity to get close to the tail and found the right opportunity to chop off its tail. The Triceratops realized their intentions and swung its tail faster. A mecha was hit, making a loud noise, and the place where it was hit instantly dented. The huge force pulled the mecha away. One mecha's weapon was a long whip, and when its tail whipped the mecha away, it swung the long whip to wrap around the star beast's tail. Others kept interfering on the side, and Heisey took this opportunity to get close to the star beast from behind and slashed its tail with a knife. The star beast roared in pain and sent out sonic attacks, and Heisey and the others had to put up mental defense. After a short while, everyone returned to normal and found that the star beast's attacks were more intense. It didn't care about its injured tail, and it whipped everyone with greater force. Several of them were whipped away, and the mecha turned a circle in the air and fell to the ground, making a huge collision sound. Chris came out of the star beast's abdomen, frowned at the wound that healed faster. It wasn't the tail. His eyes moved to the star beast's head, to be precise, the 3 horns of the star beast. They had attacked almost every part of the star beast, leaving only the horns. At first, he focused on the tail, and didn't pay much attention to the extra horns. Star beasts come in different shapes, with 4 horns and even 8 legs. 3 horns are nothing. But he didn't expect that the tail was not its weakness, but rather a switch to turn on the healing speed. Now the star beast is attacking them like crazy, and has never found a chance to get close to the head. Chris saw that the mechas of the participants were dented in several places, and the movements were a little slower, obviously affected by the injuries. The purpose of their trip was to strangle the star beast that attacked mentally. This star beast suddenly appeared and took away half of the combat power, and the remaining half was still looking for the star beast. If this star beast cannot be dealt with as soon as possible, the other side may not be easy to deal with. He controlled the mecha to fly into the air, dived down with his head, and grabbed the star beast's horns with both hands. The mecha turned sideways with force, and flipped the star beast over. Seeing this, Heisey and the others ignored the pain and controlled the mechas to press down the star beast that wanted to turn over. The star beast was suppressed, and could not move. Chris immediately grabbed the horn in the middle of the star beast, and broke it with force. The star beast's horn was broken, and it seemed to have lost its strength. It no longer struggled violently, and gasped for breath. Chris stabbed the horn into the star beast's neck with his backhand, and blood splashed on his face. He didn't care at all and stabbed deeper. The star beast lost its horn and the ability to heal, and gradually died. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the star beast. Chris controlled the mecha to the tail of the star beast and swung the sword to cut off the tail. Next, he threw the tail to the warrior with a long whip, whose whip had just broken. Go back and ask Kinley to make you a better one. Kinley was the mecha division of their legion. The mechas and weapons he handled were the best, but the prerequisite was that they had to have good materials. The tail of this star beast was extremely hard, and the material used to make the whip was the best. The person who received the tail was immediately overjoyed, and even the parts of his body that were whipped did not feel any pain, as if he was not the one who felt sorry for his broken whip before. Chris only liked the tail and horns of the star beast, but after all, it was a new star beast, so he still asked someone to take blood and part of the body and install it, and then let the people in the laboratory study it. After collecting the mecha and taking what they needed, everyone moved forward at full speed to find the scattered team members. On the other side, while Chris and his team were fighting with the star beast, some members of the personal guard, led by Wenrui, continued to look for the mental attack star beast. They were very careful to pay attention to the situation around them. Last time, they had fought with the star beasts that attacked with their minds, and they knew that they might not be able to kill them if they met them. What they had to do was to find the star beasts, wait for Chris and the others to come, and then encircle and kill them together. Otherwise, they would not be able to stop the star beasts. Wenrui, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and quickly dodged behind the rocks on the side. The people behind him also found a place to hide. A head poked out from behind a huge rock, looking at the 3 star beasts of different sizes on the open space in front. He gasped in his heart. There were actually 3 of them, and they looked like a family. Male and female adult beasts and a young beast. They had lost teammates to 2 star beasts, one big and one small, before, and now there were 3 more. They couldn't afford to offend them. Wenrui didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of alarming the 3 star beasts. Chapter 110. He carefully retracted his head, leaned against the boulder, calmed down, and took the others away, while sending a message to Chris. However, when approaching the star beast battlefield, the magnetic field was chaotic, and the optical brain signal disappeared. Let's follow the star beast first. You go back and explain the situation to the boss. Wenrui randomly pointed to someone and asked him to find Chris. He led the others to follow the star beast, so as not to spend time looking for it if it disappeared. He had a good idea, but the star beast was not stupid. How could it be tracked without noticing it at all? Wenrui and his men followed the star beast for more than 10 minutes, and were discovered by the star beast. As soon as they were discovered, Wenrui asked everyone to enter the mecha and prepare for battle. As soon as all of them entered the mecha, the star beast had already arrived in front of them. The sound waves with mental attacks swept towards them, and they hurriedly erected a mental wall to block it. The close attack of the star beast followed. They struggled to block the spiritual attacks of the star beasts while controlling the mechas to fight against them, and gradually began to feel exhausted. If there were no spiritual attacks, they would have no problem dealing with the 3 star beasts, but with the addition of spiritual attacks, the pressure increased dramatically. After a while, scars of varying sizes appeared on the outer shell of their mechas. The spiritual power is connected to the mecha, and if the mecha is injured, the people in the mecha cabin will also be affected. More importantly, the spiritual power is constantly being consumed. If this continues, their spiritual power will be overconsumed, which can easily lead to a spiritual power riot. Wenrui is the strongest among these people. He controlled the mecha to avoid the attack of the male star beast, and slashed with a knife in the backhand. The knife chopped on the male star beast's back, leaving only a shallow scar. Wenrui was shocked, and his strength became weaker. If it was normal, this knife would at least cut the bone. At the same time, his brain began to ache slightly, and his movements slowed down. With a bang, Wenrui looked up and saw that a mecha next to him was hit in the abdomen by the female star beast, flew out, fell to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. Damn it! Wenrui frowned and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, red blood spread to the whites of his eyes. He changed his mental defense to mental attack, and collided with the mental attack of the star beast. At that moment, Wenrui only felt a sharp pain in his head and his face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted on fighting against the star beast. The teammates next to him felt that the mental attack of the star beast was weakening, and the feeling of being restricted gradually disappeared. They only glanced at Wenrui, and without saying a word, they picked up their weapons and attacked the male star beast fiercely. The star beast's strength is mental attack. Wenrui used his mental power to fight it, and its suppression of others was weakened, and its strength was not so strong. It was besieged by several people, and was quickly defeated. Before the male star beast died, it roared, and the mental attack spread along with the sound, hitting Wenrui's mind directly. Puff! Wenrui in the mecha cabin suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his mental power loosened, and he fainted. The tall mecha also fell backwards as Wenrui fainted. Wenrui! The teammates saw Wenrui's mecha falling backwards, and they hurriedly flew over to support him. When they saw the fainted person in the mecha cabin and the blood on his combat uniform, they were horrified and hurriedly dragged the mecha away from the center of the battle. When the female star beast saw the male star beast being killed, it roared sadly, suddenly became crazy, and began to attack the people around it crazily. The mental attacks became more intensive, and the few people fighting with it could not hold on in an instant. One mecha was slapped by the star beast's tail, and another was bitten into pieces by the star beast's open bloody mouth. After another mecha was swung by its tail, another mecha flew out. Others didn't even have time to come to rescue, and the remaining two mechas were crushed half of their bodies by the female star beast. After the people who besieged the female star beast fell, it turned and began to attack the people who attacked the male star beast before, and attacked them directly. The people in the mecha cabin seemed to be beaten in the head, and they vomited blood in severe pain. The female star beast took this opportunity to bite the nearest mecha, and swung its tail, trying to kill these hateful bugs. The people in the mecha cabin looked at the female star beast's bloody mouth coming towards him, but he had no power to resist. He felt so painful when he moved his brain, and his mental power also tended to run around. He knew that his mental power was going to riot, but he didn't even have the strength to take out the mental relief drug. He could only look at the bloody mouth of the star beast getting closer and closer in despair. Even though he was separated by the mecha cabin, he seemed to smell the disgusting stench. He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the painful death that was about to come. A huge sword was inserted into the mouth of the female star beast, blocking its sharp teeth from biting down. The people in the mecha cabin suddenly opened their eyes, and saw the familiar huge sword, and tears of joy could not help but flow from their eyes. The mental power running around in his mind made him feel pain, and his facial features were almost twisted with pain. He curled up, and the strong desire to survive made him grit his teeth, endure the severe pain, and trembled as he took out the reliever from the space button. He broke it off, stuffed it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it whole. After doing all this, he had no strength at all and fainted with his head tilted. He also didn't see that Chris, who had rushed over, blocked the mouth of the star beast with a sword, and then kicked it hard, and the huge body of the star beast was kicked over by him. After the triangular beast died, Chris only asked people to clean it up briefly, and then immediately caught up. When he met the guards who came back to report the news halfway, he knew that they had found 3 mental attack star beasts, and he knew that it was bad. He didn't bother to ask questions, and directly asked everyone to enter the mecha and move forward at full speed. When they arrived, half of Wenrui and his team had fallen down, and the others were just struggling to support. When he saw that the star beast was about to bite the mecha cabin, he had already used the giant sword in his hand, and released mental attacks at the same time, directly approaching the star beast. For the first time, they didn't understand the star beast and suffered a big loss. This time, he was there, and he was very sure to win, but no one expected that a new type of star beast appeared halfway, and he was tripped. When he arrived, he saw only the fallen mechas scattered everywhere, and the people inside didn't know whether they were alive or dead. At that moment, Chris's whole body burst out with anger, and the giant sword in his hand was so fast that only a shadow could be seen. He kept attacking the star beast's eyes, neck, abdomen, and other vital parts, and each move was fatal. Heisey and other teammates, some went to help kill the young beast, and some went to rescue. The mecha cabin was violently broken from the outside, revealing the pale and bloody people inside. Even though they had seen such scenes countless times, they still felt extremely heavy. These were teammates who had fought side by side through life and death several times. Seeing them lying motionless, they couldn't remain indifferent. Chapter 111. Carefully bring the people out, scan them with instruments, treat the wounded, and give mental relief drugs to those with disordered mental power. Everything went on in an orderly manner, as if it had been done countless times. As for the teammates who died, they brought them out of the mecha cabin one by one, carefully lifted them to the side, and silently arranged their remains. There was a loud bang, and dust was raised on the ground, blocking everyone's sight. When the dust dispersed, everyone looked up and saw the star beast lying on the ground, twitching a few times, and slowly dying. Chris stood aside like a hell killer, with blood dripping from the sword in his hand, falling on the black ground, and then disappeared. The battle on the other side also ended with the fall of the young beast. Everyone was in a heavy mood, silently put away the mecha, and stood in front of the dead teammates to mourn. The battlefield is so cruel, they never know when their lives will end. Maybe they died in battle, or in a mental riot. But as senior warriors, they must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the safety of the Federation. Behind them are the lives of countless people, and there are also their relatives and friends. When they chose to be warriors, they were prepared and gave their lives to the Federation. Ordinary people only see that the Legion soldiers have the highest honor, but they don't know that these honors are exchanged for countless soldiers' lives. Form a team and go back. Chris stood there, silent for a while, and whispered. There is not much time for them to be sad on the battlefield. As long as the star beasts are not eliminated, there will always be sacrifices. All they have to do is to keep getting stronger so that they can live better, and live with their share. Heisey led his teammates to quickly organize, with clear division of labor, and quickly organized the formation. The awake team members took the unconscious ones, or carried the sacrificed ones, and quickly left the rocky area. 2 days later, they returned to the base. As soon as they arrived at the base, a medical soldier came to take over quickly. The unconscious people need to be treated further. The bodies of the sacrificed soldiers also need to be collected and buried. Chris simply explained some things to Heisey and the others, and let them go back to rest, and he followed the medical soldiers to the medical building. Standing in the corridor of the medical building, surrounded by people wearing white coats or training suits coming and going, Chris closed his eyes and leaned against the door. Inside the door, the doctor was using various precision instruments to examine Wenrui and others, very busy. Strange? The doctor looked at the data on the instrument, looked at the unconscious person suspiciously, and looked at the data again, muttering. Doctor? The assistant next to him saw that he had not moved, and shouted. How are the others? The doctor turned to ask the assistant. The assistant did not understand, and reported a string of data. Huh? After the assistant finished reporting, he also found something wrong. Why are their mental power values so low? It stands to reason that the mental power values of people who are sent in unconscious are very high and more chaotic, which is most likely to cause mental power riots. However, the mental power values of these people are at a medium level, and the mental power disorder is also small, which is far from mental power riots. This is what made the doctor feel strange. He turned around and saw Chris outside, so he turned around and went out. Doctor, how are they? Even though he had the worst plan in mind, Chris still held a glimmer of hope. These people have followed him for many years, and participated in countless battles with him. He didn't want to lose them again and again. They are fine. The doctor looked at him suspiciously, and then asked again. Did you encounter anything special this time? When Chris heard the doctor say that they were fine, his expression relaxed. If there was something wrong, the doctor would never say that. What? Chris was also stunned when he heard the question behind him, and he didn't react. What does it matter? They just suffered some internal injuries. They just need to lie in the treatment cabin and drink a relief agent. They will wake up soon, the doctor said patiently. So what did you encounter? If not, how could it be so calm? We encountered a star beast that can heal automatically. Chris also felt a little incredible, but it was good that the people were fine. As for the doctor's question, he felt that it should have nothing to do with this. What kind of self-healing star beast? The doctor asked. It's just... Chris told the story of his encounter with the triangular beast. Could their situation be related to the star beast? But they were not there at the time? But their current physical data has indeed changed. The doctor answered truthfully. Maybe they are lucky, Chris said casually. The doctor rolled his eyes at him. Do you think this is something that happens when you are lucky? Mental power riot is not a problem that can be solved by luck. What else? Chris asked back. Could it be that the triangular beast is the nemesis of the mental attack star beast? He himself did not believe it. Give me the horn and body of the star beast. Seeing that he could not convince him, the doctor did not say much and asked him for the horn and body of the star beast. Maybe it has been sent to the laboratory. Go and get it yourself. Chris spread his hands. The things were not with him, so it was useless to ask. Doctor, can't you keep it for our medical department? The medical department is not researching it. Why give it to you? Really? The doctor pointed at him, but finally did not say anything. It would be faster to go to the laboratory to get some samples instead of telling Chris these things. Who said that the medical department would not research it? A star beast that heals automatically is not worth studying. Although the potion made by the pharmacist can quickly repair body wounds, Various data show that excessive use of such potions will cause damage to the body. If the situation is not serious, it is better to lie in the treatment cabin for repair. The liquid medicine in the treatment cabin is better for body repair, and has the least sequelae. Forget it, I go by myself, you go. The doctor ruthlessly drove them away. Knowing that they were fine, Chris didn't stay any longer, and he had to report this matter to Hui Yunchuan. As soon as Chris left, the doctor also hurried out. If he didn't hurry up, maybe there would be no samples left for him at that time. He knew the people in the laboratory very well, and they were very stingy. Every time he wanted some samples, he would be stingy and reluctant to give them. There were so many samples, and giving them some would not affect them. It was like asking for their lives, but he was reluctant to give them. Chapter 112. Chris had just finished washing up when his laptop started ringing. He looked over and saw that it was Heisey, so he pressed the answer button. Boss, are Winterway and the others really okay? Heisey's tone was filled with joy and a hint of disbelief. They went back to get themselves ready, and went to the medical department to visit, expecting to hear bad news. But the nurse told him that Winterway and the others were only slightly injured and nothing was wrong. They almost thought the nurse had lied to them, but then they thought there was no reason for the nurse to lie to them. On Border Star, such situations often happen, and it's not the first time they've encountered them, so they've long been accustomed to them. But the nurse didn't say much to them, just saying to wait until the person wakes up before coming back, and then she went away to get busy. Heisey and the others wanted to find a doctor to find out what was going on, but the doctor wasn't there, and the assistant said he had gone to the laboratory. Heisey couldn't wait to find a doctor, so he just asked Chris directly, because he had been there before, and he must know what was going on. That's it. The doctor said it might be related to the Triceratops we met before. Chris already had a guess in his mind, but he didn't know if it was true or not, and didn't tell him much. Really? That Triceratops still has this ability. I should have brought it back if I had known. Heisey didn't think about it carefully, and regretted it secretly. I hang up if it's okay. Chris ignored him, hung up the call, and went out. In an office building, in an office. The man sat upright behind his desk. His slender fingers kept sliding back and forth on the light computer, as if reading a message. There was a knock on the door, and Hui Yunchuan didn't even raise his head. Come in. Your Excellency. Chris came in and saluted him. Sit down. Hui Yunchuan nodded and pointed to the chair opposite. Chris did not sit down, but first briefly reported the process of this trip, which was customary. The laboratory has applied for research on that star beast, and I have asked someone to bring back the body. Hui Yunchuan lowered his head and clicked a few times on the optical computer. The next second, a data report was put in front of Chris. Chris did not look at the pile of densely packed text, but directly looked at the final result. It said that the unknown star beast has a unique self-healing ability. It has been identified that its blood contains extremely high repair factors. This has nothing to do with Winrui and others. Chris ignored the report. Anyway, these are all laboratory matters. He wants to ask about other things. It is related to those vegetables, right? Chris looked at him with a firm tone. Hui Yunchuan chuckled, and he put out another piece of data again. If Randy were here, he would find that this data is exactly the same as the one he received. It clearly lists the mental power fluctuation values of some soldiers after eating vegetables. Some have no change, some have not changed significantly, and some can be seen at a glance, and the fluctuation value has obviously dropped. Soldiers often go on missions, and use mental power frequently, so the fluctuation value will be very high, almost hovering below the mental power riot value. The lower the value, the more stable the mental power is, and the probability of mental power riot is very small. This also means that there is no need to drink relief drugs every once in a while. Chris looked at him suddenly, his eyes full of horror. This is the mental power data after they ate vegetables. Hui Yunchuan explained. He was also stunned when he saw the report. He never expected that there would be such an obvious effect, although only a very small number of soldiers' mental power values changed. But this also means that vegetables can really have a certain effect in treating mental power riots, which is a very important thing. Could it be that wild red fruits also have such an effect? Chris remembered the red fruits they ate that night. What? Hui Yunchuan only heard the word wild. Chris's voice was very low. He was distracted and didn't hear it clearly. The night before we met the star beast, we ate a wild red fruit. Chris repeated. It didn't have much effect. Hui Yunchuan thought of the data that Jay sent him. The data showed that the energy in the samples collected from the wild was very small. It takes a large amount to extract the content of a planted crop. What about the other teams? If the other teams are also in this situation, it means that it is really the cause of the green star crops. You are the first team to come back. The closer we get to the Star Beast battlefield, the more unstable the signal becomes. We can't communicate over long distances. We can only wait for them to come back to find out. You asked us to go to Green Star because you already knew about the problem with my vegetables? Chris suddenly changed the subject. No wonder even Jace went there. It turns out that he already knew about it. And Randy just hid it from him. Chris felt cheated. He, Wei Yunchuan, and Jace grew up together, but they were not as good as Randy later. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, and looked at Wei Yunchuan with a little more displeasure. At that time, Jace was not sure either, and there was too little data. It was not a good time to tell him. How could Wei Yunchuan not see that Chris was blaming him for not telling him? Tell you, can you take full responsibility? Wei Yunchuan asked back. How could he not know what kind of personality he had? If he was given this matter, he would not have so much patience to take care of it. In the end, it was still Randy who did it. Chris. Even if he was impatient to take care of these things, he couldn't hide it from me, right? You can also go and get Randy back now. Wei Yunchuan didn't mind him doing this. Without Randy, his workload increased, and he was busy every day. That's not necessary. Chris refused without thinking. At first, he felt fresh when he went to Green Star, but after a long time, he felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't know how to plant, and Green Star didn't have any facilities. Except for the first few days, he went to hunt mutant beasts every day, and the rest of the days were really boring. He is not Randy, who has so much patience. He is more suitable to stay at the border. Anyway, it is easy to eat mutant meat now, so he is not greedy for Wei Ning's dishes. Of course, it would be best if the chef's skills in the cafeteria could improve a little bit. Then should we announce it? Chris thought of the doctor's excitement. If he found that the Star Beast did not have this function, he should have guessed it. The data is still not enough. Wait for the next batch to come and test it. Wei Yunchuan was not in a hurry to announce it. He received the latest news from Randy, that the quantity just harvested was enough for them to eat for a month. When there is enough data, it will be more convincing to announce it. Speaking of vegetables, Chris suddenly remembered that the jam he asked Randy to make before should have arrived. There should be another batch of goods. Why is there no news? Whenever there is a transport ship coming from Green Star, the station will talk about it. He did not hear any relevant news when he came back. Wei Yunchuan has been busy these days, and has not paid much attention to it. Now that he thinks about it, he is a few days late. He was about to contact the logistics department when the light brain rang. It was the person in charge of logistics support. He pressed the answer button, and the face of the person in charge of logistics support appeared on the light screen. He had a sad face and a trembling voice. Sir, our transport ship was seized. Who is so bold as to seize our things? Wei Yunchuan had no time to speak. Chris was already furious, approached the light screen, and asked the person in charge on the other end. Who is the blind man? I will take people to blast him. Ha! Chris, who are you going to blast? A familiar joke came from the light brain, followed by a handsome face appearing on the light screen. Chris. Damn! Why is it him? Chapter 113. In the light curtain, the man had a flamboyant red short hair and a playful smile on his face. Lidvis. Chris called the man's name unnaturally, and the expression that he had said before that he was going to scare him disappeared instantly. Your Excellency came to our legion and seized our goods. It seems that this is not what a guest should do, Wei Yunchuan said in a calm voice, with accusations in his tone. Hey, just kidding, can I really seize your goods? You should thank me. If it weren't for me, your goods would have been robbed. Lidis looked like he remembered to repay me. Who dares to rob our goods? Do you think he has a long life? Chris muttered to the side. He didn't believe what Lidis said. Oh, are you so confident? Lidis chuckled. He raised his hand and pointed at someone. You said? We encountered pirates when we came back. It was Lord Lidis who allowed us to come back. The light screen said that Lidis pointed at the man's face. Chris recognized him. He was the person in charge of the transport ship. What happened? Chris didn't trust others, but he still trusted his own people. However, the pirates dared to rob their goods. They still had to settle accounts. They thought we were an ordinary transport ship. They destroyed our communication server and opened fire as soon as they came up. The person in charge briefly said that the pirates should have wanted to rob other starships, but their transport ship arrived first, and there were not many guards, so they robbed it. They destroyed their communication server and signal jammer in one go, and they didn't even have a chance to send a rescue signal. If Lidus hadn't brought people by, they might have been robbed. If their transport ship had the logo of the 4th Legion, the pirates would not dare to rob it. But in order not to expose Green Star too early, Hui Yunchuan asked people to use ordinary transport ships with complete equipment, but he did not expect to encounter a large group of pirates. Since you encountered pirates, why didn't you report to the base afterwards? Chris couldn't see Lidus, but the meaning in his eyes was very clear. Not only did he not report the situation to the base, but he also followed them back. Yes. The person in charge looked at the side timidly. It's not that he didn't want to, it's really. This man is too scary. He didn't allow him to contact the base. What can he do? What is your excellency doing? Hui Yunchuan didn't blame the person in charge. Lidus didn't allow him to, and he must have his requirements. I came here to negotiate a deal with you. Lidus's face reappeared in the light screen. Are you the one who negotiates a deal like this? Chris was dissatisfied. He was the only one who dared to deduct their goods, and in front of them. Lidus, Chris, do you want to fight? You? Chris didn't dare to fight. I'm not afraid of you. But the words came to his lips, but he swallowed them. This man is as powerful as their commander. He couldn't even beat his own boss, so he was stupid to be beaten by others. Trade? If I remember correctly, you just bought the mecha materials 3 months ago, so you must not be short of potions. After all, you only got 2 spiritual herbs. I'm talking about other things. Lidus paused deliberately, and then spoke slowly. For example, the goods on the transport ship. It seems that you are well informed. Hui Yunchuan remained calm, and he guessed something. Otherwise, Lidus wouldn't have come all the way from the 5th Legion just for a deal. He usually doesn't come in person. We are both protecting the Federation. You can't eat meat while we don't even get to see the soup, right? Lidus came in person because of the importance of this matter. If he didn't want to have a bad relationship with the 4th Legion, he would probably be in another place now. In this case, you should talk to me in person. Hui Yunchuan's implication was that you should release my goods. Of course. The goal was achieved, and Lidus was also very straightforward. He didn't intend to detain the goods, he just wanted to test it. After hanging up the communication, Lidus took his people back to his starship. The person in charge of logistics support and the person in charge of the transport ship were left behind, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to breathe just now. What's wrong with you? You didn't report such a big thing. The person in charge of logistics support pointed at him and scolded. The transport ship manager cried, "They took away our optical computers." The transport ship was besieged by space pirates at that time, and they were ready to die with the cargo. Unexpectedly, Lidus suddenly appeared with his men and rescued them. At that time, he was trying to contact the base, but Lidus asked his men to confiscate all the optical computers. What could he do? They were being watched all the way, and they didn't know what Lidus wanted to do, but he didn't allow them to contact the base. He was wronged, okay. On the other side. Sir, will the 4th Legion really trade with us? Lidus's adjutant asked behind him. Hui Yunchuan is not a selfish guy. Since he invited us to go, he naturally has this plan. Lidus glanced at him and continued, whether he can or not, we have to make him learn. Since we are here, we can't return empty-handed. It's not only the defense line of the 4th Legion that has new star beasts, their defense area has also. Although there are times when the legions cooperate with each other, most of the time, they are on guard against each other. Although they are all guarding the Federation, no legion does not want to expand its army. It's not a matter of 1 or 2 days to want to annex the forces of other legions. If they hadn't got the news first this time, they would have been very passive until the day Hui Yunchuan announced it. Now at least there is a chance to talk. Lidus thought of the information he had collected, and his tone was a little more envious. He is really lucky. If Weidong hadn't come from the 4th Legion, they would have been able to get those things first. It's my uselessness that I didn't find it earlier. The adjutant bowed his head and admitted his mistake. It's none of your business. Even if you found out earlier, it would be useless. They already have everything they need. At the beginning, the vegetables that Wei Guoyang sold to the Pang family at the Star Network Mall were taken by Pang Ruiwen to the main family, and finally sent to the 5th Legion by the main family. It was that batch of vegetables that made the researchers of the 5th Legion discover the clues. After tracing all the way, Lidus sent Arthur to the Pang family, and found out that the vegetables appeared on Kaiyang's star. It was shelved because of the matter of the Angelica. The live broadcast of Randy made them sure that the 4th Legion had reached a cooperation with the Wei family. If it weren't for too many things, they wouldn't have come until now. He wanted to talk directly with the Wei family, but he knew that he couldn't get what he wanted without talking to Hui Yunchuan first. At least we are ahead of other legions now. Lidis could only comfort himself in this way. Chapter 114. How did he know? Chris was confused. He just found out why Lidis came. Could it be that he had someone in their army? Pang family. When the Wei family came to them, he had asked someone to check the Wei family's information. The Star Network Mall store could not find out who the merchant behind it was, but he had seen the video of Wei Dong delivering goods to the Pang family. Knowing that the Wei family had sold a batch of vegetables to the Pang family before, he had someone destroy the video and tampered with it. Lidis could know that it must be that the batch of vegetables from the Pang family fell into his hands. The last time Arthur said he was going to Kaiyang Star to attend a wedding banquet, did they know it at that time? Chris remembered what he said when he met Arthur. At that time, we should not have found out who was selling vegetables behind the scenes. Otherwise, he would not have come to him at this time. Do we really want to cooperate with him? Chris was a little reluctant. Cooperation is inevitable. Star beasts are evolving, and humans cannot stand still. Hui Yunchuan glanced at the dark sky outside the window. Star beasts are the common enemy of mankind. They are all for the Federation and the future of mankind. Since there is a way to treat mental riots, he will not keep it privately. However, it depends on how sincere Lidis is. The next day, Lidis led his people to the border star. Hui Yunchuan personally led people to greet him. After a simple greeting, Lidis was about to talk about the deal. Hui Yunchuan stopped him. Your Excellency has not come to our Legion for a few years. Recently, the Legion cafeteria has added a lot of new dishes. I wonder if you are interested in trying them. Lidis. Is this a food show? It just so happens that he also wants to see how good their food is. Since you have invited me, I would be disrespectful to refuse. The group walked towards the cafeteria in a mighty manner. At this time, the kitchen of the cafeteria was busy, and the chefs used all their skills to cook. They received an order that today's dishes must be delicious and tasty, so that the guests will want to eat them after seeing them. Originally, there was only the first floor as a cafeteria, but since there were mutant beast meat and vegetables that Green Star had delivered from time to time, more and more people came to the cafeteria to eat, and sometimes they couldn't even sit down. The person in charge of logistics support often received complaints, such as no seats to sit and not full. He simply opened up the second floor and put tables and chairs. As for not full, he didn't have the right to give them more. The number of vegetables is limited, and the daily supply quota is also limited. Those who come late will not be able to eat. This led to the canteen being packed every time it was open for lunch, and many people couldn't come for various reasons and asked for takeout. Be quick, this is the first time the commander has given us a task in the canteen, and we must complete it beautifully. The canteen manager walked behind the chef and said to everyone seriously. Before the mutant beast meat appeared on the canteen table, their canteen could be said to be the most deserted place in the entire Legion, and it only needed to be fired twice a month. The food they cooked each time was getting less and less, and they were often complained that it was not delicious, and it was almost abolished. If we were to say who everyone in the kitchen is most grateful to now, it is definitely the one who made the mutant beast meat delicious. Without that person, they would not be standing here and cooking now. Now their cafeteria is the most popular place. When it is time to eat, there are crowds of people, and there is no place to sit. As soon as they approached the kitchen, Lidis and others smelled various aromas. Chris glanced at the crowd and saw the restrained expressions on the faces of the people brought by Lidis, but he noticed that their breathing became heavier at that moment. Sure enough, Hui Yunchuan brought them to the cafeteria on purpose. It was not time for dinner yet. In the cafeteria, apart from the busy chef and the staff responsible for cutting and washing vegetables, there were only the people brought in by Hui Yunchuan. There were rows of neat tables and chairs in the hall, and an open kitchen on one side. Standing in the hall, you can see the chef cooking inside. There were 7 or 8 large pots with different dishes. Lidis took a look and turned his eyes away. Just from the 7 or 8 pots of dishes, you can tell that the food of the 4th Legion will not be bad. The people behind him, except for the adjutant, did not have such good self-control. Before, they could control themselves just by smelling the food, but now they could see so many dishes up close, and they all looked delicious. How could they control themselves? They stared at him for a long time, until the adjutant could not bear it anymore and coughed hard, and then they looked away. Lidis looked at Hui Yunchuan and cursed him in his heart. He definitely did it on purpose, and he couldn't control himself with the people he brought with him. You brought us here not just to treat us to a meal, right? What do you want? Lidis was too lazy to maintain his image as a commander, so he simply ignored it. Of course I'm sincerely inviting you to dinner. You're overthinking it. Hui Yunchuan took him to the table, accompanied by Chris, and the others sat at the tables on both sides. Hui Yunchuan, you're like this every time. Don't think I can't see that you're doing it on purpose. Lidis resisted the urge to curse. He had been dealing with Hui Yunchuan for so many years, but he didn't know him. If he said he was second to others in terms of his ability to whet people's appetite, no one else would dare to rank first. Hui Yunchuan smiled and didn't admit it. He did it on purpose. Your Excellency. The adjutant touched Lidis lightly under the table, reminding him not to be impulsive, as they were asking for help now. You're still so impatient. Hui Yunchuan spoke calmly. Try our chef's cooking. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the kitchen started serving the dishes. 10 people in a row, each holding one dish. Their movements were neat, and they didn't even make a sound. They put down the dishes and left in an orderly manner. The same was true for other tables, but there were fewer dishes than theirs. What Lid Weiss wanted to say was stopped when he saw the various dishes on the table. There were 9 dishes, and 1 soup on the small rectangular table for 6 people. There were meat, vegetables and soup, all of which were delicious and appetizing, not to mention the aroma that kept rushing into the nose. Just looking at it, and smelling it was very tempting. You really don't want to eat? Hui Yunchuan deliberately blocked his face, and forked a piece of shiny yellow-brown barbecue. He took a bite slowly, with a look of enjoyment on his face. This is a new dish developed by the chef, grilled pork chops, tender and delicious, with full meat, very delicious. Hui Yunchuan glanced at Chris next to him. Chris immediately understood, and introduced the dishes on the table to them attentively. This is pan-fried steak, this is stir-fried mutant rabbit meat, this is braised spare ribs, this is fried potatoes with bacon, braised fish monster, steamed fish monster, cold red fruit salad, special vegetables, and fragrant bones soup. Chapter 115. After introducing the dishes, Chris looked at the person opposite him with a proud face. He dared to say that no legion in the entire Federal Legion could compare with their legion in terms of food. Lidvis. Adjutant. Damn, it's too much. The two looked at each other, then turned to look at the dishes on the table, and at the same time picked up the knife and forked the dishes they liked. Who cares, let's eat first. Once Lidvis and the adjutant started, the people he brought with him dared to start. A group of soldiers who had never seen such a scene, holding knives and forks, they were simply flying, and the dishes on the plate were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only when they put it in their mouths did they find that it not only smelled good, but also had a unique taste. Compared with the mutant beast meat they ate in the garrison, it really couldn't be compared with this. The chef's cooking level was far behind. They were sour in their hearts. The people of the 4th Legion were really too lucky to be able to eat such delicious food often. Lidvis and his lieutenant had eaten a lot of food, but compared to these, they were really far inferior. The taste of the mutant beast meat cooked in various ways was just right. Even if they had some control, the speed of their knife and fork was not much slower, compared with the other two who were very slow. They were like bumpkins, who had never seen the world. When they found out, they wanted to be more polite, but there was not much food left on the table. They didn't even realize that they had eaten all the fish monsters. Lidvis and his lieutenant put down their knives and forks, with an unnatural blush on their faces, looking at the slightly messy plates on the table, and smiled awkwardly. Damn, this was definitely their most embarrassing time. Hui Yunchuan pretended not to see it, wiped the oil stains on his mouth with a napkin, raised his head, and smiled. Next, we can talk about the deal. Having just finished a table of specially prepared food, which also included what they needed, Lidis knew what Hui Yunchuan was thinking without thinking. How much can you give us? This is what he cares about most. It should be what you can give us. Double the price. We are not short of money. Hui Yunchuan said lightly. Lidis wanted to hit someone, and he was the only one who could say this so confidently. Sir, we are all for the future of the Federation. It is not a good thing for the 4th Legion to monopolize it. If we cooperate, our Legion will spare no effort when needed. The adjutant held Lidis down, and looked at Hui Yunchuan. Now the other legions don't know. Once they know, the 4th Legion may not be able to protect the Wei family all the time. The military leaders will not watch the 4th Legion monopolize the benefits. I believe other legions are also willing to cooperate with us. Hui Yunchuan looked like I had no shortage of partners. Adjutant. Indeed, as long as he revealed a little information, there would be many legions scrambling to cooperate. You just say one word, give it or not. Lidis was anxious. Even if it is for the future of the Federation, as a Legion commander, I will of course first consider my own legion soldiers. Your Excellency, what conditions can you put forward? The adjutant had already guessed. They don't want money, so they must have other intentions. I heard that you have a complete set of wuxiang bones in your hands. The adjutant's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that they actually wanted this. Wuxiang bone is a very rare skeleton of a high-level star beast. Adding wuxiang bone to mecha and weapons can improve the level and performance of mecha and weapons. It is a material that all mecha masters want to study, and it is also what all mecha warriors want. How much can you exchange? Lidis was no longer in a hurry. It would be easy if he had the conditions. The value of wuxiang bone is not so easy to exchange. I only want 1/3. If Kinley didn't want it, he wouldn't want to exchange it. He wanted something else. I want 1/3 of each batch of your goods. Lidis didn't suffer any loss, 1 for 1. No. Now it was Chris's turn to be unwilling. Although wuxiang bone is rare, they can still find it, but the vegetables that can treat mental riots are unique. If they share it, they will have less. 1/4. 1/3. Lidis insisted. Wuxiang bone can only be exchanged once, but you have exchanged it countless times. I won't take this loss. Hui Yunchuan shook his head. 1/3, I can add conditions. Tell me about it. Finally, Lidis added several conditions, and Hui Yunchuan agreed to sell him 1/3 at a price 20% higher than the original price. Lidis. So in the end, he still had to spend money to buy it, and he said he was not short of money. Hui Yunchuan gave him a look that said you were overthinking. That price was the price he signed with the Wei family. How could he sell it to him at the original price? The two sides reached an agreement, formally signed the agreement, and Lidis was relieved when he got the agreement with the seal of each legion. Lidis did not plan to stay in the 4th Legion for a long time. As soon as the agreement was signed, he asked Hui Yunchuan to give him the goods, and he would go back after getting them. He didn't want to stay with their army at all. Seeing that their welfare was so good, he was worried. Hui Yunchuan didn't want to keep him either. The two hit it off immediately. They gave what they should give, and took what they should take. As for the wuxiang bone, they would wait until the next time. Hui Yunchuan was not afraid that he would default on it. After sending Lid Weiss and his group away, everyone in the 4th Army also knew about it. Hui Yunchuan didn't intend to hide it. He announced the wuxiang bone he exchanged and said that the mecha or weapons made of wuxiang bone could be exchanged with military merit. In other words, as long as the military merit is enough, no matter who has the opportunity to exchange. As soon as he announced this decision, the people who started to think that they shouldn't sell vegetables to the 5th Army stopped talking instantly. Who doesn't want to have weapons made of wuxiang bone? They are still happy to eat less vegetables for a chance to have good weapons. Especially for those who don't like to eat vegetarian food and only want to eat meat every meal, it is really worthwhile. Even if they don't have enough military merit now, at least there is a chance. Are we at a disadvantage? After sending Lid Weiss away, Chris thought again and felt that they still lost. We need allies. Hui Yunchuan didn't think they lost. Besides, he didn't intend to keep it for himself, but it was too easy to get, so it didn't seem precious. Getting the 5th Legion to stand on their side was just a start. Chapter 116. Green Star. Wei Ning didn't know what happened on the border star, nor did she know that in addition to having a new backer, their family had also gained a big customer. She was heading to the base with great expectations. Randy told her that the rice seeds had arrived, and there was also a batch of other crop seeds, and asked her to go and have a look. When she heard about the rice seeds, Wei Ning was so excited that she wanted to jump up. She was in a very good mood, and she finally saw hope for the rice freedom she had been thinking about day and night. This year, oh no, next year, she will definitely be able to eat it. She couldn't wait to see the seeds. Base, in the office on the 2nd floor. Is this the rice seed? Wei Ning pointed to the large yellow grains in the storage container spread out on the desk, her face full of shock. That's right. Randy didn't quite understand why Wei Ning was so excited when she first came in, but was shocked when she saw the rice seeds. Is there something wrong with the seeds? No way. They have checked it. It is definitely good. Who are you kidding? I've eaten rice before, and it's nothing like this. Wei Ning pointed at the seed that was the same size as an olive pit, and she refused to believe it. This was really the rice seed she had eaten. This is indeed a rice seed. If he didn't want to destroy the seed, Randy would have wanted to peel off the yellow shell and let Wei Ning see it. He continued to explain. The rice bought on the market is processed. The merchants cut the whole rice to make a profit. Wei Ning. Is there such an operation? I've learned a lot. She didn't even realize that the rice was processed. What will such a big seed look like when it is grown? Wei Ning held the seeds, and couldn't imagine how big the rice stalks could support such large grains. The rice planting base is a top priority, and confidential place for the planting family. Ordinary people can't see it, Randy answered. So he didn't know what it looked like. How did you cultivate it? Wei Ning could feel the vitality in the seeds. It shouldn't be impossible for them to germinate. Just plant them directly. Randy had seen how the researchers planted them. It was similar to how Wei Ning planted vegetables. Just sprinkled them directly in the soil and watered them. There was a constant temperature system in the experimental field, and it seemed that the temperature was also set within the constant temperature range of the human body. Even if they germinated in this way, the survival rate was not high, and they might not even produce ears in the end. Isn't it planted this way? Randy saw that when Wei Ning told him the planting method, his face looked strange and hesitant. He couldn't help but suspect that the researcher's planting method was wrong in her opinion. Have you tried no other methods? Wei Ning knew that dry rice could indeed be planted directly, without the need for seedling raising. There are requirements for planting rice directly. After flooding the field, a layer of water or mud needs to remain on the surface of the field. Soaked in water? Landy thought about the scenes he had seen and continued. Hydroponics can indeed make the seeds germinate, but they still died in the end. Wei Ning really didn't know what to say at this moment. He even thought of hydroponics, but why didn't he think of combining the two? And planting rice on water is also possible, as long as there are floating boards or other floating bodies to hold the rice seedlings, instead of soaking them directly in water. Do you have video recordings? I want to see them. Wei Ning decided to see how they planted rice first. You are not sure either? Landy was puzzled. Let me see first. Wei Ning did not answer directly. She had indeed never planted rice before, but she had participated in the process of planting rice, and knew the general process. The first step is to select seeds, select intact and full seeds, disinfect and soak them for germination, then select the nursery field, spread the germinated seeds in the nursery field for seedling cultivation, and finally transplant the grown seedlings into the prepared paddy field. After the seedlings are planted, it is another process, which requires pest control, weed control, fertilization, etc. Wei Ning could not say that she was 100% sure. The superpower can indeed achieve everything in one step, but she cannot rely on the superpower every time. If you want to plant on a large scale, it is necessary to master the planting technology. I will pass it to you later. Landy brought another storage box. Here are some seeds we found in the wild. Here are pictures of them after they grow up. As he said this, Randy turned on the optical brain, unlocked the privacy, and displayed the pictures. Wei Ning looked at the pictures one by one, and the more she looked, the more excited she became. The plants in the pictures were all familiar to her. Although they were a little different from what she knew, she could still tell what they were. There were grapes, oranges, cucumbers, melons, eggplants, peas, and soybeans. Wei Ning couldn't wait to plant all of them. Once the grapes are planted, they can be used to make wine. Soybeans can also be used to make tofu, bean curd skin, bean curd sticks, soy milk, etc. The most important thing is that they can be used to make soy sauce, fermented black beans, and bean paste. Although she can't do it, she can study it with soybeans. She can't do it, but it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Never doubt human wisdom. What kind of seeds are these? Wei Ning looked at them one by one. Because they were all sorted, she didn't need to reclassify them, and she could plant them separately when planting. But there was one kind that didn't have a picture, and it looked a little familiar. Wei Ning looked at the black particles that were slightly larger than sesame seeds, and the more she looked at them, the more familiar they looked. But she just couldn't remember what it was for a while. This should be a kind that the laboratory had studied before. There were too many of them, and I forgot what kind it was, so I didn't give you a picture. You can do whatever you want. If you can plant it, plant it. If you can't plant it, forget it. Randy's eyes were a little vague, and he didn't look at Wei Ning. Wei Ning had been thinking about where he had seen it before, and didn't notice Randy's abnormality. Okay. He said so Wei Ning didn't ask. You? Randy wanted to ask her if she needed help, but after thinking about it, she still didn't ask. What's the matter? Wei Ning put away the seeds, and waited for him to speak. It's okay. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Okay. Wei Ning left with the seeds in a very good mood. When she walked, her steps were brisk. I hope you can succeed. Landy murmured as he watched her back as she walked away. Wei Ning returned to the cottage, and habitually glanced at the construction of the courtyard house. The courtyard house has reached the final stage of roofing, and will be completed in a few days. Thinking that he will soon be able to move into the newly built house, Wei Ning's mood became even better. Chapter 117. In the next few days, Wei Ning was busy with training while using her supernatural powers to nourish the seeds. She also had to take time to watch the video materials that Randy sent to her. After watching it, Wei Ning could only say that it was not without reason that she could not grow the seeds. It was not enough to plant the seeds directly, but they were also covered with a thick layer of soil. Even if they sprouted, they might not grow out. They also watered them with distilled water, and waited for them to sprout, and served them like treasures. Wei Ning was shocked by this way of pampering. The hydroponics method was similar. In short, they were treated very carefully, for fear that it would do something wrong and the last plant would not grow. Wei Ning spent a few days nourishing this batch of seeds. When she decided to start germinating, it was already the day when Haifeng said they could move. Wei Ning had been looking at the new house from the outside. She had not seen what it looked like inside. She got up early in the morning, put away the seeds, and planned to germinate them after moving. Although she had lived in the hut for more than half a year, there were not many things in it. She had put all the things she needed into the space button. In addition to some furniture, Wei Ning only needed to take the pot of wild lavender. The flowering period of lavender had passed, and the purple branches had been cut off by her, dried and stored. The seeds in the branches had been planted on the hillside behind her, and now they were seedlings. Not only lavender seeds were planted on the hillside, but also some other plants dug up from Kaiyang Star at the time, and they were growing well. As for the mother plant of lavender, it still did not wither, and even began to grow branches under the condition of frequent transmission of supernatural power. Wei Ning looked at the lavender with 3 branches and planned to move it out after moving, and when the branches grew a little bigger, there would not be enough space in the flower pot. The courtyard has been cleaned up, and Wei Ning and his friends only need to buy furniture to move in. From the outside, the courtyard with 2 entrances looks similar to the drawings they have seen before, except for the different colors. Gray-white walls and black roof. Because the stone itself is gray-white, no other color coding is applied. This courtyard can be said to be Haifeng's first complete physical building. When he was in school, most of them were models. On the day when the courtyard was completed, Haifeng was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He built the drawings he drew bit by bit with his own hands. The process of building from scratch is different from building models in school or in software. This is real. Standing outside the black alloy gate, Wei Ning watched Wei Guoyang stop at the door. The next second, a mechanical sound reached everyone's ears. Pupil recognition authentication is successful. Welcome home. After the words fell, the door slowly opened. What is this? Wei Ning looked at the door curiously, trying to find the source of the sound. This is artificial intelligence recognition. Once your pupils are recorded into the system, other than you, others must obtain the owner's consent before entering. Haifeng also considered Wei Ning's magical talent, and felt that she needed a certain degree of privacy protection. After obtaining Wei Guoyang's consent, he decided to install this intelligent system. Next, under Haifeng's operation, Wei Dong and Yi Ling recorded their pupils respectively. Wei Ning stood in front of the door, looking at the smooth wall, and could not see where the so-called system was. Just as she thought about this, a transparent light curtain appeared on the wall in front of her. There was a circle in the light curtain, and her face appeared in the circle. It's a bit like modern facial recognition. Authentication successful. Welcome home. Haifeng has already entered Wei Ning's pupils into the system. Haifeng has done the operation and transferred the system permissions to Wei Guoyang. Boss, all permissions here will be handed over to you in the future. I will no longer have permissions. In the future, you will also need your consent to enter the gate. Before, he needed to complete the follow-up work before he could enter freely. The work has been completed, and he no longer needs permissions. But he did not live in the courtyard with the Wei family. Even though the Wei family did not treat him as an outsider these days, and Wei Guoyang also mentioned to him to move in together, Haifeng still refused. He still lives in the previous hut, and the hut has not been put away. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Wei Guoyang sincerely thanked him. This is what I should do. I should thank you, boss, for giving me a chance. Okay, stop thanking me and go in. We haven't seen what the new house looks like yet. Yi Ling urged. Let's go in. Wei Guoyang waved his hand and led the people in. Entering the gate, there is a small courtyard inside, with 3 rooms in the main hall, 1 on each side. The front yard can be used for reception. There are reception rooms, guest rooms, dining rooms and kitchens here. Haifeng pointed to all the rooms one by one. On the left is the kitchen, and the dining room separated from it. The dining room can accommodate about 10 people. The kitchen was remodeled according to the previous kitchen, but it is a little smaller. The room on the right was converted into a warehouse. There are 3 rooms in the front, with reception rooms and guest rooms on the left and right, and a hall in the middle. Haifeng led everyone through the hall, turned to the back of the hall, and touched the wall lightly. An invisible door appeared on the wall, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. Wei Guoyang stepped forward, and the light curtain recognized him, and the door opened automatically. What appeared in front of everyone was a spacious courtyard, which was as big as 2 rooms. There were corridors on 3 sides, and they went in and out through the corridors. The area of the rooms on both sides here has been reduced, and the 2 rooms have been connected into 1 room, which can be converted into a training room or other. Because the courtyard should be larger after Wei Ning suggested that it was later, and it was impossible to expand the area at that time, Haifeng moved the room in the front yard forward, reduced the area on the left and right sides, and changed the corridor to 1 meter wide. In this way, the area of the courtyard is half larger. I will not interfere with how the courtyard is arranged. Although Wei Ning had mentioned before that some trees could be planted under the corridor, Haifeng felt that this was a private territory, so it would be better for them to arrange it themselves. The 5 main rooms are also very large, equivalent to a 1-bedroom and 1 living room in a rental house. Wei Ning chose the one on the left, which is estimated to be 40 square meters and has a separate bathroom. The light is very good, and the large window that occupies half of the wall can see everything in the yard outside from the road. You can't see inside from the outside. This is a one-sided anti-peep glass. The room is also equipped with a circulation system adjustment device, which can adjust the indoor temperature, air index, etc. according to your preferences. Although it is just a simple courtyard, the various system equipment inside is the best. The cost of building a courtyard is not even a fraction of the equipment inside. Although the courtyard looks poor compared to the common buildings in the Interstellar, it has all the necessary equipment inside. After a round of walking, Wei Ning came to a conclusion. This house is better than the one they lived in before in the capital star. Chapter 118. Although the courtyard house was renovated only a few days ago, it has a circulation system, and the environment inside meets the standards for occupancy. All they need to do is put the various furniture they bought back in place. The furniture was purchased by Wei Guoyang based on his personal preferences, and was delivered 2 days ago. What they have to do today is to decorate their rooms. Wei Ning refused their help, and only asked the robots to help carry the furniture in. She told them where to put it. Wei Ning didn't like the room to be too big, so she divided it into 2, and made it into a small suite. It was separated by a shelf and divided into an inner room and an outer room. The inner room only had a bed and a table. The outer room was furnished with soft sofas, low tables, and a game cabin. There were a few books and some small gadgets on the shelf. There was a recliner under the windowsill, and a low cabinet next to it. Wei Ning put the lavender on the low cabinet on the windowsill, and casually transferred some supernatural powers to it. After putting the daily things in place, Wei Ning would have decorated her room. She took the robot out and walked to the next door, to my Weidong's room. Wei Ning had just walked to the door of his room when Weidong came out. "You've decorated it so quickly?" Weidong was surprised. His own room was already simple enough, and Wei Ning was faster than him, so it was even simpler. Weidong looked at her with a strange look, and even Wei Ning noticed it. "Brother, what do you want to say?" "Ning Ning, a girl's room needs more decorations to look good." Weidong almost wanted to say, "You are less and less like a girl now." Her hard work and training is almost catching up with him, and her clothes are all convenient to wear and not dirty. I haven't seen her wear a skirt for a long time. They are all places to sleep and rest. It doesn't matter if they look good or not. Wei Ning thought it was fine as long as she liked it. She didn't like the pink princess room and the pink dolls. She wasn't a child. "What are you talking about?" While they were talking, Wei Guoyang and Yiling also came out. They lived in the room on the right, the middle one. They unanimously decided to use it as a living room. Usually the family would sit here. The space inside was about the same size as the other rooms. Haifeng had helped to put the furniture in order. "Boss." Haifeng stood up when he saw them come in. "Haifeng, thank you for your trouble today." Wei Guoyang looked at the living room, which was decorated similarly to the previous cottage, and was very satisfied. "Then I go back." Haifeng stood up to leave. "Come over for dinner tonight. We're moving today, so we have a housewarming party." Wei Guoyang didn't keep anyone, and they also had to clean up carefully. The housewarming party was agreed upon before. After moving, they invited others to dinner, which was also a celebration. "This kid is good?" After Haifeng left, Wei Guoyang began to praise him. Yes, he is talented, but not as arrogant as the children of aristocratic families. I like this yard so much. Yi Ling looked at the yard and agreed. Mom, how do you want to use this yard? Wei Ning was also looking at the yard. She liked it too. There happened to be grape seeds. She wanted to plant grapes, build a grape rack, put a table underneath, and wait for the grapes to climb all over the rack, so that she could sit quietly under the grape rack. Didn't you say before that you wanted to move trees in? The exotic plants we planted before can be transplanted. Yi Ling still remembered that she had said before that she wanted to plant trees. I want to plant other things, not just trees. She wanted to plant a few orange trees, 2 grapes, and the rest of the plants would be flowers or other fruits. She also wanted to build a small experimental field to grow rice. She couldn't tell whether the rice seeds were dry rice or wet rice, so she planned to experiment once before planting in large quantities. Okay, plant whatever you like. Yi Ling didn't force it, just let her like it. Since they were going to have a dinner party, it was impossible to invite only Haifeng. Wei Guoyang invited Randy and Jess, Chen Haojia and Wuan, and with their family, there was a table. Wei Ning would definitely cook the dishes, and Wei Dong would help. The mutant beast meat was prepared the day before, and placed in the fresh-keeping box. Wei Ning came to the kitchen in the front yard and found that the kitchen was moved here according to the original kitchen, and the layout was basically unchanged, so she didn't have to familiarize herself with the layout of the new kitchen again. Wei Ning looked through the ingredients and sighed. They were all the ones she often ate. Her cooking skills were exhausted. Without other new ingredients, she didn't know what to cook. What's wrong? Wei Dong saw that she was slow to start, and asked hurriedly. Brother, I don't know what to cook. Wei Ning was frustrated. What's the big deal? As long as it's delicious, they won't dislike it, and will definitely eat it all. When Wei Dong heard it, he thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this. He was not talking nonsense. Even if Wei Ning's dishes were the same as before, they still loved them. The food in the station was cooked for dozens of people, so the taste was naturally not as good as Wei Ning's. Even if there were more ingredients now, they still had to cook every 2 days. We have moved to a new house, and we want to change to something fresh, so that everyone will be happy. Wei Ning must be happy that the dishes he cooked were recognized by everyone, but he still wanted to make some different dishes to let them see the colorful food culture. It's just that the recipes in his mind are either not available in this or that, which is really difficult. When you find more ingredients in the future, you can cook for us. It is of course a good thing to be able to eat different foods, but there is nothing now, right? Just make do with it for now. I have drunk the nutrient solution for so many years before, so I don't mind waiting for a few years. Wei Dong thought very openly. Okay, owe it first and make up for it later. Wei Ning thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Although he said so, Wei Ning still made a table of sumptuous dinner, with limited ingredients and condiments. There were fish head with chopped pepper, steamed fish, spicy beef, braised spare ribs, crispy pork belly, chicken stewed with potatoes, cold chicken breast, cabbage and pork stewed with vermicelli, spicy rabbit cubes, cold tomatoes, stir-fried pork slices with beans, garlic lettuce, and finally the big bone soup that had been stewed for 2 days. Looking at the table, most of the dishes were new to me. Waiting. Is this called not knowing what to cook? Then what are the new dishes you are talking about? When Randy and his group came with gifts, they were very happy to see a table full of dishes they had never eaten before. It is a happy thing to be treated warmly with delicious food. Chapter 119. After dinner, the topic of planting inevitably came up. Randy also formally told Wei Guoyang that the 5th Corps had also cooperated with them. It was just that they were selling the goods from their corps, but the price would be 10% higher. In theory, the 5th Corps bought vegetables from the 4th Corps, and there was no need to inform Wei Guoyang of the price. But Wei Yunchuan did not do so. Instead, he gave 10% to the Wei family, mainly to further establish a good relationship. Isn't this a bit too bad? Wei Guoyang felt it was unreasonable. When the contract was signed with the 4th Corps, it was stated that the products produced by Green Star would be sold to them first. Only after reaching a certain output could other things be considered. Now that they are cooperating with the 5th Corps, they have allocated part of their own pockets. In theory, this money has nothing to do with the Wei family. This is what our commander and other officers agreed to. The implication was that he could not make the decision. If you feel that it is too hot to handle, then work harder, expand the planting area, and strive to let more people eat natural vegetables. Jace couldn't help but say. If possible, he would like to apply to the Legion to buy more planting robots to expand the scale of planting. But after all, it is not the Legion's place, and it is not easy for him to bypass the master and make decisions on his own. Although Wei Ning didn't say that she didn't mind the previous things, every time she saw him, she was no longer as friendly as before, and he knew that she must be angry in her heart. However, he also knew that he was wrong first, and he didn't care about Wei Ning's attitude towards him. No one has too much money. Since it was given to him, Wei Guoyang would not push it away. Of course, that word must be said. We also want to expand the scale, but seeds are not so easy to buy. The reason why their family can be like this now is entirely because of the seeds that Wei Ning bought at the auction. But such a good thing does not happen every day. Now they harvest a batch, keep a batch of seeds, and then expand the planting. If there are enough seeds, the planting area will not be only a few hundred acres. Half of the area is planted with species found by Wei Ning in the wild. Everyone was silent when Wei Guoyang said this. Indeed, even if the military came forward, the seeds purchased were limited. More purchases will also attract the attention of various families. Now is not the best time to expose. Instead of buying seeds from the family, it is better to go to the wild. The previous seeds are all good. Wei Ning suddenly spoke. Our people found them in the wild after testing and selected the ones with the lowest violent energy value. If the violent energy value is too high, the plant will attack all living things that approach. And eating too much of such food is not friendly to their mental strength. Otherwise, there are many edible plants in the wild. Why don't they pick them and buy artificially grown ones at a high price? It's not like they have too much money to spend. Alien plants are also divided into levels. The higher the level, the stronger the attack power. The ones with too low level have no attack power. It's just that the violent energy value contained is different. And the ones given to Wei Ning before were the plants with the lowest violent energy value they selected. Are you talking about the power running around in the seeds? Wei Ning thought about the time when he nurtured the seeds. He always felt that there was a power running around. Randy was surprised, but then she thought about the talent she mentioned, and she didn't find it strange anymore. Indeed, it will take root and sprout with the seeds, bloom and bear fruit, and will always exist. And this violent energy cannot be stripped away by external objects. Jace completed. This is also the reason why they didn't consider planting wild plants. It can't solve the violent energy contained in them, and you can't eat too much after planting them. You can keep the red fruit from mutating, so others should be able to do it too, right? Randy suddenly felt a little stupid. He had eaten so many red fruits, but he didn't find anything. Except for the Wei family, everyone looked up at Wei Ning. See what it is. Wei Ning didn't deny it. Her wood-based ability can indeed remove the violent energy contained in plants, but the ones she is dealing with now are relatively ordinary, and the violent energy contained is also small. If the violent energy value contained in the alien plants they found is high, she can't guarantee that she can remove it. As long as it can be eaten and planted, isn't it enough? Wei Dong didn't understand. As long as it can be planted, isn't it enough? Why should we be picky? That's true, but the fruits of high-level exotic plants contain richer elements. Many ingredients in the nutrient solution are extracted from these exotic plants. The natural taste is definitely incomparable to the taste made after extraction and processing. Wei Dong thought about it carefully, and it made sense. The taste of synthetic juice is indeed not as good as freshly squeezed. Whatever you can find, plant it. There is no need to say more. If you want to expand the scale, you can't do it without seeds. There are also planting robots. Wei Ning added in his heart. I will get someone here as soon as possible. Since the requirements have been lowered, Randy feels that this matter is much simpler. Dad is expanding the planting all of a sudden. Are we running out of robots? After everyone left, Wei Ning asked Wei Guoyang beside him. I have contacted my friend, but if the purchase quantity is too large, he may not be able to help. This type of planting robot is specially supplied to planting families. His friend has limited power, and said that he can only do his best. Is the Hua family the same family as your Legion commander? It shouldn't be difficult to find him, right? Yi Ling looked at Wei Dong. After all, the crops they grow are also supplied to the 4th Legion. I asked Colonel Lan about it. Wei Guoyang made a note of this. Are there no other machines? Wei Ning felt that the efficiency of robots was still a little low. In fact, robots are similar to humans, but humans need to rest, while robots can work all the time. It would be great if there were agricultural production machines from the previous life. What other kind? Wei Guoyang asked, puzzled. Wei Ning hadn't seen many agricultural production machines. After all, she wasn't specialized in them. She had only seen rice harvesters, unmanned sprinklers, and seed drills on TV. It's similar to a robot, It can improve work efficiency, and it can sew a whole ridge at a time? Father, when you go to see Colonel Lon, you can tell him about this. Maybe a mechanical engineer can make it. Wei Dong suggested to Wei Guoyang. He was not a professional, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't that difficult. Just changing the robot's single sewing slot to multiple slots would be about the same. I asked then, if such a robot can be customized, it's okay if the price is higher. Wei Guoyang, who had money in his pocket, said that he had enough money to buy a robot now. Chapter 120. After moving into the courtyard, everyone started to get busy again. Wei Ning left the rice and the unknown seeds behind, and used supernatural powers to germinate the others, and then planted them in different areas. After that, Wei Dong was busy renovating a gravity training room, choosing materials and styles, and he didn't even leave the door. Yi Ling took the robot to transplant the 500 exotic plants she bought to the nearby hillside, and her mind was focused on that. Wei Guoyan was busy taking care of the machine. Wei Ning just mentioned it, so he had to find relevant information first, and then talk to Landy. Lien Haifeng was busy summarizing the problems that occurred when building the courtyard, and he needed to further refine them so that there would be fewer obstacles when building this city. Wei Ning was going to start her experimental field and prepare to plant rice in the yard. She divided the land in the yard into two parts. A small half was reserved for planting grapes, and the rest was divided into 4 parts. 2 wide plots were used to grow rice, and the other 2 were much smaller. She planned to plant the unknown seeds in one plot and leave the other for lavender cuttings. She had already nurtured the rice seeds and soaked some of them in diluted nutrient solution. She wanted to see if they could germinate successfully without the ability to stimulate germination. She had to prepare the land first. If it was dry rice, it would be much simpler, just level the land. For rice, a paddy field would be needed. However, to be on the safe side, Wei Ning prepared the 2 plots the same. The difference was that one was a paddy field and the other was dry land. What are you doing? Playing in the mud? Come out quickly. When Wei Dong came out after finishing his work and saw the scene in the yard, he felt indescribable. His sister was actually barefoot, with one hand draining water from a hose, and her feet kept stomping around. If other people saw this, they wouldn't know what to say to her. Wei Dong was extremely glad that they had moved to the courtyard now, and no one could see her like this. I'm working on the experimental field. Wei Ning looked up, revealing her face splashed with mud. Waiting. Why did she suddenly feel upset? Can't you let the robot do it for you? Wei Dong was so disappointed. I wanted to, but the robot doesn't seem to be waterproof. I think I broke one. Wei Ning looked to the side with a guilty conscience. She thought the robot was omnipotent, but it would be useless once it touched water. Wei Dong heard her and looked over. Sure enough, there was a robot standing under the corridor. The robot has a waterproof device. Wei Dong walked over in confusion, fiddled with the setting panel behind the robot, and finally put it down helplessly. The waterproof function was turned off. It would be strange if it didn't break. It was good that it didn't electrocute her. Come up, I let another one come over to fix it. He shouted to Wei Ning. No need, I'm almost done. Wei Ning stomped the edges and corners firmly and ignored him. You are doing an experimental field. Why do you need to do this? Wei Dong came over and asked in confusion. It is necessary to grow rice. 1 piece of dry land, and 1 piece of paddy field. See which is the most suitable for planting. Wei Ning answered without raising his head, while shoveling the soil of the raised part in the middle to the low place next to it. Won't it be more likely to wither if it is often soaked in water? It's not an aquatic plant. It needs to grow in water. It's said to be an experiment. How can you know if it works without trying it? Wei Dong. Okay. She is a professional. She has the final say. Do you need help? Wei Dong looked for a long time before asking. Help me dig out the drainage ditch. Wei Ning pointed to a shovel beside him, and pointed to another place. Rice seedlings don't always need a lot of water, so drainage ditches must be prepared. Are you sure you can grow rice? Wei Dong followed Wei Ning's instructions, and built a drainage ditch, asking while shoveling the soil. Brother, I find that you have never believed in my ability. Wei Ning stopped and looked at him. I don't disbelieve it, but it's really a bit unbelievable, isn't it? Wei Dong retorted. Superpowers are a thing of the disaster era. I have never heard of anyone awakening superpowers in the Interstellar, let alone this kind of power that can promote plant growth. Suddenly, his sister awakened the legendary ability. Isn't it normal for him to think it's unbelievable? To put it bluntly, you don't believe it. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep asking if it's okay. Humph, I opened your eyes today. Wei Ning was angry, and decided to let him know how powerful the wood-type superpower is. As she spoke, she turned out a rice seed and held it in her palm. The superpower was running and slowly injected into the seed. The seed kept absorbing the superpower and suddenly made a subtle sound, like the sound of something suddenly exploding, very light. But Wei Ning could feel that it was the sound of the seed sprouting after absorbing the superpower. Then, Wei Dong watched as a touch of greenness poked out from Wei Ning's clenched hands and began to grow 1 or 2 long pointed leaves, followed by 4 or 6. After growing to dozens of leaves, it stopped growing. Wei Ning also took the opportunity to put the rice on the ground. Once it was put down, the roots quickly took root in the soil and locked the soil tightly. At this time, the height of the rice stalks was higher than Wei Ning's height, and it had 3 branches, and the leaves that grew blocked Wei Ning's body. Wei Ning stretched out her hand, pinched a leaf, and continued to use her supernatural power. In the middle of the rice stalks, bunches of green rice ears slowly grew, and slowly the tiny flowers bloomed and withered. The green rice ears swelled up one by one, gradually bending the rice stalks, and at the same time began to change from green to golden yellow, swaying lightly without wind. After doing this series, Wei Ning's supernatural power stored in her body was almost emptied, and her feet could not help but take 2 steps back before she stood firm, her face pale. This was the first time she used supernatural power to accelerate the growth from seeds to maturity, and the consumption of supernatural power exceeded her expectations. It consumed much more than when ripening tomatoes. She didn't understand much. She could only say that the larger the plant body, the more supernatural power it consumed. Wei Dong was dumbfounded. He twisted his face hard. Hiss! It hurts. It turns out that there really is a special ability that can make seeds take root, sprout, bloom and mature in an instant. Wei Ning rested for a while, recovered some strength, and then went to see the rice that she had ripened. The whole rice plant was about 1.67 meters high, with wide and slender leaves, comparable to the leaves of zongzi, and the leaves were scattered like a lush iron tree. The dense leaves blocked her sight, and she could no longer see Wei Dong from her side. The golden grains were full, and the drooping rice ears almost broke the rice stalks. Wei Ning reached out and lifted the rice ears that were hanging in front of her eyes, and counted the grains on them. 1, 2, 3. There were only 88 grains in a bunch of rice ears as big as olive pits. She counted the others, and the number in each bunch was different, but basically more than 80 and less than 120. From a distance, a bunch of ripe rice ears looked like a bunch of golden grapes, heavy. Chapter 121. Brother, how is it? Wei Ning walked to the side, and asked Wei Dong on the other side. Now let's see if he dares to doubt his ability. Wei Dong was so shocked by her operation that he couldn't speak. He just stared at the big rice in front of him and doubted his life. Brother. Wei Ning stepped forward and waved her hand in front of him. I absolutely believe you have this ability. Wei Dong glanced at Wei Ning, then at the rice. In the future, no matter what she wants to plant, he will no longer have the slightest doubt. If you doubt, just wait for a slap in the face. Is this too big? Wei Dong pointed to the rice that had occupied a corner. The remaining space was not enough to plant a few plants. This? Wei Ning scratched her hair. She didn't know it would be like this. This is more than twice the size of the normal rice she had seen. It is really difficult to set up an experimental field if it looks like this. It's just this little, isn't it a little too little? Wei Dong walked around and felt that the rice plant was so big, and the grains were a little too little. Is it still too little? There are more than 10 kilograms here. Normally, a rice plant can produce about 2,000 ears of rice, which is already a bumper harvest. Now a bunch of rice ears is equivalent to several plants, and you still think it's too little? It's like this, it grows so little, it's a waste. Wei Dong has never seen how other rice grows, and in his opinion, this plant is indeed too little. Unless it will keep producing ears, like the red fruit tree. He touched his chin and added, No way. Wei Ning was confused. Could it be that the crops in the Interstellar are so magical? Why don't you pick the rice ears first, and try to see if it can produce again? The two newbies couldn't make up their minds, so Wei Dong could only suggest this. Then give it a try. Wei Ning had no choice but to listen to him. Wei Dong neatly cut off a dozen bundles of rice ears, and carefully placed them on the ground beside him. Wei Ning approached and activated his supernatural power again. Until Wei Ning transferred all the recovered supernatural power to the rice, there was no change. It seems to be a one-time thing. There was no change for a long time, Wei Dong said with a little regret. If it was like the red fruit tree, it only needed to be planted once, and could be harvested all the time. It can't be forgotten. Wei Ning was not disappointed. After all, She had never seen rice ears growing all the time. She had only seen rice ears grow again after being cut off. Huh? Wei Ning had an idea. Maybe the leaves absorbed the supernatural power, so they would not grow rice ears again. Thinking of this, Wei Ning took out a knife and prepared to cut off the leaves and try again. Hey, why are you cutting it? Wei Dong saw her suddenly take out a knife and was about to cut the rice, so he quickly stopped her. It was fine. It would be a pity to cut it. It would be nice to appreciate it as a green plant, and the yard was empty. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for appreciation? I want to try and see if it will grow ears again after cutting off the leaves. Forget it, you look so pale. Just ignore it. If it doesn't grow, then it won't grow. I move it to a corner later, and it can grow however it wants. Wei Dong took the knife from her hand, pulled her to the steps beside her, and made her sit down. She found tools to dig out the rice, and move it aside to avoid occupying her experimental field. Wei Ning sat on the steps to recover her strength, and watched Wei Dong dig around the rhizome, and then dig a few centimeters down. Throwing away the tools, he was ready to pull up the rice plants by the roots. Brother, I think you should dig a hole first, then pull it up. Waiting. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Wei Dong had to stop, picked up the tools that were thrown aside, and looked around. Where to move? If you say to move it to a corner, you have to move it to a corner that looks more beautiful. Here? Wei Ning pointed to the open space next to the steps where she was sitting. It's good to be able to see it when you go out. Why don't you plant one on the other side tomorrow? Wei Dong looked at the place she pointed, then looked at the main hall door, and made a sincere suggestion. One plant on each side is just symmetrical, and it won't feel awkward. Wei Ning looked left and right, and felt that his suggestion was not bad. Wait until I recover, and then urge another plant. You can do it yourself, just don't get tired. Wei Dong said this, picked up the tools, and started digging a hole. Wei Ning watched him dig a half-meter deep hole in one go, jump out to pull out the rice, move it into the hole, and fill it with soil. Okay, you can continue your experimental field. Wei Dong shook off the dirt on his hands, admired his masterpiece, and thought it was pretty good to plant here. Can't you help me fix it? Wei Ning didn't want to move. Wei Dong looked at the hole left after he moved the rice plant, sighed, and resignedly picked up the tools to fill the hole. Turn the soil over again, and make it flat. Give it some water, otherwise it will wither, and it will be a pity. When he finished, Wei Ning instructed him to water the rice again, and she also gave it some of her restored superpowers. Anything else? After watering, Wei Dong was in a rare good mood and decided to help her do more work. Turn the soil over there. Since he was so excited, Wei Ning didn't bother to talk too much. She pointed to the plot of land reserved for lavender, and asked him to turn it over. You'd better leave it over there instead of a small plot here. The rice plants are so tall, won't they block the light? Wei Dong said, as he turned the soil. It's good to grow rice here. What can you plant if you have to leave so little? Wei Ning pulled the rice leaves beside her and said finally. Then after you turn it over, merge it into the paddy field. Remember to make the ridges next to it better, so that it won't leak water. Wei Ning had almost rested, so she picked up the rice ears to thresh them. She took out a basin from the space button, held the rice stalk in one hand, wrapped the other hand with her supernatural power, and pulled it hard. Golden grains fell into the basin one by one with a ding-dong sound. It took some time to thresh all the rice ears, and the basin was already half full of grains. Looking at the rice grains that she had grown with her own hands in the half basin, Wei Ning's eyes were filled with a faint mist. Wow! It was not easy. She could finally eat the rice she had grown with her own hands. Wei Ning picked up a handful of rice grains and let them fall through her fingers. She was indescribably happy at this moment. Achieving rice freedom was no longer an unattainable dream. Chapter 122. You've been smiling foolishly for 10 minutes. Wei Dong finished turning the soil and came to get the water pipe. He stared at Wei Ning holding the basin and smiled, and couldn't help reminding him. No matter how happy he was, he shouldn't be so obsessed, right? He really wanted to ask, do you still remember the experimental field you forgot? I'm happy. Wei Ning ignored him. Don't you want your experimental field? Don't you want the field now that you have rice? Don't you still have you? Wei Ning finally put down the basin and looked over. Look, you're doing pretty well, brother. Don't you have the potential to be a farmer? Wei Ning looked at the straight ridges he built, as if they were measured with tools, and couldn't help but praise him. Wei Dong was secretly happy in his heart, but his face was indifferent. This is just the beginning. Your elder brother knows a lot more. Brother, I haven't realized that you are so narcissistic. Wei Dong. Why can't you praise him a few times? Wei Ning didn't want to see his sad expression, so she walked to the front yard with a basin of grains. She was going to dry the grains and shell them, so that she could eat delicious rice in the evening. You don't care about it? Wei Dong saw her leaving and hurriedly stopped her. Just soak it in water, and fix it if there are any leaks, Wei Ning said without turning her head. Wei Dong looked at the field with a layer of water, and could only carefully observe whether there were any leaks on the ridges. Here, Wei Ning put the grains into the dryer, adjusted the temperature in time, and began to prepare today's dinner. The first batch of rice was harvested today, which is a good start and worth celebrating. She opened the refrigerator and looked inside. It was full of various mutant beast meats. Green Star is not short of meat and vegetables now, but it lacks everything else. After thinking for a while, Wei Ning decided to eat rice with toppings in the evening. The essence of rice with toppings lies in the toppings. Only when the toppings are well made, it is delicious. Wei Ning chose a piece of beef and a few potatoes. She was going to make beef rice with toppings. It was just that the ingredients seemed a little short. There were no green peppers or onions. Wei Ning turned around and went out to see what could be used in the planting area. After the area of the planting area expanded, the area of each variety also expanded. It was no longer the case at the beginning that you could see all the varieties in a few steps. Now the most common crop in the planting area is sweet potato, followed by leek. Leek does not need to be replanted. It grows again after each cutting. A large area of densely packed crops. Because of the special taste, they did not like it very much, so they only planted 1 acre of land. Wei Ning first went to the sweet potato field to take a look. The potato vines had been combed and turned over last time, and now the potato vines are not so lush. Some of the stems have even withered and turned yellow. Wei Ning remembered that when the stems of the sweet potato vines withered and turned yellow in large numbers, it was the season for sweet potato harvest. She walked a little further and observed the condition of the potato vines. Only a few withered and yellowed. It seemed that it was not yet the harvest season. After looking at the sweet potatoes, Wei Ning turned to the tomatoes. There were not many tomatoes on the tomato trees. The tomatoes produced by this batch of tomatoes were out of season. The newly planted batch had also begun to bloom, just in time to make up for it. When passing by the garlic field, Wei Ning pinched a handful of garlic leaves, picked beans in the bean field, and finally picked a handful of bright red peppers in the pepper field. The Interstellar chili pepper is as big as the vegetable pepper, but it is twice as spicy as the chili pepper, and one is worth several. Except for some seasonings that are not available, Wei Ning grows everything that can be grown, including chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, pepper, star anise, and other spices. There is no need to buy them separately, as they are all grown at home. However, star anise and other spices are just small saplings, and the ones used now are still picked from the wild. When Wei Ning returned to the kitchen again, he already had several more ingredients. Although it is still a little bit worse, just use it. Looking at the ingredients in his hand, Wei Ning sighed. If only we could have the freedom of seasoning and side dishes all at once. Unlike now, when cooking a dish, we always need something here and there, and the taste is a little worse, but fortunately they can taste it. While processing the ingredients, Wei Ning recalled the recorded exotic plants and medicinal plants he saw on the Interstellar network to see which ones are similar to those he knows. This can also be used as a substitute. After thinking for a long time, she realized that only some medicinal herbs were familiar to her, and the rest were mutant and aggressive plants. For those who stand at the top of the Federation, it is enough for them to have vegetables, fruits, and mutant beasts grown and raised by their families. They would rather spend more energy to research and develop the use of energy, various multifunctional robots, transportation tools, and entertainment equipment, rather than spend time researching the edible effects of plants. Anyway, there is nutrient solution, and you can afford it if you have money. Not everyone in the ordinary people can afford to eat natural food. However, the nobles and wealthy nouveau riche are willing to spend a lot of money to buy various entertainment equipment, and they buy travel tools such as hovercrafts and spaceships without blinking an eye. They pay more attention to vanity than to their appetite. Merchants cater to the preferences of nobles and the rich. Over time, mass catering has been replaced by nutrient solution. Now Wei Ning wants to find all the commonly used seasonings and side dishes, so he can only do it slowly. After frying the beef until it is cooked, put the diced potatoes in and stew them together. Wei Ning turned around to shell the grains. After peeling the shell of the snow-white rice, it exudes a faint rice fragrance. The grains are much lighter after drying, and the weight is reduced after shelling. After shelling the last 10 pounds of grains, only about 7 or 8 pounds are left. According to their current rice intake, they can finish it in 2 meals at most. It's a bit too much. Divide the rice into 2 portions. Wei Ning puts away 1 portion and leaves 1 portion for steaming. There is no electric rice cooker in the interstellar space. When I was at home in the capital star, the rice at home was steamed in a steamer. After coming to Green Star, they only ate rice a few times, all cooked in a big pot, and the rice crust was always there. The Wei family members all liked to eat the crispy rice crust. Without a steamer, Wei Ning still cooked in a big pot. When Wei Guoyang and Yiling came back from their work, Wei Ning's food was just out of the pot. As soon as the lid of the fresh rice was opened, the fragrant rice aroma instantly attracted everyone's attention. Where did the rice come from? Wei Guoyang came to the pot and saw a pot of rice with distinct grains, and his face was surprised. Their family hadn't bought rice for a long time. And the rice they bought was not like this. Because the kitchen was in the front yard, Wei Guoyang and Yiling didn't go back to the backyard, and I don't know what they did today. I urged it to grow. Why did you rush it to grow? Wei Guoyang frowned. Although Randy and the others knew that Wei Ning had a talent, they didn't know what it was. They always thought it was just the ability to grow various crops. I just want to see what rice looks like. Wei Dong said it before Wei Ning. When did you become so ignorant? Wei Guoyang turned around and scolded. Can Ning Ning's ability be shown casually? Dad, I want to do it myself, it has nothing to do with my brother. You guys. Seeing that they were making excuses for each other, Wei Guoyang didn't say much, just said, don't do this in the future. Got it. Wei Ning served Wei Guoyang a full bowl of rice, turned it upside down on the plate, and scooped a large spoonful of stewed potatoes and beef topping. Dad, eat. It's okay if you admit your mistakes. Wei Guoyang pretended to be calm and turned around with the plate. Wei Ning winked at Wei Dong, making Yiling beside him laugh and cry. Chapter 123. Wei Guoyang didn't notice the actions between the 2 siblings behind him. His mind was on the fragrant food. Wei Dong looked at Wei Ning lovingly, took the spoon from her hand, and prepared the meal for Yiling. When it was Wei Ning's turn, he picked out large pieces of beef cubes for her. The toppings on the plate were only meat cubes and a few potatoes. Wei Ning. Brother, are you sure you're not annoying me? Of course, Wei Guoyang and Yiling wouldn't think that the meat on Wei Ning's plate was too much and they would be disgusted. However, this didn't stop them from glaring at Wei Dong. Wei Dong pretended to be calm and walked over with his meal, and finished his meal under the caring looks from his parents from time to time. What is this? After dinner, the family walked to the backyard, and as soon as they entered, they saw a tall green plant at the entrance of the main hall. It's a rice plant. Wei Dong explained, and briefly recounted what happened before. Does a rice plant look like this? Yiling walked over immediately and stared at the appearance of the rice. Although there is rice in the interstellar space, no one has ever seen the appearance of a rice plant. The family will not publish information about rice. Yiling once did research on rice, fantasizing that rice can also germinate and grow. But in fact, only a complete and vital embryo can germinate, and rice that has been processed and cut has lost its vitality. Seeing the appearance of a rice plant for the first time, Yiling couldn't help but sigh in her heart. No wonder the family was unwilling to publish relevant information about rice. A complete rice plant alone has a high research value. Just one plant standing here is enough to attract everyone's attention. Yiling no longer cared about others. She hurried into her laboratory and took out a bunch of testing tools to test and study the rice plants. Wei Guoyang obviously knew what she was going to do and went straight to help. The brother and sister were not surprised. This was not the first time. Strange. The more Yiling tested, the more confused she became. The data displayed on the instrument puzzled her. What's wrong? Wei Guoyang heard her voice and asked hurriedly. Ning Ning, how did you make this rice plant lose its vitality? Yiling called out to the person who was about to enter the room. Wei Ning paused when she heard the words and turned around quickly. There was confusion on his face. He obviously didn't understand what Yiling meant. Even Wei Dong turned around and walked over. What do you mean? Wei Guoyang asked first. That's right, it's already dead. Yiling glanced at the data on the instrument without any ripples and replied simply and clearly. How is it possible? It's still the same as before? Wei Dong looked at the leaves that were no different from when he dug them out, and didn't believe what he heard. Wei Ning walked over quickly, reached under the leaves, and used her supernatural powers to feel it. Sure enough, the rice that should have been full of vitality was now lifeless, with only the emerald green appearance left. I don't know, I just started to grow from the seeds, and then kept ripening. When I picked the rice ears, I could still feel the vitality. How come? Wei Ning also looked confused. She didn't know what was going on. Before, When I ripened the red fruit, it was fine. At that time, in order to grow more red fruits, she also ripened a batch of red fruit trees. But those trees were not like this. Is it because you ripened the seeds directly? Yi Ling carefully recalled the scene of Wei Ning using supernatural powers to grow plants. Each time, they were not ripened directly, but they were only used to make them grow a part of them quickly. How about trying it again? Since you can't figure it out, just experiment once, and you will know everything. Then I try it? Wei Ning looked around and decided to try it once. Wait, use this. Yi Ling didn't let Wei Ning use rice seeds directly, but replaced them with vegetable seeds. The rice plant is too big, and it needs to consume too much supernatural power, but vegetables don't need so much. Wei Ning took the seeds and felt warm in her heart. She glanced at her family and mobilized supernatural powers to continuously flow into the seeds in her palm. After a while, the seeds gently cracked a small hole, revealing a touch of white. Wei Ning put the germinated seeds on the ground and continued to use supernatural powers. Everyone watched the white spot grow roots and leaves quickly under the stimulation of supernatural power. 1 leaf, 2 leaves. It only takes a few minutes for a vegetable to grow from seed to root and sprout, and then grow and bloom and bear fruit. Wei Ning retracted his supernatural power and looked at the lettuce in front of him, feeling no different. Yi Ling quickly took the instrument to test it. Several people looked at the various jumping data displayed on the instrument and looked at Yi Ling, waiting for her to answer their questions. It is a complete and healthy plant, and the nutritional content is also normal. Wei Dong and Wei Ning looked at each other, and Wei Dong took the lead and picked all the seeds of the lettuce. Everyone looked at the testing instrument together again. A few minutes passed, and the instrument data did not change. Half an hour later, the instrument data began to decline. An hour later, the instrument data dropped to half of the original value. A few hours later, the instrument data had become several straight lines. Everyone. It was really weird. What on earth is going on? Wei Dong was the first to lose his temper. Even Yi Ling encountered such a situation for the first time, and was still in shock. Wei Ning did not speak either. She was at a loss since she saw the straight line. Could it be because the vitality of the vegetables was stimulated? Just like some banned drugs, at the cost of their own ability, they forcibly improve a certain aspect of their ability, but after the effect of the drug wears off, there will be various serious sequelae. Wei Guoyang thought for a long time, and could only guess this way. Otherwise, he could not explain what the principle was. When Wei Dong was in the military academy, he heard the teacher talk about such a case. Some strong-willed military academy students took banned drugs in order to win the competition, which eventually led to their bodies being unable to withstand the power of the drugs, their mental power rioting, and their body functions being destroyed. Although her life was saved, she ended up with a lot of diseases, worse than ordinary people. Therefore, he also agreed with Wei Guoyang's statement. It's possible. Yi Ling came back to her senses and heard their conversation, and felt that there was some truth in it. Let's see what happens after dawn. Yi Ling looked at the time. It was already early in the morning. Okay, forget about it for now. As long as you don't ripen the plants directly like today, it won't matter. Yi Ling embraced Wei Ning, patted her back gently, and comforted her softly. Yeah. After a long time, Yi Ling heard a soft voice from her arms. Although she comforted her daughter like this, the Wei family couldn't fall asleep that night, and they kept thinking about what happened before. Wei Ning got up early in the morning. If she wasn't afraid that her family would find out that she didn't sleep, she would have gotten up long ago. The first thing she did when she went out was to look at the door of the main hall. She was almost dumbfounded when she saw it. Overnight, the 2 plants that she had forced to ripen had withered. The leaves that were still green last night had now turned yellow and drooped on the main branches. Wei Ning. This is so magical. Chapter 124. In her short life memory, she had never encountered such a situation. Ning Ning? Wei Ning turned around and saw Yi Ling coming out of the laboratory next to her. Mom. She still had a look of shock on her face. Don't worry, Mom will find the reason. Yi Ling also thought about it all night, and a vague thought flashed through her mind, but it disappeared when she wanted to catch it. But she believed that she could always find the reason. Yeah. Actually, it's nothing. You have been using superpowers all the time before, and it may just be an accident. Yi Ling was afraid that she would think too much, so she comforted her. I will not ripen the plants like I did yesterday. Maybe it is more appropriate to let them grow naturally. Although it is quite fantasy, as long as the plants are not ripened at one time, it will not harm them themselves, but will promote their growth. So, she doesn't need to ripen them directly, and it does not affect her use of superpowers. I will try to find the reason. I plan to try to plant some rice first, and then test the effect of the supernatural power to see if there is any change. Since it is not clear what is going on, just give it a try, and you will always understand. I will go with you. Yiling took Wei Ning's hand and held it tightly. A few days later, the soaked rice seeds successfully sprouted. Wei Ning selected a total of 30 seeds to soak, and only one was completely motionless. Yiling took notes on the side. Wei Ning divided the rice seeds, half planted in dry land and half in paddy fields. Each place was marked, and she used supernatural powers to stimulate them to sprout separately, and stopped when 2 leaves grew. In this way, half of the rice seeds in dry land and paddy fields are induced by supernatural powers, and the other half grow naturally after the seeds are nurtured. Yiling marked them separately and recorded the specific conditions of each plant one by one. She will record them in stages in the future so that they can be compared with each other. After all the rice seeds were planted, Yiling took over the growth records every few days, and Wei Ning only needed to input supernatural powers every few days. In just a few days, there were obvious changes. The part of the rice plant that Wei Ning induced with supernatural powers has begun to grow new leaves, while the part without supernatural powers has only grown 1 leaf, and the second leaf has just emerged. In other data, the rice plant induced by supernatural powers is also ahead. Yiling compared the data of the 2 records. It is not difficult to see that the rice plants induced by supernatural powers are not comparable to the rice plants without supernatural powers in any aspect. Look, from the current situation, there is no problem with your ability. On the contrary, because of your ability, the rice plants grow better, as if they have absorbed double the nutrients. Yiling handed the comparison results to Wei Ning. Wei Ning looked at the difference in data and growth, and suddenly thought of a word. Too much is as bad as too little. Originally, because of my ability, the plant absorbed the vitality of the same origin, not only accelerating the growth rate, but also adding a part of vitality. But I directly accelerated the plant from seed to maturity, absorbing too much supernatural power. It cannot digest into its own nutrients in a short time, and consumes too much vitality, which leads to death. After listening to Wei Ning's analysis, Yiling was stunned. She had thought about Wei Guoyang's guess yesterday, but it didn't make sense. Doping itself is to achieve the desired goal at the cost of oneself. But there is no problem with Wei Ning's ability itself, otherwise the vegetables grown should also have problems. But there is no. This shows that the ability is beneficial to the plant itself. But Wei Ning's statement is different. If the ability is compared to nutrients, the amount of watering each time is within the tolerance of the plant, and its function is to promote the growth of the plant. On the contrary, excessive watering of nutrients exceeds the tolerance of the plant, destroys the balance of the plant, and eventually leads to death. This statement is more convincing. Since you think so, let's experiment again. With a direction, it will be much easier. How to experiment? Come with me. Yiling took Wei Ning to her laboratory. Wei Ning rarely entered Yiling's laboratory, which was filled with some instruments and bottles and jars that she didn't know. Most of the bottles and jars contained liquids of different colors, or some plant samples. Yiling brought Wei Ning to an instrument. There was a transparent cover on one side of the instrument, and a display screen on the other side. It was now in standby mode. Yiling opened the transparent cover, put a seed in it, and closed it again, turning on the instrument. After she had done everything, she said to Wei Ning, "You will transfer the superpowers through the cover to the seeds, and ripen them directly. I will record all the data of this process." She paused for a while before continuing. "If it is true as you said, that the plant itself cannot consume too much superpowers and thus dies, then the data here is proof." Okay. Wei Ning did not ask any more questions, and stood in front of the cover, waiting for Yiling's instructions. "It's okay," Yiling said after checking the instrument. Hearing this, Wei Ning stretched out his hand to cover the cover, and activated his supernatural power. The supernatural power was transmitted into the seeds little by little through the cover. Yiling kept staring at the display screen, and her hands hanging at her side unconsciously clenched. As the supernatural power was continuously input, various data began to appear on the display screen. Since the seeds germinated, the data has been rising in a straight line, and the data value has been higher as time goes by. Until the seeds are fully grown and mature, the data has exceeded the normal standard of the plant by a large section. It's like a mental power riot of a mentalist, which may erupt at any time. Yiling looked at the data without saying anything. After a long time, she opened the cover and cut off the seeds. Then she continued to observe the data. Then, what happened that day happened again, and the data kept dropping from the highest value until it finally became a straight line. Yiling. Sure enough, it slowly decreased after the big explosion. Wei Ning put away her superpowers after the seeds reproduced seeds, and then kept watching the changes on the display. She didn't know what the curves of various colors on it represented, but she saw the values behind the color curves clearly. This was like the electrocardiogram in the hospital, with numbers, and she looked at the changes in the numbers. In the end, all the color curves turned directly into straight lines, and the numbers all turned into 0. What else did she not understand? But at this moment, her heart was happy. At least it could be explained that a small amount of superpowers brought vitality and nutrients to the plants. Only when too much superpowers were input would the plants wither and die. You are right, it is because of excessive superpowers that the vitality of the plants is consumed. Yiling had a relieved smile on her face, and she could finally put down her worries for many days. In the future, as long as Wei Ning controlled the use of superpowers, she would not have to worry about such a situation. She could also do more things with superpowers. Chapter 125. The problem of tree withering has been solved. Wei Ning doesn't have to worry too much. The next step is to germinate and plant the remaining rice seeds. There are about 1,000 seeds. If we plant 3 seeds per 2 square meters, this batch of seeds can only plant less than 5 acres of land. When the seeds were brought, Wei Ning had already started to prepare the land. But at that time, she didn't know that rice plants were like this, so she only prepared 2 acres of dry land. Now she also knows that these are rice, not dry rice, and it will be much easier to let the robot prepare the land. In the past 6 months, with the efforts of the family, several bare hills nearby have been planted with grass on the hillsides, although they have not yet reached the shade of trees. The soil is no longer hard and cracked in large pieces, as it was at the beginning. The most obvious change in the environment is that the amount of water in the well is constantly increasing. Now there is no need to draw water from the previous pond. Drinking water for daily life and water for irrigation in the planting field are all provided by the well. Now the water for paddy fields also relies on water from wells, otherwise the water would have to be from ponds. Considering that the area of paddy fields will continue to expand in the future, the water consumption will also increase accordingly. Wei Ning decided to plant trees on several nearby hills. She is no longer like when she first came to Green Star, and the effect of using her supernatural power once was not great, and it took several days to nurture the seeds. Now she can directly promote the growth of plants to 30 centimeters in height, and there is no need to worry about the survival rate of the plants. Planting more trees can also better change the environment of the planting area. It has been almost a year since I came to Green Star, and the entire planet has not rained once. Fortunately, the weather has always been half cloudy and half sunny, otherwise it would be difficult to plant such a piece of land on a dry planet, even with supernatural powers. She was thinking, since the supernatural power can remove the violent energy contained in the seeds of wild fruits, can it also remove the violent energy in the seeds of low-level mutant plants? If possible, she can use the power of low-level mutant plants to change the environment of Green Star. After the mutant beast died, only a third of the forests on Green Star were left in small forests in the east and west. If you want to fundamentally change the environment of Green Star, you must have enough vegetation area. Obviously, the current vegetation area of Green Star is not enough. However, this can be put aside for the time being. The most important thing now is to plant the rice seedlings first. The paddy field was quickly sorted out, and a shallow layer of water was added. Wei Ning used supernatural power to further promote the soaked rice seeds to a height of more than 10 centimeters, and then planted them in the paddy field. Knowing that the Wei family was going to plant rice, Randy and Jace couldn't sit still. They expressed their intention to come to visit Wei Guoyang. Now Wei Guoyang had nothing to hide from them. Since they wanted to see, he didn't stop them. Anyway, they didn't know when the rice seedlings were cultivated. When they came to the prepared paddy field, the robot had already started planting the seedlings. Watching the robot pull out the seedlings from the grids, and then plant them in the paddy field, the rows were very neat. Every time Jess saw the robot pull out a seedling, his heart ached. These were the seedlings that were cultivated with great difficulty. They were very fragile. Aren't you afraid that they might be broken by accident? Is it really okay to let the robot do it? Will they break it? After watching for a long time, Jess finally couldn't help asking. He almost wanted to do it instead of the robot. The plant researchers of the 4th Corps have been studying for many years, and still cannot cultivate such a tall rice seedling. If they knew that the rice seedlings they could not cultivate were now planted by robots, they might not be able to bear it. It's okay, as long as the root system is not damaged. It doesn't matter if it breaks. Wei Ning didn't care. As long as the root system can take root, new leaves will grow soon. There are only more than 900 rice seeds that have successfully germinated, so it is not impossible to transplant rice seedlings manually. But it was only at the beginning that everyone felt it was strange and wanted to experience the feeling of transplanting rice seedlings, so they went down to transplant dozens of rice seedlings. Later, they found that the speed was not as fast as the robot, so they simply came up. It would be better to let the robot finish transplanting quickly, so that the seedlings can take root and grow earlier. I have contacted people to build the machine mentioned before. You are right, the speed of the robot is still slow. Randy watched the robot transplanting rice seedlings one by one, and felt that the machine mentioned by Wei Guoyan was necessary. Now it is only such a small area, and 20 robots are needed. If the area is expanded several times, or even hundreds of times, how many robots will be needed? The cost is too high, and it takes too much time. That's great. It would be best if this batch of rice can be delivered before it matures. Wei Guoyan was very happy to hear that. That kind of machine can plant 5 to 8 seedlings at a time, which is several times faster than the robot, saving a lot of time and cost. I will ask him to design the harvester too. Wei Guoyan was happy to hear that, and he didn't ask Randy who designed and manufactured it. In his mind, he thought that as long as the machine arrived, he would be responsible for the payment. He had no idea that Kinley, who was far away on the border star, was stunned when he received a series of various requirements and functions for the machine from Randy, and couldn't believe what he saw. He took a deep breath and looked at the message again. It was still the same words as before. Kinley, ? He knew where Randy went. Thinking of what Hui Yunchuan said before that he would fully cooperate with Randy, he resisted the urge to call Randy. He carefully studied the message he sent. As the first mecha designer and manufacturer of a legion, all the mechas and weapons he manufactured were well known. Now he has to be reduced to making low-level machines. Although he thought so, Kinley still designed it very seriously according to Randy's requirements. Of course, what he made was definitely not comparable to ordinary machines. Even if it was not a mecha, he wanted to do the best. As for what expression Randy had when he received the finished product, that was a matter for the future. From designing the appearance of the machine to selecting the materials, Kinley was very attentive. Those who didn't know would think he was making some kind of powerful mecha. Randy didn't know this. At this time, he was visiting the planting area. The seeds given to Wei Ning before have now grown into a green ocean. Except for oranges and grapes, which are still small seedlings. Other crops have grown to the height of his calves. Cucumbers and peas are tightly wrapped around the racks. Jesse deliberately did a test, and the violent energy that could be detected when the seeds were originally grown has disappeared, replaced by the energy that can heal mental riots. Randy and Jace looked towards the courtyard at the same time, with amazement in their eyes. The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. She is really the hope of the future of the Space Marines. No, perhaps more importantly, she is the hope of the Federation to achieve natural food freedom. Chapter 126. After all the rice seedlings were planted, Wei Ning finally had a lot of free time. She looked at the grapevines that had begun to climb the trellis in the yard, and finally remembered the lavender that had been delayed for a long time. She had originally planned to divide and propagate the lavender after moving, but because she had no energy to do rice work, she had put it aside. Back in the room, the new branches of the lavender on the antique shelf were 1 foot high, and new branches were sprouting on the other side. The lavender, which originally had only 4 or 5 branches, had grown to 10 branches after Wei Ning's occasional transportation during this period. Wei Ning found a pair of scissors, and planned to cut off the mature branches for propagation. Don't touch my body. Wei Ning's hand holding the scissors suddenly stopped. Looking around, she was still the only one in the room. Listening carefully, there was no sound anymore. She shook her head. It must be an illusion. She continued to prepare for pruning. Wow! Don't cut me, it hurts. The voice sounded in her mind again, like a baby crying. Who? Wei Ning shouted, but no one responded to her, but the crying voice was still there. Wu! What did I do wrong? Why did you cut me? It hurts. Wu! Wei Ning was full of black lines. If she heard correctly, it was the lavender in front of her crying, right? You are lavender? Although it felt outrageous, Wei Ning still asked. Hiccup. I'm not, my name is Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang? What the hell? I'm not a ghost, I'm Xiangxiang. The voice seemed to know what Wei Ning was thinking, and complained unsatisfiedly. Wei Ning. Really? Even mind reading? It's not mind reading. Then how do you know what I'm thinking? Wei Ning asked back. After a long time, she didn't hear the voice again. Wei Ning thought she guessed right, and was about to speak when the voice sounded in her mind again. Because I absorbed your energy, I know. Wei Ning, ? This feeling is more terrifying than peeping. Only you can hear my voice. The little baby voice hurriedly said. Are you a goblin? Wei Ning tried to answer in her heart. What is a goblin? Then what are you? I am Xiang. The voice answered immediately. Wei Ning. It's the same as saying nothing. I said it, I am Xiang. Then what can you do? What's the use? I don't know. There was a little guilt in the voice, but she was afraid that Wei Ning would be angry, so she racked her brains and finally thought of something. Well, I'm very powerful. How powerful? Wei Ning was in a good mood and didn't plan to prune. I forgot. Wei Ning. It's useless. Wow. I'm not useless. I just forgot. Wow. Listening to the heart-wrenching cry, Wei Ning felt guilty for bullying a little baby. What's going on? Okay. You are very useful, don't cry, okay? Wei Ning couldn't stand the cry and comforted her. Burp? Really? Really? Wei Ning didn't dare to think too much and promised quickly. Then, I'm hungry. A wronged voice sounded. Hungry? What do you want to eat? Camp? Superpowers? Wei Ning finally realized that the energy it was talking about was its wood-type ability. Delicious, very comfortable. Wei Ning put down the scissors, put her hands on the leaves, and the ability was transferred to the lavender through her fingertips. At this moment, Wei Ning felt the cheerful mood of the lavender magically. Feeling her fingertips being entangled, Wei Ning lowered her head, and the two small leaves of the lavender were like two hands, tightly wrapping her fingertips. The other leaves were also shaking gently, like children who had eaten candy and were playing happily. Wei Ning lowered her head and laughed. It's not a little baby. Even the voice is babyish. What is a little baby? Lavender asked curiously. Is it talking about it? You? Wei Ning also felt its thoughts, and gently poked the branches with her fingertips. Hee. It's itchy. The poked branch shook. Wei Ning never thought that the lavender she just dug up in the wild would have such a humane side, so she had to give up her plan to plant it. But why didn't you make a sound when I cut your branches before? Wei Ning was about to put away the scissors, but suddenly remembered that she had cut the branches once before, and there was no sound at that time, so why was she not allowed to cut it now? I can't speak, it hurts so much. As if she remembered the painful memory, the whole plant's leaves rolled up. Wei Ning. This is too fun. Then you. Wei Ning recalled for a while, and then continued, your body is getting bigger and bigger, how many stomachs do you have? She has never encountered such a fantasy event, and she is really curious. Lavender is a multi-branched plant, and one plant can have more than 10 or 20 branches. Normal planting methods include seed planting and cutting planting. Select healthy branches, cut them off, and use them as cuttings, and they will grow into a new plant. Now she is told that she cannot cut them. What is the reason? Besides, if there are too many branches, they need to be pruned, otherwise the lack of nutrients will affect the growth. Speaking of the stomach, Lavender feels hungry again. But it really hurts to have a part of the body cut off. Then you can only starve. Wei Ning waved his hand helplessly. But, you are getting more and more, and I don't have the energy to feed you. Wei Ning sighed, and pretended to be very troubled. There was a silence in the room. After a long time, Wei Ning heard the hesitant sound of milk. Then be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. There is a chance. Wei Ning calmed down. Suddenly, he felt that he was too cruel to do this, and it felt like he was attacking a child. Suddenly, a scene appeared in her mind, in which she was like a vicious bad woman, reaching out her evil hand to the cute baby. Instantly, she was frightened by her own appearance. No, how could she do this? Forget it, just leave it like this. Wei Ning really couldn't get over it, and she didn't want to branch out. If there wasn't this baby voice, she wouldn't be so entangled. Moreover, what if after cutting and grafting successfully, a baby with thoughts grows out? Wouldn't she have to take care of a bunch of babies? No. Wei Ning shook her head vigorously. That was too scary. Xiang is the only one. Lavender shouted loudly. Can you stop peeking at my thoughts? Wei Ning felt naked. Although the other party was a plant, this feeling was not very good. I didn't want to, but I heard it. Lavender felt very wronged. It didn't want to, but it knew. What could it do? Wei Ning heard its inner monologue. Forget it, she can't argue with plants. Chapter 127. Hearing Lavender say that it was her only one, Wei Ning felt indescribably happy. After all, having one such special plant was enough. If there were more, it would be hard to imagine what the scene would be like. However, thinking of the seeds she had cut off and planted before, they even sprouted. She still couldn't help asking. Just the seeds you brought before, they wouldn't be like you, right? After asking, Wei Ning felt that she didn't know if it understood what she said. Just when she was thinking about how to explain it better, Lavender spoke again. That's just an ordinary fruit. Can you still condense fruit now? Fruits are fruits. Wei Ning didn't correct her. Maybe in the eyes of the other party, seeds are fruits. I need to eat a lot of energy to do that. The lavender leaves shook. Thinking of the rice that died after being ripened, Wei Ning was a little scared. What if the lavender died too? That? Xiang, you will feel full if you eat too much. Eat less in the future, it will look better. Wei Ning said nonsense seriously. The IQ of lavender is obviously still that of a child. It doesn't understand at all. It just knows not to let it eat, and it immediately refuses. No, I'm so hungry, I want to eat a lot. Its leaves wrapped around Wei Ning's fingers again, trying to absorb more energy, but Wei Ning has taken back the superpowers. No matter how it absorbs, there is still nothing. Look, you eat too much, you have grown so much body, if you eat more, it will be squeezed out. Wei Ning said earnestly. She has grown so big, and her superpowers are not enough for it to absorb. She still remembers how much of her superpowers she absorbed before to survive. In a flash, Wei Ning suddenly felt that she had found the reason why Lavender became like this. In the end, it was because of her superpowers. After transferring a lot of superpowers to Lavender, she could also feel its emotions a little. Later, she did not stop transferring superpowers, and it absorbed a lot every day. Was it because of this that the connection between them deepened, and they could hear each other's voices? At this time, Lavender was still thinking about how it would feel to have too many bodies and be squeezed to pieces, and did not notice what Wei Ning was thinking at all. In the end, it decided to let Wei Ning cut off part of its body. Although it was quite painful, it was better to be in pain for a while than to be hungry. Anyway, it would recover soon. Then I don't want so many bodies. Can you give me more energy? Lavender shook its leaves. No, I can't do it. Wei Ning refused. If it hadn't made a sound before, she would have cut it off by now. Now that she knew it was conscious, she would feel like an executioner if she did it herself. But I don't want to be hungry. Lavender felt wronged. Then you cut it off yourself, okay? There was a silence. Wei Ning felt it, and it was obviously not possible. She sighed and negotiated. Otherwise, don't make any noise when I cut it. Yeah. After receiving the reply, Wei Ning felt a little subtle. She took a few deep breaths before picking up the scissors again and selecting the branches. With a few clicks, half of the branches were cut off. Before the lavender cried out in pain, the supernatural power in her hand was immediately transferred to it. With the continuous supernatural power transferred to it, the lavender instantly forgot the pain and only focused on absorbing the energy that made it comfortable. Feeling so comfortable that she wanted to roll over, Wei Ning breathed a sigh of relief and slowly withdrew her supernatural power. Okay, that's all for today. I have to get busy. Wei Ning planned to plant lavender under the great trellis. Now there are only 5 branches, and those grown from seeds cannot be cut, so she could only plant these few plants first. When going out, Wei Ning happened to meet Yi Ling, who had just returned. She called out and was about to go down the stairs. Ning, wait a minute. Yi Ling didn't pay attention to what Wei Ning was holding in her hand. She just glanced at it lightly and passed by. She stepped into the door with one foot, and then suddenly remembered that the leaves she had just seen were so familiar that she hurriedly called Wei Ning. What's wrong? Mom. Wei Ning was frightened by her sudden loud shout, and her feet were suspended above the stairs, and she hesitated to step down. What are you holding in your hand? Yi Ling's heart was beating hard, afraid that she had seen it wrong. Wei Ning turned around and stood up, shaking the branch in her hand. This? The flower I'm going to plant. When Wei Ning turned around, Yi Ling's eyes were fixed on the plant in her hand. When she saw the familiar leaves clearly, her breathing stagnated. She really didn't see it wrong, it really was. The next second, she was almost scared to the point of being unable to stand by Wei Ning's casually shaking hand. You don't move. Yi Ling suddenly stopped. Wei Ning was stunned. This was the first time Yi Ling used such a tone to her. Her shaking hand suddenly stopped, and the branch in her hand was distracted for a moment, loosened its strength, flew out in front, and fell right in front of Yi Ling. The sound of the falling was obviously very light, but Yi Ling felt it was so heavy, like a heavy punch on her heart, so painful that she couldn't breathe. She slowly squatted down, and gently picked up the branches as if they were rare treasures. Wei Ning didn't know what happened to Yiling. Why did she suddenly become a different person? She actually saw that after picking up the branches, Yiling's hands were shaking slightly. Her expression was excited, her eyes were slightly red, and the next second she covered her lips and cried. Wei Ning was frightened by her, and hurried over, half-hugged her, and shouted anxiously and helplessly, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. I'm fine, Mom is just too happy." Yiling heard Wei Ning's helpless call to her, and hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and held Wei Ning's hand that was holding her arm. Is it because of this? Wei Ning also reacted. She suddenly changed when she saw the lavender branches. Apart from this, she couldn't think of anything else. You? Yiling turned around, faced her, and looked into Wei Ning's eyes, and asked seriously and seriously. Did you grow this? Wei Ning didn't know that after Yiling asked, her heart was pounding as she waited for the answer. She was expecting but afraid of hearing a disappointing answer. It was just a few seconds, but it seemed like a long time. Wei Ning shook her head at first, and then nodded and said yes. She dug the lavender, but she did grow the branches with her supernatural power, so she could be considered to have grown them herself. Yiling's mind seemed to explode, and she hugged Wei Ning tightly in excitement. In a place where Wei Ning couldn't see, she had already burst into tears. But she still held the branch carefully, not letting herself touch it at all. Wei Ning froze for a while, then reached out and hugged Yiling back. After a long time, when Yiling's mood calmed down a little, Wei Ning asked the doubts in her heart. Mom, do you know this flower? Is it very precious? Otherwise, there is no way to explain her emotional changes so much. Chapter 128. Yiling didn't think too much at this time. She was completely focused on the branch in her hand, and didn't notice anything wrong with the question Wei Ning asked. She just thought she didn't read the book seriously, so she didn't know that the branch was a rare medicinal plant, Lingqiao. This is an indispensable medicinal plant for refining advanced mental relief agents, Lingqiao. Ah? Wei Ning was stunned. Isn't this lavender? How did it become a rare medicinal plant that everyone wanted to snatch? Mom, did you make a mistake? This is just some grass I picked up in the valley. Even though she knew that Yiling couldn't make a mistake, Wei Ning still wanted to confirm it again. How could Mom make a mistake? I used it to make potions myself. Yiling stroked the leaves carefully, making sure she didn't make a mistake. Wei Ning. Although she had thought about whether lavender was useful for mental strength when she found it, she didn't think it would have such a big effect. No one has ever been able to grow Angelica. I almost thought I was seeing things. Yiling was very excited. Angelica was too important and too rare. She had only gotten a small branch so far. It's very difficult to grow. Wei Ning agreed. She had absorbed so much of her energy to grow a few branches. Luckily, only the mother plant was like this, otherwise she wouldn't be able to grow it after absorbing all her energy. Ning Ning, why did you cut it? It hasn't bloomed yet. The medicinal properties will be much worse. Yiling was so excited that she didn't notice that there were no light purple flowers on the top. Now she found out, and was heartbroken. I was just about to plant it. If you like flowers, I still have some dried flowers. Wei Ning thought of the dried flowers, and hurriedly took them out for her. This is too wasteful, these can be used to make a lot of potions. Yiling looked at the dried flowers that Wei Ning took out, covered her chest, and breathed quickly. God! It's really a waste of natural resources. It hurts. Mom? Are you okay? Wei Ning asked hurriedly. Wei Ning didn't think it was a waste to dry the lavender. It was still useful after drying. She just hadn't found the right cloth, otherwise she would have made it into a sachet and hung it on the head of the bed. I'm fine, let me take it easy. Yiling raised her hand to stop her from coming over, trying to recover her emotions. She was afraid that she would not be able to help but do it. Ning Ning was really a wasteful child. As long as she thought of the scene of Ning Ning drying the Angelica branches into dried flowers, she would be in a bad mood. It's just a few bunches. I want a big bunch as decoration. Wei Ning pouted and muttered softly. Mom is making a fuss. It's not like there isn't any. Just plant more, and she can have as much as she wants. What? You want a big bunch? Yiling felt her heart was about to jump out. It wasn't enough to dry a few bunches, but she wanted a big bunch? Yes. It looks pretty in the room. Wei Ning felt a little sorry. The lavender in her room only bloomed once, and then there was no movement, only branches. Do you know how many star coins these branches are worth if they are just picked? Yiling felt it necessary to let her know the value of the Angelica. 1 million. Wei Ning felt that 1 million was already a sky-high price, and this was given because it was a rare interstellar medicinal plant. You know, in the previous life, lavender could be found everywhere, and was not worth anything. The starting price is at least 5 million star coins. If you encounter a special period, you can't buy it no matter how many star coins you have. Yi Ling really wanted to pry open her brain to see what was inside that made her think that the Angelica was so cheap. What? 5 million? Wei Ning's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe what she heard. 5 million. It was a dream that she had never been able to achieve in her previous life. Now just a few bouquets of flowers are worth 5 million, so if she planted more, wouldn't it be a source of wealth? Thinking of the seeds that she had planted casually on the hillside behind her, Wei Ning's eyes lit up. That was all money. No, I have to go and see my countless 5 million. Wei Ning couldn't think anymore. She had to go and see it herself. She hadn't seen it for a while since it sprouted, so she didn't want anything to happen. Thinking that many of her 5 million had gone down the drain because of her negligence, Wei Ning turned around and ran out. Ning, where are you going? Are you going to plant? Yi Ling saw her suddenly running out and shouted. Mom, plant it yourself. I want to see if my 5 million is still there. Wei Ning didn't stop and shouted while running. What 5 million is still there? Yi Ling looked at the branches in her hand and suddenly realized what Wei Ning meant. She couldn't stay any longer and hurried to chase Wei Ning. Wei Ning ran out in a hurry and met Wei Dong and Chen Haojia at the door. Without saying hello, she ran past them and ran to the back mountain. Sister, where are you going? Chen Haojia shouted at her back, but Wei Ning ignored him. Why do you care where she goes? Wei Dong was unhappy. His elder brother hadn't even asked yet. Dongzi you. Before Chen Haojia had time to talk to him, Yi Ling also rushed out and ran after Wei Ning. Mother! Auntie! Wei Dong and Chen Haojia shouted from behind, but Yi Ling chased after Wei Ning as if she didn't hear. What happened? The two looked at each other and ran after her. They took big steps and caught up with Yi Ling in a few steps. Mother, what happened? Wei Dong asked hurriedly. It was the first time he saw Yi Ling so anxious. Yi Ling suddenly stopped. She was not sure what was going on. What if she guessed wrong? The hillside was not very big. When Yi Ling was thinking about how to answer, they had already reached the top. And Wei Ning stopped at the foot of the mountain below, squatting there, not knowing what to do. What is Ning doing? The hillside is planted with fragrant leaves that Wei Ning dug back from Kai Yang's star. The cinnamon trees and the star anise trees that grew to half a person's height just covered Wei Ning's body, so it was hard to see what Tian was doing. Go down and take a look. Yi Ling walked around the trees and went down. Wei Dong and Chen Haojia didn't know what was going on, so Yi followed behind. Wei Ning climbed up and ran down. Her breathing didn't change. Seeing that the lavender scattered at the foot of the mountain was still there, she patted her chest to calm down. Fortunately, not a single plant was missing, and it looked like there was no difference from the last time she saw it, still only 1 finger high. You are all my treasures. Wei Ning squatted down and raised his hand to release his supernatural power. The lavender leaves that absorbed the supernatural power looked much more energetic. Ning you. Yi Ling came down and was about to ask Wei Ning what he was doing. When her eyes touched the energetic plants, she was speechless. Girl, run. The words stuck in his throat so fast that he couldn't say them out. Chen Haojia raised his hand and rubbed his eyes hard. When he opened his eyes again, he still saw the familiar plants. Fuck, what did he see? So many Angelica. Chapter 129. Dong. Dongzi, hurry. Hurry up and pinch me, am I not dreaming? Chen Haojia grabbed Wei Dong's hand tightly and couldn't speak clearly. This must be a dream. How could he see so many lavenders? You are not dreaming. I am not dreaming either. Wei Dong looked at his hand that was hurt by his pinch, and his heart was already in turmoil. He pinched Chen Haojia's wrist hard to make him feel what pain is. Why are you so hard? Chen Haojia gasped in pain. It hurts better. Wei Dong glanced at him, and then looked at Wei Ning. She had already discovered them, looked up and asked in confusion, Why are you all following me? She just came to see how Lavender was doing. She looked up and saw 3 people staring at her, which was scary. Sister, you did a big thing without making a sound. Chen Haojia was shocked and felt it was reasonable. His sister is so amazing. She can cook delicious food, grow vegetables and fruits, and now she can even grow lavender. What else can she not do? Ning, why did you plant lavender here so casually? Yi Ling felt heartbroken. Her first reaction was, what if a mutant beast came? She never thought that since Randy and the others came, the mutant beasts would run away when they saw people. How could they get close to this place? The house had not been built yet, so I planted here. It was just right to plant all over the valley. Wei Ning pointed to the small valley. This valley is about 10 meters deep and 3 meters wide. It is surrounded by hillsides. It is inconvenient to plant other things, so she scattered lavender seeds here. Plant? Plant all over? The three of them were frightened by her ambition. This valley is not a small piece of land, at least 50 or 60 square meters. Is it strange? Wei Ning felt that as long as it didn't consume as much energy as the mother plant, it would be okay to plant all over the valley. No! Not strange, I believe your sister. Qin Haojie thought that he saw more than 10 acres of planting land at the beginning, and now there are nearly 1,000 acres, and planting dozens of square meters is no problem. Although this is a rare spiritual herb that is said to be impossible to grow in the Interstellar, these are the best proof. I will sell them all when they bloom. Wei Ning said generously. By then, she will be a rich woman. Then I will reserve it for our army first. Qin Haojie smiled. Sister, can I reserve it in advance? He is really smart. Is your army so rich? Wei Ning did not say no, but asked back. Now there are 2 transport ships from Green Star to the border every month, and each harvest starts at least 10 million star coins. This lavender is so valuable, and they dare to buy it all. How rich must they be? This? I think so. Qin Haojie touched the back of his head, not sure. After all, he is not in charge of finance, but as long as it is Angelica, it is always right to pre-order it. Why are you asking these questions? Yi Ling suddenly scolded with a stern face. Even if we are short of money, we can't raise the price of Angelica. Yi Ling now regrets telling her about the 5 million. Now they are planning to take advantage of the Legion. It's too bold. I'm just curious. I'm not really asking for an exorbitant price. Wei Ning didn't really want to start selling for 5 million, he was just curious. The soldiers defended the Federation and fought desperately against the Star Beasts, so that we can live in peace today. They had to endure pain that ordinary people couldn't bear. If you can grow more spiritual herbs, you will save countless soldiers' lives. The pain of mental turmoil can kill a strong soldier alive. Wei Dong was the one who had the deepest experience. At that time, he almost couldn't hold on. Is the reliever useless? Wei Ning was puzzled. The reliever can't work all at once. In many cases, it still depends on the strong willpower of the soldiers. Moreover, the reliever can only play the greatest effect when taken before the mental turmoil. Qin Haojie added, what he didn't say was that if the reliever was taken after the mental turmoil, the soldiers who could hold on would either have their mental level reduced or become ordinary people, or even have worse physical functions than ordinary people. Can't I increase the dosage? Wei Ning remembered that lavender has a calming effect. Since it can be used as the main material of the relief agent, the effect should be more obvious if it is increased in quantity, right? Silly child, Angelica is too rare, and there are too many soldiers who need medicine. Yi Ling sighed lightly, with too much helplessness in her tone. There are countless soldiers in the Federation, and the medicine made from Angelica is just a drop in the bucket for them. Besides, not everyone needs one medicine. If the mental power fluctuates too much, they must take it, otherwise a riot may occur at any time. In this case, the medicinal plant must be used to its maximum effect, so how can it be refined in larger quantities? That's the reason. Wei Ning looked at the small lavender on the ground, feeling a lot of emotion in her heart. Thinking of Wei Dong who had to leave the battlefield because of his mental power riot, and thinking that so many soldiers around him might also have the same situation one day, she felt sad. Then I will try to grow more, so that more soldiers can use the medicine. Finally, she made up her mind and said firmly, Sister, I thank you on behalf of all the brothers for saying this, but you just do your best and don't force it. Qin Haojie was moved and pulled Wei Ning to thank him. I just don't know how the medicine is. Yi Ling was happy, but also a little worried. It is well known that the medicinal properties of artificially grown medicinal plants are much worse than those grown naturally. Auntie, even if the medicinal properties are a little worse, it is better than nothing. Qin Haojie was very optimistic, which was already very good. You can refine a batch to see the effect. Wei Dong suggested that this was the best verification. It's a pity that I can't refine medicine anymore. Yi Ling's eyes were filled with regret and reluctance. She could only look at these rare medicinal plants. Mom. Wei Ning came over and hugged her. Although she was not the cause of this, she was the ultimate beneficiary, and she felt bad. It's okay, I'm fine now. Yi Ling hugged her, and said with a smile. Although not being able to refine potions was her biggest regret in this life, she could still study these vegetable crops, and the family was safe and sound together, which was enough. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cure you. Wei Ning leaned against Yi Ling, and swore secretly in her heart. This matter may trouble the pharmacist of your army. Yi Ling patted Wei Ning on the back, and turned to Chen Haojie. If the medicinal properties can reach the same level as other artificially planted medicinal plants, the effect of these spiritual herbs will be great. Otherwise, they can only be ordinary plants. Chapter 130. Although Yi Ling said so, considering that the Angelica is still a young plant, she asked Chen Haojie not to tell anyone for the time being and wait until the flowering period. Chen Haojie also understood and nodded. Ning Ning, where did you get the seeds? Did the girl give them to you? On the way back, Wei Dong asked the doubts in his heart. Since they came to Green Star, they have not been to other stars except Kaiyang Star. Wei Ning's seeds have been used up a long time ago. Except for the batch given by Randy before, he couldn't think of anyone else. No, I dug it in the valley of Kaiyang Star before. At that time, you were busy fishing, so... Wei Ning suddenly paused. She thought of the last unknown seed in the batch of seeds given by Randy before. At that time, she felt very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Now think about it, isn't it the seeds of lavender? It's just much smaller than what she had seen before, and the color is lighter, so she didn't recognize it for a while. So what? Wei Dong saw that she suddenly stopped talking and was distracted, so he asked hurriedly. So you didn't see it, but your Colonel Lon really gave me a batch. Wei Ning recalled Randy's expression at the time, which was quite strange. It seems that he knew it, but just didn't tell her. So Randy also hoped that he could grow it himself. Then did you grow it? Wei Dong asked curiously. It has sprouted? Wei Ning replied casually, thinking of the seeds she had scattered in the yard casually. She didn't dare to tell them. Sister, you deserve this. Chen Haojie immediately gave a thumbs up. I don't know how long it will take to wait for the flowering period. It's growing a little slowly. It's useful, and it's worth waiting a little longer. Chen Haojie didn't care. They might not find one plant a year, but now there are so many, so they are not afraid of waiting. But Wei Ning didn't think so. Since lavender is so important to them, she has to think of a way. Otherwise, she can only lose her supernatural power a few more times. Thinking that there is still a little guy like a bottomless pit at home, she has a headache again. Why is lavender so difficult to grow in a different era? After returning home, Wei Ning planted the branches and searched for a long time in the open space. Only then did she see the lavender seed she had sown a few days ago. They were still the same, only the roots grew, and the seed shells didn't fall off. Back in the room, Wei Ning was thinking about how to make the lavender grow faster. I know. Xiang's voice appeared again. Although Wei Ning thought the name was a bit vulgar, a certain grass insisted, so she could only call it that way. And she found that she could only hear its voice when she was close to it within a certain range. Didn't you say you forgot? How come you know it now? Wei Ning walked over and flicked the branches with her fingertips. I suddenly remembered it again. It was so painful when Wei Ning cut its clone before, so it suddenly remembered it. Wei Ning, your amnesia is really weird. Then tell me, what should I do? Just like this. Xiang tried hard to recall it. Wei Ning carefully felt the method it said. Are you serious? After Wei Ning knew what it said, she felt like it was tricking her. What does it mean that when it is full, it will overflow some of its energy, and let other members of the same species absorb it? After absorbing the overflowing energy, it will grow up. Then I might as well just give them superpowers. Wei Ning said directly. That's different. Xiang retorted. What's the difference? Aren't they all my superpowers? I'm the most powerful, so of course they have to listen to me. Xiang was confident. Wei Ning. She really didn't know how to refute this. In the end, she could only compromise and give it more superpowers to absorb, but the premise was that it had to let the lavender grow, otherwise it would be out of the question. Xiang's existence was too mysterious, and Wei Ning didn't dare to tell Wei Guoyang and the others. They only knew that she had a surviving mother plant in her hands. Wei Ning also wanted to know whether what Xiang said was true, so she absorbed most of the superpowers into it that day, and then put it in the back mountain when it got dark. It was left there for a week. During this period, Wei Ning was busy training and preparing to dig sweet potatoes. After digging the sweet potatoes, they had to make them into potato flour, and the empty land had to be planted for other purposes. For a moment, she forgot to go to the back mountain. Because of the existence of lavender, Yi Ling did not allow Wei Dong and the others to go there, so no one noticed the changes in the back mountain. When Wei Ning finished making the potato flour and sprouted a new batch of sweet potatoes and planted them, she remembered that she had left Xiang Xiang in the back mountain and had never brought her back. She hurried to the back mountain, and when she saw the scene in the back mountain, she was stunned. After a week of absence, the lavender, which was only as high as a finger, was now more than 30 centimeters high and had branches. The green and tender leaves swayed gently in the breeze. As soon as Wei Ning approached, overwhelming accusations rang in her mind. Woo woo woo. You are so bad. You left me like this and didn't care about me. Hiccup, I am almost starving to death. Woo woo woo, you liar. Why don't you come? Wei Ning listened to the accusation for a full 5 minutes. If it weren't for Xiang Xiang's intelligence like a child, Wei Ning believed that it could continue. Sorry, I'm too busy recently. I didn't mean to forget you. Wei Ning apologized sincerely. Humph. Some of the wilted leaves rolled up, feeling very aggrieved. Don't be angry. I really didn't mean it. Can you just forgive me? Wei Ning had no choice but to coax her. I am almost starving to death. Then I will give you energy, okay? Wei Ning whispered. I want a lot of it. Xiang Xiang took the opportunity to put forward conditions. Okay, I give it to you. Wei Ning was also very generous. Seeing that the lavender had grown so big, he gave it to it. You can't forgive me like this again. I try my best. Wei Ning didn't dare to guarantee it. After all, it was still a plant, not a human. Wow. Xiang Xiang burst into tears when she heard it. Then I can't always take you with me. Wei Ning was helpless. If it was really like in the immortal cultivation novels, where the plants could change their bodies after becoming spirits, she would be willing to take it with her all the time. Wow, I can't change. Xiang Xiang was even more sad. Then what do you want me to do? Wei Ning was helpless with the little baby. Then I want energy, lots and lots of it. It didn't know what to do, so it could only say this in the end. It wanted to grow up quickly, and when it grows up. Huh? What to do when it grows up? Why doesn't it remember again? Wei Ning squatted down and picked up the flower pot. The supernatural power was released from his fingertips, pouring into the flower pot continuously, and all was absorbed by the lavender. From the moment Xiang Xiang absorbed the power, she felt comfortable all over her body. The hunger and thirst she had felt for days was slowly dissipating, and she stretched out her leaves comfortably. She temporarily forgot about being forgotten. Chapter 131. At first, Wei Ning was afraid that as she absorbed all her superpowers, something would go wrong. As a result, she used up all her superpowers, but Xiang Xiang still complained that it was not enough. You almost sucked me dry. Wei Ning sat on the ground and replied to it weakly. Then I'm really still hungry. Xiang Xiang was also very aggrieved. It hadn't eaten energy for so long and felt that it had lost weight. Wei Ning heard its inner voice. Sorry, she hasn't noticed where it lost weight. Wei Ning didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. Anyway, she had no superpowers, and she had to wait even if she didn't eat enough. She looked around and found that some of these lavenders had already sprouted small buds. It was just like drinking a quick-growth potion. It took so long to grow 1 finger high before, but now it has flower buds in just a few days. It's amazing. Wei Ning wanted to hug Xiang Xiang and give her a big kiss. It was really a powerful baby. Xiang Xiang felt Wei Ning's love for it, and its leaves shyly curled up. She was praising it. Wei Ning took it back and told Chen Haojia that the lavender had buds and would bloom soon. After receiving the communication, Chen Haojia excitedly ran to Randy's office to tell him the good news. Randy and Jess were discussing the test report received this time. How could there be such a big gap? After reading the data, Jess was unwilling to believe it. So many vegetable crops were transported from Green Star intermittently, and they had been eaten for 2 months based on a meal every 2 days, but not all soldiers had an effect. Why there were still a small number of soldiers whose mental power fluctuation values did not change at all, which puzzled him. The doctor can't find the reason either. Landy didn't understand. The key is that some of these small number of warriors are excellent in strength training tests, physical limit tests, and mental power levels. If all the data are the same, it would be a wrong conclusion to say that vegetables can treat mental power riots, but the mental power fluctuation values of most warriors have changed significantly, which also proves that vegetables can treat mental power riots. I just don't know what's going on with the remaining small number, which has not changed. Or is it that the energy intake is too little, and it can't work? Landy was puzzled. No, it should be a problem of the body. Jace pointed to another data of that small number of warriors. The doctor also had this suspicion, and specially increased the amount and did another test, but the result was still the same. Really? Landy was irritable. This was really like a blow to them. I thought that with these vegetable crops, they could solve the problem of mental power riots, but in the end some warriors still had to suffer from mental power riots. There will always be a way to solve it, Jace comforted. At least there is a breakthrough, and it is no longer as clueless as before. Before Randy could finish his words, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Randy stopped talking and let someone in. Colonel Doctor. Chin Haojie came in and saw both of them and shouted, What's the matter? Randy saw that he was breathing slightly and looked excited, and couldn't help but look at him twice. My sister has grown the Angelica. Chin Haojie said the good news with a very proud tone. What? Jace was the first to get impatient and asked immediately. Randy was stunned for a moment, then covered her face and laughed softly. Randy? Jace looked at him. Why was he not as shocked and excited as he had imagined, as if he had expected it long ago? I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect her to actually do it. Randy told him that she had mixed herb seeds with her seeds. Jace, you still can do it. He never thought he could do this. Chin Haojie looked at Randy with a strange expression, and finally decided to tell him the truth. Colonel, that? Chin Haojie finished hesitatingly. That, my sister didn't plant the seeds you gave her. What do you mean? Randy didn't give her the seeds. Where did she get the seeds? Jace was stunned. Randy also looked at Chin Haojie. He also wanted to know where Wei Ning's seeds came from. It was found on Kaiyong's star. Since he had to say it anyway, Chin Haojie simply repeated what Wei Ning said. No, when was it so easy to find the spiritual herb? Jace felt that he was hallucinating. They spent so much effort every year to find it, but they might not find it. But someone just dug up a herb and found it to be a medicinal plant that they couldn't find. Why does it sound like a joke? Anyway, my sister found it and planted it now. She asked me to tell you to arrange someone to test the medicinal properties as soon as possible. Chin Haojie didn't know how to answer Jess's question. After all, he didn't know either. He was just a messenger now. It bloomed? Landy grasped the key point. Most high-level mental relief agents are made from flower branches to maximize their effectiveness. There are already buds. He could answer this. There are buds, so we need to arrange it as soon as possible. It won't take long for the buds to bloom. I go and see. Jace wanted to see it himself. You go to the Wei family first, I go later, Landy said as he turned on the light brain. He had to report to the Excellency. Okay. Jace knew what he was doing, so he didn't delay and went to the Wei family with Chin Haojie. When Hui Yunchuan received the call from Landy, he was in a meeting about vegetables that can treat the mental riots of some soldiers and the problems of the defense zones of each squad. After so long, all the data are enough, and it's time to announce the answer. All officers above the school level were dumbfounded after seeing the various data and the final answer on the public light screen. For a while, the whole meeting was unusually quiet, and everyone was digesting this heavy news. Landy's communication came in at this time, breaking the silence of the room. Your Excellency. Well, you say? Hui Yunchuan didn't look at the expressions of others, but looked at Randy in the light screen. The Angelica has been planted here. I hope Your Excellency can arrange for someone to come here as soon as possible. Randy said frankly that Hui Yunchuan knew that he gave the seeds to the Wei family. But even though he knew, Hui Yunchuan was stunned for a second. He didn't expect that this day would come so soon. I know, I will send someone over later. Randy knew that he was in a meeting, and didn't say anything else, and hung up the communication. Your Excellency? The other officers looked at him. Knowing that it was Randy's communication, they were all very curious. It has been half a year since Randy left the Border Star. Since he left, the vegetable crops transported to the Border Star have increased little by little. If it weren't for the commander's announcement, they almost thought that they were lucky. The soldiers under their command had not shown signs of mental turmoil for several months. Now they know that it was all the effect of these vegetable crops. Chapter 132. Nothing. What do you want to say? Hui Yunchuan did not mention what Randy said. He would not say anything casually before a conclusion was reached. Such precious things, our army should not sell them to the Fifth Army. An officer suggested. I didn't know these natural plants had such effects before, so I sold them to the Fifth Army. Now that I know, I look at the ones I sold to the Fifth Army before, and I feel my heart bleeding. Do you all think so? Hui Yunchuan glanced at all the officers present, his expression calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Only a few officers thought so. After all, natural plants that can treat mental riots should be kept close to their own. Although there are struggles between the armies, we are ultimately for the purpose of destroying the star beasts. If the federal soldiers can sacrifice less, we can also have more combat effectiveness. An officer who thinks far ahead spoke. Of course, he felt that since the commander made such a decision, he must have thought it through carefully, and it would never be wrong. But as long as we have more legions, wouldn't it be better to expand the defense line? Truth will come out sooner or later. If they unite to plot against us, let alone expand the defense line, it will be good enough if we can hold on to what we have now. The two parties with different opinions started arguing, and their voices got louder and louder. Only a few people didn't say anything from beginning to end. From the initial shock to now calmly watching them arguing, they didn't even change their sitting position. Gradually, the people arguing also noticed it, and gradually stopped arguing. Their eyes were erratic, and they didn't dare to look directly at the people above them. Hui Yunchuan glanced at the few people who said they would not trade with the 5th Legion, and his voice with mental pressure reached the ears of everyone present. Don't forget who our enemy is. It's good to be ambitious, but it is absolutely not allowed to ignore the overall situation because of personal selfishness. These words made the few people who were looked at before sweat coldly on their backs, and even a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on their foreheads. They regretted in their hearts. How could they forget that their young commander was the most disdainful of such practices? Several people hurriedly said yes, and dared not raise any more objections. Hui Yunchuan told them that vegetable crops can treat mental riots, which is also related to the guards of the defense zones of the teams behind. Due to the appearance of mental attack star beasts, they must replace some soldiers. The small number of soldiers whose mental power fluctuation values have not changed cannot be transferred to the front line. Telling these officers is also to allow them to arrange tasks better. Before, Chris and his team led the team to deal with the mental attack star beasts that appeared, and after more than a month, they appeared again. Fortunately, there were not many casualties this time, which is why Hui Yunchuan asked for a new guard. There has been no breakthrough in the laboratory, and he is worried about how much harm this kind of star beast will bring to them when the next beast tide appears in large numbers. Sir, if you replace these people, will their mental power still riot? An officer asked. They can resist for half an hour. This is the longest period of time that the laboratory has experimented with. Half an hour? It took us 20 minutes to kill the star beast when we led the team. If you can't beat it, run away and change to another team. It's better than having no chance of resistance at all. No officer wants his soldiers to sacrifice, but the war will not end and the sacrifice will not stop until the star beasts are eliminated. After the meeting, Hui Yunchuan left Chris behind, and the others left one after another. What happened to Randy? Chris guessed that it was related to Randy, but he didn't know what it was specifically. Randy didn't tell him everything, and he would only say a few words when he asked occasionally. Take people to the armory to pick some for Randy, and then bring him the machine he wants. Hui Yunchuan explained the matter first, and then answered his question at the end. The Wei family has planted the Angelica, and Randy asked me to arrange someone to go and test it. Are you not surprised at all? Chris couldn't help asking when he saw that he was still calm. He said such a major thing so lightly that those who didn't know would think he was joking. As expected, natural plants that can treat mental power riots can be planted, so he doesn't think it's strange to plant Angelica again. It's just that this day came earlier than he expected. Chris thought about it and felt that it was true. With natural plants, the demand for Angelica was not as great as before. But it was an extra layer of security. Then I arrange it. After thinking it through, Chris left. Green Star. Just thought Chen Haojia said that he had grown only 1 or 2 Angelica plants, but he saw dozens of them. He didn't even blink and almost screamed. Doctor, how is it? My sister is amazing. Chen Haojia was proud of it. His sister was so awesome. I haven't seen anyone better than her in planting. After all, she is probably the only one who can grow Angelica in large areas. Not to mention other natural plants that can even treat mental violence. My sister will definitely be famous in the interstellar world in the future. Chen Haojia boasted mindlessly. Okay, I know she is powerful, don't bother me. Just didn't want to listen to him chattering all the time, he wanted to observe these Angelica carefully. Chen Haojia was pushed away ruthlessly, and walked back depressed. Brother Chen, why are you back? Wei Ning went out, and saw him coming back with a stern face. Didn't he go to the back mountain with Jess? Why did he come back? The doctor doesn't need me there. Of course, he wouldn't say that Jess didn't let him follow because he thought he talked too much, and it would damage his image if he told others. Sister, where are you going? Chin Haojia didn't want to continue this topic and asked back. I'm going to the valley for a walk. After training for so long, Wei Ning wanted to check the results of his hard work. It just so happens that she doesn't need to be busy recently, so she has time. You go alone? Why doesn't Donzi accompany you? Forget it, I go with you. When Chin Haojia heard that she was going to the call, he felt unsafe. It's okay, there may be mutant beasts there. I'm just going to the call to take a look. She mainly wanted to find some tree species or saplings, and by the way, check the training results. How can that be? Even if there are none, I can't let you go alone. Even if he knew that she had been training for so long, he was still worried. In his eyes, she was still a delicate and weak one. That's fine, but don't get too close to me, I want to try it myself first. Wei Ning agreed to let him go together, but she didn't want to be protected by him, so she wouldn't get any training. Okay. Chin Haojia wanted to refuse, but then he thought, what if he refused her today, and she went there secretly one day? He couldn't always be here. He glanced at his computer, and saw that it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. It was just the right time for him to walk over there, take a walk around and come back. Chapter 133. Wei Ning was going to the valley near the water pond, which was the closest to here. The spaceship would arrive in less than half an hour. She had learned how to fly the spaceship now, but it was an automatic flight. She only needed to set the route and destination. Chin Haojia thought he was going to walk there, but Wei Ning could even fly the spaceship, which disrupted his plan. The spaceship took off, and Wei Ning looked at the planting land below through the window. The originally scorched earth was now given infinite vitality by green rice fields, rows of grape racks, cucumber racks, verdant vegetables, short trees, and continuous green grass. It was very different from the first time I saw it, and the green star was changing little by little. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The small valley was still the same, but it had been too long since I had been there, and the path from the valley mouth to the water pond had been covered with weeds. Wei Ning jumped off the spaceship, looked at the weeds that grew to knee height, took out a lightsaber from the space button, and used the sword as a stick to hit the grass. She was afraid that there were snakes in the grass, so this would scare them away. She used the sword to explore the way and looked around. This was the territory of the mutant cuckoo chicken before. After the mutant chicken was killed by Wei Dong, it became the place where they got water. For a long time, they got water from here. It was only a few months ago that they didn't come to get water. I wonder if there are other mutant beasts occupying the territory. She walked carefully to the edge of the pond and stopped. It was unusually quiet around here, and it didn't look like there were mutant beasts. Wei Ning was a little disappointed. She thought she could fight with the mutant beasts and test her abilities? Wei Ning was just thinking about this when she heard a rustling sound. She turned around quickly, looked around vigilantly, and listened carefully to where the sound came from. The grass in front of her left was moving. There was something in the bush. Wei Ning held the hilt of the sword tightly, and her eyes were fixed on the bush. A vine flew out of the bush like a snake and came straight towards Wei Ning. Wei Ning's figure flashed, and the sword in her hand chopped hard. The vine sensed the danger and quickly shrank back, shuttling through the bushes, trying to find an opportunity to attack. Wei Ning had been training for so long, and she didn't know how many beatings she had suffered when fighting Wen. It was only recently that she could dodge Wen for about 10 minutes. She was already very familiar with the feeling of danger approaching. Her body flashed faster than her brain, and her hands moved without hesitation. She raised her hand and struck a sword. It looked like there was only one vine, so she didn't dare to be careless. She rushed towards the shaking grass very quickly, and swept the sword in her hand. The weeds were cut in half, revealing the vine hidden underneath. It was only as thick as a thumb, with a few leaves, and now it was raised at the top, standing like a snake. Wei Ning. She hated snakes the most, and she was actually imitating the snakes, which was simply courting death. Wei Ning raised her sword and swept it, and the vine was cut in half by her, and dark green juice flowed from the broken end. Wei Ning used the sword to scrape it, and curled her lips in boredom. This kind of alien plant has the worst attack power, and it has no intelligence. As long as its vines are cut in half, it will not attack again, and will not continue to attack until they grow again. Now it is no different from ordinary plants. Wei Ning squatted down and looked around, poked the root with a sword, and the vine dared not even move. You little brat, you dare to sneak attack me like this. Wei Ning directly dug it out with the sword, and chopped it into pieces in a few strokes. Its attack power is not very good, so it can't be kept. If it has more leaves, she can take it back and plant it as a plant. Chin Haojia was ordered by Wei Ning not to follow, otherwise he would not be allowed to come to her house for dinner. This threat was still very lethal to him, so he dared not disobey. However, he still used his mental power to scan the small valley, and felt relieved when he did not detect any dangerous breath. But he didn't expect that there were mutant vines hidden, and they attacked Wei Ning. At that time, he wanted to take action, but when he thought of how hard she trained and suffered so much, just hoping that she would be able to protect herself, he withdrew his hand. This low-level mutant vine has no lethality, and his sister can definitely deal with it. Although she thought so in her heart, she still kept her eyes on Wei Ning, ready to attack her if she saw anything wrong. However, Wei Ning did not give him a chance to attack, and she dealt with the vines herself. The valley was very small, so small that it could be seen at a glance. Wei Ning could not find suitable plant seeds here, and the trees were all short shrubs. She wanted trees that could grow about 10 meters. However, Wei Ning was not particularly disappointed. Just because there were no trees here did not mean that there were no trees elsewhere. She could go to a larger forest to find them. Since there were no trees here, she would not stay any longer. She came out late today, and it was not suitable to go to other places, so she simply went back. Brother Chun, where is the largest forest on Green Star? I want to go and see. On the way back, Wei Ning asked Chen Haojia. There's nothing to see, it's better to plant. Chen Haojia replied immediately. He was not wrong, it was not a forest, at most it was a small forest. I want to fight a mutant beast. Wei Ning did not hide her purpose. She lacked actual combat training. Although Wen beat her badly, he still restrained himself. She felt that she needed a breakthrough. She also wanted to go to other planets to find the missing seasonings. There are also other crops such as wheat. You didn't even beat Wen, and you still want to find a mutant beast. Mutant beasts are not so easy to deal with. How long has she learned? How many years will it take for me to beat Brother Wu? It was already difficult for her to hold on for more than 10 minutes now. If she wanted to beat him, she didn't know if it would be possible in this life. Besides, I just fight low-level mutants to train my reaction ability and break through myself. Humans and mutants are different after all. Sometimes Wu would take her safety into consideration and not kill her. She could not use her instinctive reaction to life and death, and would always be half a beat slower. At the end of the world, she had no chance. When she arrived in the Interstellar, she wanted to become stronger. She was so strong that she didn't need the protection of others. She could come and go freely in the forest, and didn't need to be afraid of anything. Do you really want to go? Although there are not many large mutants, low-level mutants are still very dangerous to you now. Chen Haojia didn't have to stop her. Just make it clear in advance, so that you don't retreat when you are afraid. As an excellent warrior, he can't stand deserting the battlefield. So once you decide, there is no room for regret. Since you want to become stronger, you have to endure any hardship and danger. He will not be soft-hearted. Just like Wu had promised to teach her seriously after being her coach. Of course. Wei Ning was also very determined. If she was going to do it, she would definitely do it to the end. If she was afraid, she wouldn't spend so much time training. She was not a masochist even though she would be beaten every day. Chapter 134. The next morning, Chen Haojia came at the agreed time. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the courtyard, Wei Ning also came out. Here. Wei Ning saw him, and threw two things over. Chen Haojia caught them quickly. They were hot. He saw that they were 2 roasted sweet potatoes. Wow! They're still breakfast. Chen Haojia exaggerates. They rarely make their own breakfast. They just use nutrient solution. Let's go! Wei Ning had already eaten. This was left for him. The two got on the spaceship. Chen Haojia set the route and destination. Wei Ning didn't know where to go. She had been on Green Star for so long, and had only gone out twice. Once was when she went to the call with Wei Dong to get chicken when she first came, and once was when she encountered tomatoes. At the beginning, she didn't know how many dangers were hidden, so Wei Guoyang didn't let her run around with Wei Dong. Even Wei Dong only patrolled within a few kilometers. Later, I was busy planting, practicing superpowers, and training, so I had even less time to go out. After coming to Green Star for so long, I didn't take a good look at this planet. Wei Ning felt that he was quite bad. The spaceship gradually flew towards the destination. Wei Ning looked through the window, and watched the green behind him retreat until it turned into a small black dot and disappeared. For a long distance afterwards, Wei Ning could only see the desolate scorched land, one big pit, and small hill after another, and occasionally 1 or 2 half-dead trees standing alone. A beast tide almost destroyed a planet. Wei Ning sighed. This is already good. The Federation has destroyed more than 10 small planets completely because of the beast tide. That's what we call a place where there is no grass or water at all. Humans can't survive on it at all. Chin Haojia came out of the cab and just heard her sigh, and sat in front of her and said, "Why did the beast tide happen?" Wei Ning was very confused. Why did the mutant beasts go crazy for no reason? I don't know. Just like we don't know why the star beasts appeared, the beast tide is like a mystery. No one knows why the mutant beasts suddenly left the forest and attacked the city crazily. So far, there have been more than a dozen beast tides, and there are no rules or signs. They are all very sudden. Wei Ning was silent. She thought there was a reason. The zombies in the siege treated the survivors as food. It's impossible that the mutant beasts would do the same, right? But don't worry, the planet where the beast tide happened will not have a second beast tide. Chin Haojia thought she was worried and said hurriedly. Wei Ning hadn't thought about these things. In her opinion, it would be strange if there was a second beast tide. During the beast tide, the mutant beasts were mostly wiped out, and the forests were destroyed. There was not much left. The mutant beasts almost had no space to survive. How could there be another beast tide? I'm not worried. Wei Ning smiled. What she should worry about is whether the mutant beasts on Green Star can withstand their attack every once in a while. If all the mutant beasts are gone, she still has to consider whether to set up a breeding farm. Otherwise she will have to go to Kaiyang Star to buy meat. We're here. While Wei Ning was thinking, the spaceship stopped and Chin Haojia reminded her that it was time to get off. Shaking off all the thoughts in her mind, Wei Ning stood up and walked out of the cabin door. Here. As soon as she stepped out of the cabin door, Wei Ning was stunned. She actually saw a large bamboo sea. This is the largest vegetation area on Green Star. It's all evergreen trees, and there are no other plants. Chin Haojia saw her confused look and introduced this bamboo sea. Evergreen trees are overbearing, growing in groups. No other plants are allowed to exist in the area. They have a well-developed root system, strong absorption capacity, and very strong reproduction ability. They are green all year round, but they die as soon as they bloom. In addition, evergreen forests are the habitat of saber-toothed rats. Where there are evergreen trees, there must be saber-toothed rats. Saber-toothed rats. Wei Ning looked at the bamboo sea in front of her and felt that she was stupid. What kind of trees were she looking for? Wouldn't it be better to plant bamboo directly? There were also bamboo shoots to eat. Bamboo has many uses. It can be used to make various daily necessities and handicrafts. The most important thing is that bamboo is easy to plant and is not picky about the land. If you plant a bamboo root in the countryside, you can harvest a bamboo forest every few years. Wei Ning decided to dig some bamboo roots and plant them on a few hills when he returned. Chin Haojia finished speaking and then realized that Wei Ning was distracted. Sister, what are you thinking? Huh? Wei Ning didn't hear what Chin Haojia was saying at the end and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, I was distracted just now. Can you say it again? Just the end. Since this is your first time, I won't pursue it. If you do it again next time, I won't remind you again. Chin Haojia changed his momentum and said seriously. Yes. Wei Ning immediately assured seriously that she was just too surprised just now. The evergreen forest is the habitat of saber-toothed rats. Saber-toothed rats are very small, but they are flexible, very fast, and have sharp teeth. They are rare vegetarian mutants. Your opponents today are them. I want you to hunt down 100 saber-toothed rats within 4 hours. Chin Haojia repeated what he said before and asked at the end. Do you understand? I understand. Wei Ning answered immediately. Then go ahead. I wait for you here. Chin Haojia looked her up and down. The usual combat training clothes would not affect her physical performance, so he did not say anything and waved his hand to let her go in. Chin Haojia was really ruthless when he was serious. He said to wait outside and let Wei Ning go in by herself. There was only one mutant beast, the saber-toothed rat, in the evergreen forest. He was not worried that Wei Ning could not handle it. Although he wanted to train her, the mutant beast he chose happened to be something that Wei Ning could deal with at her level. However, after Wei Ning's figure was completely invisible, Chin Haojia took out a mini robot bee and controlled it with a light brain to follow Wei Ning not far away. In this way, if he really encountered other mutant beasts, he would be able to know it in the first time, and at the same time, he could see Wei Ning's adaptability and combat ability. When Wei Ning stepped into the bamboo sea, she was on guard and held a sword in her hand. While being alert to the surroundings, she slowly walked in. The bamboo sea is very large, and the bamboos are very tall and large. They are larger than the bamboos Wei Ning has seen, as big as footballs. It was so big and straight, with leaves only growing on the top, and all the bamboo joints below were half a meter long. When the wind blew, there was a rustling sound of leaves shaking in my ears, and bamboo leaves fell while I walked. Wei Ning walked for more than 10 minutes, but did not encounter the saber-toothed rat that Chen Haojie mentioned. Instead, she saw a lot of half-meter-high bamboo shoots. If it were usual, Wei Ning would definitely cut the bamboo shoots directly. But today she came to hunt mutants, so she could only watch and do nothing. After passing by several fat bamboo shoots again, Wei Ning's eyes were erratic, and the idea of cutting bamboo shoots came up again. Why didn't I see any of these rats? Seeing that half an hour had passed, there was still no sign of saber-toothed rats, and Wei Ning was a little anxious. Seeing Wei Ning's actions from the monitoring of the robot bee, Chen Haojie shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, you are still too naive. You didn't even ask what the characteristics and habits of saber-toothed rats are. If you asked more questions, you wouldn't have found none now. Chapter 135. Wei Ning didn't know that Chen Haojie saw everything she did. She kicked the bamboo stem anxiously, but she gasped in pain. Forget it, I didn't see any mice anyway, so I might as well cut a few bamboo shoots first. They look fat and must be delicious. After another 10 minutes, there was still no discovery, and Wei Ning's mind went to the bamboo shoots. It would be a waste if she didn't take so many fat bamboo shoots back home. She did it right away, and kicked the bamboo shoot directly. With a click, the bamboo shoot broke from the bottom, leaving only the outer shell. Sure enough, my strength has increased. Wei Ning put away the bamboo shoots and prepared to kick the next one. With more strength, it's more convenient, one kick at a time, and even a knife is not needed. Wei Ning happily kicked more than 10 bamboo shoots in a row, and was about to change to another place to continue. She suddenly pushed hard with her feet, and used the force to retreat backwards. Just as she left, a white light flashed past the place where she had stood before. Then, there was the sound of an object falling to the ground. Wei Ning looked in the direction of the sound and saw a cat with 2 big front teeth bearing at her. No, how can a cat have such big front teeth, and such a thin tail? It's actually a mouse. Wei Ning took a step back with the sword in hand. There was actually a mouse that was bigger than a cat, which was very scary. Squeak! The mouse on the ground squeaked at her, kicked hard with its back legs, and pounced directly at her. Oh my god! You are not a cat, but you are imitating a cat. Wei Ning saw the direction it was coming from, and attacked instantly, sweeping the sword in his hand in the air. Squeak! After the scream, a large gray mouse body broke into 2 pieces a few steps away from her, and blood splattered 3 feet. Strange, where did it come from? Wei Ning didn't look at the rat's dismemberment, but wondered where the rat came from. She carefully recalled the direction the rat appeared, and followed it to find a hole, less than a foot away from the bamboo shoots. Could it be that I cut the bamboo shoots, so the rats were attracted? Wei Ning was not sure. If you are not sure, you will know after trying. Thinking so, Wei Ning continued to walk with the tail of the dismembered rat. This time she walked in the direction with more bamboo shoots. Seeing that the bamboo shoots were many and fat, she raised her leg and kicked them, concentrating and listening. No sound. Crack! Crack! Wei Ning kicked all the fat bamboo shoots. Rustle, squeak. Wei Ning had just put away all the bamboo shoots when she heard something coming. She looked a little stern, swung her sword and stabbed back with her backhand. Without turning her head, she kicked again with her foot. Wei Ning retracted her sword, and not surprisingly saw the blood dripping from the tip of the sword. Holding the sword horizontally in front of her, Wei Ning looked at the rats coming out of the hole, and a bloodthirsty smile rose at the corner of her mouth. Come on! Dozens of saber-toothed rats kept squeaking at Wei Ning angrily, as if accusing her of being an intruder, not only stealing their food, but also killing their compatriots. Wei Ning didn't understand, but she could see clearly that these rats were provoking her. Half of the time set by Chen Haojie had passed. Wei Ning rushed into the rat group with her sword, and the sword in her hand kept sweeping, slashing, stabbing, etc. The saber-toothed rats were not very lethal, and at most caused Wei Ning skin injuries, but she didn't care, and just focused on swinging the sword to fight. More than 10 minutes later, Wei Ning retracted her sword, and there were corpses of saber-toothed rats all around her. There were also several scars on her face and body, all of which were scratched by saber-toothed rats. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wei Ning was in a dilemma. She didn't want to drag these corpses away. Before, there was only one, and she could barely carry it. Now there are so many, it's a bit nauseating. Forget it, anyway, I didn't say I would take the corpses away. Wei Ning turned on the light brain and took a video, taking all the mouse corpses into it. After filming, she was ready to leave, and continued to look for bamboo shoots to lure the mice out. Since cutting bamboo shoots can lure mice out, Wei Ning went to places with more bamboo shoots and harvested a lot of fat bamboo shoots along the way. The saber-toothed rats that came out to drive away the invaders were eventually killed by her sword, and she also added a few new wounds to herself. Seeing that the time was about to run out, Wei Ning was a little anxious. She was almost enough for the task. When she was thinking about which direction to go, there were more and more rustling sounds. Wei Ning originally rested against the bamboo, but now she didn't rest anymore, and looked around vigilantly. There were fallen bamboo leaves and scattered bamboo branches all around, and the sound came from underground. After a long minute, Wei Ning watched a huge mouse stick its head out from under the bamboo leaves and slowly crawl out. After its entire body came out, Wei Ning gasped. "Oh my! It's as big as a ball." Before Wei Ning could do anything, a group of mice crawled out from the holes around her one after another and surrounded her. Fortunately, only the first one that appeared was relatively large, and the others were only the size of adult cats, which made Wei Ning secretly relieved. But she didn't dare to take it lightly. Although these were small, they were too numerous and hard to guard against. Squeak! The biggest rat was probably the leader, and it squeaked at Wei Ning, and then the other rats began to move. Looking at the rats that were shrinking the encirclement, a dark mass of them, Wei Ning felt creepy. She had never liked rats, even if they were bamboo-eating rats, and she had been killing them all the way before, suppressing her nausea. Now there were so many of them at once, and she felt a little overwhelmed. But the saber-toothed rats didn't care about her. They only knew that this invader had stolen a lot of their food and killed many of their own kind. Even if they were vegetarians, they couldn't stand being bullied like this, and they had to teach this invader a lesson. A group of saber-toothed rats surrounded her, and Wei Ning's intensive phobia was about to come out, and she kept swinging her sword. Gradually, Wei Ning began to feel exhausted. There were too many rats, and one group died and another group came. Wei Ning seriously thought that the entire rat tribe had been dispatched. She didn't know how many she had killed, but she subconsciously swung her sword and moved her body from time to time to dodge the rats that pounced on her. There were more and more scratches on her body. Wei Ning didn't care about her torn clothes and attacked more fiercely. Her physical strength was slowly being consumed, but the rats kept attacking her as if they would never stop. Damn! Is it going to end? Wei Ning was also angry because there were too many rats attacking her. She felt that her sword was not working. She grabbed the rat biting her shoulder and pulled it hard, pulling it to the bitten part. She frowned and threw the rat out fiercely, and swept the sword with her right hand. 2 more corpses appeared on the ground in an instant. Seeing that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, Wei Ning looked around. There was nothing else except bamboo. She kicked the bamboo next to her with one foot, jumped onto another one with a force, and held the bamboo tightly with both hands. The surface of the bamboo was smooth, and there was not even a fork to use for force. After a while, Wei Ning found that she was sliding down. Looking at the rats below who were clamoring and refusing to leave, and even began to try to climb the bamboo, Wei Ning's heart was filled with 1,000 horses galloping through her heart. She actually forgot that rats can also climb trees. Chapter 136. Seeing the rats about to climb up, Wei Ning quickly used the force to jump onto another bamboo. But the saber-toothed rats didn't want to let her go. Wherever she jumped, the rats would climb up. Wei Ning didn't have much physical strength to begin with, and after jumping a few times, she was almost exhausted. She really had no strength left. Seeing them surrounding her, Wei Ning hoped for the first time that her ability was fire instead of wood. Otherwise, she would throw a fireball down, and these rats would not dare to be so arrogant. Fire? Wei Ning's eyes flashed with light. How could she forget it? She had an energy tank in her space button. Throwing it down would solve the problem. Wei Ning took out the energy tank from the space button, but she was in midair and couldn't free her hands. She held the energy tank in one hand and the bamboo with the other hand to stabilize her body. She couldn't turn on the switch of the energy tank. With the weight of the energy tank, the speed of descent began to increase. Wei Ning gritted her teeth, let go of the bamboo, leaned back, crossed her legs, and tightly wrapped around the bamboo. But even so, she couldn't stop the speed of the descent, so Wei Ning could only speed up and turn on the switch of the energy tank. She threw the tank up, took the opportunity to hold the bamboo, and stopped the speed of the descent. When the tank fell down, she took out another energy tank and threw it down hard. The tanks collided, sparks flew, and suddenly exploded the next second. With a loud bang, the saber-toothed rat below was the first to be blown away, and was blown everywhere. Blood and flesh were blurred, and the body was charred. There was a layer of bamboo leaves on the ground, which ignited after the explosion, and the fire spread all around. Cough, cough, cough. Not far away, Wei Ning was lying on the ground, coughing hard. After she threw the gas tank, she didn't have the strength to jump onto other bamboos. She was blown away by the air wave and fell to the ground. You are very brave. A cold voice came from above her head. Wei Ning was hurt by the fall and didn't even want to move. She was too lazy to answer and just looked up at him. Qin Haojie saw that her face was just a little pale. There was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped off, and there was no big wound on her clothes. He ignored her and turned to put out the fire. Bamboo leaves are dry and easy to catch fire. They spread all of a sudden. Fortunately, there were only leaves, and the fire was quickly put out. Qin Haojie walked around the fire to check if there was any misfire source. If there was none, he would walk towards Wei Ning with confidence. There were many charred saber-toothed rat corpses scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with a burnt aroma and a foul smell, which was very unpleasant. The explosion of the energy tank only killed the saber-toothed rats in the central area, and the ones in the periphery were scared away after being blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. There was no living saber-toothed rat nearby. Brother Chen, why didn't you say there were so many rats here? After Wei Ning regained her strength, the first thing she said was to complain. Hee, you still have the nerve to say that to me. Why don't you reflect on yourself, and don't even ask? Do you know that with your reckless behavior, you will die several times on the battlefield? Qin Haojie was so angry that he laughed, pointing at her and scolding her. Sorry, I was careless. Wei Ning bowed her head and admitted her mistake. It was her fault. She only wanted to prove herself, but forgot that this was not the back mountain of her home, and the mutant beasts were not domesticated. There were dangers everywhere. She overestimated her ability. It's not all your fault. I also underestimated the number of saber-toothed rats. After scolding, Qin Hao also reflected on himself. He should have reminded that saber-toothed rats like to live in groups and hold grudges. Young evergreen trees are their food. Once they are touched, they will attack in groups. He also underestimated the number of saber-toothed rats in this forest. He thought there would not be many, but who knew there would be so many? Are you okay? Seeing that Wei Ning had not gotten up, Qin Haojie couldn't help but worry. It's okay. Wei Ning stretched out her hand and waved. She just had no strength temporarily. Of course, she was also shocked and hurt, but she was too proud to say it. Although your method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of yourself is a bit bad, it's still good. At least now, all the saber-toothed rats have run away. If you can say hello in advance, I will be more grateful. Wei Ning said weakly. This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. If you don't understand, remember to ask. If it's a mutant beast, you be dead. Qin Haojie squatted in front of her and said ruthlessly. She was protected too well and didn't understand that sometimes ignorance can be fatal. I've learned my lesson. Wei Ning endured the pain, climbed up, and half sat on the ground, not caring how embarrassed she was at the moment. She had always lived in a peaceful environment and had never encountered such a situation. Even when the end of the world came, she was cannon fodder without any experience. She had been well protected here. She saw that they dealt with mutant beasts easily, and thought that she had become stronger and could do the same, but reality gave her a hard slap in the face. She was still too simple and naive. Mutated beasts are not human beings. They will only treat you as an enemy, and will not show mercy. I know. I will never let this happen again next time. Wei Ning promised that it was enough to suffer a loss once. If a similar situation happened again, she would simply not come out again and stay at home to cultivate her land. Can you still walk? Qin Haojie stood up and asked with a little concern. Although she said so, it was the first time for her to face such a situation by herself. Qin Haojie was a little worried about her. Yes. Although she still hurt a lot, Wei Ning could still bear the pain. She didn't want her performance to be too bad. That's all for today. Go back and think about your shortcomings and continue in 2 days. Qin Haojie stood aside and said when he saw that Wei Ning could really walk by herself. Okay. Wei Ning nodded in response. She knew that this was giving herself some buffer time. By the way, how did you think of cutting off the young plants to lure out the saber-toothed rats? Qin Haojie thought she wouldn't find out at first. Saber-toothed rats hide underground and are not easy to find. Cutting their food is the most effective way to lure them out. Ah? I didn't know it before, and I found it after I cut it. Wei Ning was stunned for a moment before answering. He thought Qin Haojie had been following her and lied to her that he was waiting outside, and didn't know that he saw it through the monitoring of the robot bee. I couldn't find any trace of the rat, and I was upset. I thought it would be a waste if I didn't cut these bamboo shoots, so I wanted to cut them back, but who knew that the rats would come out after I cut them? Wei Ning regretted that if she had known this, she would have cut the bamboo shoots at the beginning, and walked for so long in vain. Chapter 137. You said these young plants are bamboo shoots? What are bamboo shoots? Qin Haojia's attention was attracted by the name Wei Ning said, and he had long forgotten his question. That's it. Just a few bamboo shoots grew in front of him. Wei Ning walked over and kicked them with her feet, trying to break them. However, after one kick, the bamboo shoots didn't move at all, but her feet were hurt. Ha ha. I have no strength left. Wei Ning smiled awkwardly. Isn't this a young plant of an evergreen tree? How come it has become a bamboo shoot again? Qin Haojia's mind was full of question marks. He discovered a long time ago that Wei Ning's names for some plants were different from theirs, but he didn't ask too much. When I saw them, these names popped up in my mind. This one is called bamboo, and this one is called bamboo shoot. Since they started talking, every time this happened, Wei Ning pushed it to the talent skill. As for how much she believed, she didn't know. Anyway, it is the best scapegoat. What do you want these for? Although they contain very low violent energy, they taste bitter and astringent, and they sting your mouth. Qin Haojie guessed that she was going to take them back to eat, and hurriedly told her that the taste of the young plants was really hard to describe. Otherwise, this large area would have been plucked up by them long ago. It is because the saber-toothed rats are small, and have little meat that they can survive until now. As for their food, the hard skin is bitter and astringent inside, and only they like it. You guys don't eat the skin too? Wei Ning was surprised. No matter how bad bamboo shoots are, I have never heard that they sting your mouth. Saber-toothed rats eat them this way. Qin Haojie said that they learned how to eat from the mutant beasts. Do you have those big front teeth? Wei Ning asked back. Qin Haojie, who didn't have big front teeth, said, eh. Why did he feel that she was implying something to him? You need to peel off the shell, and only take the tenderest part. Wei Ning asked him to help her kick the bamboo shoots apart, circled the bamboo shoots with a sword, then broke off the shells and pointed at the tenderest part. That doesn't deny its bitter and astringent nature, Qin Haojie said stubbornly. That's because you don't know how to make it. When I make it, you know that this bamboo shoot is a good thing. Wei Ning thought of the sour food she ate when she was a child. Use pepper, salt, water, and wine as the base, and then put bamboo shoots, garlic, ginger, and radish in to soak. After soaking, open the pot. The taste will make people drool. This is a very appetizing thing. Although the wine is not very good, there are peppers and garlic. So Wei Ning decided to soak a pot to let them see what the temptation of sour food is. Are you sure? Qin Haojie was skeptical. This thing is not meat. How delicious can it be? Can I still lie to you? Qin Haojie thought about it. Since she said so, there must be a way. At worst, don't eat it if it doesn't taste good. On the way out, almost all the big bamboo shoots that could be seen were picked up by the two of them. Back to the place where the spaceship was docked, Qin Haojie asked Wei Ning to go in and change clothes first. Otherwise, if she went back like this, he would never be able to enter the gate of the courtyard next time. After Wei Ning changed her clothes, the two returned the same way. Are you going out? As soon as they returned to the courtyard, they met Yiling, who had returned from the planting field. The rice in the yard had begun to grow rice flowers. She now walks around the rice field every day to see if there are any rice flowers growing. Yeah, I walked around. Wei Ning didn't dare tell Yiling what she did, for fear that she would worry. Yiling saw that she went out with Qin Haojie, and didn't ask much. In her heart, Qin Haojie was a reliable kid, and she felt relieved when he was around. The three of them went into the house together. Wei Ning and Qin Haojie went to the kitchen. Yiling was originally going to the backyard, but when she saw them going to the kitchen, she became curious and followed them. Qin Haojie took out 2 large basins and put them at the kitchen door. Wei Ning stood by and took out bamboo shoots from the space button. One by one, the big bamboo shoots were put into the big basin, and there was still some left after filling up the whole basin. Ning Ning, why did you bring back so many? This thing doesn't taste good. Yiling saw that she was still taking out and frowned. It's okay, it will taste good when I make it. Wei Ning took out the last one and sat down. You need to peel off this outer shell. Wei Ning took a small lightsaber and slashed the bamboo shoots to peel off the shells. She then put the peeled bamboo shoots into another large basin. Qin Haojie watched her peel 2 bamboo shoots and learned how to do it, peeling the shells neatly. Finally, Yiling also helped to peel the shells. It took the 3 of them more than half an hour to peel all the bamboo shoots. Not all of these bamboo shoots were tender. Only the front section of the root was tender, and a small section in the middle that was slightly older was also cut off. The rest were too old to chew. Wei Ning cut off the tender section and the old section and threw them away. Only the tenderest part of the whole bamboo shoot was left. Yi Ling and Chen Haojie followed suit and helped to cut off the tender parts and put them together, and put the slightly older parts together. Wei Ning asked them to slice all the tender parts into thin slices, and cut the tails into 4 cloves. She washed the slightly older parts, and set them aside to dry. She also went to the planting field to pick 7 or 8 pounds of peppers, washed them, and set them aside for later use. She also picked 1 or 2 pounds of garlic for cooking at home, peeled the garlic skins, washed them, and set them aside. In addition, prepare a glass bottle that is half a meter high and 30 centimeters in diameter, wash it, blanch it with boiling water, and set it upside down to dry. As soon as she finished doing these, Yi Ling and Chen Haojie also cut the bamboo shoots, and put the thin slices and the tails into a small, half pot each. Sister, what else do you want to do? Chen Haojie doesn't think this thing tastes bad now. He has already done several steps. If it doesn't taste good, it will be a shame for him to be busy for so long. Pour it into the pot and boil it, then take it out and soak it in water. Wei Ning was busy soaking sour bamboo shoots, so she handed this job to him. It's easy to get started, and there's no fear that he won't do it well. She poured salt into the dried glass bottle, put the washed bamboo shoots, peppers, and garlic in, poured in the cooled boiled water, and finally covered it with a lid and put it against the wall in the kitchen. Ning Ning, what are you doing? Yi Ling looked at her for a long time, but couldn't understand what she was doing. She was doing this and that, and it didn't look like she was making food. You know when it's done. Wei Ning blinked mischievously. She didn't dare to guarantee that she could do it well, so it was better not to say it first. She had seen her grandmother make sour bamboo shoots a few times, but the Interstellar wine was useless, and she was afraid that it would fail without the wine. Okay, Yi Ling didn't ask any more, anyway, she would know when the time came. Sister, come and see if it's done. Chen Haojie called her over in the kitchen. Wei Ning went in, and saw that the water in the pot was boiling, the bamboo shoots had turned light yellow, and the water had turned yellow. Alright. Pour out the bamboo shoots, and soak them in clean water again. Cook the tail of the bamboo shoots in the same way, but don't soak them in water at the end. Wash them, and dry them in the sun. Chapter 138. Why does this tail need to be dried? Chen Haojie and Yi Ling looked at Wei Ning in confusion, not understanding why one had to be soaked while the other had to be dried. The bamboo shoots can be eaten tomorrow. The bamboo shoot tails can be dried and stewed with meat. The taste is different, and they can be stored longer after being dried. In her previous life, her grandparents would dry the uneaten bamboo shoots into dried bamboo shoots every year, and save them for when there were no vegetables. The soaked dried bamboo shoots were stewed with pork belly, and the taste was particularly good. She could eat 2 bowls of rice with it. Wei Ning planned to wait until everyone had tasted the deliciousness of bamboo shoots, and then she would tell everyone about her plan to plant bamboo, and then plant a bamboo forest. Yi Ling and Chen Haojie were quite surprised to hear that they could only be eaten tomorrow. They thought they could eat it today. It's not that they can't eat it, but soaking it overnight can remove the bitterness in the bamboo shoots. In this way, no matter whether it is a dish, soup, or anything else, it will no longer have a bitter taste. After training the next day, Wei Ning went to the grape field, cucumber field, and cantaloupe field and gave each of them a mutation energy. The cucumbers and cantaloupe already have buds, and they will be edible in a while. Wei Ning is very concerned about this. As for the grapes, they are growing well. Wei Ning remembers that they will be better after pruning, and the grapes will be sweeter. She is thinking about whether to prune some. Because the grapevines are really growing too much, she is worried that too many vines will affect the harvest. She is waiting to make wine. After walking around, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Wei Ning still remembered what she said yesterday, that she would make bamboo shoots for them to eat. After the walk, she went back to prepare. She had changed the water for soaking bamboo shoots several times. Now the water has no color. She just needs to pick out the bamboo shoots and wash them again. Bamboo shoots can be used to make many dishes, such as stewing meat, cold salad, soup, and stuffing. Wei Ning chose bacon and beef, 1 fried with bacon, 1 stewed with beef, another cold salad with chili, and another bamboo shoot and fresh meat soup. If there is flour, you can also make big buns or dumplings with bamboo shoots and fresh meat stuffing, and add mushrooms and fungus, etc., which will taste delicious, but it's a pity that you can only think about it. Chen Haojie didn't look very good when he came over. He looked at the light brain from time to time, as if he was looking at something, and his expression looked a little angry, but he didn't know what he was angry about. Because it was time to eat, Wei Ning didn't ask much. But when he saw a table of bamboo shoots cooked in various ways, his expression became much better. It was the first time for the Wei family to eat, and they were more curious about these dishes. They tasted each dish and found that the bamboo shoots in each dish were not bitter, but crisp and refreshing, especially the soup, which was very delicious. It's really delicious, especially the soup, it's so delicious. Qin Haojia had eaten bamboo shoots before, and he never wanted to taste that taste again. But Wei Ning's was different, and it was very refreshing and appetizing. Sister, you are such a good cook, if you open a restaurant, it will definitely be very popular. What nonsense are you talking about? My sister doesn't have time to open a restaurant. Wei Dong felt that he was weird today, otherwise why would he mention opening a restaurant? It's not like he didn't know how important his sister is. Opening a restaurant is not that easy. Wei Ning smiled. She preferred to plant more fields than to open a restaurant. But if you like to cook, I can teach you. She now has hundreds of dishes on her menu, which is enough to deal with the interstellar world with a shortage of ingredients. Qin Haojia looked a little disappointed, but he disappeared quickly and didn't mention it again. After dinner, Wei Dong found him and asked him what happened today. They have known each other for so long, he can still see that he is not right today. I just said it casually, you still take it seriously? Qin Haojia laughed. Don't come on, don't think I don't know, every time you lie, you will do this. Wei Dong didn't intend to let him get away with it. Qin Haojia's smile froze. Did he? Tell me, what's going on? Wei Dong looked like if you don't tell me, don't think you can leave. Qin Haojia pondered for a while before saying, isn't it because those people on the Star Network said too much that I was so angry? Star Network? What happened? Wei Dong usually doesn't pay much attention to the gossip on the Star Network, and doesn't know what happened. Hey. Qin Haojia turned on the light brain, and showed what he saw to Wei Dong. On the screen was a video with the title, Many people were poisoned by eating mutant beast meat, and one person is still in a coma. Wei Dong was stunned for a moment, and clicked on the video to watch. The person in the video had a sad face. He first said that his family watched the live video, and made mutant beast meat according to the video. As a result, the whole family was poisoned. Because he was not at home, he was fine. Then his expression changed, and he angrily accused the Legion of promoting the consumption of mutant beast meat, and causing great harm to people. What bad intentions did they have? Obviously, everyone was fine drinking the nutrient solution, but they insisted on promoting the consumption of mutant beast meat, which led to their family's disaster. Finally, he also called on the general public in the video not to believe the Legion's words. Who knows if they will be poisoned after eating? In the video, the man was crying and shouting angrily, and many netizens believed him, and left messages to support him. Wei Dong searched for a long time, and indeed many people were scolding their Legion. The fourth Legion is crazy, right? For many years, everyone has been drinking nutrient solution, but they insisted on cooking, and now people are poisoned. That's right. Isn't it better to fight the star beasts? Why do you have to do these things? It's not like the government has no people. Did you do it on purpose? Wei Dong frowned after reading it. Otherwise, why didn't this happen when it was first promoted, and it was only exposed after so long? Their family ate so much mutant beast meat, and no one was poisoned. I don't know. The colonel is still investigating. Anyway, there are many doubts on the internet now. That's why he thought that if Wei Ning opened a restaurant, he would naturally not doubt it after tasting her dishes. Don't worry about it. With the colonel here, it can be found out. Wei Dong comforted. When the truth comes out, everything will be solved. Wei Dong was not very worried. He believed in Randy's ability, and Wei Ning. If they were poisoned, they would have been poisoned the first time they ate it. Mutant beast meat is not poisonous, it just tastes bad. He didn't believe that Randy would not see such an obvious omission. He thought Qin Haojia was confused because of his concern. How could such a smart person not understand this matter? Don't be swayed by what people say on the internet. Haven't we eaten enough mutant beast meat? Have you seen anyone poisoned? What if it's because our physique is better than theirs? Qin Haojia said worriedly. There are also many ordinary people who eat mutant beast meat during this period? Wei Dong thought this was not the reason. Qin Haojia thought so too. Many people on Starnet posted videos of eating mutant beast meat, but no one was poisoned. Chapter 139. Wei Dong and Qin Haojia were analyzing this. On the other side, Randy had already found the result. When Randy saw the video, he was prepared in his heart. He always wanted people to pay attention to things on the internet. Of course, He knew that since his live broadcast, there have been many live broadcasts of eating mutant beast meat on the Star Internet. Most of them were live broadcasts of some anchors cooking mutant beast meat to attract followers. As soon as the video about poisoning from eating mutant beast meat appeared, he received the news. He carefully studied the video and the comments and found some clues. He called Wu Ming and asked him to help check the IDs of several of them, who were obviously deliberately leading the rhythm to slander their legion. After checking, there was indeed a problem. These people were hired by one person to lead the rhythm to slander their legion. Randy suspected that the poisoning was also premeditated. He followed the hired person all the way and found a senior executive of the Nutrient Solution Company. Through the communication records of this high-level official, we found out that he arranged for someone to deliberately stage the poisoning incident after eating mutant meat, as the person in the video said. Of course, we also know the reason why he did this. Because the taste of the processed mutant meat is so delicious, countless netizens bought mutant meat and made it themselves after watching the live broadcast. This became unstoppable. With delicious food, people were unwilling to drink Nutrient Solution. Many businessmen saw the business opportunity and took this opportunity to sell wild mutant meat, and the price was affordable, so everyone rushed to buy it. Even the capital planet is like this, let alone other planets. As more people cook for themselves, fewer people buy Nutrient Solution. This led to the lowest sales volume of Nutrient Solution in history. Low sales naturally affected the company's profits. In order to increase sales, the senior executive came up with such an idea. He planned a series of things and was still complacent, but he didn't know that he was causing trouble for himself and even the company. After getting a series of evidence, Randy would naturally not let the senior executive go. The crime of slandering the Legion was enough for him. Randy published the evidence he found directly on the Star Network in a swift and decisive manner, and said that there would be a price to pay for arbitrarily slandering the reputation of the Legion, and hoped that netizens would be cautious. For a time, public opinion pointed to the Nutrient Solution Company. After watching the video, I just want to say that the top management is really stupid. Mutant beast meat is not fish monsters that have toxins. Eating it will cause poisoning, but they can't think of a clever way. This is simply the Nutrient Solution Company that is deliberately making trouble because of poor performance. I don't think the Legion has any bad intentions. It's the Nutrient Solution Company. That's right, I ate so much mutant beast meat, why didn't I get poisoned? Don't say it, the truth has come out. The Nutrient Solution Company wants us to buy Nutrient Solution, deliberately disgusting us. So vicious, I bought so much Nutrient Solution from them before, I will never buy from them again. I don't drink Nutrient Solution for a long time. Isn't it nice to learn to cook by myself? That's right, I found that the cooking process is also a kind of enjoyment. Since I learned to cook, my family has never drunk Nutrient Solution again, and my mother praises me for being awesome. Processing mutant beast meat and cooking delicious food has made me financially free. Look, I told you not to worry. Wei Dong looked at the messages on the Star Network and said to Chen Haojia, "The colonel is still awesome." Chen Haojia didn't expect that the wind direction would change after just one night. Now, anyone who said that their legion was not good would be criticized by netizens and dare not speak. At the same time, the senior management of the Nutrient Solution Company also knew about this matter. They were unable to speak out at this time. It was obviously the senior management who did it, but they were asked to bear the responsibility. The senior management was brought to the military court for this matter and was locked up. And because of what he did, the company's reputation is now damaged, sales are declining, and even the company's stock is falling. This series of things was not expected by the senior management. At the beginning, when the video made by the senior management fermented on the internet, they thought it was true and were still complacent. As a result, everything changed after just one night. Now they not only have to worry about the company's performance, but also whether it will harm themselves. They all regretted why they thought of touching the iron plate of the 4th Legion in the first place. Now it's all their own fault. It was too late to regret now, and they could only watch the sales of Nutrient Solution drop day by day. Just like that? Jace was not very satisfied with the result. Only the top management was punished. Of course not. Randy chuckled, it would be easy to let it go if they dared to provoke them. Besides, this matter was not the work of the top management alone, and the shadow of the Bright family was also involved. It was probably because the large-scale sale of wild mutant meat had affected their business. Deliberately instigated the top management to do this. Maybe they did not expect that the top management would be stupid enough to use such a despicable method. What do you want to do? Jace was eager to try. Just wait. Randy smiled confidently. A day later, A video spread all over the Star Network. The video was a special recording by Randy about the method of dealing with fish monsters, which explained in great detail how to deal with fish monsters. It also included several cooking methods and the types of edible fish monsters, which numbered over 1,000. It also carefully listed the conditions under which fish monsters were irradiated or contaminated, and such fish monsters were not edible. Finally, the test results of the fish monsters after treatment were edible and non-toxic. When this video appeared, the Star Network went viral. The Fourth Legion is arguing with the Nutrient Solution Company. Awesome. Just after being slandered by the Nutrient Solution Company, they come up with this trick right after. Are you crazy? Fish monsters can actually be eaten. There were mutant beasts first and fish monsters later, so will there be mutant plants that can also be eaten? Aren't red fruits mutant plants? Aren't they being eaten now? It would be nice if fish monsters could really be eaten. There are more of them than mutant beasts. Hey, the most common thing on our planet is fish monsters. We have to spend a lot of time hunting them every year. If they were really edible, we wouldn't have to worry about them spreading. The person above, why don't you catch one and try it out? There are so many bright words. Don't they say it's non-toxic and edible? Ha ha, I've already caught one and tried it, and I have to say, the taste is different, delicious. The only bad thing is that it has too many thorns. It's produced by my idol's army. It's absolutely real, I won't say more. I have to hurry up and place an order, and stock up more while the price is still cheap. Yes. I was late last time, and the price of mutant meat has tripled, so I lost a lot. It's so funny, only fish monsters can be eaten, i.e. keyboards live. Screenshot taken, the above. Don't forget to live broadcast when you slap your face. If it's true, the Federation has spent so much effort to clean up fish monsters for so many years, they would have eaten them all long ago. Some people believe it online, and some don't. After all, fish monsters and mutant beasts are different. Mutant beast meat is still eaten by people, but fish monsters are recognized to have toxins. Chapter 140. While netizens were arguing about whether fish monsters can be eaten, an official announcement from the federal government once again attracted everyone's attention. The main content of the announcement was a response to the question of whether fish monsters are edible. The types of fish monsters currently listed by the Fourth Legion are edible as long as they are processed strictly according to the processing methods in the video. And the nutrients contained in fish monsters are also very rich. At the end of the announcement is a warm reminder from the government department that anyone who wants to eat fish monsters must be careful to handle the fish monsters and finally test them before eating. The federal government has come out to prove that the fish monster is really edible. The one who said he would live broadcast eating keyboards. Please start your performance. Even fish monsters can be eaten. What else can't be eaten these days? Protect everything around you that looks edible. Maybe one day you will know. Quick, green light platform is live broadcasting eating fish monsters. Don't miss it if you want to know what fish monsters taste like. Let's go and have a look. Hurry up, don't be like last time. It was crowded before you can see a green star. Wei Dong has been paying attention to this matter since he knew about it. After the video of Randy appeared, he kept looking at the comments below. In fact, he thought that the effect of live broadcasting directly like before would be better and more convincing, and he really didn't understand why Randy didn't live broadcast. Seeing that some netizens said that green light platform was live broadcasting eating fish monsters, he also went to the live broadcast room to watch. At the beginning of the live broadcast, the anchor was a handsome young man. As soon as he appeared, there were a lot of gifts below. Oh! It's Shira. Shilua, you are in the wrong place. This is not the arena. Wei Dong looked for a long time, and all the comments were that the anchor was in the wrong place. He looked up this Shira and found that he was a very powerful player in a certain game. He usually broadcast his PK matches with other players in the arena. He closed Shira's profile and re-entered the live broadcast room. At this time, Shira had finished his warm-up remarks and entered the topic. I believe everyone knows the content of today's live broadcast. Without further ado, let's first introduce the fish monster we will use today. It is the most common grass fish. It is a herbivorous fish monster. We will use several cooking methods to make grass fish delicious later. After he finished speaking, a staff member brought up a 1-meter-long grass fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. Wei Dong watched Shira walk to the cooking table with a knife, and first used the back of the knife to knock the still jumping fish monster unconscious. Then he began to process the fish monster while explaining, first scraping the scales clean, then removing the gills, removing the fish line, opening the abdomen, removing the internal organs, and cleaning the black film on the inner wall of the fish abdomen. He explained in detail, as if he had done it many times. Wei Dong looked at it for a while, and distracted himself to read the comments. Wow! You are so awesome, you didn't make any mistakes, you just followed the steps in the video. Alas! Why is the fish monster so hard to handle? It feels much easier than the mutant beast. The mutant beast meat is sold well. I don't know if there is fish monster meat. I don't like such a bloody scene. That's right, I punched it. The fish monster was fine, but my fist hurt so much. Ha ha! The guy above, you are awesome, you actually used your fist. Is the fish monster really delicious? It smells so fishy, ugh. Wait until you cook it before turning on the holographic live experience mode, silly. I didn't expect you to be so powerful in the arena. And you can handle the fish monster with ease. Awesome. Wei Dong watched for a while, thought it was boring, and stopped paying attention to the comments. At this time, Shura had already processed the fish monster, and packed the head, bones, and meat separately. Take out the prepared ingredients. There are star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, lime, red fruit, prickly ash, pepper, chili, garlic, coriander, and a bottle of wine. Knowing that the boss of Green Light is related to Randy, Wei Dong didn't feel strange when he saw garlic and coriander, which should be given to him by Randy. But the netizens who watched it were curious when they saw garlic and coriander. They knew all the ingredients above, but they had never seen garlic and coriander. Master, what are garlic and coriander? Why haven't we seen them before? What are they used for? Has the Master's plant atlas been updated again? Why don't I see these too? They look round and flat, so why is it called garlic? And isn't coriander really a grass? I just want to know where to buy these too. That is, other ingredients can be bought now, but who knows where to buy garlic and coriander? I want to know too. Master, tell us where to buy them quickly. I want to place an order quickly. I'm ready. I place an order immediately after you finish speaking. Shura also saw everyone's messages. He smiled mysteriously, and then said, Garlic and coriander were sent to him by our boss's friend, and these are all we have now. As for where to place an order, we have to wait. Ah! How can this be? How can we make fish monsters without them? Master, you're such a bummer. Wei Dong didn't continue reading, and went to the living room to find Wei Guoyang. Father. Wei Guoyang was busy, and when he heard Wei Dong calling him, he looked up. Father, did you know that Colonel Lan announced that the fish monsters are edible? Why are you asking this? Wei Guoyang was puzzled. He did know. Landy told him yesterday, and also told him another thing. Are we going to sell garlic and coriander? Wei Dong simply asked directly. We do have this plan. Garlic and coriander both have the function of removing fishy smells, and they are inevitable when making fish monsters. But at present, only their family has these two things, and Landy also told him about this. Garlic and coriander have a strong taste, and are rarely used. Landy meant to sell this batch of garlic and coriander that is about to be harvested on the Star Network store. But with so many people in the entire galaxy, he was afraid that the batch at home would not be enough to share. Can we sell it on the Star Network store? He didn't forget what happened to the Lee family last time. If Landy hadn't dealt with it later, Green Star would have been discovered long ago. Colonel Lan said it was okay, so we don't have to worry. Since Landy said so, there was nothing to worry about. Green Star doesn't have a logistics transfer station either. How to ship it out? He said just give it to him. Wei Guoyang also told Landy, but Landy said he would take care of it. At that time, Wei Guoyang wanted to ask why they didn't sell it in the name of the Corps. After all, he had solved everything, but in the end, he didn't ask. Then do we need to prepare the packaging box first? Wei Dong still remembered the last time he used a simple packaging bag. That can't happen again this time. There are some on Kaiyang Star. Just take some time to go and buy them. His brain kept ringing, and he buried his head in dealing with things again after he finished speaking. Seeing that he was busy, Wei Dong didn't bother him anymore, and he could solve the packaging box issue himself. Chapter 141. When Wei Dong returned to his room to watch the live broadcast again, the fragrance filled the entire live broadcast room, and the number of online viewers exceeded 10 million. What a nice smell. If I hadn't been watching it from the beginning, I really couldn't believe that this fragrance was from the fish monster. Why did I only find out now that the fish monster can be made so delicious? It was a waste to clean up so many fish monsters in previous years. Just smelling this fragrance, I can already imagine how delicious the fish monster is. Are fish monsters for sale now? I can't wait to make them myself and try them. I have placed an order, Link. I'm so hungry. Big brother, when can you make it? I can't help but secretly taste it. Don't be impatient. It will be more delicious when it's cooked, and delicious food needs to be waited for. Sure, Big Brother answered while picking out the fish bones from the basin. He was going to fry the fish bones, pick out the marinated fish bones, and remove the peppercorns and other seasonings. What are you doing? These are all bones. What else do you want to do? Isn't meat delicious? You know in a moment. Don't think it's just bones. Zura occasionally looked up at the comments and replied. He was able to be the anchor today because he defeated all the anchors in the company. It's all thanks to his skill in making fish monsters. After the live broadcast of Mutant Beast Meat, the boss of their company generously bought a lot of Mutant Beast Meat and treated all their employees to it. Since then, their company has a cafeteria. Although they only eat twice a week, they are very satisfied. In order to learn cooking skills, he spent a lot of effort to persuade the chef of the cafeteria to agree to let him watch from the side. Unexpectedly, he was very talented. After a few times, he actually learned it. He learned to cook it a few times, and the taste was surprisingly good. He almost replaced the position of the canteen chef. But he preferred to be a live broadcaster, so he refused. Because of his cooking skills, the boss gave him the task of making fish monsters live. In order to practice how to handle fish monsters and make better fish monsters, he killed fish monsters for a week and cooked fish monsters for a week before he achieved today's results. It can be said that 1 minute on stage, countless hours off stage. As he spoke, the braised fish monster meat he made at the beginning was ready. As soon as the lid was opened, the strong and overbearing smell came to his face, and the fragrance was so fragrant that it made his mouth water. Oh my God! What a nice smell! What a nice smell! With this smell, I drank several bottles of nutrient solution, but I still felt hungry. I never thought that the fish monster, which looks black and smells fishy, tastes so delicious. No fishy smell at all, love it. I declare that from today on, Mutant Beast Meat and fish monsters are my destiny. Big Brother, are you selling this fish monster? 1,000 star coins. Big Brother, 10,000 star coins, I take it. Get lost, I take all 10,000 star coins. Wow! The fish monster is delicious, the taste is amazing. I feel like I've lived for decades in vain, and I didn't even know that fish monsters are so delicious. Shura glanced at the comments on the barrage and took the opportunity to say, fish monsters are now rampant. If you are willing, you can record the screen for later study. Not only can you enjoy a delicious fish monster feast, but you can also contribute to the federal cleanup of fish monsters. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It's easy for you to say it, but I'm just passing by. Add 1, I bought Mutant Beast Meat last time. I wanted to show off my skills, but I almost burned the house. Add 2, we are all in the same boat. Add 99, please sell us a portion of fish for our misery. Please sell me a portion. My child hasn't eaten for a long time. Please sell me a portion more, and more netizens began to leave messages below, asking for a portion. Shura looked aside from time to time. He was just a tool. He didn't dare to respond without the boss's order. Woman on the side naturally saw the message. If this is the first time, Wu Ming definitely didn't want to eat the fish monster. He hadn't eaten it yet, so how could he sell it? He didn't need that little star currency. But he had already eaten it, and had eaten it for several days in a row, so he didn't care about this meal. This live broadcast was originally planned by Randy. He made a deal with Randy, and changed it to his employees. He promised that this live broadcast must be better than the last one, so that all the people in the galaxy know that the fish monster is not a scourge, but delicious. He waved his hand, and said that it could be sold. When Shura saw it, he immediately smiled and said to the camera, before the end of the live broadcast, I will draw 10 lucky netizens, and give them a free copy of the fish monster. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrage of comments popped up like crazy. Big Brother, choose me, choose me. Big Brother is so nice. I hope I am one of the 10 lucky ones. Only 10, too few. Big Brother, please add some. A few more. Even if there is no one for me, I can still look forward to it. I am a born unlucky person. It is difficult for me to just want one fish monster. Shura Big Brother didn't care about the comments. With so many people, it would not be enough to send all of them out. Okay, let's start the second dish, he said in a high voice, and he didn't care whether the audience was watching or not, and he did it while he was talking. These fish bones are already marinated. Now prepare a clean pot, pour vegetable oil, and when the oil temperature reaches 40 degrees, start frying the fish bones. He put the marinated fish bones into the oil pan one by one. The fish bones slowly began to roll when they met the hot oil. As the fish bones were fried, a fragrance drifted in the live broadcast room. No, I can't stand it. Why can even the inconspicuous fish bones be so fragrant? My mother asked me why I was crying, and I said it was because of the smell of the fish monster that I cried. It's so hot, wow! These bones are so delicious, fragrant and crispy. It turns out that I am not the only one who secretly eats them after all the fish bones of a fish monster were fried. The whole live broadcast room was full of the fragrance of fried fish bones. Not only the audience watching the live broadcast, but also the people at the live broadcast site couldn't help it. When Shura was preparing another dish, a staff member obtained Wu Ming's consent and secretly took away the fried fish bones while the camera was facing Shura. Sir, there is a thief. Look, the fish bones are gone because the holographic live broadcast mode was turned on. Once the fish bones were out of the camera range, the audience watching the live broadcast could not eat them online, and they all called Shura. The person who was called sighed helplessly. It's not like he didn't see it, but the big boss agreed. What can he say? But he still had to explain it clearly. Don't worry, what we promised you will definitely not be less. It's really that the taste is so tempting that our staff can't help it. The next dish I'm going to make is very simple. After the marinated fish head is covered with a layer of chili, it can be steamed directly in the pot for 15 minutes. Today he prepared one fish in 4 ways, one braised, one fried, one steamed, and one fish fillet with red fruit soup. Put the fish head in the steamer, and continue to prepare the last dish of the day. Chapter 142. As the last dish of fish fillet in red fruit soup came out of the pot, the live broadcast also came to an end. The number of online viewers has exceeded 50 million, and the number is still increasing. If Wu Ming had not been prepared in advance, it would probably be crowded again. Okay, today's live broadcast ends here. The next step is the lottery. Netizens who will be drawn later, remember to leave your address. After Shura said this, the backstage randomly selected 10 viewers. The following 10 lucky viewers, please contact us as soon as possible. We will randomly send out 4 kinds of fish monsters delicacies. The audience who were drawn screamed happily and immediately contacted the customer service to leave their addresses. Those who were not drawn complained that there were too few places, too slow hand speed, and poor network speed. FedEx delivers within the range of this planet, within 10 minutes of placing an order. Momo is one of the 10 lucky ones. He is a loyal fan of Shura. To be honest, when he first knew that Shura was going to do a food live broadcast, he was not optimistic. In this day and age, even the ingredients that can be used for cooking are pitifully scarce, and the real chefs have long been recruited by various noble families. Especially for someone like Shura, who is not even a chef, and was a big shot in the arena before, he probably can't even tell the ingredients apart when he goes to do a food live broadcast. But as his loyal fan, Momo still went to the live broadcast room to watch it as soon as he got the news. This sight simply blinded his eyes. Not only did his idol not fail, but he was able to handle the fish monster with ease, and even made 4 delicious dishes very skillfully. He made them with a fish monster that even he didn't like. Even though he watched it from beginning to end, and tried it all online, Momo still couldn't calm down. It was still like a dream, like being selected as one of the 10 viewers. Happiness came too suddenly. After filling in the address, Momo was still in a daze, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. It wasn't until the knocking sound outside the window pulled him back to reality that he realized that more than 10 minutes had passed. He opened the window, and found that it was a courier robot bird. Dear customer, your express has been delivered, please sign for it. The cold mechanical sound came from the belly of the robot bird. Okay. Momo took a step forward and met the robot bird's eyes. The robot bird's light screen flashed a blue light, and the next second, the mechanical sound came again. Verification successful. As soon as the voice fell, the robot bird's abdomen suddenly cracked, and a courier box slid out from it and fell accurately into Momo's hands. Signed successfully, I wish you a happy opening. Momo watched the robot bird fly away, and then he remembered what the express in his hand was. He suppressed his excitement, took the express to the table, found a knife, and opened the box. The box was opened, and inside was another fresh-keeping box, which contained fried fish bones. As soon as the box was opened, a spicy smell that he smelled in the live broadcast room floated into his nose as the lid opened. Momo took a deep breath, and the taste was exactly the same. He counted about 13 or 14 pieces, each half the size of a palm, and the meat attached to the fish bones had been fried into golden yellow, sprinkled with a layer of small powder particles. Smelling the tempting fragrance in the air, Momo couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth to take a bite. Spicy, crispy, and crunchy, just like what he ate in the live broadcast room. The difference is that what he ate now is real, not a bunch of data without a sense of satiety. After eating a piece and satisfying his craving, Mo quickly turned on the light brain, snapped a lot of photos of the fish bones on the table, picked out the most satisfactory pictures, turned on the light brain, edited the text, and sent it to the light brain circle. The next second, his doorbell rang. Who? Mo picked up the fish monster and ate it while walking. He rented a house and lived alone, and his friends rarely came to his house. Mo. When he walked to the door, he heard a familiar voice calling his name, and Mo quickened his pace, as if Fang Yen. The person standing outside the door was indeed his good friend. Why are you here? I came to see you, and by the way, I treat you to this. Fang Yen sniffed calmly, it smelled so good. He stretched out his hand that had been behind his back, and Mo saw a fish monster in his hand. Where did you get the fish monster? Mo shouted in surprise, then thought of what he had just said and said, I don't have any other seasonings at home. Before knowing that wild mutant meat could be eaten, let alone seasonings, there was no kitchen or pots. He had only recently built a simple kitchen and added pots and other things, but he didn't know how to cook, and the seasonings he bought had been used up by him, and he hadn't replenished them yet. I brought it. Fang Yen tapped his space button, walked in, and sniffed pretentiously. What are you eating? It smells so good. As he said this, he followed the smell, and saw the open fresh-keeping box on the table, and his face was immediately filled with surprise. Fried fish bones. I was lucky today, and got picked. This fried fish bone is so fragrant and delicious. Mo happily shared his food with his friends. Fang Yen knew that he was picked, so he came here to eat. On the way, he happened to meet someone selling fish monsters, so he bought one. Well, it's delicious. It tastes really good. Fang Yen looked satisfied. He doesn't have any hobbies, but he likes to eat delicious food. Unfortunately, the food in the Interstellar is too expensive. His salary is not enough for him to have a good meal. It can be said that the appearance of wild mutant beast meat has greatly satisfied his desire for food. He watched the live broadcast today from beginning to end. Eating a bellyful of data in the live broadcast room did not satisfy his craving at all, and made him even hungrier. Seeing a familiar name among the lucky audience, he almost ran over immediately. Fortunately, he came in time and did not miss this delicious meal. After finishing all the fried fish bones, Fang Yen touched his belly that was still clamoring for more, and thought about the fish monster. Mo, let's try making a fish monster. It's so delicious, I haven't had enough. Mo froze when he realized that his friend had treated him to a fish monster, but in fact, he had eaten his fried fish bones. How did he realize that he was deceived? My fried fish bones. Don't shout, wait until it's done, I give you half. Although Fang Yen was in the wrong, he didn't regret it, and comforted him. You can't do it. Mo said to him bluntly. Who said that? I can cook mutant beast meat. Fish monsters are the same. Fang Yen looked confident. I watched the video carefully for no less than 10 times, and I will definitely handle it well. The video he was talking about was the one posted by Randy. Then I wait, remember you said you would give me half. Mo didn't forget to remind him. Okay, I show you now. Fang Yen immediately stood up, and carried the fish monster to Momo's kitchen. Chapter 143. The kitchen of Momo's house was built later. It is very simple, but the pots and other tools are very complete. Fang Yen picked up the fish monster and threw it into the pool, then washed it. He took out the chopping board and prepared to process it according to the method in the video. Mo walked over, holding the light computer in one hand and pointing it at him, ready to broadcast live. Fang Yen did watch the video over and over again for no less than 10 times. But theoretical knowledge and practical operation are two different things. Understanding does not mean that you can do it. The fish monster itself is slippery. Once it entered the water, the dying fish monster came back to life. The tail swung, splashing water all over Fang Yen. He stepped forward to catch the fish monster, and the fish monster's desire to survive burst out, and it bit its body and swung hard. Paw! A very loud sound. Mo saw from the video that he laughed very impolitely, and the camera kept shaking. Fang Yen was stunned after being hit in the face by the fish monster's tail. He couldn't believe that he was slapped by the fish monster's tail. A stream of messages flashed across the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Fish monster, you didn't expect it. You are so shameless, you got taught a lesson now. The fish monster is not only slippery, but also has an unpleasant fishy smell. It is really too difficult to deal with. I hope there are processed fish monsters for sale, so I don't have to deal with it myself. Seeing this, I suddenly don't want to eat it. Knock it out first. If you can't, just throw it to the ground and see how arrogant it is. Fang Yin was reminded by Momo to knock it out first and then deal with it. In order to avenge the tail, Fang Yin rushed forward and held down the fish monster that wanted to run around. Fearing that it would slip away, he dug his hands into the gills of the fish, picked it up, and threw it to the ground. Huh, so violent. I like it. You need some skills to eat the fish monster. Fang Yin walked over and confirmed that the fish monster had completely fainted and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When watching the video, he thought it was very simple to see others handle it easily, but reality taught him a lesson. This is too difficult. But he boasted that he would do it no matter how difficult it was. He picked up the fish monster and walked back to the cooking table. After rinsing it with water, Fang Yin began to handle it in the order he watched the video. Scrape the scales, remove the gills, remove the fish line, open the belly, remove the internal organs, and wash the black membrane. The movements were awkward and unnatural, and he almost scratched himself, but he finally handled it. Cut the fish monster into pieces, and Fang Yin put the seasonings he brought into the marinade. Because there was no garlic and coriander, he could only add more chili powder, pepper, cumin powder, pepper, and salt. Are you going to roast it? Momo saw that he had added so many seasonings and cut it into such large pieces. It didn't look like he was going to braise it at all, but rather roast it like a mutant beast meat. Yes. Fang Yin nodded in agreement. He was best at roasting mutant beast meat. Anyway, fish monsters were also meat, so there shouldn't be any difference. Marinating takes time. Fang Yin washed his hands several times before he didn't smell the fishy smell. The only bad thing about fish monsters was that they smelled too strong. What are you looking at? Fang Yin noticed that Momo had been laughing at the light brain, so he asked closer. Ha ha ha. Look, doesn't this person look like you just now? Momo turned the light screen to show him, and there was a video of other people dealing with fish monsters. The man in the video was just like Fang Yin just now, frantically catching the fish monster and handling it slowly with awkward movements. The fish monster slipped out of his hands again without being careful. This is not the first time. I have no experience. Once I become proficient, it won't be like this. Fang Yin glanced at it and looked away. He didn't want to see the video and even think about himself. It would be great if there was a special processing machine. Momo exited the video and found that there were many such videos on the Star Network. All of them were eager to try it themselves after watching the live broadcast. Although the fish monster they processed did not look good, it was indeed non-toxic after processing according to the video. There were many people who watched the video and live broadcast, but not many dared to try it. On the contrary, it was because of the videos posted by those who dared to try or the dynamics of the light brain circle that attracted some people to try it. After tasting it, these people began to post in the circle to recommend it, causing more and more people to follow suit. The speed of Star Network transmission was extremely fast. In just one day, the fish monster had become a dish on the table of every family. In order to get more people to join the fish-eating action, the government quickly selected a batch of edible fish monsters, processed them attentively, and put them on sale in the Star Network Mall. Of course, this is a later story. At this time, Fang Yin was preparing to take out the marinated fish pieces for grilling. Use Momo's energy gas tank, put a grid-shaped metal material on it, and put the fish on it. Not to mention, the meat is essentially the same, and the fragrance comes out after just a while of grilling. It smells so good, Momo said while broadcasting live. Originally, he didn't plan to broadcast live, but the audience strongly urged him to finish the live broadcast. They wanted to see if the fish monster made by amateurs was just as delicious. If it was the same, they would also buy it back to try. Momo had no choice but to continue the live broadcast. It smells good, but I don't know how it tastes. The host's cooking method is quite simple. If it tastes good, I will buy it back and cook it. For the Federation, eat the fish monsters. It's funny. There are so many fish monsters that they can flood the planet, but they are so shameless that they want to eat it down. There is strength in numbers. I don't believe it. As the burnt aroma mixed with the spicy smell of fish spread in the air, the people in the live broadcast room were drooling. Momo glanced at the people who were talking more and more outrageous, and saw that the fish was almost done. He didn't want to broadcast anymore. Anyway, he saw it, so he didn't let them eat it. Okay, everyone has seen it and smelled it. The fish monsters are not as unpalatable as everyone imagines. Instead, they are delicious. I want to enjoy the food. Goodbye. After that, He didn't care about what everyone said and turned off the light brain directly. Host, don't let us taste your cooking skills. Momo didn't see it. He quit the live broadcast. There were more important things waiting for him to do, so he didn't care what others did. Can you eat it? He stared at the burnt fish meat and swallowed shamefully. Wait a minute. Fang Yin rolled his eyes at him. His hands kept moving, brushing a layer of oil, and cutting a few cuts on the fish meat with a knife to make the inside cook faster. Momo looked at it eagerly, like a large animal waiting to be fed. Okay. As soon as Fang Yin finished speaking, Momo couldn't wait to reach out for it, shouting that it was hot, and stuffing it into his mouth. Can't you wait a while? Fang Yin couldn't bear it anymore, so he took a bowl for him to put it in, and handed him a fork. Delicious. Tasting it, Momo gave Fang Yin a thumbs up, indicating that it was good. Fang Yin also took a bite of his own hand. In fact, it still had a little fishy smell if he tasted it carefully, but they ignored it. Sure enough, food made by yourself tastes especially delicious. Chapter 144. After the live broadcast, a wave of fish-eating monsters swept the Star Network again, and this time even the federal government came out. Overnight, the fish monsters that had troubled people for many years became the people's food. But many people said that without garlic and coriander, they always felt that the taste was missing, and the taste was much different from what they had eaten in Shira's live broadcast room. They were all looking forward to when garlic and coriander would be available on the Star Network Mall. Green Star. Wei Ning didn't know that her family was going to sell garlic and coriander, and she was busy picking bamboo roots from the bamboo seed to plant. The bamboo shoots that passed through her hands were already a delicacy in the eyes of everyone. Since there were no trees to plant, she would plant bamboos and eat bamboo shoots in the future. After choosing a hill 2 hills away from the courtyard as the future bamboo forest, Wei Ning prepared to dig some bamboo roots to plant. For physical work, Wei Dong, the laborer, must be indispensable. Wei Ning had agreed with him in advance. Wei Ning originally thought that only the two of them were there, but when they set out, Qin Haojia and Wen brought 4 more teammates, under the pretext of helping her dig bamboo roots. Wei Ning. We are going to cut bamboo shoots, but she was too lazy to expose their little thoughts. It was just right that with more people, she could plant all the bamboo roots on the mountain earlier. The group went to the bamboo sea in a mighty manner. This time, Wei Dong stopped the spacecraft in a different place. As soon as the hatch opened, Qin Haojia and the others rushed out, looking at the bamboo sea that they had looked down on before, but now they looked at it anyway. Where do you want to dig? Qin Haojia had not forgotten what they said when they came, and asked Wei Ning how to do it first. Wei Ning walked down for a while, and looked around. The bamboos here are all very big, and there are very few small ones. Since they are all the same, Wei Ning doesn't care about size. Cut the dense ones, leave 1 meter high, and dig them out with the roots. Bamboo has a high survival rate and grows fast. It can be planted with bamboo whips, but if you want to grow a bamboo forest in a short time, it is best to choose healthy and disease-free bamboos. After Wei Ning's instructions, Qin Haojia took people to the dense places to pick bamboos to dig. You need to cut the bamboos, leave 1 meter high, and then dig down along the bamboo roots. The bamboo root system is well developed, and the roots are densely grown underneath. When you dig with a hoe, you can dig half of the soil and half of the roots. Although it is not easy to dig, Qin Haojia and his team are strong, so these are not a problem. The division of labor is clear among the people. 2 people in a group, one is responsible for cutting bamboo, and the other is responsible for digging bamboo roots, and soon they dug out a bamboo. The hilltop that Wei Ning chose had about 10 mu of land. To plant the whole hilltop, at least thousands of bamboo roots had to be dug. However, the bamboo sea here was very large, and some places were densely covered with bamboos, so digging some of them would not have any impact. They dug bamboo roots for a day, and planted them on the hill the next day. It had been a week since the whole hilltop was planted with bamboos. These days, Qin Haojia and his teammates not only helped Wei Ning dig bamboo roots on the hilltop, but also cut a lot of bamboo shoots back. If Wei Ning hadn't stopped them, they would have cut all the bamboo shoots. Wei Ning persuaded them to leave some. Wei Ning also cut some back himself, but he didn't eat them. He cooked them all, dried them into dried bamboo shoots, and put them away. As for what Qin Haojia and his team cut, they were also dried, but they were all done by Qin Haojia and the soldiers stationed there. After the bamboo roots were planted, Wei Ning used her supernatural powers to stimulate the growth of the bamboo roots until they took root and survived, and then she just left it alone, watering it every once in a while. After the bamboo survived, the people sent by Border Star also arrived at Green Star. Lavender also bloomed lavender flowers, after Wei Ning placed Xiangxiang in the back mountain for one night. The 5 plants she planted in the yard also grew branches. The lavender seeds that Randy gave her are now more than 10 centimeters tall. However, only the Wei family knew about this, and everyone else thought that there were only those in the back mountain. But these were enough to amaze the people from Border Star. The person who came to Green Star this time was Mond, the exclusive senior pharmacist of the 4th Legion. The reason Hui Yunchuan asked him to come here was to test the medicinal properties of artificially planted angelica. At that time, he almost couldn't believe what he heard, and only after confirming it again did he react that he really didn't hear it wrong. Someone has planted angelica. He was ecstatic. No senior pharmacist didn't like the herb. This meant that he could refine more advanced mental relief drugs. If the distance was not too far, he would have wanted to pick some experimental medicinal properties right away. Almost as soon as Hui Yunchuan finished speaking, he began to pack up and prepare, but it was already a week later when he arrived at Green Star. As soon as he got off the starship and saw Randy coming to pick him up, he immediately asked Randy to take him to see where the herb was planted. He also wanted to see who had such great ability to do something that others could not do in their entire lives. No hurry, settle down first before going. Randy could understand his mood at the moment, but he still had to settle down. A lot of weapons and machinery were also transported this time, so these also had to be arranged. Why not? How long have I been waiting? Mond was so anxious that his beard was about to stand up. He didn't come here for fun. You have to clean up and go meet the owner first, right? Randy looked him up and down. I don't know if Mond has been researching new medicines on the way. Not only are his clothes wrinkled, but there are also stains here and there, which look like some kind of juice. After she said that, Mond looked at his clothes, which were a little dirty. He was thinking about the spiritual herbs in his heart, and felt that he was walking too slowly, so he went into the laboratory to study his new medicine. When he was busy, he didn't notice whether there was any juice accidentally splashed on his clothes. Thinking of going to meet the owner of the planet, he was indeed rude. No matter how anxious Mond was, he could only hold back and clean himself up first. Mond got on the spaceship that came to pick him up, and Randy had time to check the supplies transported this time. He had a list in his hand, but he still had to check it himself to see if there was anything wrong. Mainly weapons, machinery and some seeds, as well as some daily necessities they needed. The seeds were found by other soldiers in the base on other planets, and transported here together. Except for various vegetables and crops, everything else was missing here. Some of the things they could buy on Kaiyang Star, some were distributed regularly by the Legion, and some were only available within the Legion. There were quite a lot of things transported this time, and Randy took some time to confirm that they were correct. He took away the space button containing the seeds, and asked someone to move all the things onto the spaceship. He also boarded the spaceship that was specially used to pick up Mond. On the way back to the base, he could talk to Mond about Green Star and the Wei family. Chapter 145. Mond was only responsible for the medicine in the Border Star, and he was not very clear about other things. But Green Star was very famous in the garrison, not for anything else, just because of the various vegetables and fruits on the table. Later, knowing that these could effectively treat mental riots, Mond became more curious about Green Star. But he also studied vegetables and fruits, and there were no usable medicinal ingredients in them. If it weren't for the report, he would definitely suspect that it was fake. There is nothing in the world that can treat mental riots, but the facts are there, and it is difficult for him not to believe it. Although it was not done by the medicine he refined, he was still very happy, so that there would not be so many soldiers who had mental riots due to lack of medicine. Listening to Randy's introduction to Green Star and the Wei family, Mond became more curious about them. He couldn't wait to go and see. Randy pretended not to see his urgency, and took him back to the garrison as planned and arranged accommodation. Mond had no choice but to do it. But he couldn't stay there, so he washed up and went out to look around. A new building was built in the base, just opposite the original one, and the open space in the middle was full of bamboo cut by Chen Haojia and his team. Mond saw it when he came in, but it was a little far from the door, so he didn't look carefully. Now he came to see it clearly. There were pieces and pieces, neatly placed on the shelves. He looked for a long time before he realized that these were young plants of evergreen trees. Master Mond. Jay saw him and walked over. Why don't you rest? I can't sleep. Mond was not surprised to see Jace. He just happened to come over, so he asked him what these were for. These can be dried and cooked. Jace thought of the deliciousness of bamboo shoots, and when he looked at the half-dried bamboo shoots, he had more expectations in his heart. He wondered how the dried bamboo shoots tasted. Eat? Mon was stunned. Did he hear wrong? There are so many vegetable crops here, and they still need to eat such bitter and astringent things. You don't know yet? The taste of these bamboo shoots is not bad at all. There are still many fresh ones in the cafeteria. You can try them in the evening. Jace explained when he saw his surprise. When they first cut them back, they were like this. After eating them, they were not surprised. Is this bamboo shoot? Mon thought about the word he heard and asked. We just called it casually for convenience. Don't mind it. Jace thought he was concerned about how to eat bamboo shoots, but he asked this first. He repeated what Shinhaojia said casually. Mon looked over and thought his answer was perfunctory. Just looked away guiltily. He thought so too, but Shinhaojia didn't give him a perfect answer. He kept calling him that, so he got used to it. Besides, who would care about what it was called if the focus wasn't on how to eat? Jess smiled awkwardly. Shall I take you around? Jess didn't want to continue the topic and tried to divert his attention. Jess thought he was going to take him to see the plantation, so he agreed. Jess just wanted to take him around the base. Both of them thought the other understood what they meant, so they didn't say anything. Jace led the way, showing Mon the cafeteria, office, recreation room, laboratory, and the newly built training room at the back, and finally returned to the starting point. Mon thought he was taking him to familiarize himself with the environment first, and then to the planting area, but he stopped after a circle. He realized that he had misunderstood, and was about to speak. Randy came over, and called them to have dinner. Jace also invited him to try the food in the cafeteria. Mon didn't know what to say, so he followed him to have dinner. Because of his arrival, today's dishes were pretty good, with fish, meat, vegetables, and bamboo shoots. It wasn't the first time Mon had eaten these things. Except for the taste and texture of the bamboo shoots, which were quite fresh, the others were almost the same. He also knew that he wouldn't be able to see the spiritual herb today, so he simply didn't ask. Anyway, the purpose of his coming here was to test the medicinal properties, and he would see it sooner or later. The next morning, Randy and Jess came to find him, saying that they were going to meet the Wei family together. The Sahiwan had received a notice yesterday, knowing that Randy would come with a senior pharmacist today. They came out and waited before the agreed time. Not long after they came out, a spaceship flew over from a distance. The spaceship stopped in front of the Sahiwan gate, the hatch opened, and the first to come out was an old man with a beard and gray hair. Randy and Jess followed closely behind. After Randy introduced each other to each other, Wei Guoyang led them over. It was the first time that Mon saw how well the barren planet was built, and his favorability towards the Wei family rose sharply, and he praised them generously. You are awesome. Thank you. Wei Guoyang did not feel ashamed at all. Green Star is what it is today because of their hard work. We are here. Wei Guoyang pointed to the purple flower path at the foot of the mountain. It has bloomed. Jess hadn't been here for a few days. The last time he came, they were still buds, but now they are blooming. There were not many seeds, only about 100, and Wei Ning planted a row of them. Only Wei Ning felt that it looked a little too few. The others were excited when they saw the light purple flowers swaying gently in the breeze. These were already a lot for them. They had never seen so many at once. Mond walked over excitedly. He squatted down and carefully reached out his hand to touch the blooming flowers. The tiny flowers were stacked together, and you could smell the faint fragrance of flowers when you got close. Really? It's true. In my lifetime, I can actually see the artificially cultivated Angelica. I have no regrets in this life. Master, don't get excited, everyone is watching. Landy stepped forward and whispered. We have just seen it, and haven't tested it yet. What if the medicinal properties are not enough? It will be embarrassing. You see it, so you see it. Are you afraid of being laughed at? Mon doesn't care. He can't understand his mood at the moment. There are so many Angelicas. Anyone would be like this. But he didn't forget what he came for. After the excitement, he took out a box and a pair of scissors from the space button. Carefully cut off a flower, and put it in the box. Is one enough? Wei Guoyang asked. There are so many, don't you pick more? One is enough to test the medicinal properties. Monda's attitude towards Wei Guoyang was very gentle. These are the best quality Angelica herbs I've ever seen. How did you do it? We just grew them from seeds. We didn't expect this to happen. We just don't know what the medicinal properties are. No matter what the medicinal properties are, being able to grow them is better than everyone else. After hearing this, Wei Guoyang couldn't help but look at Wei Ning with pride on his face. His Ning Ning is indeed better than others. Chapter 146. After cutting the flower branches, Mon was in a hurry to go back and refine them into potions, and he didn't talk much with Wei Guoyang and the others. He will stay here for a while, and there will be plenty of time to talk later. Jay sent him back, and Randy stayed to discuss the listing of garlic and coriander with Wei Guoyang. It has been more than a week since the live broadcast, and it's time to arrange this matter. Now there are posts everywhere on the Star Internet asking when to see garlic and coriander. There are also many videos of daily live broadcasts of eating fish monsters. With the premise of eating wild mutant beast meat, accepting that fish monsters can also be eaten is very smooth. Randy has not been idle these days. While connecting with government departments for information, he has contacted FedEx to see if a special transportation line can be opened between Green Star and Capital Star. After the special transportation line is built, the speed will be greatly improved whether it is travel or receiving and sending goods. This special line will pass through the best developed and most populous planets in the Federation, which will also be of great help to the future development of Green Star. But the result was not ideal. The express company thought that it was unnecessary to build such a dedicated line, and it was a waste of resources. Randy also knew that this was indeed the case with the current situation of Green Star, but the future of Green Star was immeasurable. Since FedEx was unwilling, he would change to another one. But he contacted several companies, but they were unwilling because the distance was too far and there was no prospect. The last one that agreed was just a small company with no reputation. Randy agreed because the boss was a retired soldier, and he was a retired soldier from the 4th Legion, and most of the employees under him were soldiers who had to retire after the mental riot. Their base camp is in Ural, 10,000 light years away from the capital. But their company is currently unable to open a dedicated transportation line. Because of the special staff, Randy signed a cooperation contract with them. Wei Guoyang only asked questions about transportation and distribution, and did not think that the company was not as famous as other large companies. As long as the goods can be delivered to the customer safely, of course, it is better to be faster. The main transportation problem has been solved, and the rest is much simpler. Wei Guoyang said that it is always available here. So, when everyone was still asking where to buy garlic and coriander on the Star Network, the fruit and vegetable shop of the Star Network Mall quietly put on the shelves 10,000 pieces of garlic and coriander. Because Wei Guoyang did not decorate the store at the beginning, people who visited the Star Network Mall did not notice that there was such a store in an inconspicuous corner, and the things they had been thinking about for a long time were sold in it. Ding! The store you paid special attention to has new products. Pongbo was shopping in the Star Network Mall when a reminder sound suddenly appeared in his mind. He didn't react for a moment. When did he pay special attention to the store? He just saw a game cabin and was thinking about how to ask his father to buy it for him. The reminder sounded again. He remembered that the vegetables he bought in a certain store defeated his hated enemy. Because the vegetables were particularly delicious, he thought about it for a long time after eating them and paid special attention to that store. Unfortunately, until the vegetables were changed to mutant beast meat and then fish monsters, the store still didn't put any products on the shelves. It has been so long that he has forgotten that he has paid attention to this store. He hurried to the street where the store was located. Very good, it was still deserted with only a few people shopping, and there was no one at the door of the store. Pongbo pretended to be a casual shopkeeper, looking around, and finally entered the store. He hadn't been here for a few months, and the store was still the same as before, without even a welcoming robot. Not to mention the decoration. Except for the most original cold white walls, there were only the basic configuration of the store. There were display cabinets on the left and right sides and in front. The videos and pictures of vegetables in the display cabinets were gone, replaced by two things he didn't recognize. One was a white skin with uneven particles, and the hole was as big as his fist. Its introduction was written below. Garlic. It has a strong and spicy garlic smell, can enhance the flavor and freshness, and can strengthen the body. The other is a green plant that looks like a vegetable but not a vegetable, and there is also an introduction below. Coriander. The tender stems and fresh leaves have a special fragrance. It can remove the fishy smell of meat, and has the unique effect of removing the fishy smell and enhancing the taste. After reading the introduction of these two, Pongbo suddenly patted himself. Isn't this the garlic and coriander I have been thinking about for a long time? Recently, their fish monster has eaten a lot. Although the taste is quite good, he always feels that there is still a fishy smell and tastes bad in his mouth after eating. Since these two can remove the fishy smell and enhance the freshness, he bought them back and cooked them with the fish monster, and there would be no fishy smell. While no one came, Pongbo wanted to buy them all like last time. But he found that the order failed. He looked and saw that the purchase quantity was limited. Each person could only buy one, and the price was 50 star coins per piece. He placed the order again, one for each item, and clicked to confirm payment. This time it was successful. Since I can't buy it all at once, I buy it in batches. Pongwa suddenly had an idea and gave himself a thumbs up for his wit. He placed the order again with a smile, and the result showed that you have already purchased successfully, and you can't buy it again. Oh my god, this is not allowed. I can't buy it even though I have money. I want to complain to you. He actually found the complaint section and wrote a 100-word complaint. The gist was that the boss looked down on him. Not only was the price low, but he also didn't allow him to buy it all, and didn't allow him to buy it again, which seriously affected his shopping mood. After sending it, Pongwa immediately went offline and rushed to his mother, Mrs. Pang, asking her to go to Xinguang to buy garlic and coriander. At the same time, he did not forget to send a message to his father and his good friends. How could he not call his good brothers for such a good thing? Mom, hurry up, what if there is no more? Pang Bo saw that his mother had not taken any action yet, and hurriedly urged her. He was so anxious that he wanted to snatch his mother's laptop and place an order for him. Why are you in such a hurry? Let me take a look first. There are still many left. Mrs. Pang went in and read the introduction first, and then looked at the store. She thought to herself that this was too shabby. After reading it, she slowly placed the order. When she saw that there were still $99.99 in stock, she was generous and wanted to buy it all. But the same situation happened as Pang Bo. Xiao Bo, why can't you buy all? Each person can only buy one copy per account. Speaking of this, Pang Bo was angry. It would be great if he could buy all. He didn't lack the money. Chapter 147. Why can't you buy more? We are short of 50 star coins? Mrs. Pang had no choice but to place an order and buy one. If I'm not allowed to buy, I can't ask others to buy it. Mrs. Pang immediately sent messages to her parents, brother, younger brother, sister and good friends, asking them to go to Star Network to buy the garlic and coriander. Afraid that they didn't know where to buy them, she sent them a link. Does your father know? If not, tell him. Mrs. Pang asked while sending messages. He has already placed an order. Pang Bo looked at the message his father sent back in his mind. Recently, the most uploaded items on Star Network are garlic and coriander. Anyone who received the message immediately went to the Star Network mall to buy them. Seeing that the price was only 50 star coins per copy, everyone was very generous and wanted to buy dozens or hundreds of copies, but in the end, they were restricted to buying only one copy. What? Limit one purchase per person, then let the whole family have one. It's not enough for them to buy it themselves. How can they not share this good thing with everyone? Everyone has relatives and friends. You tell me, I tell him. 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100, 100 tells 1,000, and in less than an hour, all 10,000 copies were sold out. People who knew about it late came in and saw that there was only an empty shelf, without even a trace of vegetables. People who couldn't buy ran to the comment area to leave messages. Boss, where are the goods? Hurry up and stock them up. Didn't you say there were garlic and coriander? Why are they gone? Boss, stock up. Boss, the fish monster in the pot is waiting for garlic and coriander. Boss, I don't want more, just a small portion. Boss Wei Guiliang listened to the ding-dong reminder sound for an hour. I don't have time to read the comments, I'm busy packing and shipping. So many, how long will it take to pack? Wei Dong looked at the mountain in front of him that was taller than him, feeling both happy and annoyed. I was happy that so many copies were sold at once, but I was annoyed that so many had to be packed manually. Hurry up, we have to send them all out today. Wei Guiliang was dividing the portions on the side, watching him mutter and urged him. Father, can't we get a fully automatic packing machine? There were so many, it would be fine once, but if it happened more than once, he would be afraid. It's not ready yet. Wei Guiliang didn't expect it to be sold out all at once. He thought it would last for a few days. Boss, are you planning to sell these things in the Star Network store for a long time? There was not enough manpower, so Haifeng was also pulled in by Wei Dong to pack. After all, he has been busy recently, and the city construction is about to start. He has to go to the field to survey and select the site. He didn't even know that Green Star's products were sold in the Star Network store, and he missed the opportunity to buy them in vain. He was still thinking about buying them and sending them home. There are only 2 things in front of us, garlic and coriander. Let's wait for the rest. The output of the planting area can now meet the needs of the 4th Legion, but with the addition of the 5th Legion, it is not enough. Because they don't like garlic and coriander very much, they sell the extra ones. If the quantity is large, we can build a small logistics center first, and then buy some machines, so that we don't need to pack manually. Haifeng took the package, sealed it, and put it aside. It doesn't take much time to build a small logistics center. Because of the preparation for building a city, Wei Guoyang bought a batch of engineering robots. Under the current conditions, half a month is enough to build a small logistics center. Dad, I strongly request the construction of a logistics center. Wei Ning immediately agreed with both hands. It's the interstellar age. If we don't use high technology now, when should we wait? Yes, father, it's too slow for us to pack by ourselves. Wei Dong also agreed. Even if we have to build it, you have to pack these. Wei Guoyang glared at Wei Dong and told him to work quickly. He turned around and discussed with Haifeng where to build a logistics center, and how much area was needed. He was right. It was better to build a logistics center, which would save packaging time. I'd put the tiger skin orchid on the shelf and sell it then. Wei Ning thought it was time to sell her tiger skin orchid. You don't eat it, others may not buy it. Wei Dong thought it was more cost-effective to sell peppers than to sell it. You might as well sell the peppers, since there are so many anyway. Peppers are too spicy. You can harvest a lot by planting a batch. There are still a lot of peppers at home now. Do you think everyone else is just like you, thinking only about eating? Wei Ning was not happy. The snake plant is now looking very beautiful, with leaves stacked up and clustered together, and golden patterns on the edges of the leaves, which is very pleasing to the eye. Wait until I order a batch of nice-looking pots and plant them in pots. It will look better. Then I wait. Before there were no other plants, Wei Dong would still think that the snake plant was special. Now, it's not enough to just look good, it has to taste good. The fish monster is so ugly, but it can still attract everyone's attention, isn't it, because it tastes good? It took them a day to prepare 10,000 packages, and they were all shipped out before dark. The next day, the people who received the package the fastest were residents of Kaiyang Star. The Pang family placed 3 orders in total, and they were delivered at the same time. Pang Bo deliberately did not go out to play today, and waited for the courier at home. He also knew at this time that the person who delivered the package to him before was not an employee of the courier company, so he was not surprised to see that it was not the same person this time. He received the package and unpacked it as soon as he returned to the living room. Very fresh 4 garlics and a handful of coriander were packed separately, and there was still some soil on the roots. He picked up the garlic and put it to the tip of his nose to smell it. Sure enough, there was a smell, and the smell of coriander was stronger. In the evening, Mrs. Pang used the newly arrived garlic and coriander when cooking, and found that the mutant beast meat and fish meat with garlic and coriander were indeed more fragrant, and the fishy smell of the fish monster was much lighter, almost negligible. Everyone who received the goods on the same day couldn't help but cook a big meal with garlic and coriander as seasonings, and they all said that the food tasted better with these 2 things. With the heart of sharing good things, they all shared it with their brains. Those who didn't buy it felt even more jealous, and they ran to the common area of fruit and vegetable shop to leave messages urging for delivery. Because Wei Guoyang set the delivery range, the people who got it were all residents of the surrounding planets. After the Star Network video fermented, residents far away in the capital star and nearby stars found that they didn't know that the Star Network store already had garlic and coriander for sale. By the time they followed the clues and found the store selling garlic and coriander, the goods were already gone. When I looked at the comments in the comment area, they were all urging the boss to get new ones. But all the messages fell on deaf ears, and the boss didn't reply at all. Chapter 148. Boss Wei Guoyang didn't even notice that there was a comment section. He would just log in and put the items on the shelves, and that was it. Anyway, every time they were put on the shelves, they were sold out. They must be popular. There was no need to pay too much attention to other things. Wei Ning really wanted to sell the snake plant. Before going to bed, she went to the Star Network Mall and found a store that specialized in selling various glass products, and ordered a batch of large flower pots. The next day was the day she and Chen Haojia agreed to go to the forest. This time, they were no longer going to the bamboo sea. When they went to dig bamboo to plant, Chen Haojia did not forget to throw Wei Ning in for training. With the first experience, Wei Ning performed very well in the following times, and made rapid progress. Now the saber-toothed rats dared not come out when they saw them cutting bamboo shoots. They could only hide from a distance and watch them pluck out their food. When they set off, Wei Ning and Chen Haojia were followed by a tail. You guys are going too? Wei Ning glanced at Wei Dong behind her, and Wu behind Chen Haojia, not understanding why they were joining in the fun. I'm going to train too. Wei Dong felt that his sister had worked so hard, and he couldn't fall behind, Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat her one day. As your training instructor, I have to see how much you've learned. Both of them had their reasons, and Wei Ning didn't bother to care. Just go if you want to. Qin Haojia had been on Green Star for so long, and he had explored almost every place on Green Star with vegetation. He also knew exactly which place was the habitat of which mutant beast, better than the two masters, Wei Dong and Wei Ning. Let's eat chicken today. Qin Haojia set the route, and came out to say to Wei Ning. This means that her target today is the mutant cuckoo chicken. The mutant cuckoo chicken is a low-level mutant beast, and its attack power is stronger than that of the saber-toothed rat. What needs to be paid attention to is its sharp claws, wings, and its sharp beak. After the incident with the saber-toothed rat, Wei Ning is no longer a white who knows nothing. She has searched for a lot of information about mutant beasts these days. When she heard about the mutant cuckoo chicken, information about it appeared in her mind. Soon, the spaceship stopped. Wei Ning looked out the window, and saw a valley similar to a pond not far away. But this place is much larger than that place, and there are a few trees growing sparsely on the hillside. There may be a water source here, and the grass is very lush. The most conspicuous thing is that there is a half-human-high rooster, with a circle of dark red feathers around its neck, and the rest is black. Wei Ning jumped down, and walked towards the rooster with a sword. Wei Dong and the other two also stood in front of the hatch of the spaceship, watching Wei Ning walk towards her battlefield with full momentum, like a warrior going to war. The mutant cuckoo chicken discovered the intruder when Wei Ning approached, and it clucked, flapped its wings, and kept digging the ground with its claws, ready to attack at any time. When Wei Ning was 10 meters away from it, she pushed hard with her feet, took advantage of the force to jump, and pointed the sword in her hand at the chicken's neck and chopped it. The mutant cuckoo chicken sensed the danger, spread its wings, half flew up, and grabbed Wei Ning with its claws. Wei Ning knew the power of its claws, so she dodged sideways. She's improving very quickly. Wu looked at Wei Ning's flexible evasion and neat moves, and praised. Is she so tough now? Wei Dong pointed at Wei Ning, and looked at Qin Haojia, a little bit unable to believe what he saw. How long has she been training? And she is so brave that she dares to fight with mutant beasts. A few months ago, she was still a weak chicken protected by them. I estimate that her physical fitness level is a level. Qin Haojia touched his chin and said. Indeed, it has reached it. I remember that she only had C-level physical fitness before awakening. Why do I feel that her mental power level is more than E-level? Before in the bamboo sea, he didn't notice it much, but now seeing that she has been fighting with the mutant cuckoo chicken for so long, her movements have not been affected, and it is inevitable that he feels something is wrong. There is a level suppression between mentalists, and the same is true for mutant beasts. The mutant cuckoo chicken is at level C, and Wei Ning should be suppressed by it. But looking at the battle between them, it is obvious that Wei Ning has a slight advantage, and she is getting braver and braver, and her movements are getting more and more neat, and she is not affected at all. Can it be upgraded? Wei Dong was not sure, because he knew Wei Ning was different from them. No way. So far, no one's spiritual power level has been upgraded. Wu disagreed. He believed that it was because of Wei Ning's own uniqueness. After all, no one could have other talents and skills after failing to awaken. Maybe. Qin Haojia could not figure it out, so he temporarily attributed it to Wei Ning's uniqueness. In the distance, Wei Ning chopped off the head of the mutant cuckoo chicken with a sword. The chicken's body kept shaking, and Wei Ning was covered in blood. Wei Ning was so tired that she wanted to sit down and rest. Her body stiffened, and she suddenly jumped away. A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the bush behind her and rushed towards her. The battle just now had cost her a lot of energy, and she was already exhausted. She dodged by instinct. At first glance, it was a hen with black hair on her head. She had been hiding in the bushes before, and she hadn't noticed it. Moreover, the hen was very patient, and didn't come out until now. Wei Ning tightened her grip on the sword. She was now half exhausted. She was at a disadvantage against a hen in her prime, so she had to fight. She knew that unless her life was really hanging by a thread, Qin Haojia and the others would not come to help her. She could only blame her bad luck for running into a pair. It took Wei Ning an hour, at the cost of her shoulder being scratched by the claws, to kill the hen. After the hen fell to the ground, Wei Ning was completely exhausted and sat directly on the ground. The injury on her shoulder was pulled, and she gasped in pain. Ning Ning, are you okay? Wei Dong hurried over and took out the medicine to treat her injury. Not bad. Except for the wound and physical exhaustion, she didn't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Wei Ning took the potion and drank it in one gulp. After a while, the wound healed slowly. It was a little painful and itchy, But Wei Ning resisted touching it. There's something over there. Wei Ning looked in the direction where the hen appeared. Qin Haojia and Wuan had already walked over there. They looked carefully over there, and really found it. It was a nest of mutant cuckoo chicken eggs. The two were not very interested in this. Just as they were about to turn around and beat them, they suddenly found that the gray-white egg suddenly shook and then cracked. The two were stunned, watching the baby beast in the crack struggling to stick its head out from inside, which was very strange. They had never seen the scene of the birth of an egg beast. It turned out to be like this. It was still an egg a moment ago, but now it has become a moving baby beast. What are you doing? We have to go back. Wei Dong saw that they were hesitant to move, so he walked over and asked. Then he saw another baby that had just hatched from its shell, and cried out in surprise. Fuck. Chapter 149. The three of them were like newbies, who had never seen the world. They all gathered together, and watched the young animals hatching one after another without blinking. This was the scene Wei Ning saw when he came over. Although he found it funny, he could understand it. They had seen and killed many mutants, but they had never seen the appearance of a young animal being born, so they would inevitably find it novel. If you like it, you can take it home and raise it. How to raise a mutant. The three of them looked at each other. It was not that they had never thought about raising a mutant, but they had no experience. They died after raising it for a few days. After many times, they gave up. They should be easy to raise just by feeding them what they eat. Chickens should be the easiest kind of livestock to raise. Just feed them until they are full. Wei Ning thought this was great. When chickens grow up, they can not only be killed for meat, but also for laying eggs. With meat, vegetables and eggs, life will get better and better. Is it that simple? All the ones I raised before died. Qin Haojia and the others were very tempted. Now there are fewer and fewer mutant beasts on Green Star. If they want to eat them, they have to go to Kaiyang Star to hunt them. If they can raise them, they can kill them and eat them if they want. Let's try it. Anyway, their parents are dead, and they can't survive if they don't raise them. Wei Ning pointed to the corpses not far away. It is difficult for a newly born chick like this to survive without the protection of its parents. It will be eaten by other mutant beasts sooner or later. It is better to take it back and raise it. Qin Haojia agreed first. He took out a box, put all the young beasts in it, and held it in his hands. Wei Dong and Wuan went over to collect the mutant cuckoo chicken. After drinking the potion, Wei Ning's injuries were almost healed. They were all skin injuries, and no bones were injured, so they healed quickly. She went to change clothes, and the three of them got on the spaceship and turned back. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Haojia gave the chicks to Wei Ning, and he went to help deal with the mutant cuckoo chicken. Looking at the small group of chicks, Wei Ning found a larger box, put them under the eaves, and put some water in a small bowl. After thinking about it, she took out a handful of rice, crushed it and sprinkled it. She felt a little distressed, but when she thought of the rice that was about to be harvested in the yard and the eggs that could be eaten in the future, it didn't hurt so much. The chicks changed to a strange environment and didn't see their familiar parents. They chirped non-stop. When Wei Ning approached, they huddled in the corner in fear and kept calling. Until Wei Ning sprinkled a handful of broken rice, they smelled the aroma of food and pecked at the broken rice bravely. When they ate it, they found it delicious and their stomachs growled again. They instantly forgot the danger and buried their heads in pecking at the broken rice. Eat hard, grow up quickly, and lay eggs for me. Seeing them eating hard, Wei Ning's face also had a little more smile. Eat well, eat more, grow faster. You are too extravagant, you are willing to feed rice. Qin Haojia and Wuan came over after packing up, and saw Wei Ning actually feeding rice to the young beasts, and they felt inexplicably jealous. This is people are not as good as beasts. They have just hatched, and when they grow up, they can be released to find food by themselves. If you want chickens to lay eggs, you have to feed them well. If you let them go, they will run away. What a pity. I fed them rice, and it would be a waste if they ran away in the end. Don't worry, you can catch them back. Wuan said that he would help if they ran away. It's only if you can raise it. After all, no one except the breeding family can raise a mutant beast. Is it that difficult to raise it? Seeing that they didn't look very optimistic, Wei Ning was unsure. It's not possible that chickens can't be raised after changing time and space, right? We haven't raised one either, maybe you can. Qin Haojia was afraid that she would give up, so he hurriedly said, I think that others can't raise it, maybe the food doesn't suit the taste of mutant beasts. You see, you even feed them rice, and they like it very much. Maybe they can be raised. Whether it's true or not, Qin Haojia also made up a reason. Wei Ning thought it made sense. Besides, it was brought back, and it would be bad to throw it away. She was still waiting for it to lay eggs in the future. No matter, she would raise it first, and she would be more careful. If it really couldn't be raised, it would only mean that she would have no chance of catching eggs. Happy in her heart, Wei Ning generously cooked the last few kilograms of rice. Only a little bit was left for the chicks as food. When they grow up, she can pick some vegetable leaves and feed them with husks. Both chickens were cooked, one for roasting and the other for spicy chicken nuggets. Wei Dong and Chen Haojie were responsible for roasting the chicken, Wei Ning for spicy chicken nuggets, and Wu helped wash the vegetables. The chopped chicken was blanched and drained. Put more oil in the pot, put the chicken in and fry until the skin is browned, then take it out and drain the oil. Leave some oil in the pot, put the prepared garlic, pepper, star anise and dried chili in the pot and stir fry until fragrant. If there is bean paste at this time, add a spoonful of sauce, the taste will be more fragrant, but unfortunately there is no, Wei Ning can only skip it and stir fry the chicken. I was thinking that when the soybeans are ripe, I have to hurry up and study how to make the sauce. Then, soy sauce, fermented black beans, bean paste, tofu, bean skin, etc. will all be arranged. When the aroma of the chicken comes out, add a little soy sauce to enhance the color, sprinkle a few sugars to enhance the freshness, sprinkle salt to taste, and stir fry again for a few minutes, and serve when the aroma is completely out. Wei Ning fried 2 more green vegetables, and a potato shreds before stopping. At this time, the roasted chicken is also ready. The golden roasted chicken with oily luster exudes a strong aroma, which is very tempting. Take a bite of the spicy and fresh chicken, and then eat a bite of the fragrant rice, and all the fatigue in the body disappears, leaving only the full happiness brought by the food. It's so delicious, it's very refreshing to eat spicy, and sweat all over, but no one cares, and only the delicious food is in their eyes. When can the rice in the rice fields be harvested? It feels so good to eat rice with vegetables. Chen Haojie is so happy that he can eat it like this every day in the future. The rice flowers have just bloomed. We have to wait. Moreover, we can't keep this batch for eating. We have to keep all the seeds. We have to wait at least half a year. Wei Ning ruthlessly punctured his fantasy. The rice is growing very well. Wei Ning would go there to transfer his supernatural power every once in a while, and pour a lot of nutrient solution. The growth cycle has been shortened a lot. Now the rice flowers have bloomed. It will be harvested in more than a month. But Wei Ning decided to keep all the rice for seeds, and expand the rice planting area. After planting several times like this, rice freedom will be achieved soon. It is impossible to eat rice every day. We have to wait at least 1 or 2 years. It is okay to keep some to taste. Thinking that it will take so long to eat it every day, Chen Haojie's good mood suddenly disappeared. He ate several pieces of meat in a row and felt better. Wei Ning could understand Chen Haojie's feelings very well. Eating rice with various dishes is a good life. Chapter 150. The Angelica can be used. Just after they finished their meal, Wei Guoyang's light brain rang. It was a message from Randy, saying that the potion made by Mond was very effective. It was even better than the previous one. Mond was so happy. This means that the Angelica can be used to make potions in the future. If the vegetable crops grown by Wei Ning could not treat mental turmoil, Mond would have invited her to join his team and be responsible for cultivating rare medicinal plants. With more rare medicinal plants, the lives of federal soldiers will be more protected. That's great. No matter who it is, they are very happy to hear this good news. Can we plant more? As soon as Chen Haojie finished speaking, everyone looked at Wei Ning. There was expectation in their eyes. Just leave the seeds when the time comes. Wei Ning felt that with Xiang, the great weapon, there was no problem in planting more. And she also liked the smell of lavender. After understanding what she meant, everyone looked at her more eagerly, which made her feel embarrassed. However, Xiang was willing to share its energy, so she had to talk to it. No. Sure enough, when she asked Xiang to let it stay outside for a few more days, and help her plant more lavender, it directly refused. Just help me, I will give you a lot of superpowers. Wei Ning flattered. If her superpowers were not directly lost to lavender, the effect would not be as great as Xiang's absorption and dissipation. She would have done it herself. It's so cold and dark outside. Xiang was quite tempted, but when she thought of staying there alone, she backed off. Wei Ning, you are a plant, how can you be afraid of the cold and the dark? Then I will take you back at night. It's okay if we don't stay overnight. Really? Xiang just doesn't want to be alone there. Those of her kind can't talk and don't know what she is thinking. It's boring to be with them. Unlike here, she can still talk to Wei Ning, and she will feed her a lot of energy. She feels so happy every day. I'm not lying to you. Then you have to give me a lot of energy. Xiang continued. You have to help me, then I will give you. Wei Ning is not stupid. She can absorb any amount of superpowers. It's impossible to absorb so much superpowers without working. Xiang is just a plant after all. Even if she has intelligence, it is not high. She agreed after being fooled by Wei Ning. Because Wei Ning talked to her every day and said that she had to work to have good food, she believed it. Wei Ning built a comfortable nest for the chicks with soft cloth and moved them into the room for fear that they would be cold. In the morning, she moved them out again, changed the water for them, and sprinkled a handful of broken rice. After putting Xiang in the lavender bush, she repeatedly promised to take her back at night, and she stopped shouting that she must not forget about her. After coming down from the back mountain, Wei Ning walked around the bamboo hill to see how the bamboo was growing. After that, she went to the grape forest. She always felt that the grapes only grew vines, but did not bloom. The cucumbers next door had grown small cucumbers. How can it only grow vines without blooming? Wei Ning thought again and held a grapevine, and continuously injected energy into it. The grapevines began to sprout and grow leaves crazily, and all of a sudden they covered the shells. Wei Ning stopped and looked carefully. She only saw bunches of grape flowers beside the leaves of a few branches. But there was no bunch of grape flowers on the other vines, all of which were leaves. It seems that we still need to prune. The nutrients have been eaten by the vines, and they are not bearing fruit. Wei Ning found a pair of scissors, and left only one main branch and 3 vines on a grape plant. She also left the branches that had borne fruit, and 1 or 2 branches that had not borne fruit. She cut off all the others. After the pruning, half of the vines on the whole grape plant were gone, and Wei Ning used her supernatural power again. She kept watching the changes in the bunches of grape flowers. As she used more and more supernatural power, the green grape bud slowly opened, revealing the yellow-green flowers inside, one small flower next to another. The yellow-green petals gradually withered and fell, revealing small green grapes. As time passed, the green grapes grew up little by little, and the color of the skin slowly changed from green to emerald green, and then to a little red, until the whole bunch of grapes matured. The purple grape skin was covered with a light layer of white frost, and the round grapes were crowded together, which looked very tempting. Wei Ning collected her supernatural power, cut off the bunch of grapes in front of her, picked one directly, wiped it on her clothes casually, and stuffed it into her mouth. Biting open the skin, the sweet juice burst out, and the mouth was full of the sweet taste of grapes, as sweet as honey. It had been too long since she had eaten grapes, and Wei Ning couldn't help eating one after another. After a while, she finished a bunch of grapes. Except for a small pile of grape seeds and bare grape stems, she even ate the skin. This grape plant had a total of 5 bunches of grapes, and now there were only 4 bunches left. She cut off the 4 bunches and put them away. After she picked the grapes, she input some more supernatural powers, and set a time reminder on the optical computer, waiting to see if they would wither like rice. She took the scissors to prune other grape trees. Wei Ning had never planted grapes before, so she had no experience at all. She could only follow the previous one, leaving the main trunk, dividing the vines, and cutting off the small vines. Every time she cut a plant, she stood there and looked at it for a long time, picking and choosing, and finally using the scissors to cut. After cutting a plant, Wei Ning used supernatural powers to stimulate the birth of grape flowers, and then continued to the next plant. Time passed for most of the day, as Wei Ning kept pruning and stimulating the birth. After eating a bunch of grapes, Wei Ning didn't feel hungry. If it weren't for the reminder sound of the optical computer, she wouldn't have realized that several hours had passed. Looking at the grape buds growing on the rows of grape bracts that she had already cut, Wei Ning felt a sense of accomplishment. It wouldn't be long before she could harvest a lot of grapes. Returning to the grapevine that she had ripened and picked, Wei Ning still saw the grapevine with only branches and vines left, and all the leaves had fallen off. She was somewhat disappointed. She thought that the grapes would be an exception, but they still withered. Wei Ning pulled out the withered grapes and planted another one. She took out a grape seed that she had eaten before and activated her supernatural power. The seed in the palm of her hand quickly cracked, and a small bud emerged. After it grew to 3 leaves, Wei Ning planted it in the previous pit, covered it with soil, and re-ripened this grape to the same size as the one next to it. She trimmed it with scissors again. Seeing that it was no different from the one next to it, she took the dead vine to destroy it. She came back to continue cutting the remaining ones. There were still many left. Wei Ning encouraged herself in her heart. For the sweet, delicious and juicy grapes and the mellow wine, the hard work is worth it. Chapter 151. Wei Ning was busy all day, but she only pruned a quarter of the grapevine. It was her first time pruning grapevines, and she had no experience. She could only prune and stimulate growth at the same time, and see which vine grew, and then slowly summarize. When it was almost dark, Wei Ning could quickly distinguish which vine was the fruiting branch, which was the nutrient branch that needed to be left, and which was the redundant one to be pruned. One grapevine plant had one main trunk and 2 to 3 vines, and the fruiting branches and nutrient branches were left on the vines, and the other small branches were pruned. In order to prevent the grapevines from growing vines all the time, some of the branches should be removed appropriately. It is really a subject that needs to be understood in depth, otherwise the grapes she planted would not have produced many grapes. When Wei Ning went to pick up Xiangxiang home, she was still thinking about pruning the grapevines. "You want to prune me again?" Xiangxiang's leaves curled up into a ball, not wanting to experience the pain of having part of her body pruned off again. "I didn't cut you." Wei Ning looked down at the short branches in her arms. They had only grown a little after such a long time. She couldn't do it just because of this. She didn't want to cut herself. Xiangxiang's leaves stretched out again and swayed happily. "I'm hungry. I helped you do a lot of work today. They have all grown up." Xiangxiang asked for food with confidence. "It was too tiring to work. I had to eat more." Wei Ning smiled. The Wu-type ability lost to it. If such work was tiring, then what was not tiring? After feeding Xiangxiang and putting her back in the room, she rested and remembered that she had forgotten the chicks. She only fed a handful of broken rice before going out, and she didn't know if they were hungry. She went to the front yard and saw that the broken rice had been eaten up, and half of the water was gone. The chicks were all huddled in a corner and sleeping soundly. Wei Ning didn't wake them up. He stretched out his finger and touched the part below the chicken's neck. It was a little bulging, which seemed to be not digested yet. Taking out the bowl of water, Wei Ning carried them back to his room and put them in the corner of the door. The house was quiet. No one was at home. Wei Ning flipped through the communication on the optical computer and asked where they were going. "Dad, next door, will be back later." "Mom, I'm back soon." "Big brother, on the way back." Wei Ning washed the remaining grapes and brought them to the living room, and Yiling came back. "Ning Ning, look. Are these grapes?" Yiling forgot all the unfinished words and looked at the light purple fruit on the table in surprise. "Isn't it blooming yet?" "How? Did you ripen it?" Yiling looked over. She went to see it the day before yesterday, but it wasn't there yet. "It must be Ning Ning who ripened it." "Well, I also pruned the vines." Wei Ning told what happened today. "Are you saying that the grapes will grow better after pruning?" This was the first time Yiling heard of this method. "I've tried it, and the grapes produced without pruning are half as many as those produced with pruning, and the grapes are smaller." This is what she discovered after several experiments. "If that's the case, just prune it." Yiling supported this a lot. "Then I go with you tomorrow." Yiling sat down, took a grape, peeled it, and the tempting sweet smell lingered at the tip of her nose. The green, juicy flesh was crystal clear, shining through, and you could see the small pit inside. After appreciating it, she ate it. After eating one, Yiling fell in love with the sweet taste like sugar and honey, and ate half a bunch before stopping. "Very delicious." Yiling praised generously. "What's delicious?" Wei Dong's voice came from outside. The next moment, he arrived and saw the grapes on the table. His eyes lit up, and he took away half of what Yiling had left without hesitation. Delicious." After eating half a bunch, Wei Dong looked at the remaining 2 bunches, and didn't reach out for more. "Can you eat grapes so soon?" He didn't see any when he went to see them a few days ago, but there were a lot of cucumbers next door. He met Wei Ning's eyes, and instantly knew what was going on. "By the way, I found this in the rice field today." As he said that, he flipped his hand and took out a white oval object. "Bird and beast eggs." Yiling looked at it for a while, and confirmed that it was some kind of bird and beast egg. "Is the rice okay?" she asked nervously. "Don't ruin the rice field. It just built a nest. I just happened to see it fly out. I went in and looked around and found it." If he hadn't seen it by chance, he wouldn't have known that birds and beasts had come to make their home. Birds and beasts are the most annoying. They can't be driven away. Knowing there is food here, they won't leave. Yiling frowned. After the planting area expanded, mutant beasts also came here to smell the food. "I'm not afraid of those on the ground, but those flying in the sky are hard to guard against. They are small in size and fast in speed. Now they have even built their homes. Are there a lot of them? Wei Ning thought it was a good thing, proving that the environment is getting better. If there were only a few, it wouldn't matter. What bird doesn't like rice? I only saw this nest. Wei Dong took out all the remaining ones. There were 5 in total. You can make a dish with them. Wei Ning looked at the bird eggs that were a circle larger than quail eggs, and his heart was full of joy. Although it was a little less, it was barely enough to stir-fry a dish. It's not like there's no meat. What's so delicious about these eggs? There was only so little, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. You raise mutant cuckoo chickens just for their eggs, right? Wei Dong suddenly felt that he had found the truth. I've eaten the mutant cuckoo chickens, so is there any problem with eating their eggs? The original body of the chicken is eggs. The eggs of mutant beasts contain a high protein content and rich trace elements, so they are indeed edible. Yi Ling added that there was indeed no problem. Wei Dong didn't dare to refute. He liked meat more than beast eggs. He swallowed it in one bite, and couldn't even taste it. What can be eaten? Wei Guoyang came back and just happened to hear Yi Ling's last sentence, so he asked casually. He walked closer, and saw the eggs that Wei Dong had put on the table, and also saw the grapes. Can they all be eaten? What's there to argue about? Wei Guoyang looked at the eggs and then the grapes, thinking that they were wasting their time. We are not fighting. We are just chatting. There are birds and animals making their home in the rice fields. Wei Dong did not want to continue the topic of whether to eat animal eggs or not, so he changed the subject. If it does not affect the harvest, it is fine. Birds and animals are not easy to deal with. Wei Guoyang did not want to kill them all. Although birds and animals are annoying, they are beneficial animals compared to mutant animals. They specialize in eating insects. I saw them today. There are not many of them, but it is hard to say whether they will come again in the future. Wei Dong did not think that birds and animals could not be attracted by rice fields. People still like to eat rice? Not to mention birds and animals. You can patrol first when you have time. I will order a batch of sonic repellents. Although the sonic repellent cannot repel all kinds of birds and animals, it can stop most of them. Wei Dong nodded. This was the only way. The address of the logistics center has been determined. We can start construction when the materials come back. Wei Guoyang ate grapes and talked to them about the logistics center. Chapter 152. If the logistics center can be built earlier, everyone won't have to work so hard to pack. When the time comes, all these will be packed by machines, and they can also spare extra time to do their own things. But before the logistics center is built, we still have to pack the garlic and coriander ourselves. Before Wei Ning and the others were happy, Wei Guoyang said another sentence. Alas! The brother and sister looked at each other and sighed together. I thought they were no longer needed. Wei Guoyang divided the 10 acres of garlic and coriander into several batches and put them on the shelves, selling them every 7 days. 10,000 portions each time. It is estimated that they will have to pack them several times by themselves. Why don't you ask Haozi and others to help and clear them all at once? Wei Dong didn't want to come every few days, and began to think about Qin Haojia and the others. Last time, the 5 of them packed 10,000 portions for a whole day, and they were so suffocated by the smell of garlic and coriander that they didn't want to smell it. We can pay you. Wei Ning didn't want to smell it either. Compared to packing, she would rather cook for them. They don't need this meal. Wei Guoyang didn't want to trouble them. We don't only have food, rice and grapes are also fine. At worst, we can give them Angelica. Wei Ning felt that these were not a problem. They were all grown anyway, so if they are gone, we can grow more. There is strength in numbers. Sell this batch quickly, and we can use mechanization next time. You are willing to give it? Yi Ling smiled. I am willing to give it. Anyway, selling it to the Legion is also a low price, so it doesn't matter if it is given for free. And it is given to them as an individual, not to the Legion, and they can use it freely. Such a good reward, not to mention Qin Haojia and others, even Randy is tempted. He didn't even have the advanced mental reliever, let alone the others. When they heard that there was such a good thing, they all rushed to help, and the training ground was never idle for a day. When Mon learned that she was so generous to give away the Angelica, he ran over and told her the importance of Angelica with great pain. He said a lot, meaning that she should not waste resources like this. 1 Angelica flower branch can be refined into 100 advanced mental relievers, 1,000 intermediate mental relievers, and 10,000 primary mental relievers. She gave away 10 at a time, which means that she gave away thousands of mental relievers. If this was distributed, there would be 990 more soldiers who could be allocated one, but after she gave it away, only 10 soldiers had it. She was so confused that Yiling finally made the decision to only give one, and Mon didn't chase her to continue. Mom, why didn't you tell me that Angelica could refine so many potions? After Mon left, Wei Ning asked Yiling. Each pharmacist has a different level of medicine refining. Mom used to refine only 20 with a small branch, and a complete flower branch can only refine 60 at most. Yiling didn't know that Mon could refine so many. As for not telling Wei Ning, she just felt that 10 branches were not too many. After all, there were hundreds of them. He is so amazing, Wei Ning exclaimed. Yeah. He used to be the goal she had always pursued, but now... Yiling suppressed the loss in her heart and stopped herself from thinking about it. Mom? Wei Ning looked at her worriedly. I'm fine. Yiling saw the worry and concern in her eyes, and her mind was full of thoughts, which finally turned into a sigh. Let's go! Didn't you say we were going to prune the grape branches? You have to teach me later. Wei Ning felt something strange in her heart, but she couldn't tell what was going on. Just now, her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, but it was as if nothing had happened. Yiling had already pulled her out. She shook off her wild thoughts and followed. The two came to the grape forest. Yiling compared the grapevines that had been pruned and those that had not been pruned. She had to admit that the grapevines looked better after pruning. The vines and branches were nearly half less, but the trees looked more energetic. After Wei Ning pruned, she used her supernatural power to stimulate the growth of the grapes. There were already 7 or 8 bunches of grape buds on the tree. The unpruned ones were all lush leaves at a glance, and there was not a single bunch of grape buds. Should the oranges be pruned as well? Yiling thought of the orange tree that was half a person tall, and the same was true for other trees. Why don't you give it a try? Wei Ning really didn't know whether to do it or not. She even guessed about the grapes. After you prune the branches and leaves of the grapes, go and prune the orange trees. Teach me how to do it first. Yiling took out the scissors and waited for Wei Ning to teach her. Leave this main trunk, leave 2 branch vines like this, and then... Wei Ning taught Yiling his own experience step by step. Yiling's understanding of plants is deeper than hers. After only one time, she can tell which is the fruiting branch and which is the nutrient branch. After the second time, she is completely familiar with it. Awesome. Wei Ning looked at her with starry eyes. Naughty. Yiling gently tapped her forehead with her index finger. Turning around, she demonstrated pruning a plant. Is this okay? Well, it looks better than pruning. Wei Ning praised. You just know how to make fun of me. Yiling pointed at her and smiled. Wei Ning also took out the scissors, raised the corners of her mouth, and denied it. No, I'm telling the truth. The two chatted while pruning. Wei Ning had the experience of yesterday, so his speed increased a lot. Yiling learned quickly, and slowly caught up with him. Wei Ning didn't have to urge one plant after pruning, but started to urge after pruning a few rows. The supernatural power was running in the palm of his hand, slowly walking from one end to the other, and as he walked, there were a few more bunches of grape buds on the grapevines behind him. The two worked together, and pruned the amount that Wei Ning had pruned yesterday in half a day. At this speed, it will be done in a few days. During the break, Wei Ning went to the next door to pick a few half-grown cucumbers. Talking to Yiling while biting the cucumber. She didn't dare to use supernatural power to ripen now, lest the cucumber vines wither and die again. The half-grown cucumber tasted a little bitter, but it was acceptable. It was crunchy and delicious. Yiling didn't like it very much. She still liked grapes, so she only took one and gave the rest back to Wei Ning. Wei Ning still liked it very much and ate all of them. After a good rest, the two continued. Try to cut them as soon as possible, so that you can eat grapes as soon as possible. On the other side, Wei Guoyan logged into the Xinguang Mall, entered the store backstage, and put 50,000 portions of garlic and coriander on the shelves. Just as he was about to exit, he saw a small red dot in the upper right corner of the store with 99 plus on it. He clicked in and saw that it was all messages urging for delivery. He looked at it and stopped paying attention and exited. Back to the previous page, there was only a big 0 under the product. Wei Guoyan was stunned, thinking that he was dazzled, closed his eyes, and opened them again, and saw that it was still a huge 0. Strange, could it be that I didn't click to confirm just now? Wei Guoyan fell into deep suspicion. Little did he know that many netizens had already boasted about it on Starnet. Chapter 153. Because the message was not replied, the netizen who could not buy the product specially created a super topic named Fruit and Vegetable Shop. It was full of netizens who could not buy garlic and coriander, and whose messages were ignored. Later, netizens who were lucky enough to buy the product gradually joined, and people who like cooking also joined. Usually they would chat about when the mysterious owner of the store would release new products, or share their own food. At this time, the super topic was full of screenshots of various successful orders. Ha ha ha. I finally bought it. I set up a ringtone reminder. I got it too, and my parents got it too. Our whole family got it too. Many of my friends got it. Boss is really generous this time. I clearly placed an order, but it is not within the delivery range. Does the boss have any problem with the capital star? Me too. The payment said it was out of the delivery range. Doesn't Blue Sea Star have it? Ceta Star is not okay. Qinshan Star is not okay. I summarized that anything 5,000 light years away from the capital star is not within the delivery range. The boss may be in a remote galaxy. Is there any place that FedEx can't reach now? It's not delivered by FedEx. It seems to be delivered by a company called Star Express. Why doesn't the boss cooperate with FedEx? I'm going to leave a message for the boss and ask him to change the courier company. Come on! The boss doesn't even read the message. Boss Wei, who had already read the message, thought for a long time and felt that he didn't click to confirm. So he put it on the shelves again, and this time he watched the page jump successfully before exiting. Wei Guoyang even turned off the notification sound, not knowing that he had duplicated the order. When he jumped to the order page, he found something wrong. He saw that there were orders, and they were still increasing. In less than a minute, it became Wei Guoyang. It's over. He accidentally doubled it. He should be thankful that he didn't put all the orders on the shelves at once, otherwise how would he send the 50,000 copies to customers? Due to Wei Guoyang's mistake, Wei Dong and his colleagues' workload doubled instantly. What? 100,000 copies? When Wei Dong heard the number of packages to be packaged, his voice rose a degree. It's just 100,000 copies, which is almost all the quantity. Didn't you say before that you would clear them all at once? Now it's done. Wei Guoyang resolutely refused to admit that it was his mistake. But, why so many buts? Wei Guoyang interrupted him. Waiting. It's too difficult for him. In the evening, Wei Dong and Wei Ning talked about this. Why did father put all the goods on the shelves? Didn't he say to keep half? Until now, Wei Dong still can't figure it out. They are all going to be sold anyway, so it doesn't matter if they are sold a few days earlier. Wei Ning thinks Wei Guoyang may have figured it out. Wei Dong, who said it doesn't matter? The workload has doubled. Wei Ning, then you can ask Brother Chen to call a few more people to help. Is it bad? Wei Dong looked embarrassed, as they had already called 5 people to help. We don't need that little reward. Wei Ning didn't care, but she thought Wei Dong might not dare to do it, because he was afraid that Wei Guoyang would say he was lazy. How about I help you convince Dad? You are really my sister, I leave it to you. Wei Dong instantly put on a smile, patted her shoulder, and left. Left? Wei Ning waved his fist at his back, waiting for her to say this. Who made her agree so quickly? Wei Ning had to go and discuss with Wei Guoyang. Wei Dong didn't know what Wei Ning said. Anyway, he saw Chen Haojie coming with twice as many people the next day. This time they packed directly in the garlic field. The robot was responsible for pulling out the garlic, shaking off the soil on it, cutting off the garlic sprouts and garlic whiskers, and piling them aside. More than 10 people worked together, some counted, and some packed bags. Put them aside after they were packed, and wait until the coriander was packed, and then pack them together in the packaging box. There is strength in numbers. Usually these soldiers do things quickly and cleanly. Even if they are not paid, they are willing to help, not to mention that there is such a generous reward this time. They showed the fighting spirit of killing star beasts, and the speed was so fast. Although it was 10 times more than last time, they still packed everything in one day. After all the packages were loaded into the transport cabin and taken away, the people who came to help were all smiling. They exchanged 2 high-level mental relief agents for themselves in this day, which was really worth it, although, well, the smell was a bit strong. But compared with the 2, this smell was nothing. After these packages were sent out, Wei Guoyang could put down the big stone in his heart. In the following days, the focus was on building a logistics center. Wei Ning and Yi Ling spent a few days to prune all the grapes. They pruned the orange trees in the same way. After pruning the orange trees, the rice planted in the yard could also be harvested. The yard is divided into 2 distinct areas, one golden and the other green. On one side are golden rice grains, and on the other side are grapes climbing all over the trellis. Bunches of golden and heavy rice ears almost bend the rice stalks. Although there are only 49 plants, the rice grains grown are not less at all. There are almost no empty husks, and all the grains are full. Wei Ning and Wei Guoyang stand in a corner, each holding a knife, and cut off the rice ears one by one. Then, they thresh, dry, and shell them little by little. Watching the snow-white rice grains fill the prepared storage tank little by little, the mood at this time is more excited than the first time harvesting vegetables. After cutting off the rice ears, all the remaining rice stalks are cut off, crushed, added to the nutrient solution and soil, and fermented. The soil will become fertile. After the husks are crushed, they are cooked with chopped green vegetables, and after mixing, it is the most suitable for feeding the chickens. More than a week later, the tiny chicks had grown to the size of a fist, and the nests prepared by Wei Ning were no longer suitable for them. With their wings spread, they all flew out. Wei Ning specially built a half-person high fence with bamboo at the foot of the mountain and built a simple chicken coop. They moved around in the pen during the day and slept in the chicken coop at night. At first, Yi Ling was afraid that they would fly out and run away. When Wei Ning moved them out, she also told Wei Dong to watch them more and not let the chickens run away. In the end, she was worried in vain. The chicks saw that the space had become larger and only cared about getting familiar with the new territory. Wei Ning's daily feeding of a handful of rice and a handful of green vegetables was not in vain. The chicks were used to the life of being in a pen and didn't want to leave at all. It was so comfortable to live in the place where Wei Ning had a good pen. Every day after eating, they walked around in the pen. They had long forgotten the instincts of mutant beasts and had completely become a group of captive beasts. This was the effect Wei Ning wanted. The eggs that interstellar people eat are the eggs of a mutant beast similar to ostriches, and they are rare. They are simply not available on the interstellar network. If Wei Ning wants to eat eggs, he can only think of mutant cuckoo eggs. Chapter 154. Knowing that Wei Ning had taken good care of the chicks, Chen Haojia and Wu Wen came over to see them. Seeing that Wei Ning had taken such good care of them, they thought to themselves that they would bring some back to her next time they met. It would be good to raise more chickens. Wei Ning said that she would give them some eggs when she had more eggs in the future. For the boiled eggs, salted eggs, egg pancakes, egg fried rice, and other delicacies that Wei Ning had mentioned. They really remembered it in their hearts and took practical actions. A few days later, the two of them really brought her more than a dozen chicks of this size. These dozen chicks were put together by Wei Ning. As soon as they were put in, they drove away the previous ones very aggressively, not only snatching their food. They even chased them and pecked off a lot of their hair, scaring them so much that they huddled in the corner and trembled. Wei Ning had to separate them and cut off the wings of the ones at the back to prevent them from flying away. Can they still be raised if they are so wild? Chen Haojia was a little worried. These dozen mutant chickens are not like the previous ones. They have been raised since birth and have wild temperaments. Seeing that they are eating happily, they must like these foods, so there should be no problem. Wild temperament is not a problem. Just starve them for a few meals. It's okay not to like them, but they are all good things. Chen Haojia was sour. He just knew that Wei Ning actually planted rice in the yard. Now the chickens eat rice husks, vegetables, and some rice. That's right, it's rice. Good guy, the mutant beasts eat rice. He is jealous. You are still competing with chickens. If you want to eat, just say it directly. The family will not miss this meal for you. Wei Ning was amused. She only mixed a little bit of rice, but it was sour. You know, the chickens raised by her family in her previous life were all raised on rice, so wouldn't he be even more sour? Hee hee. Chen Haojia was happy. He was happy that he had successfully gotten the rice. It's okay if you haven't eaten it, but who can forget it after eating it? The rice was sweet and delicious. He thought about it for a long time after eating it last time. In the past, we ate thin rice porridge on the border star, with more water than rice, and the taste was very light, like drinking boiled water. It was nothing like what we ate last time, which was grain by grain, fragrant and glutinous, and eaten with vegetables. That's what it means to enjoy life. Wu Wen, who was standing next to him, heard Wei Ning's words, and his face showed a little more expectation. Seeing that they were all looking forward to it, Wei Ning decided to make a pot of stewed rice. The method of stewed rice is also very simple. Prepare the ingredients you like, fry them first, and then put them in the rice and cook them. Wei Ning prepared spare ribs, bacon, peas, and potatoes. Soak the spare ribs in salt to remove the blood, drain the water, add seasonings to marinate, and then stir-fry until fragrant, then add bacon to stir-fry the fat from the bacon, and finally add peas and potato cubes. Stir-fry for a while, add salt and soy sauce, and serve after coloring evenly. Take out the half-cooked rice, pour the fried side dishes into the pot, and spread them underneath. Then spread the rice on the side dishes, add appropriate amount of water, and cooked the rice directly. Taking advantage of the time when the fire was turned off and simmered, Wei Ning opened the can of sour bamboo shoots she had made before. She was lucky, and she succeeded in making this can of sour bamboo shoots. As soon as she opened the lid, the sour and spicy smell came to her nose, stimulating her to keep secreting saliva. She took a pair of clean chopsticks and fished out the bowl. "This smell is so tempting, sister. Can I eat it?" Chen Haojie came over to smell the smell. This sour, spicy, pungent, and tempting smell was the first time he had seen it, and it was so attractive. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva from a distance. "Try it." Wei Ning wanted to eat it with the bowl in her hand. The smell was really tempting. When she heard that it was edible, Chen Haojie was not polite, and took the top piece in the bowl. He couldn't wait to take a bite. Wow! So spicy, so refreshing. After taking a bite, his mouth was full of spicy taste, his mouth was spicy and numb, his whole body was hot, as if all the pores were opened by the spiciness, and it was very comfortable. Chen Haojie almost finished eating the sour bamboo shoots while shouting. Wei Ning knew how spicy it was just by smelling it. She didn't dare to eat so much, so she only cut a small piece. Although it was very spicy, the more you ate, the more you wanted to eat. It was addictive. What does it taste like? When Wei Guoyang and Landy came in, the whole yard was filled with a sour and spicy smell, which was very stimulating and made people want to take a bite. Looking at Wei Ning, Chen Haojie, and Wuan, their faces were red as if they were about to burst into flames. They each held a piece of food in their hands, grinning and breathing in while eating the food in their hands. It was so spicy that Wei Ning's tongue was spinning, and she had no time to answer them. She felt like she was about to burn, and the spiciness made her whole body seem to float, painful and happy. Chen Haojie could eat spicier food, and pointed to the bowl on the side. The bowl of sour bamboo shoots that was originally sticking out was now half gone. Smelling the smell, Landy couldn't help but take a small piece. He couldn't stand spicy food, and after a bite, he felt so spicy that he felt sick all over. Wei Guoyang poured him some water, and after drinking several sips of water, the spicy taste in his mouth dissipated a little, but it was still a little numb. "You are simply a killer weapon, and the power is too great." Landy really admired them. Not bad. Wei Ning ate less, and felt it was okay. She was not like Landy, who could not eat spicy food. The one who could eat the most was Chen Haojie, who finished 3 pieces by himself. Wei Ning admired him. Wei Guoyang originally wanted to taste it, but seeing them like this, he only took a little to taste it, but it still made him gasp. Except that it is too spicy, the taste is still good and very appetizing. Wei Ning suppressed a smile and commented, "Delicious." Chen Haojie liked it very much. It was better than fresh bamboo shoots. Landy shook his head hurriedly. He couldn't stand it. "Eat it with rice later." Wei Ning was glad that she cooked too much rice, otherwise it would not be enough. Randy didn't expect to see Wei Ning cooking, and Wei Guoyang was embarrassed not to invite him to eat together. Randy was of course happy to have delicious rice. Besides, this was made by Wei Ning with new rice, so he was looking forward to it. Every time, Wei Ning could refresh his perception of her. This time was no exception. After being stirred evenly by Wei Ning, there were ribs, bacon, peas and potatoes in a bowl of rice, and the color was also beautiful. The rice grains were clearly soaked in sauce and oil, exuding a strong fragrance, and they were delicious just by smelling. After taking a bite, the rice fragrance was mixed with the meat fragrance, the pea fragrance, and the potato fragrance, which was very unique. No one disliked it. This unique method was the first time they had seen it. Weidong thought that clay pot rice was already unique, but he didn't expect there was such a method. And the taste was even better than clay pot rice. After finishing a dull meal, Randy, Chen Haojie, and Wuan were looking forward to having rice as soon as possible. Chapter 155. After dinner, the group went to the living room to talk. Randy took 2 storage boxes and put them in front of Wei Guoyang. "What is this?" Wei Guoyang didn't understand why Randy gave him the things. He thought he came here to say something. "It's a thank you gift from the Archon of Aquamarine Star." If Randy didn't say it, Wei Guoyang would be puzzled enough. He was even more puzzled when he said it. When did he have anything to do with Aquamarine Star, or the Archon? "It's like this." Randy explained the cause of the matter one by one. The terrain of Aquamarine Star is mostly inland rivers and seas, and fish monsters are the most rampant planet. Every year, a lot of financial, material and human resources are needed to clean up the fish monsters, but every year they are cleaned up, the next year they are still rampant. For many years, they have been miserable because of the fish monsters. After getting the method of dealing with fish monsters from Wei Ning, Randy not only asked Jace to study it in depth, but also borrowed the research data of various fish monsters over the years from the Aquamarine Star Research Institute. The Aquamarine Research Institute had done a thorough study of fish monsters, but they had never thought that fish monsters could be eaten. After being reminded by Randy, they changed their research direction, and the results surprised them. The processed fish monsters turned out to be a rare delicacy. When the results came out, the researchers at the institute simply couldn't believe it. Their years of research turned out to be a joke. They regarded fish monsters as enemies that were difficult to eliminate, but they were solved so easily. The number of fish monsters on Aquamarine is now decreasing rapidly. Fish monsters have become a feature of Aquamarine. In this federation, Aquamarine has the largest number and variety of fish monsters, and after comparison, the meat quality of fish monsters is also the best. Before, the residents of Aquamarine all talked about fish monsters with gnashing teeth, but now they are happy and smiling. Catching fish monsters and selling them has become a daily routine for the residents of Aquamarine. In order to thank Randy, the Archon of Aquamarine specially prepared these thank you gifts. Randy thought that this gift should be given to Wei Ning, because it was she who discovered the fish monster method. He came to convey the Archon of Aquamarine's gratitude. So these are all fish monsters? Chen Haojia pointed to the storage box and asked. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, isn't the Archon of Aquamarine too stingy? He gave fish monsters as gifts. Not all of them. Randy had seen it, and to be honest, he was moved by it. I didn't do anything, don't be so polite. Wei Ning was a little flattered. This is what you deserve. Because of you, the Federation not only no longer has to worry about the problem of fish monsters flooding, but also solved the employment problems of some people, and promoted many economic industries. Randy said very seriously. Because of the fish monster, many industries have been derived, such as the tool industry for catching fish monsters, the cold chain industry required for transportation, and major stores for selling. After all, more jobs are needed. After all, not all planets are mechanized like the capital planet. Then I accept it? Wei Ning was even more embarrassed after Randy said that. She just told him what she knew, and it was not as great as he said. It was all the credit of the predecessors. Sister, take a look at what kind of fish monster it is. How is it different from what we eat? Seeing Randy push the storage box in front of Wei Ning, Chen Haojia eagerly asked her to open it and show it to them. Seeing that everyone was looking over and obviously wanted to see it, her curiosity was aroused. She reached out and opened it, taking out the things inside. At first, she thought it was a live fish, but when she opened it she found that it was not, but dried and packaged salted fish. Some were big and some were small. The big ones were dozens of kilograms or even hundreds of kilograms, and the small ones were only the size of a palm, but more than 10 meters long, which shocked Wei Ning. She had never seen such a big and long fish in her 2 lives. This is quite special. A storage box was full of various dried salted fish, and they were piled up after being taken out, which could be eaten for a long time. Wei Ning opened another one, and the first one she took out was a can of food packaged in an aluminum box. She looked at the packaging and found that it was canned fish. This can actually be eaten directly. Chen Haojia was sharp-eyed, and saw the instructions written on the package and shouted. Wei Ning handed him the one in her hand, and took out 1, 2, 3. When the last one was taken out, Wei Dong, who had been counting, reported the number. Including Housies, there are a total of 50. Wei Ning gave one to each person, raised the can in her hand and smiled. Why not try them all? She really didn't expect that in just a month or two, salted fish and canned fish would appear. Humans are really smart. You don't need to open so many, just open a few and try them. Landy returned the one in his hand to Wei Ning. It's okay, just treat it as a mouthful. There are so many, Wei Ning doesn't care about these few. It looks good. Wei Dong and Chen Haojia have already opened the cans. The golden fried fish pieces and the thick soup look pretty good. After eating another piece, the fish meat tasted spicy and chewy. The more you chewed, the more delicious it was. The most rare thing was that it didn't have any fishy smell. Delicious. The two of them finished a can in no time. Wei Ning also opened it and tasted it. It tasted really good. I don't know how they did it, but it really didn't have any fishy smell. She only ate one piece and gave the rest to Wei Dong. She took another can and looked at the ingredients written on it carefully. The main ingredient was fish, and the others were common oil, salt, pepper, chili, sugar, garlic, soy sauce, etc. After reading it, Wei Ning went to look through the storage box again. This time she got another small storage box. She was puzzled. Why is there another one? When she opened it, it turned out to be a pile of unremarkable stones. She was wondering why stones were given as gifts. It was too strange. Oh my! What a big deal! Chen Haojie exclaimed. When the others heard this, they all looked over and were shocked. Only Wei Ning looked confused, while Randy lowered his eyes and smiled. Ah! I'm jealous. Why doesn't anyone give me such a valuable gift? Chen Haojie looked envious. Isn't this a stone? Wei Ning looked left and right. The way they looked at the stone was not like looking at a stone at all, but rather like looking at a treasure. This is a rare energy stone. Don't look at it as there is only so much, it is priceless. This is a rare energy stone unique to the aquamarine star. It has many uses. Keep it well, Randy explained. When he saw it at first, he was amazed. He didn't expect that person to be so generous. Did you give it to the wrong person? Wei Guoyang suspected that it was not for them. Randy was handling the whole matter of the fish monster, so maybe it was for him. Only the military could use these rare energy stones. Chapter 156. That's right. Landy knew what Wei Guoyang meant. He just thought that the Archon of Aquamarine should thank him. The rare energy stone was also specially given to him. But the real owner of this credit is not him. Although he is tempted, he cannot take it by force. But, Wei Guoyang wanted to say, but was stopped by Landy. If you don't want to stay, I can buy it on behalf of the Legion. He didn't even believe that he was not tempted, but Landy still insisted that whoever it was should be whoever it belonged to. Landy said that Wei Guoyang couldn't take it even more, because this energy stone was too hot to handle. Colonel Lon, we can accept other things, but this energy stone is too expensive. Think about it, it's not for them. Landy doesn't want to take the credit, and he can't monopolize these things. On the other hand, Wei Ning already knew the importance of this stone after Wei Dong's popular science. Randy should have known it, but he still took it. For this alone, Wei Ning admired him. Even if he took the energy stone, they wouldn't know as long as he didn't say it, but he still insisted on giving it to them, which was rare. You can take the energy stone, I don't want it. If it was something else, Wei Ning might not be so generous. But the energy stone didn't have much use for them, so it was better to give it to those who needed it, and make it worthwhile. Why are you looking at me? Take it away, hurry up. Seeing that they all looked at him, Wei Ning waved his hand in disgust, and pushed the energy stone in front of Randy. He turned around and continued to look through the things in the storage box. The last thing he took out was a bag of plant roots. What is this? Wei Ning really couldn't understand the person who gave the gift. She understood the dried salted fish and canned fish. After all, they were local specialties. The energy stone might be the real thank you gift. But what does this bag of plant rhizomes mean? This is a plant rhizome they discovered. It is said that putting some in when cooking fish monsters can remove the fishy smell. Randy finally took the energy stone, but insisted on buying it at a high price. Wei Guoyang had no choice but to nod and agree. When collecting the energy stone, he saw what Wei Ning was holding out of the corner of his eye and explained it. This was the answer he sent a message to ask after seeing the thing. After hearing what he said, Wei Ning's mind flashed a seasoning ginger. But this was different from the ginger she had seen. The skin was not yellow, but red, and the stems were not several growing into a large piece, but a single one that was either curved or straight. Opening the bag, picking up one, breaking off one end and smelling it, it really tasted like ginger. Do they have a lot? Although it doesn't look like the ginger I've seen, it tastes the same and can be used instead of ginger. After they found out that it can remove the fishy smell, they dug it out and used it to make these. Even if there is any, there won't be much left. Landy recalled the information he received and estimated that there wouldn't be much left. Can it be found elsewhere? Wei Ning asked. If there is, find more and grow it yourself, and you have another seasoning. As long as it's not a product from a special place, there should be some. Landy knew that Wei Ning wanted to grow this kind of rhizome plant, so he didn't say anything definite. Why is it so spicy? And it looks familiar? Chen Haojie and Wu Enyan came over, picked up one, put it to the tip of their noses, and smelled it, and the appearance looked a little familiar. Is it? He poked Wuan, as if they had seen this thing somewhere. The time you fell. Wuan reminded. I told you not to mention this. Why are you still talking about it? Chen Haojie covered his face. This was simply his black history, and now everyone knew it. What did we miss? Wei Dong was excited. He wanted to know. Nothing. Aren't we talking about this rhizome? I know where it is. Chen Haojie covered Wu En's mouth to stop him from talking. Wei Dong's eyes flashed, and while Chen Haojie was talking to everyone, he looked at Wu En and reached a certain consensus. Chin Haojia was talking, not noticing the little movements of the two. Sister, how much do you want? I go dig it up for you tomorrow. I want to plant this rhizome, preferably more. Whatever it is, Wei Ning has decided to treat it as ginger. He must plant the batch no matter what. Okay, I dig them all up when the time comes. In addition to bringing them gifts from Aquamarine, Randy had another thing to do. It was about the Archon of Aquamarine wanting to cooperate with them, and buy a large amount of garlic from the Wei family. They want garlic. Wei Guoyang was in a dilemma. The previous batch of garlic and coriander were all sold, leaving only a little for cooking at home. And the new batch will take at least half a month to wait. This is already fast. Before, they planted and sold a batch, and it took a long time to wait for the next batch. You also know the situation on Aquamarine. They used to use this kind of rhizome to remove the fishy smell, but the number of this kind of rhizome is limited, so they want to try garlic instead. If it was someone else who wanted it, Randy would have refused it himself, but the situation on Aquamarine was special, and that person gave such a valuable gift, he didn't want to refuse it. But in this case, the Wei family will have to expand the cultivation of garlic. As I said before, they will not ask about these things, it's all up to them. Now the amount of garlic needed by Heilangsing is not ordinary, and he dare not agree directly. Garlic is not as good as this rhizome. If they need it, they can use this rhizome. Before, there was no ginger, so she used garlic instead, and added other strong seasonings to make the fish smell less strong. To remove the fishy smell, the best is ginger and wine. Now there is ginger. As for wine, Wei Ning can't do it, she really doesn't know how to make wine. Especially wine requires food, now even rice can't be eaten every day, forget about making wine. Yes. Even if we are willing to sell, there is no garlic to sell now. If you are willing to cooperate with Heilangsing, they are willing to wait. Landy also knows the situation. He came just to know whether they can cooperate. That's fine. Wei Guoyang can still agree to this, as long as you don't ask him for it now. The flood of fish monsters is also a kind of damage to the ecological environment. If he can help, he will naturally be happy. In this case, why not cooperate with them in both ways? Landy asked tentatively. Wei Guoyang hesitated. It was not that he was unwilling. The land reclaimed by the robot before had been planted. If he continued to expand, it was not impossible, but the water source would become a problem. The water output of the well was barely enough. If it was more, there would be a shortage of water. Is there any problem? Landy also saw that Wei Guoyang was not unwilling, but he didn't know why he didn't agree. Chapter 157. Colonel should know that the water supply for the planting area and our daily drinking water is all from the well. If we continue to expand the planting area, the water source will not be able to keep up. Before planting rice, they did not need to worry about this problem at all, but rice almost needs water from transplanting to harvesting, and the water in the well is just enough. If it is a water source problem, don't worry at all, just dig another well. Landy thought it was a big problem. It was not a big deal. In fact, that big pit is quite good. If there is a spring there, there is no need to worry about water use. Wen thought of the big pit on the edge. It used to be an inner lake. If there is a spring, the planting area can be expanded to the other side of the lake. Wei Dong knew where he was talking about. Now the planting area is just there. I will arrange people to survey first, and dig there if it is feasible. Landy made the final decision. We will go to find this kind of rhizome tomorrow. Chen Haojia followed. Things were happily decided. The next morning, Wei Ning and Wei Dong went with Chen Haojia and Wen to look for rhizomes. After getting off the spaceship, Wei Dong deliberately slowed down his pace and walked behind Wei Ning and Chen Haojia with Wen. The two of them gathered together and whispered about why Chen Haojia fell. In fact, Wen was very subtle when he said that he fell. As soon as he finished talking about how Chen Haojia fell, Wei Dong couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha! Wei Dong laughed so hard that tears came out. Chen Haojia, who was walking well in front, heard Wei Dong's laughter, and his whole person instantly became unwell. The smile froze on his face, which was uglier than crying. The secret he had kept hidden for so long was finally known. Ha ha! Haozi, I really didn't expect that you would be pushed by a crazy pig, ha ha ha! When Wei Dong thought of the scene of him being pushed by a crazy pig, he couldn't help laughing. Wei Ning. Shit! Did she hear it right? Wei Ning inevitably thought wrongly, and couldn't help looking behind Chen Haojia. Chen Haojia covered his face. He knew that this would be the scene after the matter was discovered. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. If time could go back, he would definitely not be distracted that day. Ha ha ha! Haozi, are you still hurt now? Wei Dong deliberately asked, How happy he laughed at himself at the beginning, now he will double it back. Are your shoes still smelly? Chin Haojia would not let him be proud. Don't you want to hurt him? Then come on, let's hurt each other. The smile on Wei Dong's face froze. This question was lethal enough. He couldn't laugh when he thought of that scene. Poochie. Wu couldn't help laughing at the side. Chin Haojia and Wei Dong looked over at the same time. They thought that he knew all their embarrassing black history, but they didn't know his, and they immediately disliked him. Well, let's go quickly, we still have to find something. Wu suddenly felt bad and hurriedly changed the subject and urged. But it was too late. Chin Haojia and Wei Dong came forward together, each holding one of his hands, and took him to the back of the distant hillside. Girl, wait here, we will be back later. Chin Haojia left this, and didn't care about Wei Ning. What are you doing? Can you blame me? Damn Haozi, where did you hit your hand? Dongzi, don't you think I dare not hit? Oh! You are too much. Wei Ning didn't dare to look, but listened carefully. He could only hear Wu's angry curses, and some dull collision sounds intermittently. After a long time, the three finally came out from behind the hillside. Chin Haojia and Wei Dong walked in front, and the depression on their faces was swept away, with a kind of smug smile. Wu slowed down a few steps, and there was no expression on his face, but Wei Ning looked carefully, and found that his steps were a little messy. What are you going to do? Wei Ning pretended not to know, with a curious look on his face. It's okay, let's exchange feelings. They all kept it to themselves, and didn't tell Wei Ning about the fight. Wei Ning saw through it but didn't say it. He glanced around the three of them, and didn't see anyone injured, so he didn't ask any more questions. Forget it, just pretend you don't know. Go, we're almost there. Chin Haojia and Wei Dong walked forward first. Wei Ning thought about it, and followed behind. After they all left, Wu reached out his hand, and rubbed the place where he was hit. Hiss! It hurts. Damn it, they definitely did it on purpose, hitting the painful part. He bared his teeth, and quickly followed them. Before he got close, he heard Wei Ning asking Chin Haojia. Brother Chen, how did the pig push you? Chin Haojia. Can't you just forget about it? Wu had a wicked smile on his face. He wanted to hear what he said. How could Chin Haojia tell her? He said vaguely, I was just touched and fell down because I didn't stand firmly. How can you not stand firmly like this? Wu followed up coldly from behind. Xiao Anzi. Chin Haojia turned around and shouted meaningfully. Wei Ning couldn't help but shake off the goosebumps all over his body. You are Xiao Haozi. Wu was furious and retorted unwillingly. Is it in front? Wei Dong quickened his pace, and pointed to a small patch of plants not far away. Seeing this, Chin Haojia and Wu stopped hurting each other, and quickened their pace to catch up. Wei Ning looked in the direction Wei Dong pointed, and saw the half-man-high plant under the low slope. Looking carefully, you can still see a lot of broken branches and leaves. She trotted over, pinched a leaf, and put it to the tip of her nose to smell it. There was a faint special smell, which was very similar to the smell of ginger leaves. Wei Ning looked carefully. Apart from the similar smell, it really couldn't be seen from the appearance. What is the same as ginger? Is it this? Chin Haojia came over and saw Wei Ning pinching leaves and smelling them. In the end, he looked for a long time without any movement, and couldn't help asking. It's this. It doesn't matter if you can't see it, as long as it has the effect of ginger. Wei Ning is too lazy to think about it anymore. There should be quite a few here. Let's dig them out first, and then look for them elsewhere. Chin Haojia took out the tools and gave them to Wu and Wei Dong, asking Wei Ning to stand aside and come over to pick them up later. There wasn't much wild ginger, only a small piece. They dug them all out and picked up about 40 to 50 kilograms. This amount is not enough to plant much land. After digging, Chin Haojia and his friends searched around again and found nothing. Forget it, it's enough to find this much. Wei Ning called them. In fact, there's no need to look. You can see it around at a glance. Except for this place, there's not much greenery anywhere else. I don't know how this wild ginger grows. There's some here, which means there's some on other planets. At worst, we can go to other planets to find it. Chin Haojia thought Wei Ning thought it was too little, so he comforted her. Okay, we can go together in the future. Wei Ning smiled and responded. She also wanted to go to other planets to find ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and other medicinal herbs. Let's plant the ginger first. Chapter 158. Even though they knew it was difficult to find wild ginger again, Wei Ning and his team still went to other places for a look, and they really didn't find wild ginger again. However, they encountered a half-grown mad pig. There are fewer and fewer mutant beasts now, and if they meet one, they will definitely not let it go. However, it was Wei Ning who took action. Through actual combat these days, Wei Ning is now able to defeat this little mad pig. If it was an adult, she would have to think about it. It's really getting more and more fierce. Wei Dong watched the battle from the side, and was very happy to see Wei Ning's neat movements, sharp and lethal moves. This shows that I'm awesome. Qin Haojie said proudly. This is all because of his good teaching. Go away, it's obviously my good teaching. Wu Wen was not happy. It was him who taught the basics well. We taught well. Qin Haojie changed his words. Wu Wen didn't argue with him. My sister is awesome. Wei Dong was proud of it. Okay, there will be delicious food tonight. Seeing Wei Ning successfully deal with the crazy pig, Qin Haojie was happy. He went forward to take the crazy pig away. You have made a lot of progress. If you can react faster, you won't have to suffer this injury. Qin Haojie first praised her, and pointed out her shortcomings. Wei Ning stretched her hand to the place where the crazy pig kicked her. It hurt a lot. She nodded. It was indeed a bit slow that got her kicked. If you have time, go to the simulation training room to train your reaction ability. Wu Wen suggested. The pain setting of the simulation training room is more than 60%, and the damage during training is very realistic, and the training effect is significant. However, there is only a simulation training room in the garrison, and they usually use it. Wei Ning is rarely seen going there for training. Wei Ning had been there a few times, but never went again. She felt dizzy at the scene, and felt uncomfortable every time she came out. She didn't like it. She would rather get hurt in actual combat than go to the simulation training room for training. Wei Ning nodded and decided to go once a week. They went back after work and met Randy and Wei Guoyang in front of the courtyard. Both of them were covered in mud and looked happy. Seeing them come back, Wei Guoyang happily told them that they found 3 springs at the bottom of the big pit. Really? That's great. Wei Ning was also very happy, so she didn't have to worry about the water problem. We also found the ginger. Qin Haojie was not to be outdone and took out the wild ginger they dug. This thing is called ginger. Wei Ning told them before, and said that ginger has many uses. Removing fishy smell is just one of them, and it can also be used in medical treatment. It's a little less. Wei Guoyang took a look and thought it was too little. This is not enough to plant an acre of land, right? It's okay, I have contacted someone to find it. Landy was very happy to find it, which means that there are also some on other planets. Since there is no need to worry about not finding it. Plant it first, and then slowly expand it later. Wei Ning didn't think it was too little. She was very happy to find ginger. Ginger and potato planting have similarities. Both require seed selection, germination, and finally planting. For these wild gingers, Wei Ning selected plump, large ones with buds. Those with rot or no buds should not be selected. Such seed selection can increase the germination rate of wild ginger, ensure the emergence rate of wild ginger, and the yield of ginger. Although they were all just dug out, there were still many that could not be planted. After picking and choosing, there were several kilograms. These could be kept for cooking. As usual, Wei Ning used her special powers to nourish the selected wild ginger, and then urged it to sprout a few centimeters high, and finally planted it in the prepared land. They were all planted by Wei Ning herself, and they did not realize that the wild ginger they had just planted had already taken root and sprouted. After planting the wild ginger, Wei Ning went around and found that cucumbers, peas, and soybeans could all be picked. The good news was that there were a lot of grapes and oranges, and they could be eaten in half a month. Wei Ning was still thinking about making soy sauce after picking the soybeans. But she didn't know how to make soy sauce, so she could only ask others if they knew how. Soy sauce? Can't you buy it? Why do you want to make soy sauce? Yi Ling was very surprised when she heard her say that she wanted to make soy sauce herself. It will taste better if you make it yourself. Star soy sauce is made without beans. It is made with water, seasoning additives and artificial coloring. It has no soy flavor at all. She rarely uses it. I really don't know who can make this. Yi Ling thought about it, and it was true. If there is a better one, who would not want to use the better one? But this brewing method has been lost for a long time. Who can make it? It's amazing to know that soy sauce was brewed from soybeans in the past. There are only a few people who know this now. Then you can only study it yourself. Wei Ning asked other people again, but no one knew. Only Jace knew that soy sauce was brewed from soybeans thousands of years ago. When the others asked, they all looked confused. No one knew, so Wei Ning could only put it aside and study it when he had time. Although she can't make soy sauce, she can still make simple soy milk. After the soybeans were planted, Wei Ning started to prepare. She likes the soy milk ground by stone mill, which tastes better than the one made by machine. The soy milk is fine and delicate. The juice is full, and the bean fragrance is strong. So she asked someone to make a small stone mill very early. Now it is finally useful. After picking cucumbers and peas, Wei Ning didn't leave any of them, but she kept half of the soybeans. Randy came to ask about it. He thought Wei Ning kept these for research on soy sauce, and he was reluctant to let her keep less. No, I have other uses. If you have nothing to do, you can wait. When he came over, Wei Ning was just carrying the peeled soybeans to wash them. Without much explanation, he just asked him to stay and watch. It happened that there was nothing to do, so Randy stayed. He wanted to see what Wei Ning would make. It's a good opportunity to learn how to eat soybeans. Seeing him stay, Wei Ning ignored him and washed the white film on the surface of the soybeans. Fresh soybeans have a white film on the surface, which doesn't taste so good. Washing off the white film will make the soy milk taste better. After washing the soybeans, Wei Ning moved out the small stone mill that she had put in the corner. This small stone mill was made thanks to the boss, who made the stone mill. She just simply explained the principle and general structure of the stone mill, and the boss helped her make it. Otherwise, she would have to find a machine to make soy milk. Wash the stone mill, reassemble it, and fix it to prevent it from moving later. Randy watched from the side. He wanted to help, but was stopped by Wei Ning. If it was before, she really needed it. Now, it's easy for her to move this small stone mill. After installing the stone mill, Wei Ning brought the soybeans and a spoon, and when everything was ready, he started grinding the soybeans. Chapter 159. Stone mills are usually made of two round stones. The mill is a flat two-layer mill with textures at the joint of the two layers. Grains enter the middle of the two layers from the hole on the top, move outward along the textures, and are ground into powder when rolling over the two layers. To grind soy milk, an appropriate amount of clean water is added during the grinding process, and the soy milk is ground out. However, such soy milk is not edible yet, and needs to be boiled again before drinking. Landy watched Wei Ning bring two round stones, one with a hole in the middle, and one with a groove on the outer circle. Then she put them together, placed them on a metal table, and fixed the table. Then she took out a metal rod, and inserted it into a hole next to the upper round stone. Finally, she scooped half a spoonful of soybeans in water, poured them into the round hole in the middle, and turned the upper round stone. While Landy was still wondering what she was doing, she saw the thick white slurry flowing out from between the round stones little by little, slowly more and more, and finally gathered at the groove, flowing along the groove into the bucket under the groove mouth. Seeing this, Randy's eyes widened, and he was very surprised. How did you think of using this? Normal people would just use a machine to crush it directly. He leaned in and dipped his hand in a little white pulp, rubbing it with his fingertips. It was surprisingly fine, without any graininess. Can I try it? Randy was interested, rolled up his sleeves, and wanted to experience it himself. Okay. Wei Ning gave him his seat and stood aside. Just turn the stone, don't use too much force. Having known them for a long time, Wei Ning also knew that they were very strong, and if they were not reminded, they would always cause trouble. Randy calmed down and imitated Wei Ning, first scooping some soybeans and water into the round hole, then turning the stone in one direction. It's really strange. Seeing the soybeans turn into white pulp, Randy became more and more interested. Like he found an interesting weapon, he didn't let go. He said he wanted to try it, but he ended up stealing Wei Ning's work. Wei Ning saw that he was having fun, so he didn't care, and took another empty bucket and replaced the ground soybean milk. He took the soybean milk to the kitchen and prepared to cook it. In fact, the taste of soybean milk made from fresh soybeans is not as good as that of soybean milk made from dried soybeans. But Wei Ning couldn't wait, so he directly used fresh soybeans to grind soybean milk. Filter out the dregs of the ground soybean milk first, so that the taste of the soybean milk will be better. For some reason, there is only a little dregs, so it doesn't matter if it is not filtered. After filtering, cook it. The soybean milk must be fully cooked before drinking, otherwise it will affect your health. When the soy milk boiled, Wei Ning took out the prepared rennet and prepared sugar. She not only wanted to make soy milk, but also to make tofu pudding and tofu. Rennet has a coagulating effect and can replace limestone and brine. She asked Yiling for it. Dissolve the rennet in warm water and pour it into the soy milk after it is cooked. After coagulation, it becomes tofu pudding. When the soy milk boils, remove the floating foam on it and stir it with a spoon to prevent it from sticking to the pot. When the soy milk just started to roll, Wei Ning smelled a faint bean fragrance. After it was completely boiled, the whole kitchen was filled with a rich fragrance. Wei Ning scooped out half of the soy milk and let it cool down, then poured it into the basin containing rennet. Put sugar in the pot, stir evenly, and serve a bowl to taste it. It tastes smooth, sweet, and delicious, with a strong bean aroma. It is the best soy milk I have ever tasted. It smells so good. Randy was grinding soy milk with great interest, but was attracted by the strong aroma. He didn't even grind the soy milk, and followed the aroma to find it. He just saw Wei Ning scooping a bowl of white milk from the pot and drinking it. He looked so happy that he was greedy. Try it, this is the soy milk I cooked. Wei Ning took another bowl, and served him a bowl, and handed it to him. Soy milk? It's quite appropriate. Randy held the bowl, and looked at the soy milk in the bowl. He thought the name was appropriate enough. The tip of his nose was filled with fragrance, and he didn't say much, and slowly tasted it. It was silky smooth, with a strong bean aroma, and a little sweetness after a taste, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth. This was a taste that Randy had never tasted before. He drank the rest of the bowl in one gulp, and handed the bowl to Wei Ning again, asking a little embarrassedly, "Can I have a bowl? Please." Wei Ning made Wei put down the spoon, and went to make tofu pudding. By the way, inform Wei Guoyang and the others to come back for soy milk. She prepared a lot of soybeans, enough for everyone to drink to their heart's content. If they had some fried dough sticks at this time, it would be even more perfect. Burp. Randy burped, looking at the little soy milk left in the pot, feeling ashamed, and accidentally drank too much. He looked at Wei Ning's side, and saw that she didn't notice this side, and felt relieved. In order to conceal his nature as a big eater, he secretly diluted water, and pretended that he didn't drink much. Girl, where are the delicious foods?" Qin Haojia's voice came in before he arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrived. "Wow! Girl, you are awesome. I smell the fragrance from a long distance." As soon as he came in, he praised her. "You obviously knew there was delicious food, but you followed me here shamelessly." Weidong followed in and exposed him. "Dongzi, you have to be generous. Look at my sister. You should learn from her." Qin Haojia was not affected at all and spoke earnestly. Weidong was defeated by his thick skin and had nothing to say. "Don't quarrel. Drink quickly. We still have to make another pot." Wei Ning was used to them quarreling with each other from time to time, and couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I listen to you." After Qin Haojia finished speaking, he took the bowl to serve. "Huh? Why is it so bland?" Qin Haojia smacked his lips and muttered quietly. "If you like sweet, you can add sugar." Wei Ning didn't hear what he said, so Landy took the opportunity to answer. The nervous heart relaxed for a long time. "Girl, what are you doing?" Qin Haojia took the bowl to see what she was doing. "Making tofu." Wei Ning saw that the tofu brain had solidified, so she wanted to make a piece first to try. If it succeeded, she would make more, and if it failed, she would not make it for now. "Tofu? What is that?" Qin Haojia heard this word for the first time, and felt it was very fresh. "It's a block made after the soy milk solidifies. I don't know if it will succeed. I come back later." Wei Ning prepared a stainless steel mold, which was similar to a box, with a hollow bottom. She put a layer of gauze so that water could flow out, and a heavy object was pressed on it. Qin Haojia looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure out how tofu was made, so he had to wait and come back to see it. He and Weidong finished the soy milk in the pot, and Wei Ning boiled another pot. While it was boiling, Randy went out to grind the soy milk again. Qin Haojia and Weidong were interested in this interesting thing, and wanted to try it themselves. The two argued, neither of them letting the other go first. Randy glanced at the two people arguing, and silently quickened his movements. Chapter 160. When they were about to argue about who should go first, Randy teased them calmly, and the two started arguing again. When Qin Haojia successfully persuaded Weidong, and was ready to fight, he was dumbfounded. Randy had already ground all the soy milk, and left with a bucket of soy milk after saying a few words. "Wash it clean. This? Qin Haojia looked at the stone mill, then at the empty basin, and couldn't say a word for a long time. Is it too late for him to regret now? Ha ha! Remember to wash it clean." Seeing this, Weidong smiled triumphantly, and the disappointment in his heart disappeared instantly. Qin Haojia had a bitter face, and resigned himself to washing the stone mill clean. "If I had known earlier, I would have let Dongzi go first." Wei Ning took a look and shook his head. The two of them didn't even notice that Randy did it on purpose. How can people who only think about doing things beat people who think and do things? She was too lazy to remind them that if they didn't grind soy milk this time, there would be next time, the next time, countless times. There would be times when they could grind. There was no need to fight at all. She was afraid that they would lose interest and not want to grind by then. Wei Ning cooked 3 pots of soy milk in total, made half a pot of tofu pudding and half a pot of tofu, and the rest was all drunk by them. They liked to drink soy milk more than tofu pudding, so Wei Ning didn't make so much. She only made sweet tofu pudding, not salty. She had only eaten sweet ones, and didn't know how salty ones tasted. Maybe she could try it next time. The tofu was also very successful. A total of 7 or 8 boxes of A4-sized molds were made. The tofu poured out was white and tender, with a strong bean fragrance. This is tofu. How to eat it? Eat it directly? Seeing the tofu that Wei Ning poured out of the mold, Chen Haojia wanted to taste it. You are stupid. If you want to eat it directly, why bother so much? Wei Dong directly retorted. The tofu brain just now was eaten directly after solidification, and this one is the same. Why bother? You can also eat it directly, but I want to make other dishes. Indeed, if she eats it directly, she won't have to spend time making tofu. There are many delicacies that can be made from tofu. Her favorite is braised tofu, mapo tofu and fried tofu. It is simple, easy to make and delicious. Wei Ning is also going to make it without them saying. It must be a satisfying meal. In the evening, Wei Ning cooked rice, made a few tofu dishes that she knows how to make, and made a few other dishes, and used up all the tofu made today. The effect was obvious. Although the other dishes were eaten in the end, tofu was obviously more popular. Everyone ate it first, and put their chopsticks into the tofu dishes. Even the soup was soaked in rice and eaten. Burp, if Master Mond had left later, we could have eaten such delicious tofu. Chen Haojia was full with satisfaction, and felt sorry for Mond. Mond was respected by them. He had been busy refining potions for so long in green, and had never eaten the food made by Wei Ning. Yesterday, he followed the transport ship back to the border star, and brought back the potion he made with all the spiritual herbs. Mond was picky. Even if they thought the food made by the canteen chef was delicious, Mond could find out the shortcomings. Chen Haojia wanted to see if he would still be picky after eating the food made by his sister. They can go back and make it. Landy had sent back a copy of the methods of making tofu, soy milk, and tofu pudding early in the morning. It can be said that many dishes in the cafeteria were learned from Wei Ning, and only a few were innovative dishes created by the chef himself. They have always been used to frying, boiling, and stewing, and are not so good at stir-frying, let alone innovation. After making tofu successfully, Wei Ning was even more confident, and spent the next period of time with soybeans. Although she still couldn't figure out how to make soy sauce, she made a lot of tofu skin and bean curd sticks. She originally wanted to make dried tofu, but she failed after several attempts. In the end, she didn't want to waste it, so she decided not to make it. She made a lot of tofu, some old and some tender, which can be frozen in the refrigerator and taken out when she wants to eat. This time she made salty tofu pudding, mixed the sauce with coriander, minced chili and minced meat, and poured it on the tofu pudding. It was the first time she ate salty tofu pudding, and Wei Ning herself thought it was delicious, not to mention others. Compared to the sweet tofu pudding, everyone likes the salty one, and everyone eats a lot. Only some bean curd skin was made to try, and the most made was bean curd skin. The method of making bean curd skin is also very simple, but the difficult part is to peel and shape it. The previous steps of bean curd skin and soy milk are the same, both of which require grinding soybeans into pulp. If you want to make bean curd skin of good quality, and without impurities, boil the ground soy milk, filter it again, and squeeze out a little bean dregs. Wei Ning is too lazy to filter because he grows soybeans and eats tofu at home, and there is not much bean dregs after filtering. After boiling, let the soy milk cool to about 60 to 70 degrees. It will take about 10 to 15 minutes to form a thin oily film, oil skin. Use a special knife to gently draw a circle along the pot, and extract a corner of the film with both hands. When extracting, rotate it into a column with your hands, and hang it on a bamboo pole to make bean curd skin. But it took Wei Ning more than an hour to learn the process of peeling and shaping. Her self-confidence was severely hit. Although it is just a simple action, it contains a lot of skills. If you are slow, the skin will break or become a ball. The action must be fast and neat, and the skin will rotate into a column. She practiced countless times before she succeeded. Looking at the beautiful yuba hanging in the back, the front can't be seen as yuba at all. This comparison made Wei Ning embarrassed to look at it. But in the eyes of others, even if it is not good looking, they will not dislike it. As long as it is edible and delicious, it doesn't matter if it is ugly. And Wei Dong and Chen Haojia are entrusted by her to grind soy milk every day. Before, they were very interested in grinding soy milk, but now they run away when they hear about grinding soy milk. When they are interested, they don't feel bored to grind soy milk all day, but grinding every day is unbearable. Wei Ning made some soybeans into yuba, and kept the rest for researching soy sauce and fermented black beans. But she only knew that fermented black beans and soy sauce both need to be fermented, which takes a long time. It is said that the longer the fermentation time, the better the soy sauce and fermented black beans will taste. Unsure, Wei Ning only put a small bowl of soybeans in to try. Drain the water from the cooked soybeans, wrap them with gauze and ferment them. After a few days, add salt to the fermented soybeans and stir them, then put them in a sealed jar and wait for the second fermentation. It must be successful. It must be successful. After covering the jar, Wei Ning put her hands together and kept repeating to herself. If it succeeds, she can make more next time and never use StarCraft soy sauce again.